Chapter 1, Welcome to the DC World. Nassau City, United States. Kay-Wen, a Chinese student who is reading senior school, is looking at the news on TV and can't believe it. At 2 o'clock last night, Gotham's Dark Knight Batman once again cracked down on a human trafficking case, although the Gotham police repeatedly said that the human trafficking case was in conflict with Oswald Chesterfield, who is running for mayor. Couport has no connection, but Batman's assistant Robin found the electronic account list in Couport's house. As for the follow-up, this city's reporter will continue to make further progress. What happened? This is the only idea in Kay-Wen's mind. Last second, I was still in the cinema watching the latest theater version of Heisei's 19th Night Build. The shape of the base rabbit and the dragon is cool, but just closed my eyes, and my own special appeared in the classroom, and the classroom what stuff is on the TV. Batman, Robin, Cobot, trouble passing through also pay attention to a basic method, okay. Yes, Kay-Wen is not a fool. When he saw that he suddenly appeared in an unfamiliar environment, as well as the news broadcast on this TV, Kay-Wen knew that he had passed through. What a special trip into the body of a high school student, and the world he is in is still more sinister than the DC Universe next door Marvel. MMP, who can give me a cigarette? I urgently need to smoke a cigarette to calm down. Kay-Wen, who roared inwardly, stood up and walked to the door of the classroom. Hey, Kay-Wen, now ready for class, where are you going? Just as Kay-Wen hurried to the door of the classroom, Cara Danfoss sitting behind Kay-Wen asked. I'm anxious shit, sir. Without looking back, Kay-Wen ran to the toilet and sat in it. The bell rang, and Kay-Wen was still sitting on the toilet, sorting out his memory. Although I don't understand why I lived in Lewubian, I would have been unreasonably traversed, but Kay-Wen knew that if there was no accident, he would not be able to go back. Since he could not go back, then figure out where he is now environment, situation. With so much effort, the memories belonging to this body flowed out like a tide. The name of his body is the same as his original name. They are all named Kay-Wen. Their parents are all of Chinese descent. They have their own property in Nassau City. They can be regarded as having a car and a house, and their parents are alive. As for the Midtown High School that the original owner of this body read, it is also considered a higher education institution, private. After all, in the United States, the difference between private school education and public schools is still very different. And his body is not as bullied by school violence as other unlucky superheroes before they grew up. On the contrary, with a height of 188 and a strong build, he is still the main force of the school basketball team and has a part-time photography hobby. Although he is not a popular character, at least there is no bad relationship at school, nor is it the kind of being isolated. Hey, it's not bad, at least you don't have to worry about eating a meal and not a meal, but I need to know the golden finger now. Rubbing some painful eyebrows, Kay-Wen whispered. Just kidding, since there is no golden finger through it, the world I am in is a more dangerous DC world than the Marvel world. Compared with the popular Marvel in the movie industry, DC is really not good in movies. Especially in the messy orthodox United film that was destroyed by editing, Kay-Wen was scolding his mother at that time. After showing so many trailers, would you show me this shit? But the loss of the film does not mean that DC is weakening Marvel. On the contrary, in terms of animated movies, games, and circulation, DC still has a Marvel street. Compared with the excessively large events in the Marvel world, DC can be called a fairy fight. From the creation of the 7 giants of Zhenglian to each hero they join, they are basically a group of gods, and the opponent is also a group of gods. Not to mention anything else, it's just the metropolis where the Super League is located. The opponents that are dealt with throughout the year are basically a group of cosmic levels, and they move from the end of the world to the end of the world. Compared to the invasion of the Chitaurians in Marvel's movie, Da Chao can only say one thing, they are all younger brothers. Even in the city of Nassau, where he is now, K-Wen seems to remember that this is also an accident-prone place. In the face of this dangerous environment, if there is no golden finger, K-Wen might as well go to the gun shop to buy a gun. When he swallowed a gun to commit suicide directly. Night system, open. Just as K-Wen was about to hit the door with his head, the reminder sounded in his mind made him so stunned. Sure enough, there must still be a golden finger for passengers. Immediately, at this sound, K-Wen rolled his eyes and fainted. Around the flickering light, K-Wen fainted and found himself in a dark space. The surrounding chaotic light forms a series of Kamen Rider images that he has seen in front of K-Wen, Kongwo, Yaji Tuo, G3, Dragon Ride, Night Ride, Ring Ghost, Boom Ghost, 555, Caesar. Lying slots, how do you even have a big gold cousin, what's going on with the question mark image behind? K-Wen counted the images that appeared in front of him, all the main rides and deputy rides of the Heisei series, even the 20th Bomb Rider, Fake the Face Night Zio has appeared here, and the result is like this, and there are question mark images. K-Wen can't help but be surprised. Welcome the host to the night system space. An indistinct electronic sound of men and women sounded in the space, and K-Wen also asked his own question at this time. System, you have included all the nights of the Heisei series, why are there images of question marks? As the host said, although the night system includes all the nights of the Heisei series, this is not static, you can develop new forms, but all this requires you to develop and redeem points yourself. Points. K-Wen grabbed the point. System, trouble to make it clear, how to get points, you won't let me go to the point to earn points, but here is DC. When you go out, you can meet the alien world. Of course, Kamen Rider itself is a warrior who guards human beings in secret. I won't let you go to the courageously. Why do you want to watch cartoons? The system's humanized voice makes K-Wen speechless. He is not just watching was the special camera inexplicably traversed, but the problem is that I don't have anything now, even if I want to earn points, I can't beat myself with a few peanuts. Of course, the host does not have to worry about his current physical condition. Since you are allowed to earn points, UU reading www.uuganshu.com will not let you empty the white wolf. Since the host is entering the system space for the first time, according to the convention, there will be 10 lucky draw opportunities for newcomers. The system also understands K-Wen's concern and directly points out. 10 times? Are they all nights? K-Wen was stunned instantly. If he was drawn 10 times, even if he didn't get the main ride of the Heisei series, he could hit the head of the gang alone. Oh, do you think it is possible? The system directly ridiculed, and K-Wen was dumbfounded. As I said before, the night system includes all the Heisei nights. In the same way, all of the Heisei nights items are included in the opponents. There are also some miscellaneous rewards. If the host is lucky, the 10 draws are good. Things naturally have a capital. Said that the image of the night just disappeared, and the boss's head picture of each night in Heisei appeared, not only that, but also some equipment. For example, the sounding blade of the ringing ghost, the 555 acceleration watch, the memory of W, the coin of 000, the most buggy golden fruit in armor and the eye soul in ghost. The K-Wen I watched was dazzling, especially the golden fruit of Kai Wu, which can be said to be the most powerful prop in the Heisei series. After eating this, what kind of morphing device is needed? That is just a thing to limit his play. Thinking of playing the Overwatch 10 times out of the box and 8 times out of the purple and orange luck, K-Wen felt that he should not have gone, and directly said, "What are you waiting for? You hurry to start, I want to live longer in this DC universe." As you wish, host. Finished, all the images disappeared, there was a luck turntable in front of K-Wen, and he began to turn around crazy, while K-Wen opened his eyes and looked at these icons, looking forward to it. Chapter 2, seems to mix in some strange stuff. In the system space, K-Wen looked at the 3 roulettes marked with various patterns and joined together. During the rapid rotation, he couldn't help but feel excited. As long as the above 3 patterns are consistent, it means that he has drawn a reward. K-Wen, who has always felt that he is lucky, is now extremely nervous. In case he draws a few useless things, he still has to complete the tasks promulgated by the system. Isn't that tantamount to death? The speed of the 3 roulette wheels has slowed down. When the turntable slowly stopped, 3 different patterns appeared in front of him, and K-Wen knew that he wasted a lottery. The first lottery failed, whether to continue, host. The system's voice at this time reminded without emotion. Continue. K-Wen gritted his teeth and continued to let the system draw for him. The second lottery failed, whether to continue, host. Still a sound reminder. Carry on. The third lottery failed, whether to continue, host. Carry on. The fourth lottery failed. Carry on. With 5 consecutive failed pumps, K-Wen was already a little crazy, and he had no reason to be so bad, but at this time he had no right to choose to stop. Die early in this world. Congratulations to the host, Gaia's mobile phone Gaia memory. Finally, at the 6th draw, K-Wen looked at the unified spider pattern formed on the 3 roulettes, and the whole person almost collapsed to the ground. This Gaia memory is used by Kamen Rider W to transform knights and weirdos. It can be used not only for transforming but also for other items. Although this spider mobile phone Gaia memory can only play an auxiliary role, it does not mean that only the function of turning his own mobile phone into a spider makes him anxious, and directly implanted in the human body can also become a spider weirdo. Will we continue to draw, host? After the 6th draw, the system continued to ask K-Wendeo. Isn't that nonsense, how to turn over without continuing? Perhaps it was the first 5 times that K-Wen's bad luck was overdrawn. The next 4 draws were a surprise for K-Wen. Congratulations to the host, get the G3 Knight Armor. Congratulations to the host, get the Taka Flying Tank. Congratulations to the host, get the Showa Knight Reformer to strengthen the physique. Congratulations to the host, get the 3-color domineering practice method of One Piece. When he heard the system prompt after his last lottery, K-Wen froze for a few seconds, and once again confirmed that there was no problem on the lottery turntable. He was instantly confused and obtained the Showa Knight Transformer to strengthen the physique. This is nothing to say, after all, Showa the Knights are a group of gangsters who play group fights if they don't agree with each other, but it's true that they can't stand other people's hands. But what is this domineering cultivation method of One Piece? Isn't his golden finger a knight system? How is it related to One Piece? Ah, system, are you kidding me with the last reward? K-Wen asked tentatively. No, this is the tricolor domineering cultivation method acquired by the host, and it will enter your brain in a spirit-sharing manner. But the problem is that you are a knight system. Didn't you provide me with the transformation into the Heisei series knight? What is One Piece? K-Wen couldn't restrain the crazy vomiting heart, even if he passed through somehow. How even a system is unreasonable kind. Host, as I said before, the knight system not only contains all the knight information of the Heisei series, but also contains many miscellaneous things. Obviously, the 3-color domineering that is standard in the world of One Piece in the One Piece world is in the system. His mouth became a jumble of things, and Mr. Oda knew that he would kill himself. Some malicious thinking about the system's classification of the 3-color domineering One Piece, and then he suddenly had a whimsy and asked, do you still have any ninjutsu, broken roads, ghost ways to practice here? Are you saying this? The system generated several images in the space, and K-Wen looked at the whole person excited. Yes, this system is too versatile. Are you so kind of saying that you are a knight system? Who is it? Does your family's knight system also bring 3 major laborers' cultivation systems? K-Wen can't completely control his crazy vomiting heart, not to mention anything else. As long as he knows all the ghosts of the Bleach series, he feels that he can knock down even the super. It is well known that Krypton is super, 0 dodge, 0 magic resistance, is a good meat shield. 56 came down with a trick. It is estimated that the Super League had to kneel to call his father. At this time, the system seemed to have explored K-Wen's inner thoughts, and directly spoke mockingly. I think the host should not think about learning these things to turn over in the DC world. Why? Do you have chakra? Do you have a Grim Reaper, or do you destroy the blood of the Master? The simple voicing of the system made K-Wen not know how to answer. Host, the practice systems of these 3 worlds are indeed buggy, but of the 3 worlds, only the one-color domineering practice system of One Piece does not need to rely on bloodlines. You should be fortunate that before you unlock the night, there is such a domineering 3-color practice to give you the bottom. Unlock night? Please tell me the points unlocked by these nights. K-Wen was also persuaded by the system explanation, but he still wanted to know how many points he would need to unlock a Heisei night. The system did not say much, just listed the points of all the nights of the Heisei series, and then K-Wen exploded. Hey! You aren't playing me with the system. You and I have 100 million points for Yaji Tuo. You can't let me die directly. K-Wen looked at the points of Brother Heisei and Second Brother. The whole person was messy. 20 main riders came down, and the special one is 555, which is relatively cheap, and 5 million points can be unlocked. The rest are all started with 10 million points or the basic form. The most expensive are the generals who ate the golden fruit and the one-handed exterminator E, the villain knight in the Kamen Rider build. These 2 gadgets are directly billions of points. K-Wen suddenly felt that he was still committing suicide by gunshot. The 2 knights had to wait until they could unlock. Host, you have to understand that the Sky and Yagito don't need any props, only need a belt to evolve from the basic form to the final form, and their 100 million points seem to be normal. And the Heisei series, the knights who have the ability have a lot of room for development, and they will never pit the host on the points. All you have to do is complete the tasks I promulgated to unlock these knights. UN number at, holding a whole bunch of foul words that didn't burst out, K-Wen had to be patient, and people had to bow their heads under the eaves. K-Wen knew that he had no room to resist, so he had to stubbornly agree to come down. Although the scores looked there are a lot of them www.novel.com, but at least I already have the cost of self-protection. The transformation of the physique, the Kamen Rider G3 armor and the 3-color domineering cultivation method are enough for me to temporarily stay in this DC world of fairy fights. With a chance to breathe. Now that the draw is over, please ask the host to adapt to his life in this world. After 15 days, the first task of the host will begin. Good luck, host. After the system was finished, he directly fell silent, and K-Wen also felt his body receding rapidly, opened his eyes again, and found that he was still in the toilet, and the surrounding environment remained unchanged. There is something more in my brain, some about the domineering practice of 3-color. There is also a red metal can in my hand and a black U disc marked with S on it. It is Taka Flying Ken and Spider Memory Body. It seems that this is really not a dream. Looking at the 2 gadgets that once appeared on the screen, K-Wen knew that everything he experienced in just 10 minutes was not a dream. I was really passed through inexplicably, and I didn't make any sense of it, and now I still don't understand why I was crossed. What does this night system choose for itself? Forget it, if it comes, it's safe. I still have to quickly figure out how to use my G3 armor. Sighed, I hung the Takakin on my belt, and I was ready to open the toilet door and go back to my classroom. But K-Wen forgot that he was now given the physique of the Showa Knight to transform people, and just gently pushed the toilet door. This wooden door was thrown out under the force of K-Wen. Ha, I have forgotten this point, forget it, class is important. Suddenly, K-Wen walked softly to his classroom. Chapter 3, Carla Dan Foss. Mr. K-Wen, I thought you would have a lesson in the toilet. I will pay attention next time, Mrs. Brenner. When Kwen returned to the classroom from the toilet, the teacher Brina, who was in class, frowned and said to Kwen. Kwen didn't say anything. After a simple response, he returned to his position and sat down. This day has gone through a lot. He has no idea to tell the teacher why he went to the toilet, thank him for not being in vain during college time, and his excellent oral English ability makes him even if he comes to an English-speaking country. Being able to communicate with people, otherwise he is embarrassed that he can't even speak a sentence of English. Hey, Kwen, why have you been in the toilet for so long and your stomach is uncomfortable? Kwen, sitting in the seat, listened to Madame Brenner's explanation on the blackboard like a divine book, and felt that she was poked in the back. Carla Danfoss, the girl sitting behind him, asked with some concern. Well, maybe I ate my stomach last night. He answered without looking back, inheriting the memory of this body. He naturally knew the name of the girl sitting behind him. Carla Danfoss, a sunny girl, attended this midtown high school with her sister Emile Danfoss, and had no blood relationship with Emile and was adopted. But the Danfoss family did not treat Kara as a foster daughter and treated her like herself. Kwen, who was lying on the table thinking about what he would do next, suddenly sat up, and he seemed to have forgotten a very important thing. No, Carla Danfoss, Supergirl. The elder sister sitting behind herself seems to be one of the most powerful supergirls in the DC world, a super cousin. Lying trough, not so ridiculous, I am actually a high school classmate with Supergirl, this is terrible. Because Kwen can be regarded as a master of everything, basically I have seen comics, animated films, and TV series about the Beautiful Man series. Before I suddenly passed through my brain and did not turn around, now I am adapted to Kwen, the city where he is located is the site of the Supergirl, and in the future, the Supergirl who will become the guardian of the city, Kara Danfoss now sits behind her. Thinking of this, Kwen would like to ask, is it still too late to transfer? Just after crossing himself, he must accept a copy of the difficulty or even the difficulty of hell. Kwen said he wanted to die. This is a Supergirl, a monster that has no difference in combat power from the Super League. You can really say that the big man who beats you to death with a small boxing punch, and being a classmate with such a big brother, how hard will his life be before he can graduate from high school? Go to college. Kara is very strange. What happened to Kwen sitting in front of him, but he just cared about the friendship of classmates. In her super hearing, she heard Kwen's suddenly accelerated heart rate, as her sister told herself, the boy's faster heart rate will only be in front of the girl he likes. Could it be? Carla blushed at the thought of this. If Kwen knows what Carla thought at this time, he will definitely shout, sorry, bother, I will transfer now. Bubble Supergirl, he said that he still wants to live longer. Now that he is struggling is to transform his physique. Is it still a question whether he can beat the strongest Batman in the world? Falling in love with Supergirl. He is not so lucky, he is just thinking how to successfully graduate in high school with Supergirls. As for the others, it was not something he should consider. The next day, Kwen sat on the needle felt. After all, he was sitting with a Supergirl behind him. He had to worry about whether everyone would listen to the class. Then he suddenly flew outside a big truck and directly bombed his gang. As long as the cities where Kryptonians are in are basically accident-prone places, he has to ensure his life is safe. Carla did not expect that Kwen, who was sitting in front of herself, had kept her heart rate at 145 and never fell down. This made her dare not talk to Kwen at all this day. She was just able to demolish Gundam freehand, and she was just a girl in the flower season. Just have different abilities from others. Suddenly knowing that she has an admirer, it is also a sense of vanity for her. Kwen, that, I remember your home seems to be at 56 Central Street Avenue together. When school was over, Kara saw Kwen carrying a school bag at the school gate and encouraged him with courage. Then I saw that K-Wen shook his body and ran wildly with his legs. At that speed, it was no problem to participate in the 100m trapeze. This frustrated Kara, and Emil, who was in another class, was also out of class at this time. When he came out, he saw Kara scaring K-Wen away. "Carla, are you bullying again?" Emil, who knew what his sister could do, couldn't help but have a headache. "No, I just want him to go home with us, his home is with us." Kara is also very wronged, he just sent an invitation, you are so nervous that it broke out at such an alarming rate. Are you really bullying? Oh, you still have to ask. Let's go. Carla didn't expect her sister to gossip and said a shame, so she walked out of the school first, and Emil could only shake his head to keep up. Having run for a distance and looking at the school that can only see the outline, K-Wen couldn't help but breathe a joked, and went home with Supergirl in a car. Nothing had to be done, and now he is not even a novice. It was a newly born rookie who said that without that blessing and going home with Supergirl, it would be dead. With the memory of his body, K-Wen returned to his home. Is not bad. A 2-story small villa inexplicably occupied the body of others and took away their lives. K-Wen was also somewhat repulsive to enter this villa called home. After all, this is not his original home. But it was impossible not to enter. After tangling at the door for a while, K-Wen dangled out the key and opened the door. Xiaoan is back, hurry, Mom is about to prepare her meal, hurry and wash her hands. As soon as she entered the door, a middle-aged woman spoke K-Wen's familiar language and greeted K-Wen, urging let him wash his hands. I can't eat a bit now, so sleepy, I'll go upstairs and sleep for a while. Chu-Yun, the body's mother, K-Wen looked at this loving woman facing her, the voice in her mouth Mom still didn't call out. After all, the body was no longer the original soul. He didn't want to brush off the kindness of this body mother. After concealing a few words, he went directly upstairs, lost his school bag, and lay directly on the bed. You must vent everything you experienced on this day by sleeping. Chu-Yun didn't have much doubt about the abnormality of his son, but instead let him go to rest first, and then asked him to come down for dinner after the meal was done. K-Wen was lying on the bed, without any sleepiness. He could only close his eyes and watched the Kamen Rider G3 armor stored in his mind, as well as the 3-color domineering cultivation method. Kamen Rider G3 armor, from Heisei's Second Bomb Night, Kamen Rider Agito, developed by the human police, used to deal with weird night armor. As an artificial night armor, it bears a heavy burden and overburdens the loader. Putting on this layer of armor basically sacrifices agility, but on the contrary, at the expense of agility, the defense and firepower are much strengthened. Looking at the whole blue, scientifically sound G3 armor in his mind, K-Wen silently transformed. Then, this blue armor disappeared from my mind. www.novel.com. I couldn't help but feel a sinking body. Sure enough, I can wear it through my heart. Feeling the thick armor on his body, K-Wen confirmed his guess, but because he was a transformation of the human body, the huge load for ordinary people, for him, just made his body a little heavier, and does not affect yourself too much agility. Through the dressing mirror in the room, K-Wen felt his own sense of power brought by this G3 armor. Well, the bounce is strengthened, and there are incidental guns, can also be automatically filled, it takes 5 minutes. After putting on the G3 armor, the G3 armor information provided by the system lottery will naturally appear in my mind. G3 armor is only equipped with a special dagger and a special pistol. The pistol has a capacity of 30 rounds. After playing, it needs to be inserted into the gun slot for 5 minutes of reloading. The armor can withstand a 10-ton strike. Once the strike is exceeded, and the armor is damaged in a large area, the armor will automatically return to the system space and need to be repaired with points. After roughly understanding the information of this G3 armor, K-Wen thought about it, and then regained it into his own consciousness space. It seems that in the recent period, I can only work on the G3 armor and the 3-color domineering. I hope the first task released by the system will not be too difficult. With a small whisper, Kwen knew that if he wanted to survive in this DC world where the fairy fights, or even live better, he had to complete the task of system release. No matter how domineering the 3 colors are, it will take time. He can only rely on this G3 armor to bring himself a sense of security, and he can only hope that the system does not pit itself too much. After saying a few words, Kwen also felt that his stomach was protesting to himself. With a bitter smile, he still opened the door and went downstairs to dinner. Chapter 4, First Task Released. Kwen, who went downstairs for dinner, also saw his own body father, Yawen, or called it more in English, Jonathan K. An ordinary and average middle-aged man, but the middle-aged man in front of him has 3 hotels and a farm in Nazino. It is difficult to imagine how Jonathan K. did this in a country where racial discrimination is obvious. And as a Jonathan who can be regarded as an upper class in the city of Nazino, for Kwen, this guy who dominates his son's body in Dove Clan's nest is full of love. Jonathan knew that he struggled so hard in a foreign country to enable his wife and children to have a better life. At that time, the ancestors were sold here as piglets, and they finally stabilized their heels. There is no reason to give up. The foundation laid down, and returned to China to start again. So once or twice, Jonathan would have no idea of returning to China, but the memories left in his own blood cannot be forgotten. In addition to his identity as the upper class of Nazino, Jonathan is also the honorary chairman of the Chinese Association of Nazino, and provides his own energy for those Chinese who come to work in the United States to provide work, accommodation, even in Nazino. Both black and white will sell him a little thin noodles. But these, Jonathan did not intend to tell his wife and children, even if it is Kwen, this child destined to inherit his mantle. He did not disclose too much. Kwen naturally didn't know what kind of energy his cheap dad had in Nazino. He was eating dinner nervously, fearing that his abnormal behavior would attract the attention of this physical parent. The common saying is good, the son of Moruofu, Kwen does not want to be seen by Jonathan. Because of his problems in words and deeds, thus losing a place that can shelter from the wind and rain. Try to match yourself with the words and deeds of Kwen in memory, answering the daily conversations of your cheap parents on the table. After eating a dinner that made him seem a little cramped, Kwen then returned to his room and began to browse the things he got from the system's lottery. Spider Memory, Taka Kend, these 2 are the props in Kamen Rider W and Kamen Rider 3 eggs. One can insert the memory into the mobile phone to make the mobile phone have the shape and ability of a spider, and the other can be used as a unit for investigation. Take out your own cell phone. Oh, it's still an Apple SIXS. This did not happen to Kwen, at least it was good news, because the age was almost as far away as his previous life, but Kwen was a little bit confused, because he did not know where to insert the spider memory in this phone. Now, in retrospect, it seems that after the 10 years of the Heisei series of nights, mobile phones are basically special versions, which are not the normal mobile phones. Damn, won't it just plug in the charging port? Kwen scratched his head and tried to connect the spider memory to the charging port of the mobile phone. At this time, strange things happened. The memory, which does not match the size of the interface, is directly extended to a small interface, which is connected to the charging port of the mobile phone. Then his own iPhone turned into a slap-sized mechanical spider in his hand, and he greeted himself very spiritually. Looking at this mechanical spider, which is no different from ordinary spiders, jumping on the wall, Kwen felt as if he was connected to it. As long as he set it back, he would automatically return to his hand. Spider, come back. Trying to say it, the spider fell from the ceiling. 8 mechanical feet were directly buckled on Kwen's wrist, just like a wristband. Kwen tried to point the spider against the wall and meditate. Suddenly, silk. A thick white thread with little fingers was sprayed out of the mouth. Not only that, the spider seemed to know what Kwen thought, and the white thread was taken back as soon as the mouthpiece moved. Lying trough, black technology, brother, this is a bit of a drag. Looking at the operation after his mobile phone became a mechanical spider, Kwen had no other idea except to marvel, but this alone was equipped with his own transformation. The physique can be used as a highly imitated Spider-Man. Didn't know how to describe his current mood, Kwen also tried to open the Taka can. This canned bird from the Kamen Rider's 3 eggs became a small mechanical bird in his own hands. Well, Kwen knelt down. The gadgets produced by the system are really fine. This gadget is also a black technology in the DC world. Sure enough, Kamen Rider world is also a world where black technology flies everywhere. Expressed his good luck, Kwen began to open the last reward hidden in his mind, the one-color domineering cultivation method of One Piece. Look at this for life and death silently, Kwen ordered his last reward. The One Piece tricolor domineering cultivation method is unlocked. Since the host itself does not have the Overlord color awakening physique, the Overlord color physique transformation has begun. The familiar electronic sound of the system sounded from his mind again. Then a huge stream of information rushed directly into his mind. Kwen didn't even hum, he fainted directly on the bed. When Kwen opened his eyes the next day, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. After a sleep, Kwen only felt that his entire head was very heavy, and all kinds of knowledge about the cultivation of knowledge and armed color went to his mind. Filling it in, coupled with the physical transformation of the Tyrant Awakening, Kwen felt like he had been through the night for 3 days. However, because of the knowledge irrigation of knowledge and armed color, Kwen feels that his current senses are sensitive. It is not ridiculous. Even on the second floor, Kwen's brain can form a figure of his cheap parents busy on the first floor, just like himself. As at the scene, this feeling made him feel very new. This is what I see and hear. Sure enough, I just don't know how to play armed colors. With a whisper in his mouth, Kwen raised his right hand and infused a hot air in his body into his own according to the knowledge of armed colors instilled in his mind. On the right arm, a layer of black gloss quickly covered his right arm. He took a fruit knife from his desk and scratched it toward his arm. Apart from leaving a white scratch, there was no harm. This bizarre phenomenon made Kwen overjoyed. Although his knowledge and armament are only in the initial development stage, for Kwen, who was still worried about whether he could survive in the DC world last night, this is completely a story. The big surprise, at least now he has a certain degree of self-preservation, no longer worried about the damage caused to him by the city of Nazano, which has become a fairy fight because of the appearance of the Supergirl, and he has enough capital to protect his own cheap parents. Sorry, although I don't know why I came to this world and occupied everything for you, but your parents are now my parents, and I will take good care of them. Slightly apologized and said to his body. Although he didn't know whether he was conscious or not, Kwen had to pass the heart. I wonder if he said this, Kwen felt that his brain, which had just been stunned, was not so heavy now, and the whole person seemed to be much more relaxed. It's a weird thing, mumbled, and Kwen went downstairs after reading Yu's book www.yuyugonshu.com. After breakfast, he said goodbye to his parents and went to school to study. In the following time, Kwen began to become familiar with everything in this DC world. After all, DC itself did not expand the movie universe, and Kwen did not know which DC world he entered, comics, or TV series. Yes, there is still no time to develop the DC worldview of the film universe, whether it is the old 52 or the new 52. It took 10 days to understand, and Kwen also understood the general direction of this DC world. First of all, the Justice League has been established, that is to say, this guy Darkseid has visited the Earth once. It was about 2 years ago. At present, the initial members of Zhenglian are still the 7 Giants, Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Flash, Steelbone, Shazan. The latest addition is the big brother Neptune, and the remaining Uncle Martian Hunter is estimated to be still in the super team of Nazano. As for the Juvenile Justice League, which is extended by Zhenglian, there is no shadow yet. Currently, Robin in Gotham City and Red Arrow in Star City are currently active in the media. Well, it seems to be the new 52 worldview. It's my chaos in this timeline. Looking at the line on his desk, K-Wen also has a big head. DC is not good for this. Just talk about it every time. Not going any further, the official of the people came directly to a killing sacrifice festival, restarted directly, all the stories were repainted, and the beauty of K-Wen, who had been made up to now, has not yet figured out what will happen afterwards. That is to say that his prophet can't open it at all, leaving only a blank future for himself. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded again from K-Wen's mind. The 15-day novice protection period has come, and now the first mission is released. Chapter 5, Street Night. When K-Wen was still worried about his DC timeline, the system reminded him that the 15-day novice protection period had come, and it was time for him to take over the task. Task name, Street Night. Kamen Rider is an unknown person who guards human freedom and safety in the dark. As the host of the night system, all you have to do is stop 10 crimes and arrest 6 robberies within a limited time. Offense, and more importantly, can't let people know that you did it. Time limit, 48 hours, task reward, 10,000 points, and a draw. Mission failure punishment, reverse 10,000 points, randomly erase an ability of the host, PS, reverse 100,000 points, will be harmonious instructions. I outnumber you in %. After K-Wen heard the prompt from the system in his mind, he only had the impulse to curse people. This kind of thing lacked virtue, and it was enough to stop 10 crimes. Why even arrest 6 robbers? It's not yet known that it was his hands. Neuropathy, this is. I'm not a talented assassin, I still don't know if I start it. Is this to kill me? For the task released by the system, K-Wen was completely speechless, but looking at the number in his mind that had begun to count down, he still had room to discuss, and he could only choose to take the task. There is nothing wrong with 10,000 points back, you can randomly erase one of your abilities. You can use 3 of them now, 1 3-color domineering, 1 to transform the physique, and 1 G3 armor. You must kneel if you erase any one. Instead of complaining so inhumanly about the system, it is better to think about how to complete the task within a limited 48 hours. Xiaoyan, don't hurry down, you will be late for school. K-Wen's mother Chu Yun, Scarlet Chu shouted downstairs. Oh, here we come. He responded weakly, and K-Wen was ready to pack up and go to school. Just when he put the spider memory and Taka cans in the bag, K-Wen suddenly froze, and then opened the Taka cans that were going to be put in the bag, and the silver red can became a small one in K-Wen's hands. The mechanical bird yelled at K-Wen. Little Taka, help me find where there is a criminal gang hiding in Nazano, and come back to tell me at night. K-Wen ordered to Little Taka. And the little Taka in K-Wen's palm nodded gently, then took off from K-Wen's hand and flew out of the window. After finishing this, K-Wen came down a little easier, and went to school after eating breakfast. If he hadn't packed things up, he almost forgot that the function of Little Taka was to scout enemy units as a scout, and it also had some artificial intelligence to distinguish human behavior under universal morality. With the help of Little Taka, at least you don't have to go looking around like headless flies. More importantly, the criminal gang means that these guys are a group of guys with previous convictions. Perhaps he can solve it at one time, and with some muddy waters, he went to school. K-Wen at the door of the class stopped for a while, and then let go of his knowledge to perceive in the class. After 15 days of adaptation, K-Wen also realized that the 3-color domineering had transformed himself. He didn't realize much about Overlord color, but at most he felt that he had received more attention. As for the 2 training systems dedicated to confrontation in the pirate world, K-Wen basically already knew how used. The range of his own color is about 300 square meters. The resistance of the armed color is limited to 100 kilograms of blunt objects and cutting with sharp objects. After this limit, K-Wen's armed color is not a problem. Asked how K-Wen experimented, it was all tears. And the reason why you should be happy at the door of the class is because it is a habit that you have developed after knowing that Supergirl is your classmate. It is strange to say that the high school courses in the United States are elective, which is different from China, but K-Wen, I never imagined that my body and the Supergirl Carla Danfoss chose the same course, but they should not be classmates. Therefore, K-Wen felt that if he did not occupy the magpie's nest, he felt that the original consciousness of this body was absolutely interesting to Kara. As a result, you see, because he was interested in Kara, he died and his body was used by K-Wen. Knowing that being a classmate with a superhero requires a certain lifespan, K-Wen decided to turn on the knowledge every time he entered the classroom and investigate the surrounding security situation before entering. To Kara's blessing, because of such frequent use of knowledge every day, K-Wen's perception range has also expanded a little. Well, Kara hasn't come yet. It's safe. Change the position quickly. K-Wen, who learned the distribution of the class through seeing and hearing, comforted himself, and then entered the door, and then sat down by the window, no longer sitting on the front and back tables with Kara. After all, sitting on the edge, in case something really happens, you are much less likely to be affected here. When the bell rang, the future city guardian, Supergirl Carla Danfoss, entered the gate with her sister, Emil Danfoss, and saw that the person in the familiar position was not the original person. When K-Wen ran to the window and sat down, Carla frowned. K-Wen, who thought he was his own suitor, began to have a bad impression. Foreign students are relatively bold in love. If you like it, just say it directly. If you don't like it, you won't be in the past and will not intersect with you. Go for it deliberately. Kara, who lived on the earth since childhood, was also affected, and felt uncomfortable with K-Wen's seemingly cowardly behavior. How to say that you are a sunshine girl, do you sit so far? The Emil on the side looked at Kara's frowning movement and the direction of his eyes, shaking his head involuntarily. Emil's face value and Carla are also not tolerant, and as an elder sister, she always carries a temperament of a royal sister, and there are many suitors in high school. Naturally understands what this frowning movement represents, but as an experienced comer, she can naturally see that K-Wen doesn't care much about Carla at all, and she is completely caring and passionate. But that's fine, at least she doesn't have to worry about breaking her little boyfriend's arm because of the excitement of her sister when she is dragging. Was sitting in the original position of K-Wen for granted, and Emil pushed his sister back into the seat. As for what her sister thought, it was not her responsibility. And K-Wen, who has always been outside the wandering place by the window, actually has his attention all the way to Kara, and his perceptual perception makes him see all the movements in the classroom without turning his head, just like Kryptonians with super hearing and supervision and super perspective. It turns out that the Kryptonians feel this way on Earth. K-Wen only had this idea in his mind, because he knew everything about who was engaged in small movements, and he believed that Kara, who is a Kryptonian, was the same. www.novel.com But he is better than Kara because X-rays of Kryptonians can only see the bones, flesh and blood under everyone's skin, and they can see the scenery in their clothes. Although it is a bit evil, K-Wen feels that he doesn't seem to have done anything extraordinary. It's just that he was alone in the dark, and even Kara didn't know K-Wen's small movements. It turned out that the Supergirl's figure was so good, and her sister's figure was not bad. Ouch, lying on the trough, how could I feel a nosebleed? The dark K-Wen found that he didn't seem to have such a strong bearing capacity, and he decisively shut down his knowledge. While sitting there, Kara, who was still inexplicably sulking, felt a chill for no reason, then turned his head suspiciously and found nothing abnormal. The time of the day passed quickly, and K-Wen, who had finished the day's course, hurried back to his home, and the little Taka who had been released for a day was already waiting for himself by the window. "Yo, how about it, little Taka, have you found the guys who did bad things?" Reaching out and letting the little Taka fall into his hands, Kei-wen asked nervously. Little Taka nodded, then turned to look at the wall, and projected from his eyes the scene after a day of patrolling in Nazano City today. It was the factory zone of the 6th block, where most black people lived and illegal immigrants from Mexico were mostly crime-prone areas. In the video of Little Taka, a group of people have been walking in and out of a rotten building with weapons in their hands. "Well, you will give me a big head when you come up. It seems that the G3 armor will be useful tonight." Looking at the image given by Little Taka, Kei-wen knew that he had no choice, and it was over 10 hours. The earlier this time-limited task is, the better. Chapter 6, Novices, Pedestrians Avoid. The appearance of the Little Taka gave Kei-wen half of the confidence in the tasks to be completed, but he was not in a hurry. It is now at 5 p.m. To do this, it must be at least at night, and Kei-wen also has to do it. It's a good preparation. "Mom, I went out to play golf." After eating dinner and starting to get used to the life of his body, Kei-wen is no longer as restrained as before, and it is natural to say to Scarlett who is washing dishes. "Got it, don't play too late, and don't run away," Scarlett said without looking back, and Jonathan K., who was sitting there reading the newspaper, had nothing wrong with his son going out to play. Relieved. In his identity, the entire black and white of the city of Nazano has to give him a little thin face, as long as Kei-wen himself does not die, basically will not encounter any danger when going out. After all, gangsters, one of the most important things to understand is who can't be messed up, otherwise the dead do not know how to die. After saying hello to his cheap parents, Kei-wen took a basketball and went out. When he went out for a while and looked at no one around, Kei-wen would turn into a canned Little Taka and let it become the mechanical bird leads the way for himself, and he follows below. Following the trail of small Taka in the air, Kei-wen trot all the way with his 2 legs and ran from 5th Avenue in Central Street to another district in Nazano. Compared with the area where Kei-wen lived, this piece it should be said that it is the most chaotic place in the city of Nazano. Robbery, theft, and gang fire are all common occurrences, but compared to the famous DC city Gotham, the crime ratio here has been calculated, at least most of them are burglary, such as armed robbery. There are at most 3 cases, and the gang fire is a rare case that is rarely encountered. But for Kei-wen, who has touched this place, such a high security area is exactly where he is most suitable. Following the trace of Little Taka, Kei-wen soon saw the rotten building that was shown before the Little Taka. In a building without any lights, the rotten building still had lights flashing. Kei-wen rushed in without wearing such a brazen G3 armor. As a soul with mature thinking, Kei-wen believes in being careful not to make a big mistake. Insert the spider memory into his mobile phone and turn it into a mechanical spider. Kei-wen then ordered himself to these 2 electronic pets, Little Taka, Spider, you 2 will search the neighborhood for me and put all possible I was covered by the monitoring of this rotten building. 2 pets nodded at Kei-wen to show that they understood, then the spider jumped on the Little Taka, and the little mechanical bird took it to patrol. But Kei-wen was hiding in a dark place, letting go of his own knowledge, and secretly guarding the surroundings for himself. After 15 minutes, the 2 little guys flew back slowly, screamed at Kei-wen twice, and then changed back to the original. Putting these 2 little guys back to their original position, Kei-wen began to meditate transfiguration on the G3 armor in his mind. The blue G3 armor appeared on Kei-wen's body surface, directly covering Kei-wen, and a blue armored soldier replaced Kei-wen standing there. "Well, I don't know if you 2 little guys have blocked all monitoring, but they can only do so." Armored hands covered together, Kei-wen rushed directly towards the rotten tail tower in front of him. The thick armor on his body did not slow down Kei-wen's starting speed, and hit the wall in front of him with a sprint of 100 meters. In a short time, the broken stones flew around, and the underworld members who were gathering inside were completely blessed by a dust baptism. What the hell? Suddenly, the gangsters who were gathering at the party were all disgraced, and they all screamed. At the same time, Kwen's figure in G3 armor also appeared under the light. "Good evening, everybody, you guys prepare." Boom! Before Kwen had time to say something to support the scene, he interrupted his speech with a gunshot, and Kwen froze for a moment, looking at the location where there was only a black mark on the armor, and looking at the gangsters again. The result saw a row of black holes fired at himself. The sounds of pistols and machine guns echoed in this rotten tail tower, while Kwen was standing on the spot, unable to move by the powerful recoil. "Oh, I go, as expected, the movie is deceptive, don't move your mouth if you can." Kwen guarded his head with his hands, and madly vomited his brainless move just now. According to the normal development route, he should rush up as soon as he breaks through the wall, hitting this group of guys by surprise. Instead of the Superman from the school, the gangsters will throw guns to surrender. In fact, when Superman debuted for the first time, he was basically treated like Kwen, and he could be mixed in the underworld. Few were soft persimmons. When he touched Superman, he gave him a shuttle, but the body of steel could not be broken. Later, Superman became famous. The guys who used guns to steal chickens and dogs saw the sign of Superman's S. The idea was that they were lying in the trough, Superman, but they couldn't beat, and they voted. But Kwen is a kind of onion, even if the large-scale emergence of superhumans is now due to the establishment of the Justice League, but this is not like Superman in armor. So the gangsters decisively opened fire when they saw the appearance of Kwen. Everyone was mixing on the road, wearing blue armor to scare anyone. And Kwen can only bomb the ammunition of this group of guys, but it didn't last long. These shots were all reckless, and the guy who hit the Faith didn't have the consciousness to fire alternately. He shot the bullets in a few shots. After discovering that he did not cause any damage to Kwen, he began to fill the bullets in a hurry. "Come to me!" Kwen's roar turned into a thick voice through the face shield, and Kwen, who had eaten a battle, rushed towards the underworld in front of him. There is no handsome fighting, capture. The heavy feeling brought by the G3 armor is Kwen's biggest reliance, just a simple collision, and the underworld who only had time to fill a few bullets only hit a few sparks on Kwen's armor. Then, Kwen was arrogantly hit directly into the air, and when he fell down, he fainted with the sound of a broken bone. Kwen, who rushed into the crowd, didn't need to do anything at all. One punch and a little bastard. But a group of with guns couldn't withstand one punch of Kwen at all. Basically, every time he punched a punch, there was a bad luck. Screamed and fainted. It was only a few tenths of seconds, and Kwen ended the battle, leaving the scattered shells and the comrades lying on the ground and fainting. "System, check the progress of the mission," Kwen said a little breathlessly after seeing that there were no more people in this rotten building. "Knock down 10 drug dealers, 7 of them have a history of robbery. The second mission is completed, destroying a drug transaction conducted by drug dealers. There are 9 crimes that need to be stopped. P.S. Please don't compare the next time the host can do it. It looks stupid." The system with the poison tongue attribute directly evaluates Kwen's action. In view of the fact that the task has not been completed, the system vomits Kwen's previous intellectual disability behavior. Kwen said that he didn't want to care about this system anymore. He didn't find it reasoningly because he was inexplicably traversed. But listening to the systematic evaluation, Kwen still wanted to ask. How could it be prevented together? These are gangsters. Okay, I knocked them down. Naturally they lost the ability to commit crimes again, shouldn't they all be done? www.novel.com Sophistry, can you punish someone who hasn't made a mistake? Host, don't think about sneaking and tricking, this system has a better brain than you, understand what you are thinking, you are still honest, go ahead and complete the rest of the tasks. Friendly reminder, your G3 armor is almost dead. Okay? K-Wen, who was exposed by the system, hadn't had time to vomit back. At the prompt of the system, he saw the G3 armored belt. That K-Wen thought it was a decorative battery. The power on it was blinking. Wait until the red light went out, and the G3 armor on K-Wen's body disappeared, and he returned to the space of the system. This thing still has batteries, isn't it decoration? K-Wen continued to spit. The knight armor produced by this system is all genuine, and naturally has the shortcomings of the genuine. The system continued a serious response. Then why do you even need a one-button change? Why not just give me a belt? K-Wen continued to growl. If you fight with Superman, do you have time to wear a belt? K-Wen shut up. He found that his system was completely a Tuko Emperor. Every time he chatted, he always found the deadly position, and forcibly terminated the chat in one sentence. Then tell me how long it takes to charge and how long it will be used. Charge for 2 hours and fight for 5 minutes. You is not as reliable as Ultraman? People can add another red light to play at least one more episode. But Ultraman is going to charge for a day. The system once again ended the battle with ruthless vomiting, and K-Wen lost again, unable to find any reason to dismiss him, kicked a dumb guy next to him, and dumped all the dozens of on the table into the toilet, and then ran home in despair. Chapter 7, Task Summary. A bit of poison tongue came out of the system, and there was no G3 armor that could be used for forks. K-Wen naturally did not plan to go outside. After all, his current armed color can only carry a knife, but the freedom of guns cannot be avoided here. Country. In case you happen to be robbed by a gun, do you surrender or give money? K-Wen, who understood this, ran home all the way, of course, inevitably vomited by his poisonous tongue system. He was a counselor. In this regard, K-Wen was undecided, as a civilian with zero fighting ability. Is already a tragic thing, even if there is a system, the character of this flat-headed person can't be turned away at once. It is impossible to go out and install a fork because of a golden finger. Without that diamond, no porcelain work. I'm back. I ran all the way from the northern city back to the eastern part of the city where I lived. Even if K-Wen was transforming people's physique, it was exhausting. It's okay, at least it looks like he has just returned from playing, and it won't surprise Scarlett and Jonathan at home. Went upstairs to wash for a while, watching the system reminding him of 22 hours left. K-Wen then fell asleep. There is no way, I have to go to bed even if I am in a hurry. There is still time anyway. Little Taka, this time your task is more serious, and I have trouble patrolling the city of Nazano, all day long. Once I have any trouble stealing things, I will take the place, and I will clean them up at night. Taka, who received K-Wen's instructions, nodded and flew out, and K-Wen went downstairs to start daily school after wearing it. He has already thought about it. The task time is until 8:30 in the evening, and his school time is at 4:30, that is, he has 4 hours of active time. One by one to find this kind of luck, K-Wen did not expect. It is better to experiment with your own ideas. Generally speaking, cases like theft and robbery have a process. After stealing something, you still have to have channels to sell the stolen goods. Crime, of course, except cash. Therefore, K-Wen simply did not try his luck, let Taka patrol the city directly, and locate which guys have completed the link of stealing/robbing things, but the guys who have not carried out the sale of stolen goods, they have to find them one by one. Knocking out one by one the police can be regarded as a crime prevention. Of course, he will not let Taka locate only 9. This kind of thing is naturally the more the better. The ghost knows that when they come to the door, they have completed the sale. Stopped the second crime, there are 8 left. Sitting on the bus to the school, K-Wen, who is used to driving and seeing the news, just felt a salty and wet guy who was ready to do dirty things while he was crowded at work. Having a body advantage, he decisively tapped his head, perfectly preventing a harassment. Unexpectedly, this also completed a task. Wow, Kevin K., good job. K-Wen, getting off the bus, was just about to enter the school, and Carla patted his shoulder behind him, scaring him to jump forward. This was a little horrified, looking back at Kara who was smiling at him. Damn, it's okay to shoot Loud's shoulder, mad. Obviously I have already seen it, why Carla knows what he has done on the bus. Kara did not expect to see this scene when she and her sister went to school. As a Kryptonian, even if she had not been trained like the Super League, but she had lived on the Earth for 12 years, she naturally controlled the Kryptonian on the Earth. Even if she didn't sit in the same car as K-Wen, her supervision and perspective were enough for her to see clearly what was happening on this highway, but why did people look at themselves so horrified? Are you scary? Or did his heart rate increase before actually not like himself, but was afraid of himself? Carla's brain hole was wide open, and the sweet smile of the original sunshine slowly lost. Oh, my God, Carla, can you run out of my back and shoot me at the shoulders so suddenly? I'm very timid. Looking at Carla's gradually slackened smile, K-Wen knew that he was acting a little too far. Hurry up, explained. Yeah, but weren't you fierce when you played the game? By the way, I called you Kevin. Why didn't you respond? I remember you stressed your Chinese name in the class. Kara wrinkled eyebrow said. Hearing Kara said, an inexplicable memory appeared in his mind, and K-Wen knew that he behaved a little strange today. Oh, it doesn't matter, anyway, Kevin and K-Wen have the same pronunciation, no matter how they are called. In addition, the fierceness of playing does not mean that I am emboldened. Your perception can be improved. Well, let's call you K-Wen more politely, I'm sorry. Listening to K-Wen's poor excuse, Carla, who has not been beaten by the society, just accepted it and apologized to K-Wen. Then it's okay, right, I'll go first and see you later. K-Wen didn't have any idea of chatting with the girl's inner strong Krypton girl. He simply said a word and hurried away. Entering the school gate, Carla, who hadn't had time to reply, was stunned there again. He is lying, Carla, he is very afraid of you, Carla. Have you recently exposed some of your abilities so that he can see it? As Emil, who has secretly joined the superpower investigation team, through the conversation between Carvin and Carla it is concluded that K-Wen is lying, and she knows her sister's roots and she is easy to attribute the cause of the matter to Kara. How could you always go to and from school with me? You know what I did, Emil, but how do you see that he is lying? Kara couldn't help wondering. It's nothing, intuition. Haha. The simple chat ended quickly, and K-Wen continued to keep alert all day and night to alert him, it was just intensive training. After all, such things as armed colors, K-Wen knew the training method and there was no venue for training. It is better to practice himself the insights. It is also a powerful thing to see and hear, at least it has a very strong advantage in early warning and detection of opponent actions, and it makes no sense that K-Wen will give up. Watching the time reminded by the system in his mind is running away 1 minute and 1 second, K-Wen is also sitting on the needle felt, and when the bell of school in the afternoon rang, K-Wen rushed out of the door and left the school as soon as possible. And after seeing K-Wen, the little Taka who had been waiting at home began to lead K-Wen to fly to the guys who made 2 robbers and 1 robber in the city. Is still in the north of the city. The first guy that Taka took with K-Wen was a black buddy. K-Wen walked slowly behind him, letting go of his sights and feeling that some female underwear was stuffed in this bulging backpack behind this guy, and his face suddenly became weird. Why are the crimes that you want to stop even if you are a salty wet guy? Do you still have the attributes of guys? Some thoughts were wide open, and the movements in his hands were unambiguous. He quickly rushed forward. When the black buddy had not responded, he directly pressed his head to come into close contact with the wall. Suddenly, the black guy who was not inferior to K-Wen fainted. The female underwear in the black buddy's backpack was turned over and sprinkled on him. K-Wen left without even calling the police, because he understood that it was difficult for the police to define such a thing. As for whether you will make a mistake, there is naturally a system prompt. Anyway, a man's underwear with a backpack is definitely not a good bird. You read www.yuyugonshu.com and hit it. To prevent the third unfinished crime, there are 7 remaining. There are doors. Listening to the sound of the system in his mind, K-Wen knew his guess was right, and quickly said to Taka, who was still hovering over his head, "Little Taka, hurry and take me to the next guy." In the following time, K-Wen used the face recognition system provided by Little Taka to successfully stop the remaining 7 crimes before 8:30 in the evening. A total of 28 people were positioned by Little Taka. After all the texts are knocked on the black stick, the remaining 7 crimes are completed. The probability is also small. You have to ensure that the other party does not see yourself. Some tired back home, after dinner, K-Wen lying in bed began to listen to the evaluation of the poison tongue system. Street night mission completed, get points, 10,000, get rewards, lucky roulette draw once, mission evaluation. As a Kamen rider who just started on the road, the mission was completed in the last hour. I have to say that you are really the host. There are lazy enough, and IQ is not recharged in place. Your Kamen rider road still has a long distance to go. Evaluation level, E. The second mission is released. The name of the mission, Street Ranger, unlimited time. As a knight dedicated to protecting humans in the dark, petty theft is no longer something you have to deal with. It is the ranger's responsibility to protect the peace on the street. Task requirements: stop 3 vicious crimes, such as burglary, murder, sexual assault, etc. Task rewards: 50,000 points, an armed color training room, fighting skills and gun skills. Listening to the task that the system continues to publish to himself, K-Wen couldn't help but whisper, "I really don't let myself rest for a moment." Silently voicing, K-Wen closed his eyes and ended his tiring day. Chapter 8. This is an arrogant system. I don't know if it's because of my daily practice that K-Wen wakes up before the day is bright. Looked at the phone, 4 o'clock in the morning. But at this time, K-Wen was not sleepy and full of energy. "Yo, host, you wake up so early, it is really rare." As K-Wen woke up, the poison tongue system also sounded for the first time. "Hey, you're not going to fix me again?" K-Wen said haggardly. "I don't have that time. It's your own reason." The insight in the 3-color domineering itself is a skill to improve your perception range and predict your opponent's attack. But similarly, there are certain improvements in the spiritual aspect of the cultivator. Your host has been reading and hearing almost all weather for half a month, and naturally the mental intensity has also been enhanced. This benefit is fed back here. The host does not need to take a long sleep to replenish the spirit. K-Wen's hung. He did not expect that seeing has this effect. Does this mean that he can't sleep late? Please come to the host. Can you be a little more self-motivated? Under normal reaction, shouldn't you feel that you have more time and opportunities to become stronger? As the night system staying in K-Wen's mind, he can naturally understand K-Wen's psychology. Fluctuations, the thoughts that emerged in K-Wen's mind couldn't stop Toko's heart. But the problem is that I have a system. Why do I have to work harder? If the hard work is useful, then what do the gold fingers do? System. The first time the system was speechless by K-Wen he held it for a while without vomiting, and then K-Wen received a prompt. In view of the reality of the host, reward a D-class dead tycoon for a piece, a virtual mask, pseudo, and a primary slasher. Lying trough. You are still arrogant. Startled by the sudden reward of the system, K-Wen just blurted out a word. Confiscate a primary slasher. Was vomited by K-Wen's instinct, and the system of angrily took back one of K-Wen's rewards directly and shut up K-Wen's mouth. After a while, after not hearing the punishment from the system again, K-Wen chose to receive the remaining rewards. With a white light on his body, K-Wen found that his pajamas had been replaced with a pure black robe, the upper body part was closely attached to his skin, and the hip part was extended out of the robe, and the lower body was the red belt was paired with a pair of trousers, and in front of the mirror, I saw a mask with a ghost pattern covering his face, tightly attached, without any gaps, just like it grew on his face. Given that the host's G3 armor is only available for 5 minutes, this costume can be worn when the host releases the G3 armor, can be summoned randomly, and has some bulletproof, knife-proof, waterproof fire and friction functions. Fake mask, pseudo, as literally means, in addition to hiding the host's identity and voice, the mask can have a deterrent effect on timid criminals. K-Wen doesn't care about the hints behind the system anymore. This set of clothing meets the requirements of the current K-Wen perfectly both in terms of sale and practicality. He had originally thought that his G3 armor would only use 5 minutes. In case he hit a super powerful criminal with a bad color, he would not be defeated by the other party, but instead the other party escaped. And it has been seen by others, then you have to wait for death. Well now, at least he doesn't have to worry about his identity. He really thought about whether to order a Spider-Man costume to hide his identity. Anyway, here is DC, and Mr. Star can't beat himself. Feeling the comfort of wearing this set of Deadpool outfits on himself, K-Wen suddenly thought of what the system said before and could not help asking, "System, you are not saying that in the world of the 3 migrant workers, the props of Death and Naruto are for me, are they all tasteless? I remember that the Death Lord outfit is a manifestation of the death pressure. There are also artificially made Deadpool costumes. This one on your body is artificially made. Do you think you can redeem the Deadpool costumes that can be modernized with your own spirit pressure tool?" The system that turned on the poison tongue attribute again continued to make K-Wen speechless, making K-Wen feel that he just thought that this system was a deadly arrogance. However, since Lucky got a set to go out as a hero, K-Wen simply used the lucky draw reward for his first mission. "System, please use my lottery rewards, I can see if I can give out other good things." Roger that. The 3 lucky turntables representing the lottery pattern turned in K-Wen's mind. The rapid rotation stopped quickly, and then K-Wen heard the system's prompt. "Achieve sword specialization skills." For a time, a bunch of complicated information hit Cowan's brain. Once he had an experience, he didn't faint this time, but he froze for 2 seconds before growling in a low voice, "You just confiscated me's cleaver. You can buy a mountain knife by yourself." The system again made K-Wen speechless. After receiving the reward, K-Wen stood in front of the full-length mirror and changed the system to reward his Deadpool outfit with a 1-button change. After the items from the anime turned into real objects and appeared in his hands, he was still very excited. So tossing back and forth, just tossing to Tianguang, K-Wen then packed up to go to school. Perhaps it was because that K-Wen showed something special in front of Kara yesterday, and Kara, who was still kind of looking for K-Wen to chat, was also indifferent under the explanation of his sister Emile. K-Wen's natural music is free, Carla didn't find himself, and the safety factor of his life was improved by several points. As for the task released by the system, wait for him to buy a mountain knife and go out again. With 5 minutes of G3 armor, K-Wen felt that he could be a gangster. Hexen Fire Bar, north of Nazano. This is a bar open 24 hours a day, but in this crime-ridden north district of the city, this Hellfire Bar has not suffered any damage. Because this bar belongs to the gang power of the north of the city, the industry of the Hellfire Gang. As a gangster entrenched in Chinbei District, a quarter of the crimes in Chinbei District are related to the Hellfire Gang, and naturally no one will make trouble without eyes. On the contrary, many of them like to go to the Hellfire Bar to sell stolen goods after paying a vote. Cash is replaced with goods, and stolen goods are replaced with cash. At the same time, Hellfire Bar also provides gamblers, drug addicts, and workers with enough boxes to provide them with enough entertainment space. And today, the leader of the Hellfire Gang, John Middleal, looked at the group of wounded lying on a stretcher in front of him with a look of fury. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Who can tell me that 10 guys with guns in their hands have been beaten by a guy who you don't know whether they are humans or robots? The has also lost 600,000 purity. More importantly, yes, there is no image of this guy in the surveillance video, it's all your dictation. If it's not that you have followed me for so long, and it still hurts like this, you have now been pulled by me to cast cement. Middle roared wildly in his office. The loss of 600,000 is nothing. The Hellfire helps to sell stolen goods to people for 10 times this year. But a group of people were beaten into this virtue, but they didn't even know who the opponent was. They couldn't say clearly. One said it was a human, the other said it was a robot, and some said it was Superman. If he was really Superman, Middleal wouldn't scold it anymore, and he had to pack up and run quickly. It is a pity that until now, 10 people have been asked, all of them have different appearances. Boss, the focus now is not on this guy who suddenly appeared and made troubles, but on the business with Gotham's Cobot 3 days later. If the security work is not done well, the police will investigate and we will be fine. Cobot's business, that's the big deal. Listening to the reminder of his men, Middleal knew the priority of the matter. Lang snorted, and stopped venting to his men. Let me let the wind out, and find out when a volunteer policeman came from the city of Nazino. I wrote down the appearance of the 10 of them, and I didn't believe it. He really could only disappear on Earth. Kwen had no idea that the first crime he randomly attacked became the first step in his fame in Nazino, and at the same time, the time for Kara to become a Supergirl was advanced by 5 years. Chapter 9, When the Street Ranger is on the road. Okay, today's class is here. Next, everyone has a week's vacation time. I hope to complete their extracurricular homework. In addition, the teacher said one more thing. The next semester is the National Unified SAT test. Although I know that your parents have arranged the way for you, it is more important to work hard. After Mrs. Brainer explained her last homework 1 week before the holiday, Kwen packed up things and prepared to go back. As a temporary traversed person, in addition to inheriting the memory, life, and interpersonal relationship of this body, there is nothing that can be pulled up. The previous achievements of this body in the Middle City High School are basically AORB. As a result, when this plausible guy has only B in his hand, if he has some foundation in English, he will rely on himself. It is not impossible to take D or F when seeing cheating. This is also no way. Kwen received 9 years of compulsory education and 3 years of exam-oriented education, which is fundamentally different from the education system here. The same English text, he looks like 2 others' viewpoints, and knowledge can only help you expand your horizons, but you cannot help him with reading comprehension. Packing up things, Kwen was helpless to get home. As a traverser, what is more painful than learning through a different world? Learn a fart. At 11 p.m., after confirming that his cheap parents had entered sleep, Kwen gently opened his window and jumped directly from his room on the 2nd floor. The grass at the foot perfectly impacted Kwen's fall. All were removed without any sound. The night is dark and the wind is high, killing and setting fire. Looking up at the moon suspended in the sky, Kwen made an old saying for no reason. Later, he ran in the direction of Chinbei district. The transformation of his physique allowed Kwen to maintain the speed of a long 100-meter running sprint. Not only that, Kwen always felt that his body was forced to undergo a tyrant color transformation by the system. It had more potential before, but it was only because I didn't know how to develop it. This is not shown for a while. At this time, after almost 10 minutes of running on the almost unmanned street, Kwen came to the north part of the city with some breathlessness. Even for the Showa Knights transforming people, Keeping the speed of the 100-meter sprint for 10 minutes is a torment for them. Hey. I'm so tired, I really don't understand why those mortal superheroes can keep themselves so decent every time they brush out. Wiping the sweat on his forehead, When directly there is an official complaint. 10 minutes of 100-meter sprint will become this virtue, whether your last life is a fat mansion. The poison tongue system continues to vomit Wen's embarrassment at this time. You guys who don't even have a body, don't talk coldly at this time. Okay, spider, take me up. Too lazy to quarrel with the system in his mind, Wen said the spider inserted in the memory. The mobile phone that became a mechanical spider was fastened on Wen's wrist, and then Wen sprayed the spider towards the roof of a building after fixing it. Spider directly pulled Wen up to the building. At the top of the building, feeling the night breeze that can blow people to diarrhea on the high building, Wen directly released Taka to patrol. Don't ask why you don't find one by one word, one lazy. There is no need to put such good investigative props. The scholars patrol everywhere. He does not have the ability to deal with emergencies. It is better to wait for the rabbits to be more secure. Standing on the top of the building, Wen was very sloppy and dressed up with the system-issued D-Class Dead Tyrant costume and pseudo-virtual mask. In response to the high winds of the high building, the black skirt fluttered in the wind wantonly, and Wen felt very pulling the wind until the poison tongue system poses a fatal problem that ruins the atmosphere. Although I know that the host wants to do so, I still want to ask, after a while, how do you go down? Embarrassed Wen again, looked down at the ground where he felt a little dizzy, and silent for a long while, Wen silently unscrewed the roof of the roof and walked back to the ground from the fire exit. As soon as he returned to the ground, Taka, who was patrolling around, circled over Wen's head, and he seemed to find something. Even with no time for his own system, Wen ran directly behind Taka and ran towards the 6th block of Chinbei district. In the 6th block, the leader of the Hellfire Gang, John Middle, is coming out personally to discuss a population sale with Kobot from Gotham. I haven't seen you for a long time, Kova. Say hello to Mr. Kobot for me. The sturdy Middle gave this guest from Gotham a courtesy hug and greeted him. I will, Middle. I heard that you lost a batch of goods a few days ago. Kawa asked, a little chunky. A newcomer who didn't know where he came from, wounded 10 of my men, and directly dumped my batch of goods. As soon as he heard that Kova mentioned the thing that made him lose face, Midler said. He looked a little rushed, and then replied, I heard that Mr. Kopot was entangled in Batman. How is he doing? He, Middle, you have to understand Gotham. In Gotham, money can solve all problems. As long as Mr. Kobot is not caught on the scene with those who are trafficked, we have professional lawyers. All explanations for Mr. Kobot's behavior. Kova tells Middle how they are in Gotham with a show of conspicuousness. As the city with the highest crime rate in the United States, Gotham's politics and police have basically been corroded from top to bottom, but this city has it as an extremely important trading port. Many international transactions, white and black, go from here, so that the country turns a blind eye to the violent punishment of criminals by Batman in Gotham. Since they are difficult to start, it is rare to have someone who is willing to start, and naturally they will not target him, and when there is any problem, they can splash dirty water on others. Listening to Kova's flaunting of his city, Midler's eyes also showed envy, but only envy. For Gotham, the criminal city of criminals, Midler didn't even want to go. There is a saying in the underworld in the United States, if you love him, send him to Gotham, if you hate him, send him to Gotham. In Gotham, as long as you are ruthless and crazy enough, as long as your luck is not too bad, the brain is alive, and it can definitely be mixed up. But if you are not ruthless enough, not crazy enough, no brain, no vision, in the morning when you step into Gotham, maybe the police will find your body in the sewer in the afternoon. Midlell knew his bottom line, not ruthless enough, not crazy enough. He just took a few blocks in the city of Nazano, and had his own set of rules, but if he went to Gotham, he must see which boss doing things with his complexion. Such a life is not what he wants. Okay, Kawa, gossip less, you come to see the goods with my people. After confirming that they are correct, you pay the money and I deliver. Put off the thoughts in his mind, Midler still focused on the transaction in front of him. When he got the money, he hurried away. The delivery of the goods was all done by Kova. He didn't want to have a relationship with Gotham's Night. All right, Hyde, you have a trip in the past. Kova nodded and let one of the people around him step forward. And Middle also sent a person here, who led the way and took Kova's hand down to inspect the goods. Middle and Kova were waiting for their news www.novel.com. After about 5 minutes, both of them came back from the warehouse. The man named Hyde nodded to Kova to signal the goods. Without any problem, Kova signaled that the men behind him would take the briefcase they had been carrying. I am very happy to work with you. The money is yours. I am also very happy to work with you, this key is yours. Middle handed over a key, and the money was cleared. The next thing was simple. The people brought by Kova drove away the truck full of goods. After Kova and others got out of their sight, Middle and others were ready to take the money and drive away. Boss! This time the box is so thick, how much do you say? The younger driver yelled excitedly. Let's say it's also 5 million, don't worry about it, drive well, and return to the bar when you are happy. Yes. The younger brother Middle promised excitedly shouted, and knew that his task as a driver was also stable. Middle, who was sitting in the back seat, was holding the briefcase and leaning on the seat with his eyes closed. Boom! The car that was driving forward was intercepted by an object that suddenly rushed from the side of the road. The powerful kinetic energy simply forced the car to maintain a speed of 70 miles per hour, and Middle, who was sitting behind and closed his eyes and rested, had a seat belt. Protected, did not fly out of the car in the first time, but such a sudden break also made him knock his head. Damn! What's the matter? Joey, how do you drive the car? Midlel shouted. But the little brother who was roared by Middle sat in the driving seat. The powerful shock made him deaf and pulled his head, fainted. The one who appeared in front of Middle was wearing blue armor and orange facial armor looking at him like this. Chapter 10, Unlock subsequent tasks. On the street of the 6th block in the northern part of the city of Nazano, Middle's car was directly stopped by K-Wen, who rushed out of the intersection. Wearing a G3 armor, K-Wen completely improved several grades in strength and agility. He rushed out and directly hit the front cover of the car, almost tossing back the high-speed car. Such a large amount of movement naturally made the car following Middle's car notice and quickly rushed up. K-Wen, who stopped Middle's car, naturally noticed the rushing vehicle behind him. He knew that K-Wen, who had only 5 minutes of fighting time, was no longer talkative. After stopping the vehicle, his hands were buckled on both sides of the window and pulled hard. The car cover was torn open, and then he reached out and grabbed Middle, who was holding the briefcase tightly. Shit! Let me die! Middle, who was frightened by this sudden scene, only reacted. In the end, it was a gangster, and he took a gun from the back and shot at K-Wen's face. The bullets sparked on Coven's mask, and the unbreakable bullets turned into bouncing bullets and hit the crooked younger brother. Cowan grabbed Middle's briefcase tightly and vigorously. As soon as he pulled, he took Middle out of the car. Fuck! I also met a lord who asked for money. Watching Midlel still holding the briefcase tightly, K-Wen could not help but scolded. But at this time, the vehicles behind had already caught up, and before they had stepped forward, the men above had already opened the insurance and aimed the muzzle all at K-Wen. Upon seeing this, K-Wen did not dare to continue to get entangled with Midler. The use time of the G3 armor was only 5 minutes. From the dress to the present, almost 3 minutes have elapsed. It will also be used to leave the scene. It's hard to say if you can't escape by then. Seeing Midlel still holding the briefcase tightly, Kwen directly hit the briefcase with a punch. A ton of punching power combined with Kwen's transformed body, directly penetrated the briefcase, grabbed a hand in the briefcase, and then pulled out the GM01, a dedicated pistol pinned to the leg, directly towards the briefcase fired and exploded, and the briefcase containing Midler's black deal burst into flames in his hand, and then Kwen shot a pass towards the vehicle that surrounded him, and none of them hit. Damn, the human body strokes! Scolded, Kwen also took advantage of this gap to enter the side alley, leaving only sitting on the ground, covered in the middle of the busy fire. S younger brother also rushed up after the Kwenchen, helping Middle to extinguish the flame on the briefcase. The flame dissipated. The briefcase, which was originally filled with a box of banknotes, had been burned down under the flame for more than half. Give me the wind, I Middles offer a reward of 500,000 to the life of this guy. Live 1 million. Middle has never eaten such a big loss in his life. Before ruining his business of 600,000 yuan, he hadn't gone to Kwen to settle the accounts. Now Kwen directly burned most of his transaction money. This kind of loss is completely ignored by Kova, who deals with himself. It is originally a matter of money and goods. You have nothing to do with keeping your money, what matters to him? Midler, who was still thinking about going back to the account, was still thinking about it. Just now, he was just as dead dog as he was dragged from the car, and he was already losing face. The little brother who came up also knew that the boss was in a rage at this time, and no one dared to persuade, and nodded and said yes, and then took out his mobile phone and began to order for the block responsible for himself. On the street from Chinbei district to the east of the city, Kwen, who had released the G3 dress, was running all the way, and the system sounded in his mind. Stop 3 vicious crimes, complete 1/3, destroy a sinister underworld trade, spawn task, rise to fame, destroy the host of the Hellfire Gang trade, has been hated by the Hellfire Gang, now Hellfire Gang the boss of has issued a gangster hunt order to reward the host. Mission requirements, smash the Hellfire Gang, bring the leader of the Hellfire John Middle and a hand to justice. Mission rewards, 500,000 points, TRCS 2000, an exclusive locomotive for 5 people, 5 random draws, and 3 night training cards. Running violently, Kwen was staggered by the system's prompt sound. He seemed to have stabbed the horse honeycomb this time, didn't he just burn some stolen money? As for being so ruthless, he also gave himself a gangster chase order. No wonder the rewards given by the system are so generous, but Kwen was not blinded by the rich rewards. With a hand drawn from the briefcase, Kwen ran to the door of a child welfare home. Jumped across the door easily, folded the money held in his hands one by one, and found a brick to hold it, and then left quietly. There are enough things tonight, there is no need to continue, quietly climbed through the wall to climb to the 2nd floor, back to the bed, Kwen this is the end of his tense and exciting night. At 1 a.m. this morning, a traffic accident occurred on the 6th Street of Chinbei District. A black Mercedes was damaged. However, no injured person was found at the scene, and no images were monitored. Kwen, who was sitting in the living room eating breakfast, heard the news passing by the radio, scorned his lips. It was strange to be found by you. The surveillance video was blacked by the spider of Lao Tzu, otherwise he would not dare to block the road directly robbery. After eating breakfast, Kwen, who had nothing to do with it, slipped out again under the pretext of playing basketball. www.novel.com. There are 2 tasks left in the system that have not been completed, and there is a derivative task behind. Kwen feels it is better to hurry to complete the previous one. 50,000 points, plus 10,000 points in front of me, Kwen can also try to replace other gadgets. After all, these props from the Kamen Rider universe are auxiliary functions, or it's really easy to use. At least every time I go out to fight crime, I don't run around like a headless fly. I know that one day I will encounter a superhuman being and press myself. Well, you still need to customize a wooden knife, otherwise the skill of swordsmanship will not be lost. Thinking about it, Kwen felt that it was necessary to get a strong and durable wooden knife. If he bought a real knife, he wouldn't have the guts to cut people. It's better to engage in a wooden knife with armed color blessings. Interrupted. As for the GS-03 destruction sword worn by the G3 armor, Kwen did not intend to use it at all. The last time I tried it myself, a 5 cm thick stone slab fell directly into several pieces with a sword. If this thing greeted people, it would be much bloodier. After roughly determining what he would do next, Kwen ran to a workshop, spent a processing fee of $500, requested a piece of white hardwood, and spent an entire morning turning it into a tang knife. The style is painted, polished, and then coated with a layer of wax. Kwen also maliciously engraved the 3 words Toyako on the handle. Congratulations to the host, please give me a look at Lake Toya, is it converted? The sudden sound of the system made Kwen stunned, and then carefully asked, conversion? How many points? 5 points. No change, get out. Deduct the host 500 points. Kwen at number yuan. Social system, there are not many people talking harshly. Chapter 11, it turns out that the battery can be changed. Congratulations to the host, rescued the robbed woman, the task completion progress is 2/3. Congratulations to the host, a homicide case has been cracked, the mission is completed, and now the rewards will be issued. Kwen sat in the office of the police station, froze for a moment, but did not expect that he was so lucky. This thing has to be traced back to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, from the small workshop with his custom pseudo. Lake Toya, Kwen took a wooden knife to walk around after lunch, preparing to find an open space to practice before the system to inject himself specializes in swordsmanship skills, otherwise you have this skill without props. When I was walking around blindly, I ran into a road robbery. I was worried that Kwen, who couldn't find the target of the task, went straight up and knocked on the sap. The gangster who had been stunned by Kwen fell to the ground without humming. Then Kwen consciously called the police, but did not expect that this buddy had a convict, and was still a wanted criminal. Such a sap helped the police uncle to catch this guy by accident. Kwen never thought of his luck. Other superheroes have to patrol the city. It's enough to be able to run into this kind of thing by walking around. Hey, boy, sign here if you have no problem. The police responsible for recording confession is also very good. After all, high school students like Kwen who are enthusiastic and seem to be able to fight are rare. Oh, can I go now? After signing the name, Kwen asked, as if he was a good man, and did nothing bad. After recording the confession, he should be able to withdraw it. The ghost knew that the policeman was still there. The way I drink tea myself. Don't worry about the child, will you prepare for the SAT next year? Is there a school to take the test? The policeman looks like a family, giving Kwen the same feeling as those uncles and aunts he met in his last life. Every year during the holidays, I will ask what has happened recently. This strange sense of disobedience made Kwen feel as if he had returned to a familiar country. It was just this feeling. Kwen took a sip of coffee calmly, and if you continue to talk, I will count on you lose. The police did not expect Kwen to be so calm, and did not take his own words at all, so that he could not take it down, and then looked at the family address and name that Kwen had filled in, which he also understood. Well, don't even think about this, the only child of the social celebrities in Nazano, people can't do the work of doing this. Well, sorry, you can go. The policeman smiled bitterly and let Kwen leave. Wow, be careful, officer. Kwen, who was about to get up and leave, sensed that he would touch his elbow behind his back and escaped without looking back. He reminded him before leaving. The police officer who was reminded by Kwen didn't say much. He put a document in his hand and put it in the position of K-Wen just now. Then he handed over a cup of coffee to his colleagues. What's wrong, Brown? Did the child just do something bad? No, it just happened to help us catch a wanted criminal. That guy who was just tortured in the interrogation room. Mad Dog Blanc? That guy killed a family of 3, would such a guy be caught by a little guy? Who knows, you never know how good a Chinese who looks harmless to humans and animals will be, they are all Bruce Lee and Jack Cheng. Ha ha ha, it is better for you to watch less of this movie. By the way, my insider told me that recently we have a newcomer in the city of Nazano, and directly destroyed a deal from the Hellfire Gang last night. Newbie? Is it a guy like Gotham's Batman or Metropolis Superman? It should not be, according to the Hellfire Gang, a guy wearing blue armor. Pay more attention. How can it be that simple? Since the global invasion that happened 2 years ago, this year, there are guys in fancy clothes everywhere, which is better for us in the city of Nazano, but now it seems that it is about to catch up trending. Okay, don't sigh, just do our duty as a police officer. The young police officer teased Brown and was ready to deal with the job at hand. Oh, Dick, the captain asked me to tell you that a partner was arranged for you. Brown stopped Dick, who was about to leave, and said, Partner? I don't need a partner, thank you Captain for your kindness. Please, I know you are very capable, but you have just transferred, don't make me difficult. In addition, your partner is a very good female police officer, I think you should like it, after all, from the depressed city of Gotham come out, you need some adjustments. Repression? Maybe you are right, okay, I know. I will go to the captain to explain the situation later. Dick thought about what Brown had said, and knew that he had just arrived at the first time, or not to install any racks, and left with a cry. Brown also picked up the document that Dick had handed to himself and began to read it. While leaving K-Wen, he sat on the subway, closed his eyes and communicated with the system in his mind. After the street ranger's task was completed, K-Wen had already scored 60,000 points, plus a random draw. Opportunity: there are 2 skills in a spiritual training room. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com makes K-Wen a little excited. Armed Color Mental Training Room, daily use time, 8 hours, in view of the host has not yet opened the space to practice function. Armed Color Mental Training Room can let the host consciousness enter, practice armed color skills, and also feedback to the host's flesh body. Note, it is just a skill that cannot improve the physical fitness of the host itself, but also requires the host to strengthen exercise. Looking at the introduction of the Armed Color Mental Training Room by the system, K-Wen has nothing to say. This is already very good. At least he can strengthen the defense strength and attack strength of the armed color against himself. As for improving his physical fitness, forget it. Let's talk about it after we come out to use the space function in the system. After all, his current physical strength is enough to deal with criminal gangs composed of ordinary people. As for super powerful criminals, he still has G3 armor. The system uses the lottery function. Okay, let's start the draw now. Congratulations to the host, and get a new G3 battery box. As a new generation of G3 battery box, the host finally got rid of the embarrassing situation of charging for 2 hours and fighting for 5 minutes. The use time of G3 is longer. The fighting time, 20 minutes, charging time, 1 hour, start equipment, estimated time, 15 minutes. Listening to the prompts issued by the system, K-Wen did not expect to draw a battery box himself, but it was not bad, and his life was much better. After the lottery was selected, I clicked on the other 2 gift packages presented by the system, Fighting Specialization and Gunship Specialization, and the familiar sense of expansion struck again. K-Wen can only close his eyes and slowly adapt to these skills that the system instills himself and fine-tune your body. As for the next task, he will need a period of time to adapt to his current physical condition before he can continue to perform. Anyway, there is no limit to how he can touch the fish. Chapter 12, My name is Yi. After K-Wen received the task reward and decided to temporarily touch the fish for a while, Middle, who was knocked by K-Wen, was unhappy. Logically speaking, aren't voluntary police officers like this specifically aimed at combating crime as their life goal? How come he is different, so big rewards are released, and as a result, even now there is no letter, it seems like special only for him. You mean, this guy who has ruined millions of us, you haven't found any specific news in a week? Inside the Hellfire Bar, Middle was in the office, looking at himself with a bad face. Asked sullenly. Boss, we knew that the last time Wesley was beaten was also done by him, and there were things that happened a few days ago, but the rest, I didn't even hear it on the road. Wouldn't it be the enemy that we caused? The younger brother Middle asked was also helpless. Both things were directed against their Hellfire gang, and there were no other encounters on the other roads like them, which allowed them to do something. I can only say that I was unlucky once I met it, but I can only say that they were targeted, but I don't know who targeted it. I don't care whether this guy is a volunteer police officer or the enemy who we are getting into. I just want to know who this guy is, what's his name, understand? Listening to his little brother's report, Midlel growled directly. Even things like this can't be done right now. The people on the road are watching their jokes. If they don't find the place, they will be difficult to mix up in the northern part of the city in the future. Gangsters are more ruthless. He is able to occupy such a large site in Chinbei district because he is more ruthless than others, because his opponents are good enough, ruthless to the enemy, and have rules, so many talents will come to their bars to sell stolen goods. But now, 2 consecutive times, the same guy has stirred up the transaction, and lost so much money. If they can't make a revenge, then in the north part of the city, the sign of the Hellfire gang is not so good. The younger brother was scolded by Midler and said nothing. This was considered a disadvantage for them, and it was normal for the boss to get angry. After venting to his little brother, Midlel calmed down. People double the price. Boss, is this a bit too much? The younger brothers were taken aback when they heard that Middle continued to increase the price tag. Such a generous gangster hunt order made them even reluctant to give others. Overdue? Not at all. This is a rule. We give money, you do things. When things are done, our money is in place. You can add one more, as long as you provide information about this guy. There is also all information about this guy. I don't believe the 10,000 bounty. Such a big person will disappear in the city of Nazino. It seems that no matter in which country, the principle of buying horse bones for everybody understands that it is not unreasonable for Middleal to lay so many sites in the city of Nazino. When it comes to doing it, it is respected even on the underworld. One thing, at least follow this boss, don't worry about being stabbed one day. Just as the younger brother was about to leave and continue to let his men change the information of the reward order, the brightly lit Hellfire Bar suddenly became dark. What's going on? Is there a power outage? Suddenly turned into a dark vision, the fire gathered in the bar today panicked the crowd. In the dark, the sound of the guns was loaded. Midler, who was still drinking in the office, was also disturbed by the power outage. The alarm sounded in his heart, and he directly came out of the office with a Uzi submachine gun, listening to the messy voices in the bar, and directly facing the ceiling. There was a shuttle. The sudden gunshots covered up the noisy vocals, and with the help of the fire when he opened fire, a group of people also found the backbone and looked at Middle's direction. What a panic! Come a few people, go to the electric room and see if you can see it clearly. Shit, a bunch of idiots, don't go quickly. Seeing that these younger brothers had not responded to their gunshots, Midler could not help but scolded, and these younger brothers consciously divided a few people to check the situation in the electric room. Others then turned off the gun's insurance and prepared to put their gun back on their belt. Ah! A short scream screamed in the crowd, but stopped abruptly, letting the originally relaxed hellfire help the public to be alert again, and the gun in his hand was picked up again. Who? Who is calling there? Sounds like Kyle's voice. Ah! Another short scream rang out among the crowd, and the fire shrouded in darkness began to panic. Hey, the situation is not right. Why haven't people moved to the electric room? Who passed by me just now? Damn, Richard, what are you doing touching my ass? Get out! I'm here. Damn, the door is locked. Which did it? All kinds of angry and violent sounds sounded in the closed bar, and the screams from time to time among the companions made them upset. The environment of the night is always the most feared thing for human beings. Because you never know what is hiding in the night, like now, every scream means that a companion is attacked by an unknown enemy. And they can't even escape, because the doors and windows are blocked, just when they are completely unaware. Companions fell one after another. Not only that, but people also disappeared in their place. This strange situation made these guys who were gangstered in the underworld think of a person. It's Batman. It must be him. Only he is hiding in the dark to fight crime. Damn, isn't he guarding his Gotham? For these gangsters, if they want to rank the superheroes present in their hearts, then Batman is definitely at the top of the list. Even Superman, who is called the of the world, is not as good as Batman. People are scared. Because they understand this Boy Scout in blue tights, note, because of their power, they have no fear of the hot weapons they rely on. So when Superman dealt with the Mafia in general armed robbery, basically as soon as he appeared, the Mafia would surrender obediently, and Superman would not embarrass them, it would be fine to send them to the police. In other words, most heroes in the world are like this, but Batman is an exception. With regard to Batman, even if they are not in Gotham City, they can understand the way Batman deals with prisoners through only a few words. As long as the guy he is staring at, no matter where you hide in the world, he will find you and take you back to Gotham for trial. To deal with criminals, Batman does not have a soft-hearted view. All the people who encounter Batman must lie in the hospital for the first half of the year. The most serious one is the ward of the Arkham Crazy House in Gotham City. He will pop up in places you don't think of, and interrogate you in the way you fear the most. In front of Batman, you have no secrets. And now what they have encountered is the same as those who have dealt with Batman. The dark, unknown attacking technique. The double psychological and physical fears you put on you are enough to make you collapse. Come out, I know you are here, get out of here. Mid-Lel roared, and Batman's name was clear to him, especially when he had just traded with Kova from Gotham. He knew that once Batman came to him it means that the identity of the transaction party is revealed, so what is waiting for him will be an endless prison. Fear can make people crumble and make people crazy. Mid-Lel fired a submachine gun toward the overhead ceiling, and fired madly, but there was nothing but wood chips and stones that were hit by bullets. In the crowd, the screams that were separated at intervals were suddenly hurried, and the howling of sharp objects piercing the air came from the air. The rapid screams made these have been changed in this heavy and repressed environment. The psychologically fragile guy can't control his hands and feet. Regardless of whether he is a companion or no one around him, the muzzle is venting around. In the flickering light, a strong figure flew up and down, and every time he fluctuated, one or even a few people fell. Mid-Lel could not control his men at this time, because they had collapsed psychologically. Stray bullets flew in this unavoidable bar, and Mid-Lel also hit the shoulder with stray bullets fired by his younger brother, snorting, hiding under the bar. Listening to the sparse gunshots changing rapidly outside the bar, the expensive wine on the wine rack, the red wine has become a worthless liquid. www.novel.com Middle's heart is bleeding. This bar, basically it was half of the property of the Hellfire Gang, but instead of being destroyed by the opponent, it was destroyed by himself. Outside the bar, the gunshots were gone, only the intermittent howling. Middle clutched his injured shoulder and slowly climbed out of the bar. He encountered all his hands on the ground, feeling the stuff on the ground that was not known as blood or wine. Middle roared, "Get out of me, Batman, you have done what you want, I said all, please turn on this lamp for me." Snapped. The dark bar became bright again, and the intense light made Middle close his eyes. At this time, his injured shoulder was held firmly by a big hand, buckling his shot. The pain caused Middler to scream, and a face with blind folds approached him. The blue and black combat suit is dressed all over. And there is a white eagle pattern on the chest. The face covered by the blind fold looked extremely young and angry. "My name is Yi. Remember what you said just now, otherwise I will find you." Said that Yi slammed Middle's head hard, and Middle was stunned. After finishing all this, Nightwing walked to the bar and found a bottle of surviving agave from the broken wine rack. "Take a wine glass, put a few pieces of ice, pour the small amount of tequila into the glass, then sprinkle a handful of fine salt at the mouth of the tiger, and then the Nightwing put a fire on the surface of the wine, blew the flame of color burned on the surface, and Yi swallowed it directly, then sipped the fine salt at the mouth of the tiger. Go to Batman, yelled at Batman who didn't appear, and Yi left a messy scene and walked away. Chapter 13, E-Geek Training Card. Mission: the reputation has risen due to force majeure. The Hellfire Gang has been extinguished. In principle, it is assumed that the host completes the mission, but the mission reward is cancelled. The reward: consolation prize, 40,000 points and an E-level weirdo training card. The mission content is recovered. Mission name: Fame Rises. 2. Mission requirements: the host needs to fight more than 3 criminal gangs in the city of Nazino. Limited time, 1 month. As a Kamen Rider guarding humans in the dark, you want this city leave your legend. K-Wen, who had finished a week's vacation, on the last day, handed out an outdoor report to Mrs. Brina, went to bed in her seat, and went down when she heard the system prompt in her mind. Happiness came too suddenly. When I didn't think about how to go to the Hellfire Gang, this gang was actually taken away. Although there is no such a reward as before, 40,000 points are also points, and there is also an E-level weirdo training card, which is not a loss. It's just that K-Wen was curious how the fire gang was extinguished, and the gang fire was merged, or what hatred did it cause. Thinking of this, K-Wen subconsciously glanced at Carla next door to see the silly girl joking with others in that careless, K-O-Wen directly pass. Kara should not become a supergirl so quickly. This girl was protected by the Danfoss family very good. I don't know the dark side of society at all. Forget it, why do you want to do so much? You won't know when you watch the news later. Hansen waved away his messy thoughts and began to pay attention to the task of re-release of the system. Because of the lessons of the Hellfire Gang, the system directly gave Hansen a 1-month time limit this time, but K-Wen still had some headaches, calling him behind. It's okay to knock on the sap, and this time let him go directly to pull the hatred. This kind of thing he has not been so bold. Nazino City Police Department, the newcomer Detective Dick, transferred from Gotham, is in contact with the Captain Claire, his partner. Claire is a famous police flower of the Nazino City Police Department. He has blonde hair, long legs, and a good figure. Dick can show such a beautiful partner. Many people in the police station are envious, of course, not including Dick. Hello, Detective Dick, we are partners from now on, and hope to cooperate happily in the future. Claire did not repel the boss's assignment of himself to this new colleague. She understands what it means to be transferred to the city of Naxos in Gotham's muddy crime city, indicating that Dick did not follow the criminals of Gotham like the criminals. There are only 2 kinds of police officers transferred to Gotham. One is the kind of lawless life that Gotham desires, the one who is drunk with money, and the other is the one who is motivated to fight against evil. The former will mix well in Gotham, but the latter usually has only 2 endings, either depraved or excluded, and then transferred to another city. In Claire's view, Dick belongs to the latter. In addition, as a partner, Dick's appearance is not bad. 185's height, thin clothes, undressed and fleshy body make him a versatile hanger, no matter what clothes he can wear. His temperament. Black hair and blue eyes, a pair of eyes as if they could speak, but also with a mysterious temperament, made Claire want to find out. I will, as long as you don't drag my hind legs. You can rest assured. What do you think about the attack on Hellfire Gang last night by this guy? This guy? Dick froze, he didn't know what Claire had found. Check it out. Claire untied the portfolio in his hand and took out several enlarged photos. From the photos, Dick was transformed into a Nightwing. The photo of pressing middle on the wall was clearly visible, and there were a few more photos of Dick in the Hellfire Gang leaped from the crowd. It seems that even the night last night, the firelight shooting randomly helped the camera hidden in the dark to capture the trace of Dick. This guy's latest news was still in Blue Haven a year ago. I didn't expect him to come here. Why? Maybe the Feng Shui is not satisfied. Ha ha ha, you are really interesting. By the way, the police inspector will hold a meeting with this guy later, don't be late. Claire reminded Dick that he took a photo and turned to leave. Dick looked at Claire's leaving back, his eyes gloomy. At home, Kay-Wen was lying on the bed, consciously immersed in the space of the system. Since the system gave himself a time-limited task, he could only accept it whether he liked it or not, and he had to deal with more than 3 criminal gangs, similar to its justified by forces like Hellfire Gang to improve their strength. System, I want to exchange the Armed Color Mental Training Room. The Armed Color Mental Training Room has been opened, the duration of use, 8 hours a day, please pay attention to the time. As soon as the words fell, Kay-Wen felt that the space around him was gradually disappearing, rebuilding like Tetris. Then there was a blank around me, and my body also inexplicably increased the unseen burden. Armed Color Training Requirements. It is well known that Armed Color is a powerful skill for the elemental abilities in the One Piece world. It can increase the destructive power of its own attacks and also has a very strong defense ability, even at the limit. Survive in the environment. At present, the gravity in the Armed Color Training Room is 2G, and the host can adjust it at will. I hope the host can do it by itself. The system has a rare poisonous tongue once. Explain the current environment of Kay-Wen. The gravity of 2G makes Hansen's transformed physique return to the level of ordinary people. He jumped a few times to feel his bounce height. Kay-Wen, I started to do the usual physical training in the training room, running, push ups. Although I knew that these could not be fed back to my own body, this sweaty feeling was a long-lost feeling for Kay-Wen. Is the E-Class Monster training card enabled? Just as Kay-Wen lay on the ground and gasped, the system suddenly said something. Can these two gadgets be used together? Of course, the host must understand that this is a mental training room. The host can increase the intensity and defense of the Armed Color only through various high-intensity battles. The training card is prepared for the host to increase the intensity of the Armed Color. You really have the characteristics of a profiteer, system. Kay-Wen couldn't help bundling the system with this trick www.novel.com, but he can't use it. This is a prop that makes him stronger. Use the Weirdo Training Card. E-Level Weirdo Training Card is unsealed, duration, 48 hours, Weirdo, Random Kamen Rider Series Creeps. As the voice of the system fell, a card with a question mark was spinning in the air, and then the light flashed. What weird soldiers hadn't been seen yet? And Kay-Wen heard Chi-Ki cry. Hey! In front of Kay-Wen, there were 15 guys holding mountain knives, wearing black and white stripes, only showing their eyes on the mask, and the main parts of their noses and mouths were still there when they appeared. A gesture was made by the SS to pay tribute to the head of state. Repair card soldiers. The special soldiers of the evil organization overhaul cards dealt with by the first generation Knight number 1 Knight, who failed to reform, have no fear of pain, and are slightly stronger in physical fitness than ordinary people. A squad with a reasonable firepower configuration can kill them. After appearing to make his classic gesture, he directly took the mountain knife and slashed down to K-Wen, who was lying on the ground and gasping. Lying. Looking at the approaching blade, K-Wen's recovered strength stiffened a carp to fight, escaped the dangerous knife, and looked at the repair card soldiers who were going to enclose themselves, and he ran away. Damn the system, you pit me again. How did this come up with group fights? After escape, K-Wen still did not forget to vomit the system. Stupid host, when have you seen the repair card creeps and knights singled out? Are the creeps called creeps if they don't fight together? Besides, is the host's knowledge and armed colors used to paint? There were several rhetorical questions in the system, so K-Wen had nothing to say. He gritted his teeth, stopped his footsteps, and turned towards the repair card soldier who had cut him with a mountain knife. Chapter 14, Mask in the Night. Ouch, lying on the trough, it hurts enough. K-Wen suddenly got up from his bed, and the whole person screamed on the bed like a cramp. During his 8-hour break from night to day, he was chased by 15 repair card soldiers with a knife in the mental training room for 2 hours. The pain of the machete scratching blood on his body was real. Feedback into his own brain. Even after waking up from this real dream to return to reality, K-Wen can still feel the pain. Under the gravity of the 2GS, K-Wen has the assistance of knowledge and armor, but his physique has changed like that of an ordinary person. In the face of 15 physiques, he is superior to his own card-repairing soldier. K-Wen uses sensational perception, armed color resistance, but because of being suppressed back to ordinary people, even if the occasional predictions predict the place to be attacked, his reaction cannot keep up, he cannot achieve the level of full-body armed color. During the siege by 15 repair card soldiers, K-Wen also instilled his system into his sword specialization, and gradually mastered the fighting specialization. In the following battles, K-Wen also began to have an advantage, although it was said that being beaten by groups it was miserable, but the group fights also allowed me to master enough combat skills. After all, the repair card soldiers were both capable of fighting and tactics, but they always encountered the Showa 7 gangsters and did not fight. The fighting that the system gave K-Wen, the 2 specialization skills of swordsmanship, made K-Wen transform in just one night's battle. At least when he fights with criminals, he does not need to wear G3 armor. Don't know the tradition of Kamen Rider is to fight monsters physically. Transfiguration? That was the last way. After a night of torture, K-Wen felt that he could have played against some DC mortal heroes. Well, without wearing knight armor. Wake up, K-Wen can only bark there for a while, the job should still be done, and now the task has sent him a limited time task, and it is no longer enough to touch the fish. How many Taka cans can be exchanged for my current points in the system? The host currently has 100,000 points, which can be exchanged for 500 canned locusts, 500 canned octopuses, and 500 canned eagles. The system directly reported a piece of data that K-Wen felt comfortable. Help me exchange 10 canned locusts, 10 canned octopuses and 9 canned eagles. Receive, start redemption. The voice just dropped, and the white light flashed on the desk. 30 mechanical cans were jumping on the table, waiting for K-Wen to give instructions. You guys, in groups of 2, patrol the whole city for me, find out where there are bad guys, follow me, 1 stares, 1 comes back to report to me. The little guys who heard K-Wen's instructions nodded, and then the flying eagle took the octopus to the sky, and the locusts divided themselves into 5 groups and jumped in different directions. After finishing all this, K-Wen was ready to go to school. At noon, the school cafeteria. K-Wen was sitting alone by the window eating lunch. Although he replaced this body, K-Wen did not plan to replace his life together. The school basketball team would go, but when eating and socializing, K-Wen basically cut off contacts. At school, it does not matter how the mountain is said, after school he likes to go alone, even for dinner, he likes to be alone. Hey, no one here, can we sit here? K-Wen, who was dealing with his pork knuckle in his plate, looked up and looked at Kara and Emil who were standing in front of them with their plates. "Someone," I said vaguely. Kwen continued to bow his head to deal with his sauce elbow, such an empty sight, and asked if there was anyone. "If you want to sit, just sit, and no one stopped you. Does the Krypton come from the Earth? Bring down wisdom buff?" Can't understand why Kara asked such a stupid question, Kwen mumbled the sauce elbow. Instead, Kara was fooled by Kwen's preface that he didn't follow the foreword. "I don't know whether to sit or not." Instead, Emil directly pulled Kara and sat down, and the two sisters did not eat, so they looked at Kwen. In that crazy gnawing. He even came here even if he was forced to go through such a thing, and he was afraid that the two girls would stare at themselves? Just kidding, not only did I eat, but I also tasted delicious. Even Carla admired the look of Kwen that even the little muscles connected between the bones were pulled out and eaten, and the food was too clean. "Why do we have to sit here?" Carla asked, looking at his sister Emil incomprehensibly. "If you like to sit with the boys who are dedicated to you, I can sit here by myself." "Then forget it. Every girl likes someone to pursue herself, at least it means that she is popular, but when scoring, it is too much to come around when eating." Recently, Kwen likes to eat alone, and the people he knows also know the habit of Kwen. Naturally, he will not find Kwen to eat together, so when Kara and Emil sat at the table of Kwen, many boys they also stopped in the past. Freedom of love is true, but the scoring target and time. It is troublesome to find someone during the meal. In addition to picking things, there are no other consequences. Besides, did not you see that Kwen completely ignored him? "I'm done, you continue." Li Wen licked his greasy fingers, Kwen said, turned his head away, and the boys who saw Kwen left only gathered up at this time, sitting around Kara and Emil to eat on that table. Looking at the group of dedicated boys, Carla and Emil suddenly felt that it was more comfortable that Corvin, who hadn't eaten completely just now. It was night. After his parents fell asleep, Kwen stole from the second floor and ran on the unmanned street. I wonder if it was because he was tortured in the mental training room for 8 hours. The speed seems to be a bit faster than before, even in terms of endurance, he is much better than before. Following the Taka cans in the sky, Kwen found a target tonight in a warehouse. This is a warehouse for storing wood, which belongs to the property of the original Hellfire Gang. Because of the disintegration of the Hellfire Gang, this warehouse has also become the property of other gangs in just a few days. Now it is controlled by the Chinbei district. The 3-block Mad Dog Obik is in charge of the storage and trading of some prohibited goods. Kwen has changed the Dead Bull costume and the virtual mask on the road, ready for both hands. "Little Taka, what's the situation inside?" Taka's eyes landed on Kwen's palm, projected a pair of influences, which were simultaneously transmitted by the canned octopus still being monitored inside, 5 automatic rifles, several pistols, 15 people guarding. Such a lineup made Kwen give up the plan to rush into the Dead Bull suit. Although the Dead Bull suit is bulletproof, there are always places that it cannot resist, such as the back of the head. The nerve reaction speed of Kwen does not reach the bullet time in this state, or when the armed color cannot be fully integrated. This kind of thing is still a little better. Whoever says that the main ride cannot be transformed as soon as it opens, I am. Was silently transformed in his heart. The blue G3 armor covered the whole body, and Kwen rushed towards the warehouse door directly. The guy in charge of alert soon discovered that Kwen rushed towards his warehouse. The blue armor made these two guys tremble, because they also heard that the Hellfire Gang was traded by a guy in blue armor for both transactions. Disturb the yellow matter. The automatic rifle in his hand fired at the first time, and at this time, the blue G3 armored chest of Kwen's body turned directly to black, and a shuttle bullet hit it. In addition to the sparks splashing on Kwen's chest, he even stopped Kwen's half-step in a short distance of tens of meters. Kwen rushed in front of the two guards in a few seconds, opened his bow left and right, grabbed the collars of the two guys and lifted him to the ground. The sound of broken bones became silent during the night of gunshots. One foot kicked open the locked door, and the guys who heard the movements had already found their own hiding places, and fired across the door to K-Wen. The role of seeing and seeing is reflected at this time. I predict in advance that the bullet shoots at its part to avoid it. Although it cannot be avoided, at least it will not be blocked by a strong recoil, and then K-Wen moves towards himself. The most recent guy rushed over, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com stepped forward, a punch, another burst of bone fracture, and even the gun in his hand was cut in half by K-Wen and fell directly. The first one, there are 14 more. With a meditation in his heart, K-Wen attacked the next guy. It seemed that the heavy G3 armor did not affect his running speed. It was another shift. The second followed the footsteps of his companion in front of him and fell on K-Wen's fist. Under. The falling of two companions made these guys start to be afraid. Looking at K-Wen's fist wrapped in G3 armor, they didn't want to be hit by this iron fist, and they looked at their companion's hollow chest. Faint. Is it important to guard my life? The timid they planned to run away, and the canned octopus that had been hidden in the dark at this time played a role, spraying a sip of ink on the guys who were going to run, and those who lost their vision could only shoot there in a mess, and a few more an unlucky egg stepped on the ground under one foot and rolled down directly from the upstairs. Even K-Wen's hands-on effort was saved. The battle ended within 10 minutes. None of the guys guarding the warehouse escaped, and they were all subdued by K-Wen. He picked up one of the guys' cell phones and dialed the alarm call before leaving. 15 minutes later, the police came to see the warehouse full of contraband and a bunch of unlucky eggs falling on the ground. What the hell? It was Dick and Claire who were in charge of the team. Looking at the warehouse's contraband and these humming guys, they couldn't help but swear. Hey! Who attacked you? Dick asked cruelly, grabbing a conscious guy. A blue armored masked knight. Listening to this guy's simple narrative, Dick was also stunned. As soon as his hand was loose, the guy who broke his leg bones again felt the pain of bone fracture, and directly passed out. Chapter 15, Bad Boy. Because of K-Wen's alarm, the police quickly cleaned the rest of his hands, and he had all the evidence. He was also a group of former criminals. He didn't say that, he was detained first, then sentenced, and then sent to prison. Meals are easy to see at a glance. It's just that as a Dick with another identity, he is curious about this masked knight in blue armor that only exists in the mouth of the gang, and his style is very similar to that of his master. There is no trace of being discovered, only the attacked. In his mouth, it was only slightly awkward in technique. These criminals had not suffered too many injuries. The most serious thing was that there were a few rib fractures. It was nothing. He knew the black history of his master. What I said in my mouth was not to use a gun, not to kill people, but the question is how many of those guys who have encountered their masters can still live normally, are more or less physiologically flawed, not to mention psychologically. Lunatic Asylum Acom has almost compiled a fan group, but there are still a lot of guys waiting for his master to deal with. Hey, partner, what are you thinking about? Claire tapped Dick, who was fascinated, and pulled his attention back. Nothing, just thinking about whether this guy who appears in their mouth really exists. Dick didn't hide his thoughts, said. Do you think this is their own fiction? Claire asked with raised eyebrows. She didn't believe her partner would think so. No, I'm just thinking, what is this guy doing to fight this group of guys? His actions are not logical. What? Claire froze for a moment. In her opinion, these cross-dressing heroes are basically the same. No matter what the consequences of doing things, as long as you know that you are a bad person, go straight up. Thieves and petty murderers are fine, but those gangsters are involved behind. They don't care about the number of interest chains at all. It's easy to unplug, but there will be a new one after unplugging. What to do about it? bad guys can't catch it. Now Dick tells her that superheroes do things logically, which makes her very puzzled. I know what you are thinking, how can these cross-dressed guys have plans to deal with the bad guys, but we can think of the question, why do you think those cross-dressed guys can't think of it? Everyone is not a fool, is it? Before dealing with a guy, they will all understand the social relationship of this guy. In a society with developed information, it is not difficult to do this. But you look at the guy they talked about, and they messed up the business of the Hellfire Gang twice, and then they didn't do it anymore, and then went to deal with the crazy dog Audiobook, as if he was fooling around. Which one it's the same to deal with? Sounds really interesting, Dick, just like you are the masked knight in blue armor. Claire quipped. Oh, I just think about empathy. You should have read my resume, but I have a psychological qualification profile. I know, but I'm curious who taught you these dicks. A person who I think is my father teaches me about all this. Speaking of this, Dick's eyes also have a feeling of nostalgia. Adoptive father? Has he passed away? No, he is still alive and well. But it is because of him that I chose to come to this city. Why? Because I became too much like him. Speaking of this, Dick's expression also became a little more complicated. Fortunately, both of them were annoyed. Claire also knew that she seemed to have poked Dick's pain point, and she didn't continue to question and left. And Dick also calmed his emotions, picked up the ballpoint pen and drew it on a blank A4 paper. He collected the confessions of the guys who had been attacked by K-Wen in the Hellfire Gang, and this time, according to their reorganization, within a moment, an image of blue armor appeared on the A4 paper. The body parts were basically not different from the G3 armor dressed by K-Wen, but on the face, Dick painted not coming out. Looking at this image without facial armor, Dick couldn't help whispering, "Who the are you, newcomer?" At night, Gotham Port, as several important economic and trade ports in the United States, Gotham Port is in a state of operation all year round. In this port, there are hundreds of billions of transactions on the White Road every year. In the dark, there are also unknown the black trade reached a trillion level. As a Batman to prevent the city from completely degenerating, he is also a regular visitor to Gotham Port. As a city without sunshine all year round, the sky above Gotham is always covered with overcast clouds, and on the building near Gotham Port, a lightning flashes through the night sky, illuminating the large and small ones standing outside the building. Along the gargoyle building, two figures, the cloak of the back was blown and hunted. Looking at the truck from Gotham Port, these two figures silently fired a hook shot at another building, wandering chasing the one who left Gotham Port truck. Look, what did Arkova bring us? Wow, very good cargo. The truck stopped in an abandoned residential building, and the two guys with full faces were very skillful in opening the door of the truck. Closed it with a glance and commented on Kova in the driver's seat. Pay attention, this may be the last shipment. I heard that Middle, who supplied us, has planted it. Before Middle has told us about the supply channel and the next home, you better save your time. Kova, who was in charge of driving, knew the nature of the guards here, and could not help reminding a few words. I know, we will pay attention, 1 or 2 is okay. The guard said with a smile on his face. It's better to have 1 or 2. If there is more, I can treat it as invisible, but Mr. Kobitz sighed, you should explain it yourself. Kova also knew that he couldn't control them, and moved out of the boss of Kopot. The guard also understood that his boss Kopot's temperament was naturally too small. He murmured a word and let the men in the house come out to help drive the car in. And Kova was sitting away in another prepared car. Okay, guys, I have been tolerant recently. Don't touch this batch of goods. If you can't help it, take money from me and find someone else. The guards, who knew the importance of this batch of goods, also reminded the busy men in the house that they were preparing to unload the goods, and the inspectors also responded in unison and continued their work at hand. With the opening of the truck door, they also saw the true contents of the shipment. Girls of different skin colors from all over the world were tied in their hands and feet. The clothes on their bodies were worn and there were some excrement in the cargo compartment. Smelly. The girls who were supposed to bloom like flowers in the flower season, opened their terrified eyes at this time and watched these wicked men walking towards them. These gangs of actually used the population as goods to buy and sell, trade, and even used to vent their desires. Looking at only 5 guys walking towards themselves, these girls with their hands and feet tied couldn't do much resistance. Several days of fasting do not allow them much resistance, but it is already very difficult to keep themselves awake. Seeing these guys coming over, the girls who knew what they were about to screamed up. "Dolly Point! Take out the sick quickly and call it Jackie. The others will shut me in the cellars so they don't need to be hungry." The 2 guards in charge here frowned, reminding their servants. At this moment, the light was dark, the door was closed by unknown forces, and the 5 guys still in the cargo compartment were grabbed by a pair of invisible big hands and flew directly towards the outside, and the cargo door was also in them. Clothes went flying out. Then, there was a short scream and bone fractures. When the lights turned on again, the guards responsible for it in his own hands had become a bunch of waste people, and their hands and feet were irregularly twisted. And the guy who attacked them also showed his face. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com in a black suit and a bat-shaped hood shows his identity, guarding the Dark Knight of Gotham, the brain of the Justice League, the Bat-Sia. The little figure beside him, a red and black tactical suit, a cloak with a hood, and a samurai sword behind his back. The arm guards of both hands are exactly the same as Batman's, and the R letter on the left chest is also identify the identity, Robin. Even if this group of guys are sent to prison, such a thing will still happen. Looking at the closed cargo compartment, Robin said to Batman without much respect in his mouth. "Let Gordon take care of it." Batman didn't answer, but just explained the next thing. "Maybe we should grab that middle and let him give it to the next house, supply channel, but I heard that he has been packed up, but I don't know if I can hold it." "Just do your job, I will handle the rest." "Why? I can solve it, as you said, no guns, no kills." Robin shouted directly. "Because I said no, your task is to assist me, not self-determination." After talking, Batman pressed on his universal belt, and the Bat chariot parked in the dark rushed out, stopped in front of Batman, jumped into the driver's seat, and then looked sideways to the chest. "Dark Robin." Robin's face was already stimulated by Batman's indifferent attitude, but he still consciously achieved the position of co-pilot. When the tail flame sprayed, the Bat chariot brought a gust of wind on the street and went away. In the car, watch Batman hold the steering wheel in silence. "Let me drive." "No. I can drive." "No." Chapter 16, What to do if you encounter a bear child. The Bat chariot is very fast. After Robin and Batman had a brief conversation in the car, the Bat chariot has drove out of Gotham's suburbs and drove to the one purchased by Wayne Manor in the suburbs. Mountains, artificially filled lakes separated from the 2 sides before the Bat chariot approached. The tail flame behind the chariot squirted, and the Bat chariot suddenly increased the speed to draw a beautiful arc in the air. Stable stopped steadily on the lifting platform rising in the middle. As the platoon descended on the platform, the separate lakes merged again, and the water volume did not decrease. In the deep underground Bat Cave, as the steward serving the 3 generations of the Wayne family, Alfred Penworth is ready to sit down and wait for his master. "Good evening, Master Wayne, Master Damien. It looks like you have done a good job." As an elder who watched Bruce Wayne grow up, he knew what happened between Bruce and Damien only through the atmosphere. "What?" "Thanks, Alfred." After taking the towel Alfred handed over, Batman Bruce Wayne just took off his mask and walked straight to his Bat computer. He still has a lot of things to do to deal with. And Damien, who took off his uniform, walked in the direction of the training room. It is only 2 o'clock in the evening. There is a lot of time. "Alfred, take Damien to rest. I don't need a break. Damien growled towards Bruce. You are going to school tomorrow. What can those teachers teach me? Be lawful, self-restraint, respect. The bland and moodless answer made Damien silent, and Alfred, who received Bruce's order, stood behind Damien and was going to take Damien upstairs. Damien looked at Alfred, snorted, and followed the Wayne Manor behind Alfred to the ground. He could speak to Bruce Wayne aloud, because from his birth, Bruce was born the father did not fulfill his father's responsibilities, so when he was sent to Bruce's attitude towards him was even more disgusting to him, a man who should be called a father both physiologically and ethically. Even if he is hailed by his mother and foreigner as the smartest and strongest human in the world. But for Alfred, the old man who took care of himself as a grandson, Damien couldn't do anything against him. Alfred took Damien up, and Bruce was sitting in front of his computer, hitting for a while, and entering all the files of the abducted girls he found, and began to search. What the do you want, Copot, tell me? Bruce murmured as he watched the computer's retrieval process with his palm resting on his chin. Early in the morning, the butler Alfred arrived at Mian's room with his servant's breakfast and tapped on the door. Master Damien, you should have come down for breakfast 15 minutes ago, Master Damien. Didn't get a response even after 2 knocks on the door, and Alfred, who was not aware of it, pushed open the door directly, and found that the bed was already empty. Feeling the quilt on the bed no longer warm, Alfred knew the whole thing. Master Wayne, Master Damien, he left. I know, he also took Robin's uniform. Bruce, who hadn't taken off his suit, looked at the glass bottle that was supposed to contain Robin's uniform. Where will he go? No, he will find the culprit in trouble. Bruce knew very well what his strange son would do. He knew too much, so he was going to stop what Damien was about to do. Alfred, cancel today's board of directors for me. I'm going to Nazino. Maybe, I can call Master Dick. What do you say? Bruce, who didn't even take off his suit, was ready to open the Bat Fighter and flew directly to the city of Nazino. As a result, Alfred stopped him. Master Dick is the first Robin you brought. As a person who has experienced your training, maybe he and Master Damien will have more common topics. You don't understand how dangerous Damien is, Alfred. But you also don't understand how to be a real father, Master Wayne. You only saw the danger of Master Damien, but you never thought about why Master Damien did this. Sometimes, parents and children sometimes only one conversation is enough, maybe you can try it, Master Wayne. As an elder, Alfred's words made Bruce worthy of deep thought. In 2 simple words, Bruce, who was going to board the plane, also slowed down. Looking at Bruce, Alfred knew that Bruce hesitated, and Alvareed came directly to play first. I'm going to call Master Dick now, and you have to go to today's board of directors. Don't forget how you support these equipment now, Master Wayne. Then, Alfred walked away. After a few seconds of silence, Bruce went directly to Wayne Manor, changed his suit, adjusted his state, and drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom towards himself in the Wayne building in the city center. The city of Nazino, the Dick's pocket, which was looking at the case, shook and saw the familiar name displayed on the screen. Dick ran to no one and picked up the phone. Yes, Alfred. After answering the phone, Dick listened to Alfred on the other side telling himself the cause and effect of the whole thing. Dick frowned when he heard it, and finally said, I will deal with it. Yes, Alfred, rest assured, I will let the boy go back. Ended the call, and Dick whispered that he could not escape the shadow of Batman, even if he had already arrived in another city. Damn Batman! FXXK. At night, in the city of Nazino, Corvin was chasing an armored car on the street. www.novel.com. As for why this happens, it is also my own mistake. Now that the system has given the specified time, you can complete it within the specified time. Anyway, those small cans will patrol the city every day to locate themselves. Tonight, Kwen, who had enough rest, followed Taka to deal with the guy to be attacked tonight. He was accustomed to wearing G3 armor directly and he didn't notice that there was a Superman in the guy to deal with this time, although it was only simple. Kwen's strength was strengthened, but Kwen also suffered a small loss. He thought he was kicked by this guy and kicked himself directly into the wall. When he broke free, this guy had already opened, running away in the car. As far as the system is concerned, as long as you don't all get down, this task will not be completed. Therefore, Kwen can only rely on Taka's aerial mobility, running on the ground, chasing this crazy car. Just when I was catching up, and was about to catch up with this car, the bridge car in front suddenly burst in tires, and the car immediately lost its balance on the road for more than 10 laps before stopping. Looking at this car as soon as it broke into parts, Kwen couldn't help but mourn for the guy inside. This luck was not cured. Kwen was about to walk over to see if the unlucky egg in this car was dead or alive. A bat dart stuck in front of Kwen, and a figure with 2 more heads than Kwen fell from the sky and fell to the roof. Go up and look at Kwen. You are a newcomer in this city, doesn't it look good? Damien, who is in the voice-changing period, still has a hoarse voice, but this domineering attitude makes Kwen feel a strong stroke of the second stroke. Everyone, tell me, what do you do when you encounter a bear child? Wait online, hurry. Chapter 17, I have a big deal. Robin? You should be in Gotham City. Looking at Damien dressed under the street lamp, Kwen knew who this guy was, but Kwen didn't know what Robin was present in front of him. Before anyone finished the 2nd grade, did you still think about learning the spoken words and postures of the protagonist in the animation after watching the cartoons? The ghost knew which Robin was the first. Do you know me? Damien heard Kwen reported his identity in Gotham, frowning, and ecstatic in his heart. He always thought that his popularity was only in Gotham, and he has always been regarded as Batman's assistant. But as a young man who was trained as the successor of the Assassin League, he has too many things and people have killed a lot, but now he has been tempered by Batman. But no matter how strong he can be, he is still a 15-year-old child, and he also wants to be recognized. When he heard that Kwen actually called his code name, Damien was very happy. For the newcomer Kwen the attitude is a little better, yes, for Damien, Kwen is a newcomer. Well, I'm not isolated from the world. I have TV and the internet. It's not difficult to know you. Kwen's voice came out through the face shield. Although it made a lot of sense, Robin was also black. Being famous is not the reason why others take the initiative to understand. Kwen didn't understand why Robin had to ask himself this question, but the guy he wanted to catch was a bit embarrassed by Robin halfway, but for the progress of his task, it was impossible for him to let this unlucky guy go. Slowly asked, stepping forward. Well, although you caught this guy for me, can you let me give it to the police? No, I'm still useful. Besides, I didn't catch it for you, but you didn't catch it, but I took over. Damien corrected. Well, then I'll give it to the police, then you can arrest it for interrogation. Kwen froze for a moment, and found out how the child was a little awkward. This corner could not be turned. Didn't I see Lousy catching up? If it weren't for your daddy's bat dart to attract attention, it's definitely Kwen who is catching up now. It's troublesome, I hate trouble. Don't talk. No talk. Oh, then you cheer. Perfunctorily returned to Damien, and Kwen turned around and left, leaving Damien ignorant who had planned to cross his waist. This is too good to talk about. Hello, you turn around, and I agree. This guy actually has nothing to do with what Damien is going to do. It's just that Robin who stole away from Gotham. It's rare to be able to run so far and come to the city of Nazino, just seeing a fellow can't help it. The itch started. Only Damien was proud of himself. Kwen came up with a simple vomit to make Damien very uncomfortable, which only ran into Kwen, but did not expect Kwen to be such a Buddhist system. Do you give it or not? Bye-bye, I'll go find other unlucky ghosts. Damien didn't know how to answer the call completely, and looked at Kwen's slow back. Damien felt that his face was so dark, one could not hold back, and the short stick on the belt was thrown towards Kwen's back neck past. Seeing the news, Kwen leaned his head slightly to avoid the short stick behind him, watching the short stick crack on the front street lamp pole, and then Kwen turned back and looked at Damien. This force, you still want to kill, so ruthless. Why are you wearing armor? Damien said uncomfortably. So you can use so much force? Didn't Batman teach you well? Don't pull Batman in for me. Newcomer. Damien heard Kwen's words revealing the kind of disrespect for his father, and he immediately became angry. My father, I scolded, others scolded, no way. That's why Batman has been taught well, and you haven't learned it well. It seems that Batman's education is not enough. Your bird is not very obedient. Do you want to fight? Newcomer. Damien was a little bit ruthless. Even if he did something wrong, he should not let Kwen say that. I am not a newcomer, you need to call me Kamen Rider. I do not care. Said, Damien's hands flickered, and several bat darts flew towards Kwen in a strange angle in the air, the speed of which was unreadable. Kwen started seeing something and made an evasive action in advance, but what he didn't expect was that the bat dart made another angle in the original predetermined direction, and Kwen was at the stage where the old force had just gone to the new force, and he tried to swing his body. To avoid, 2 bats and darts still left 2 scratches on his armor. Even the bullets did not achieve the G3 armor that left traces on it, but they did it in Damien, a bat dart thrown by humans. Kwen was angry and spoke to you in a good voice, but you hit me, I'm not happy to say you too. Damn, this still doesn't make sense. It's amazing to have Batman backing up. I have a system. Kwen, a Buddhist youth, couldn't help but get angry. After escaping Damien's bat dart attack, he rushed towards Damien directly. Mang, just. This is the meaning of the existence of G3 armor. But through the damage caused by bat dart on Kwen's armor, Damien also understands that this new man in armor is not that good. At least wearing this armor that looks so thick, he can also make such a standard evasive action. It's enough to explain everything. So Damien didn't intend to collide with Kwen head-on. A tumbling in the air evaded the big hand that Kwen grabbed towards him. The palm grabbed a handprint on the roof. Kwen still followed Damien, G3 armor. The weight is completely absent for yourself, but the bloated parts affect some of your turning movements. Damien, tumbling to the ground, directly pulled out the long knife behind him, turned around and chopped towards Kwen. System, Lake Toya. There was a silent meditation in the heart, and the high imitation Toya lake stored in the system space appeared in Kwen's hands, and Damien's eyes turned to face his own Kwen's hands and held the knife. The wooden knife appeared in his hand just out of thin air, and quickly changed from the original wood color to black. Clang! The wooden knife collided with his long knife from the Assassin's League, making a gold-iron clash. This strange phenomenon surprised Damien, because although this long knife is not the kind of indestructible artifact, it should not be cut even with a wooden knife, which is unreasonable. Naturally, Damien associates this phenomenon with the black material that appeared on the wooden knife, and the wooden knife in Kwen's hands is also considered by Damien to be a high-tech military industry that does not flow on the market. Product. The 2 knives quickly separated, and then they fought against you. Damien, who was trained as an assassin, was proficient in the use of various weapons. Naturally, he would not be worse in knife surgery, and the article also points to the specialization of swordsmanship. Although it is not a master level, the basic operation is still possible. It is really impossible to rely on G3 armor to resist hard. As for why the specialized skills of swordsmanship were used, but the sword was used. Kwen said that he did not want to speak. He could say that after making a spit on the system by Lake Toya, the careful eye system directly used all the skills of swordsmanship. Did you replace it? When Kwen was ready to use his sword specialization skills, the content inside had changed. In one sentence, it was described, how to hack the enemy quickly, hack at high speed, and hack carefully articles. Kwen was completely speechless by the system's disgusting fun, but fortunately, he still had a high imitation of Lake Toya. Although the sword specialization skills were made by the system to cut people, they are all for Kwen. It doesn't matter, at least it's nice that I can still deal with Damien now. Damien didn't expect Kwen to be so difficult. www.novel.com. This strange wooden knife, a thick layer of armor on his body, plus the strange ability of out-of-the-world creatures, such an opponent Damien is the most annoying. Because he can't understand him at all, let alone this opponent will not be too much worse in swordsmanship and fighting. Yes, with the Damien guy feeding himself, Kwen is cutting people to specialize and fight. Specialization begins to become truly proficient. Playing card soldiers and playing Damien are two concepts. DC series of mortal heroes are pulled into the Night universe, each of which is a master who can fight codders physically. Cattle. Nope. Enough. Just when Kwen and Damien were inseparable, the Nightwing lowered from the building. The telescopic stick in his hand fell directly between the two, and flew towards the two ends, directly hitting Damien flying with Kwen. The falling Nightwing glanced at Kwen, who stopped working after he stopped, and found that Damien on the other side was about to move forward. Then he walked in front of him, holding his shoulder and saying, "Noisy, isn't that enough? Robin. Who are you special? My name is Yi, the first Robin. Lying trough." Kwen listened to the conversation between Yi and Damien, and the whole person was blinded. The one in front of him was a big boy. Then according to the comparison of time before and after, it could not be two barrels. The two barrels didn't know how to listen when Robin the words of the old man, and the age difference between the two barrels and the Nightwing is not big. According to the time point, it is no longer Robin, and it is impossible to be the three young people. The three young people are really good babies, and their personalities are pretty good. Inferred, then Robin who hit himself was the most troublesome child of the old man, the four young Damien Wayne, the bear child who said that he would inherit the family business of the old man. This is a big event. Looking at the big and small in the theory, Kwen only had this idea in his mind. Chapter 18, Don't Call Me for Such a Fight, really fragrant. Kwen also knows more about these two famous heroes in the DC world, but he did not expect that the majors in Blue Haven would appear in his own city, plus a Supergirl who has not debuted. Kwen, it is most important to consider whether to find a place to sit and wait for death. What tasks should be done? Eat, drink and enjoy the moment. And on the other side, Major Ewing Dick is having a conversation about education with bear child Damien. "So, you are the Dick Grayson who chose to leave?" Damien said with disdain. Dick listened to the arrival of Mian and directly exposed his name, frowning. Although Alfred said on the phone that this Batman's biological son was difficult to deal with, he still vomited Batman on the phone, every time. Admonished himself to take good safety measures, and as a result, he immediately hit his face when it was his turn. This child, except for his eyebrows, resembles Bruce, and nothing else is commendable. I think we need to talk about keeping our identity when we are on the field. Dick frowned as he looked back at Kevin, who was not far away. "I think I shouldn't need you to educate me, coward." Slam opened Dick's hand, and Damien bypassed Dick's body and prepared to leave. As for the unlucky ghost lying in the car, unaware of life or death, Damien doesn't plan to take care of it anymore, so let Kwen, the new Kamen Rider, take a job. Grabbed Damien's shoulder again, and Dick said uncomfortably, "We need to talk about it, Robin." "Okay, let's talk about it." Damien smiled at the corner of his mouth, and gave Dick a sidekick. Dick ducked, and the stick in his hand waved towards Damien, and Damien picked up. His long sword greeted the past. Kwen stood there, watching the few words of Das Hu and Dami directly tearing in his face, and the whole person was not excited. Hey, I'm so excited, lying down, dumb, this bear kid is really ruthless, almost got there. Looking at the DC real hero Chuan Wuxing staged in front of him, Kwen feels more comfortable than watching a movie, so that Kwen has forgotten that the system in his mind reminds him that the progress of his task has been completed by 2/3, and he is only a criminal gang. The reputation for meeting the minimum requirements has risen. It seems that the system has given Dick's concealed police identity as the default. As Kwen is finished, it's just that his attention was attracted to the Nightwing beating Robin. Where did he notice these? Two people beat a dozen minutes. In the end, Damien was unnoticed, hung on the street light stand by Dick with a rope and a stick, and hung on the lampstand in an extremely shameful gesture, paying the price of being cut by Damien for 10 times. Hey, Alfred, it's me, Dick. Yes, the kid found it, I was educated, he listened, but I need to send him back in a few days, don't mind. Leaning on the side of the road cliff, Dick pulled out his cell phone out of nowhere, called Alfred, who was far away in Gotham, and glanced at Damien, who was still struggling on the lamp post. Dick just hung. He cut off the phone and walked to the other side to watch the cool Kwen. After the fight? No more fights? It looks a little too enjoyable. Dick was a little uncomfortable because of Kwen's rhetorical question. He watched our fight as a drama with your kid. Would you like to die like this? Having endured this uncomfortable mood, Dick clearly pointed out to Kwen, my name is Yi. As for the identity or something, I think you have heard it, so if you can you follow me? Where are you going? My base. Oh, don't go. Another sentence ended the plot, and Kwen's simple answer directly caused Dick to almost run away. He could understand why Damien was going to fight with Kwen. This ability to talk to the choking person in minutes makes people want to beat him. Pause. Trigger branch task, invitation from the humanoid self-propelled artillery to assist Nightwing, Robin to complete the pursuit mission, task reward, 30,000 points, reward an E-level original card repair soldier training card, unlimited use of time, and remind in a word, side missions can be carried out together with the fame mission. When Kwen was about to leave, the system gave him a reminder. Kwen's footsteps were fixed, and he knew that the system would get himself a moth at this time, but he never thought that he would give himself at this time. Come on hand. Let Kwen just start to beat his face just after speaking, not to mention the original unlimited training card of the original reward, which is the 30,000 points, Kwen has to do it. What he lacks now is points. Hi hey brother, 100 million to unlock the second brother, when he has to save. According to the tasks released by the system, it is estimated that when the big event occurs, the points are the most, but at his own level, it's really hard to say whether you can survive a major event. It is more likely that you will get the bento when you come up. So Kwen turned decisively and leaned in front of Dick. If I don't go, I don't know where to go. I'm a new kid, Kamen Rider, take care of me. Kwen, who instantly changed from a cold posture to a villain gesture, made Dick resist the impulse to do it. He smiled after listening to Kwen's name. Kamen Rider? What about your horse? Where is the motorcycle? Then you call Ewing really have wings? Dick, shut up. It was impossible to chat this day. After Kwen was abused by the system's poison tongue, his ability to vomit was also improved. He also learned the system's style of ending combat with a sentence. Come with me. Remain silent for a while, Dick said, jumped on the lamp post, and did not unlock Damien. He carried it directly on his shoulder and walked to the side alley, where his motorcycle was parked. When Kwen was about to keep up, the system's time limit reminder sounded in his mind, and the G3 armor covering himself gradually became transparent and disappeared. K-Wen is exposed wearing a dead tyrant costume and a false mask. Hey? It seems that you also have a lot of secrets in your body. Do you need me to take you on a trip? Looking at the armor with another heavy camouflage, Dick praised his idea of double insurance. But I don't know how K-Wen can still wear armor and fight while wearing a mask. K-Wen said he didn't know. Anyway, he didn't feel any discomfort after wearing armor, even if he had 2 layers. No need, I run fast and keep up. In order to cover up the embarrassment of his sudden lack of armor, K-Wen replied bitterly, he actually did not know if he could keep up. Oh, then try to keep up. Since K-Wen said so, Dick no longer demanded, hang Damien, and the throttle was twisted. This motorcycle from Wayne Black Technology flew out like an arrow from the string, and K-Wen had to stand still. Keeping up the scalp, I don't know if I had used up the E-Class repair card soldier. I lie in the fact that I didn't fall a lot in the Nightwing motorcycle race. I followed the Nightwing motorcycle steadily. A lot of tiredness. This surprised K-Wen, because since he obtained the Showa transformation, he has never felt how powerful his physical attributes are, and the speed is to reach the level of the sprinter above the front line, 100 meters and 7 seconds, as for the strength. It is to feel that there is no discomfort when wearing the heavily loaded G3 armor. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com can also hit tons of injuries. At other times, he is also looking for some gangsters to knock on the sap in the human body shape, and he has not played much. But now it's time for his G3 armor to transform into a body. He has maintained a speed of 100 meters and 7 seconds for 5 minutes in the state of the human body. There is no feeling of fatigue, which makes him very unclear. He even thinks he can be faster. Point, there is still time to think about something else. Boss of the system, explain the down line, I'm a little ignorant. It's a very simple thing. The host's own advantage in transforming the physique was not developed. Showa transformed the physique, each of which can basically exert a ton of punching force. As a result, the host has to wear armor every time it comes out, or it will knock on others. Shameful enough. It is human to transform people, and not afraid of bullets, not to wear armor for bulletproof. K-Wen yelled in his mind. How much counsel do you have? Oh, you might not believe it, if you unlock the golden fruit for me now, I dare to knock on the sap of dockside. Oh, the host has trouble looking down the road, turning sharply in front. A systematic reminder brought K-Wen's attention back, leaped hard, and jumped directly over the truck that suddenly came out of the intersection. Dick saw K-Wen's performance through the rearview mirror and nodded secretly in his heart. At least for now, Hansen's performance is not bad. The motorcycle stopped in a warehouse, which is a warehouse belonging to Wayne Company. It has now become Dick's private property. Many equipment Dick are repaired and manufactured here. The motorcycle is parked. Carrying Damien, Dick motioned to K-Wen to follow him upstairs. K-Wen didn't say anything, shrugged and followed up, waiting for Dick to speak. He wanted to know what the task of 30,000 points. Chapter 19, I have done this task. The warehouse is large, and the second floor was directly transformed by Dick, which combined 2 functions of rest and training. Dick dropped Damien casually on the sofa, and then took out the medical box to simply treat the wounds on his body while treating the wound was gone. Yan Wen I. What? Lazy death. Just now? Something wrong? What's wrong? Get up. Dislike. Hello. You do it. I am he or not? Take off your blindfold to reveal the true look, and turn to look at K-Wen's direction. Meet me again, Dick Grayson, NCPD. Do all the new 52 DC heroes like to self-report? Looking at Dick directly revealing the truth, K-Wen can't help but say, the new 52 DC world, superheroes basically know each other's true identity. For example, the 8 giants of Zhenglian, all know that Batman is the DC world. The wealth of the bureaucrat is now polite. It is not polite to spend the money of the Lord. Who calls them poor? Of course, after the Sea King Arthur joined the Union, the Lord's wealth has become the second place. After all, the Sea King is sitting in the 7 seas. Man, the treasure in the sea or something, is not comparable to the master's net worth. It's just that Kwen didn't expect that the vice of self-reporting each other's door was not only among the 8 giants, but now even Dick did. He said that Kwen also knew that he was still silent. It was not good for the next task, and he had to relieve himself. The last layer of camouflage. The death suit and mask disappeared again out of thin air, revealing their true colors. Kwen, Midtown High School. Simply said his name, and Kwen waited for Dick to tell himself what he wanted to do. Nodded and said that he remembered Kwen's name. Dick walked to the sofa and said to Damien, "I know what you want to do, and I will help you, because I am also following this case, but then you have to listen to my arrangement. If not, then Batman will come to pick you up tonight and not if you understand." Damien also knows his current situation, he can only nodded helplessly when he was blocked. Dick untied the rope, and free Damien took off the rag that was stuck in his mouth, looking uncomfortably Dick. Dick didn't matter either. He took a file from the shelf next to it and showed it to Damien and Kwen. "This is information about the Hellfire Gang. That Midler was sent to the intensive care unit by me, but Hellfire, the business of the gang, has not stopped. Someone still sells stolen goods under the name of the Hellfire Gang and takes over the business of human trafficking. And so, I want to find their channels and talk about the guys who provide supply channels all in one go." Dick said fiercely. "Ah, this doesn't seem to be something that can be done in a few days, and I think your boss, Batman, shouldn't just sit back and ignore this matter. After all, the guy who can provide such a large population, if he doesn't have it a few handy men, can't they still do it now?" Kwen is not a fool. At first glance, this is the handwriting of a large multinational human trafficking group. If there is no bait support or excellent strength behind it, it will have been harmonized long ago. How can it still be moisturized to the present? In view of the fact that Zhenglian has been established, Kwen is more inclined to have Bai Dao's support. But this seems like a very cumbersome task. How can the system only give 30,000 points? Dick answered Corvin. "I know this is a very tedious task. It is impossible for us 3 to complete. I also know that Batman also intends to find clues from Kobot. I don't want to be able to do it. The interest group behind it is uprooted, but at least in Nazano, I don't want to see this happen again." Well, Kwen now knows why the system only gave himself 30,000 points, and now the small shrimps in Nazano City can be cleaned up with more effort, but with the leader of Dick, Kwen is also happy. In the back mix, save the brains. Don't worry about Kwen here, this guy seems to be easy to talk about, and they all come out as superheroes. It is impossible to turn a blind eye to the problems that appear in his city. He is just more worried about Damien. This guy is a kind of thorn, and he will use a knife to cut you if he doesn't agree. The ghost knows whether he will listen to the command. "So, do you want me to listen to your command? Do you know why I left Gotham?" Damien sat on the sofa with his hands folded, unhappy. "Oh, calm down, kid, you don't want to go back to Gotham so early. Although Yi is here, but people haven't sent you back to Gotham yet, you just play here for 2 days. Help, I think Yi shouldn't always control you like Batman." Looking at Dick's expression ready to attack, Kwen hurriedly said, contrary to his previous attitude of hitting Damien to death, he could say anything good if he could say good things. "Bear child, follow Mau Mau to communicate more too." Sure enough, after listening to Kwen's words, Damien calmed down and wanted to go back to accept Batman's punishment. Damien thought it would be better to stay in Nazano City for a few more days. www.mtlnovel.com Anyway, the punishment is the same for how long you go back. How did you make him quiet? Dick didn't expect Kwen to calm Damien's emotions so quickly, curious. Can't hear what I said just now? Everyone likes to hear good things, understand? Please, two of you, don't whisper in front of me, I'm not deaf. Although he knew that Kwen was saying good things, Damien was very helpful, and the ghost knew why. But it's not good for the two of you to speak in front of me. Hey, pay attention next time. Damien was speechless, and the next thing was much simpler. Given that Damien has no place to live, he lives here temporarily, and Kwen is waiting for Dick's signal, although Kwen did not tell Dick about his own contact information, but at Dick's level, if he can't do this, then his days with Batman will be considered in vain. So, what are we going to do next? If it's okay, I'll go first. So anxious. Laozi is going to school. A strong reason is always to find an excuse to fish for himself. Dick hasn't made a point where a student who is going to school will not go to school, nodded and said that Kwen can leave. As soon as Kwen left, the atmosphere that was still pretty good had cooled down at this time. Although Kwen told Dick to follow Mauji, Dick couldn't really say good things to Damien. I believe Batman also can't do it. Where do I sleep? Sofa. Doghouse? Do not sleep. My children should not go to bed. Why, are they all abstract paintings? Dick. Chapter 20, Gangster Fly. Wow, you look good, is he your younger brother? Dick's residence, their child Damien is being capable, the beautiful police detective Claire rubs his age, even if he is now a 15-year-old little guy, but, for Claire, Damien's youthful look made her motherish, and Dick next to him was embarrassed. Well, he is the son of my adoptive father. Dick replied awkwardly when Claire asked himself about his blood relationship with Damien. He is cute. Damien, who was held in Claire's arms, turned to look at Dick, who was completely indifferent, and looked at him with a murderous look, indicating that if Dick would not rescue him, he would stun Claire himself. Dick stepped forward, and moved Claire's arm away. Okay, Claire, why are you here? Dick was also curious why Claire had to come to the door to find him, and she was not familiar with her to such a degree. I know you are in the case of the Hellfire Gang, the police inspector told me to check. You can catch, but you can only send me to supervise you in the city of Nazino. Yes, Middles tonight it will be transferred out of the intensive care unit, and the superintendent will put you in charge of Middles' security work to prevent the Nightwing from coming to trouble him. Claire told Dick why she came here, but she didn't know that Dick was Ewing. Let Dick go to watch over Middle, or she just sent Ewing to Middle in person. Originally Dick was still thinking about how to sneak into the hospital to find Middle talking. The result is no longer needed, just go straight and go to find Middle, just need to put a few smoke bombs. So, that's it, this is the job you came over, right? Yeah. Claire didn't understand it and responded with a shock. Well, you go to the police station first, I have to explain things to my brother, that's it, see you later. Said, Dick showed the unique style of the straight steel man, directly pulling Claire out of the door, and then the door was closed, leaving Claire alone in a daze. It seems that your father's evaluation of you is a bit too false. This is how you treat girls? Rude, brainless. Damien commented on the sofa. Whoever scores, I never like to engage in this kind of foolish stuff with colleagues. You said this to Barbara. Damien continued to blast Dick's black history. Dick, who was hit by Damien with black history, couldn't help but stagnate, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. It seems Alfred tells you everything. He is a respectable elder. He remembers the things you have with him, and there are photos. After you go back, remember to say hello to Alfred for me. Then you have to go by yourself. I'm not used to helping people talk. What should I do next? Call that Kwen last night. Well, I'll check his information now and be prepared. I might need you two to do a smoke bomb tonight. Nodded thoughtfully, Dick walked to his room and took out a box with Wayne technology from it. After fingerprints, voiceprints, and pupil scanning triple unlocked, the box was opened and it was another one. Batman Black Technology Computer. After entering the name of Kwen, Dick found Kwen's basic personal information on the web page, Facebook, and Tubing. These social networking sites that everyone will register have Kwen's information. Starting with these most basic personal data, Dick quickly found Kwen's contact number and dialed directly. Lunchtime, Kwen looked at the call prompting the unknown number, thought about it, or chose to connect. Which one? Hello, Kwen, there is an action tonight, 10 o'clock, City Hospital. Hey? Hello. As soon as I returned, the phone hung up. I looked at this phone call from Dick dumbly and let him work so quickly. I thought I could take 2 more days off. I was unhappy, but the task still had to be completed. Tonight, I just listened to how Dick arranged it. With the big brother in front, Kwen estimated that his famous mission and side missions could be completed at once. In the evening, Kwen went out early because of playing. He walked all the way to the city hospital without waiting for him to buy a bottle of drink at the convenience store next to him. Dick popped out and pulled his collar handle directly. He dragged him into the alley next to it, and Damien, already in uniform, waited. Hey, can't you pull my clothes? It's very expensive. Cowan was dissatisfied, breaking away from Dick's big hands. I said if you could wear a uniform and come back, just come to the hospital in such a big swing, don't you know that the surroundings are all under surveillance? Dick said nothing, and the newcomer didn't have any common sense to be a superhero. It's true that surveillance is a decoration. What's wrong with the monitoring? I'll be on the way. Who are you looking for who looks like a superhero on the monitoring? Besides, uniforms, isn't it? Kwen is also speechless. CO authored, you still feel that I am not professional. Lao Tzu was not professional at all. If it wasn't for this arrogant system, he should be sleeping at home and making a dead mansion. I replied uncomfortably, and my thoughts moved, and the Death Bull and G3 armor covered myself. After Kwen directly used this one-touch facelift to hit his face, Dick didn't plan to say anything. People brought their own one-key facelift function, so it's no wonder they can go around so freely. Okay, www.ltnovel.com. What you say? Now I am scheduled to be in charge of Middle's security mission. The police in Nazano City only know that I have come to Nazano City. For you, there is also Loobin is not aware of it, so your task tonight is very simple, try to create riots around the hospital. I also received the wind here, and Middle's men plan to come over and take Middle, so the two of you will give me those guys, hold it all down, try to make the motion as big as possible, to attract the attention of the police. I will be responsible for interrogating Middle. Well, this is no problem, but when will the group of guys come? Do you have a letter of faith? We can't blow the night wind on the rooftop of the two of us at night. Relax, no more than 11 o'clock at the latest. Well, you are ready. Dick also knew Kwen's concerns and gave him a shot of stimulant. After explaining this, Dick walked out of the alley, bought some food at the nearby convenience store, and took it back to the hospital. His excuse was to buy some supper, and it was impossible to go back with nothing. Hey, what are you still doing? Stay here and find out. After Dick left, Damien looked at Cowan and squatted there stupidly, saying something impatiently, and then pulled out a hook gun from his belt and shot it toward the building above his head. A jump came to the top of the building. Looking at Kwen from the provocation on the top of the building, it seemed to be compared with Kwen's speed of going upstairs. And Kwen just cancelled the dress of the G3 armor, took out the phone and spider memory from his pocket, connected the spider memory to the phone, and pulled Kwen directly to the top of the building, easy to freehand. Damien looked at Kwen's comm operation, then looked at the hook gun he was recycling, secretly made a decision, go back and must apply to Batman to remake the hook gun, it is too bullying. Chapter 21, Another Wave of People. On the top of the building, Kwen and Damien were facing the night breeze, waiting for Middle's men to break into the hospital. Damien was okay, so he leaned on the wall next to him and closed his eyes, but K-Wank didn't have that kind of patience. After standing there for a while, he started to get bored, picked up his phone and flipped the app for a while. I don't know what to play. Twitter, Facebook, Tubing, and other social software have no appeal to him. As for mobile games, well, K-Wen said he never played mobile games. As a result, clearly in the country with the fastest internet, K-Wen couldn't find a way to get a little fun from his mobile phone. Ken only wander around blindly on the top of the building, looking at Damien sitting next to the Diao Yute. K-Wen couldn't help but sigh that Batman's family is high in fighting literacy. Look at yourself, you can't sit for 2 minutes, people can still close their keeping one's eyes, this is the difference between Mensen and Gang. For the first time squatting to catch people. Damien, who was closing her eyes and raising her mind, suddenly came to make K-Wen stunned for a while. Ha, can you say it again? K-Wen was a little ignorant. This is the bear child taking the initiative to talk to himself? I said, are you doing this kind of squatting for the first time to catch people? Then how did you fight these moths before? Damien said again. Well, when I go out and go shopping blindly, I will be reckless when I touch it, I will overthrow it and flash away. Basically, if there are no flying eagles, locusts, and octopuses, these small props from the 000 world, K-Wen basically fights crime. This way, he will be reckless and can go home to sleep when he can't. The idea is simple and surprising. Let Damien, the guy who received Batman's elite education, completely understand that it can't be done. It's too Buddhist. You are just for experiencing the life of a superhero. If this is the case, why not do it? I understand your information, and your father is a celebrity in the city of Nazino, and you have never experienced difficulties in life since you were young, that is, you don't need to manage these at all. It's a mess that can live well. Who said no? I told you that a month ago, I was addicted to the world of the house and couldn't extricate myself. The 3 points and 1 line are terribly comfortable. The ghost knows why Loudza squats in the big wind this evening. It seems that Damien was poked at the pain point, and K-Wen directly opened the conversation box and poured out the bitter water to Damien, feeling that he had to pour out all the bitter water since he was forced to cross this month. Anyway, it is boring to wait. Rarely has an audience, quickly vent. So, your ability is not innate, but because of some kind of accident that happened to you. Well, I think your armor is self-conscious and can force you to do these comparisons with some punishment. Rejection, such as death. But I am curious, if this armor is bound, then if you die by accident, will he look for the next owner? In the end it was the son of Batman. The bitter water poured out from K-Wen basically inferred the situation of K-Wen, and removed the crossing. As well as the system, K-Wen's situation was completely stated by Damien. Especially in the last sentence, if he dies unexpectedly, will the system find another host in the DC world? Damien's eyes reveal the light of eagerness to try, directly numbing K-Wen's scalp. How can I forget that the Lord is the prince of the Orthodox Assassin League, who can throw his own 10 streets than his brain? Just a few simple sentences, Damien has already pushed his situation and played a ghost. Ha ha ha, relax, newcomer, I don't want to do this kind of boring experiment. Looking at K-Wen's momentary dumbfire, Damien, the dead child, laughed directly and explained to K-Wen. For Damien's explanation, K-Wen silently kept a relatively safe distance from Damien. Well, dog life is the most important. Damien was also speechless to see K-Wen's action and talked about it. As for taking it so seriously? You can get superpowers like this, it's a blind. If K-Wen could hear Mian's heart, he definitely raised his hands and feet in agreement. Seriously? You can't be so counseling, newcomer. Damien said helplessly. I've been counseling, I wouldn't dare to go out without this armor. The truth is often the easiest to choke on people. Kwen admits that he is so generous that Damien doesn't know how to take the conversation. After a while, he said, I believe everyone comes to this world. The mission is like you, yes, maybe you devalue yourself, but some flashpoints that you don't even know are discovered by this armor. Listening to the content of Damien's style of painting, Kwen was a little ignorant. Why did this suddenly open his mouth to escape? Is it true that everyone in the Batman family nodded to escape? You know, since I was born, my mother told me that I was born to be a leader, but when I was sent to Batman, some things started to blur. The leader is not necessarily, but the hero, maybe it's my home. Maybe in places you don't know, you also have the potential to be a hero, which may explain why you have this sudden gift. You don't have to brainwash me for teenagers with middle school disease. Okay, I graduated. Let's think about it, it's all over 11:30, why didn't the group of middles men come yet? As for Damien's mouth escape, Kwen hurriedly forced it out. The province was really bewitched by Damien, and looking at the time displayed on the phone, Kwen was also curious. Dick told himself before after 11 o'clock, there will be troublesome guys. As a result, the two of them are chatting on the roof of the building. Except for the convenience stores that are still open on the roads, there is basically no one. It is surprisingly quiet. It is estimated that Dick could not think that his informant gave himself the correct message, but the problem is that the team who came to find Middle is no longer under the original team. Just a few blocks away from the hospital in the city of Nazino, a few cars were parked in the alley. A group of guys with ghost masks were cleaning the blood stains on the car. Looking like this, it was estimated that the original person on the car was already murderous more or less. After finishing, the guy with Frankenstein's weird mask checked the Uzi submachine gun in his hand and confirmed that the ammunition was sufficient. After no problems, he ordered his companions. Listen guys, from now on, we are the people of the Hellfire Gang, come and save our boss Middle, understand? I understand, boss. But the heavy firepower in our hands is enough to fight against SWAT, is it really such a big deal? The other younger brother was a little guilty, and for them, it was nothing to kill with a gun. The gangster must have this consciousness, just to die for an unfamiliar Middle, which is too bad. This is not Gotham. In Gotham, they can walk into the hospital in a fair and decent way, but the city of Nazino is better than Gotham in terms of public security. Silly boy, we are not familiar with Middle, but Middle holds a channel in his hand, a channel that allows him to mix up with the wind and water in the city of Nazino. What do you think of his quarter of the Chinbei district? I've come here to do things for others. Now that Middle is down, the gold master behind him needs a new spokesperson, and he caught Middle and got his channel, which means we can be the next one. Spokesperson, as long as it's done, we don't need to be afraid of how big we are today, okay? Understood, boss. Haha, then go ahead and prepare, the police will never think that we have come with so many people this time, move quickly, maybe we can go back to catch the party. Oh! A group of little brothers shouted in coordination, and then all got into the car and started the car. 6 full-body silver cars lit their lights in the alley, and the modified engine under the front cover roared and exploded like thunder. He drove out of the alley and started unscrupulous hurricane on the street. Several more guys who liked to stab themselves directly out of the car window and fired at the sky. Such a large movement naturally attracted Kwen and Damien's attention. Looking at the convoy running from the distance directly towards himself, he couldn't help but frown, he saw it for the first time. In the cities outside Gotham, there are still such rampant moves. Damien always thought that the city speeding project was unique to Gotham. I think these are the people who Yaya said came to make trouble in the hospital, but the movement seems to have been very big without us. Kwen, already dressed in armor, looked at the gangsters like neuropathy. Could not help but spit. I do not think so. Damien replied, throwing a bat dart in his hand, a bat-shaped dart across the night sky, directly stuck on the tire of the first car. www.novel.com. Boom. The bat dart, which installed a small explosive on the bat dart, exploded directly on the front wheel, and the car that was hurricane directly rolled on the road for a dozen times due to imbalance and explosion, from the bright wind to a pile of scrap iron. The person sitting inside is lucky to be alive. Your daughter's hands are so ruthless. Looking at this car that has been rolling for more than 10 weeks, Kay-Wen couldn't help but silent for a second for the people inside. Relax, still alive. Coped with Kay-Wen's sentence, Damien issued a hook shot towards the road ahead. 5 vehicles slowed down due to partner rollover. When the partner overturned their car, they knew someone was in trouble, and they stopped to find out what was going on. Naturally, they saw Damien swinging in the building, roaring, and headed towards Demi. And opened fire. When the gun was aimed at himself, Damien made a roll in the air for no reason, avoiding the original foothold, which had been taken care of by the bullet. This is a group of gangsters. Damien was hiding in a dead end, redefining this group of guys, who can predict the foothold and shoot ahead, but it is not something that street gangs can do. What happened? Come on, a few people, come with me. The policeman in charge of the guard in the hospital was also attracted by this movement and began to mobilize. At this time, Dick, who was in charge of the general guard task, began to order. Don't panic, Bob, take 2 people to the first floor and report the situation at any time. Jalen, Eddie, you guys guard the elevators and stairs. Claire, guys guard the corridor. Although I don't know why Damien and Kay-Wen started to work so late, Dick naturally couldn't let this opportunity go. Taking advantage of the time when Damien and Kay-Wen were out of the city, all the police forces around were removed, only leave yourself. Chapter 22, Trial. At 0 o'clock at night, 5 cars at the door of the hospital in Nazano are traversing the vehicle on the road, forming a line of defense. A group of masked gangsters are relying on the line of defense formed by the car to flash towards the roof of the cloak. Open fire. Shit, it's Robin, where is Batman? After several rounds of firing, he didn't hit Mian, and Damien took the time to throw a few bats and dart himself. Looking at the bat dart on his companion, he naturally understood that this was the exclusive weapon of Gotham's Dark Knight, and he could not help shouting with exhaustion. For Robin, who is still swaying on the roof, they are not afraid at all. They are afraid of Batman, who is still not in the dark. The ghost knows where he will come from and give him the most memorable memories. It's just that they didn't know that only Damien and Corvin were there this time. Batman wasn't there at all. Just as they were still aiming at the Batman who might appear at any time on the roof, they came from the side alley. A sound of metal colliding with the ground. A weird man in blue armor rushed directly out of the alley and rammed into the car next to him with great power. The huge impact directly caused the 2 unlucky eggs leaning on the body to fly out. The ground rolled over a few times. Looking at the irregular twist of the calf, I knew that it fell a bit miserably. Damn, what the is this? The car defensive line that could have cut the road in half was hit by the sudden attack of the weirdo. The gangsters with guns also temporarily gave up searching for the rooftop. Mian fired directly at the blue armored monster in front of him. Ding ding business sounded on the G3 armor. Although the G3 armor data is the worst in the Heisei series, but who also scored, in the face of just some gunmen, the performance of the G3 armor can still cause crushing. The gangster hit his own bullet, and Kay-Wen did not avoid it. Instead, he grabbed the chassis of the car next to him. The G3 armor and his own body physique. When he pushed hard, he knocked a car to the ground. So that these gangsters have no chance to use them as bunkers. And Damien at the top of the building also took advantage of Kay-Wen's neutral gear to overturn the vehicle. When the gun was sprayed, a hapless egg was penetrated by the gun to the shoulder blade and dragged to a high place. The screams that hung in midair and penetrated flesh and blood made these guys more madly vomiting their ammunition to Kay-Wen, and for Kay-Wen with armor color attached to the armor, these injuries were basically equal to nothing. Now we are at a distance of less than 50 meters from the Nazano City Hospital. We can see that this strange man in blue armor is pressing the gangsters at 150 meters. Although he does not know his origins, we can see that Robin from Gotham City is also in this shootout with the gangsters. Nazano, East Side, Dan Foss, the head of the Dan Foss family, Jeremiah Dan Foss is sitting on the sofa watching TV, and the dedicated journalists are reporting on the shootout in the hospital. Professor Jeremiah Dan Foss, who adopted Carla, has long viewed Kara as his own daughter. Because of this, he understands what Kara can do, Superman can do it, and she can do it. This city, I hope Carla doesn't think too much. After pressing the power button fiercely, Jeremiah scolded, and he was ready to go to bed. And in the room on the second floor, he was worried that Kara did not go to sleep at this time. For the Kryptonians, sleeping on the Earth is a very difficult thing. Super hearing allows them to hear sounds from all corners, although this harassment can be isolated through control, but if they don't want to, what they want to hear is as simple as breathing for them. This is the case of Kara. She is sitting on the desk by the window, her eyes are looking out of the window. In fact, her supervision and X-vision allow her to see the hospital scene directly through multiple barriers, but she can't see to KO when under the mask. It seems that the composition of the G3 armor has lead, and the kryptonite X-vision cannot see through lead products. Cool, is equivalent to watching Kara live on the spot, watching K-Wen crushing to deal with those gangsters, and then Damien in the building is responsible for harvesting, and the heart begins to beat in disappointment. In the hospital, Middleel, who was transferred to the general ward, was awakened by the gunshots outside. He opened his eyes and looked at the dark ward around him. He panicked inexplicably. He knew his situation better than anyone. After being detained, it must be that the Gold Master behind him is operating. At least he is safe until he hasn't mentioned the channel. But how long this security lasts, I don't know, maybe just today, his security is over. A large hand suddenly emerged from the dark and pressed his mouth to keep himself from speaking. At the same time, the Nightwing of Dick's incarnation appeared in front of Middle. Good evening, Middle, you are very popular. Middle looked at Yi in front of him in horror. He did not expect Yi to appear in front of himself at this time. He desperately pressed the emergency caller next to the bed, but there was no response, just like this hospital is only him and Yi wings are the same. I asked, you answered, and blinked when you understood. Middle blinked desperately, and Yi also loosened his hand to hold Middle. Tell me, where did your population trading channel come from? I knew you would ask this, but you know that as long as I reveal this secret, I will die. I keep it, and I can live. Middle breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yi asked himself, he was safe before he got the answer. The brain is still brilliant. Do you think the backing behind you will protect you, right? Or do you think the gunshots outside are all to save you? Wrong. They came to ask you the same question as me, only relative to for me, the way they ask questions is not very good. Now they haven't come because my friend is helping to stop them. If you want to be rescued so much, I can let my friend let them over and listen to the gun sound. Uzi, shotgun, Colt, this firepower is stronger than the police stationed. Guess, how will they take you away? Yi's speech was slow, but Middle's face became more and more ugly under Yi's words. Because Yi is talking about facts, Yi is a superhero. Given this identity, even if you can't ask anything, you won't be treated by Middle. But Middle knows the rules of the underworld, and everyone pushes the wall. Yuyuganshu.com is not arrogant, but he knows how many people he offended. Now he has turned over the boat. I don't know how many people are staring at his fat. But I tell you what, good is the same as death. You tell me, I can guarantee that in the next week, you will see the news broadcast all the people related to your channel are arrested, and your Gold Master will also know that the Nazano City Police is for population trading's attitude broke off his thoughts in Nazano. Can you guarantee? Do you have a choice? After being silent for a while, Middle also understood that he had planted, and he had no chance to turn over. He might have lived a meal in the prison, and could have a hope, but he kept his secret for a long time, and the Gold Master was impatient, and he also I'm going to the end of my life, and it's not that there is no one without your supplier. You just don't want to break this capital chain, but you disgust me. Even if you break this capital chain, I will also kill you. This is what the superior thinks. Middle is too clear. Okay, I tell you. Clenched his teeth and Midlel agreed. Wise choice, let's say, I listen. There are a lot of things involved here, I can't keep it in my mind. I hid everything about this in the second floor underground of the Hellfire Bar, just below the landline in my office. There is a password authority, password it is 523688521. Smart way, Middle, have a good dream, friend. After getting the secret that Middle told, Yi faked a blessing. His figure flashed and disappeared in front of Middle. The dark ward appeared light after a few seconds, and bursts of light came from outside the corridor. The sound of footsteps seemed to be Middle's own delusion. Chapter 23, Chaser. The door of the ward opened, and Dick rushed in with several police officers, and some of the rest of the middle-aged Middle looked at the belated police and felt so kind for the first time. He hadn't waited for the police to come and ask about the situation. Dale shouted loudly, "Hey, let your police officer come over, I will all say, I apply for a stain witness. My name is Dick Grayson, tell me what you want to say." Dick did not expect Midler to be intimidated by his own intimidation, not only telling his secret identity to the secret, but also intending to tell the police, both ends betting, but that's fine, at least you can confirm if Middle hasn't told me anything. Just like that, Middle, who didn't know Dick's secret identity, retold Dick again about what he had just told Yi. Silently compared for a while, there was no discrepancy. Dick nodded in satisfaction. "Claire, take a few people to the place where he said to turn out the evidence, and I take a few people to the next trip." After confirming that, Dick told his beautiful partner. "Okay, let's go, be careful yourself." Claire should make a sound and set off with several police officers, and Dick also took a few police officers downstairs, rushing to Corvin and Damien to abuse the gangster location. At 200 meters from the hospital, Kwen and Damien cooperated with these gangsters to play a cat-and-mouse game. Seeing that something was wrong, the gangsters had given up their plans to break into the hospital and take Middle, ready to retreat, but Kwen destroyed their transportation, and there were no passing vehicles on the street at this time. Everyone was not stupid enough to hear that there was a gun battle there and went to the point where they were together. Kwen simply followed the unlucky guys behind him, Damien followed, and rushed up almost, grabbed one and threw it directly into the sky, then Damien tied it with a hook gun, hanging in the air. The two guys were having fun. "Robin, stop playing, hurry up, and then rush to the Hellfire Bar and go to Midler's office, where we have what we want." The bandit who was thrown by Kwen is giving a freshly bundled trick. Mian heard the sound of Lidic in the headphones, and could not help but boring his lips, throwing the gangster in the air into the trash can. Then he shot the gun and hurried in front of a group of gangsters who could only escape with 2 legs. The 3-5-5 gangsters knocked down these gangsters who had fled in vain, so that Kwen, who was still having fun, also felt it's a little uncomfortable, and it's rare to have a vegetable abuse bureau. You don't want to hit 20 shots. You have to hit the crystal in 15 minutes. This is not a bully. The news came from the Night Wing, we had to go to the Hellfire Bar, before the police arrived. Damien explained while recovering the hook gun. "Okay," Kwen shrugged helplessly. After looking at the time, only 15 minutes passed. His armor had a 5-minute time limit. After thinking about it, he lifted the G3 armor and used his second layer of camouflage as the next action. Uniform. Damien didn't say much when he saw that Cowan had lifted his armor. The collected hook shot was sprayed out again, heading in the direction of Hellfire Bar, and Cowan exploded with amazing speed and jumping power. Black the Deadbolt costume perfectly blends in with the night, and the two rush towards the Hellfire Bar. Congratulations to the host, the reputation has risen to the minimum requirements to complete the mission, to fight against 3 criminal gangs. Because there is still half a month before the deadline, you can choose to submit the task. You can also choose to continue. The task reward will be rebased on the host's final task completion progress review. Running, Kwen heard the prompt from the system in his mind, thought about it, and chose to continue. Points are his most important thing. It is rare to have a welfare task. If you don't do more, you will lose. While learning about the system's re-review of the mission, Kwen and Damien came to the Hellfire Bar. The former Hellfire Bar, which was the favorite city of Nazino, became ruined with the dissolution of the Hellfire Gang. When the two of them went into the dark with Damien. According to Dick's instructions, Damien found a dark box on the desk of Midler's office and entered the password. A small door opened and a notebook and a tablet were stored inside. The tablet is not set with a combination lock. It is estimated that Middle is afraid that he will not remember it. The two looked at each other and couldn't hide their curiosity. They opened the notebook and tablet. Every person's name on the above and every transaction on them saw their scalp numb. Behind every large amount transaction represented dozens of girls. It has been trafficked from all over the world. There are many places for trafficking, illegal immigrants, schools, parks. It also records which places are good to start and which places are not good. All are in Nazino. It can be said that this whole notebook and tablet records all the darkness hidden under the city of Nazino, and the intricate transaction chains form a network of interests. Even Kwen, a guy who only wants to fish in troubled waters, is full of anger. This group of turned these young girls who should have bloomed in the flower season into goods for the benefit and sold them all over the world. He dare not imagine what kind of encounter these girls would have. Laptops and tablets we can't take away, they are also robbing the police. Kwen said in a deep voice. This is not a problem, I have copied the information on the tablet, but this notebook, I did not bring a mobile phone. Spider, it's up to you. One palm, the spider memory combined with its own mobile phone will record all the information on the notebook. What's next? Kwen asked after finishing all this. In Gotham, we have just started at this time. Do you want to experience Gotham's nightlife? Damien showed a wicked smile and turned to Batman with a bat dart in his hand. Be happy, I can't sleep tonight. Kwen also laughed aloud, and what was recorded in this notebook successfully caused his anger. He just wanted to vent his anger in his heart tonight. So, you are the landlord. Which one do you want to find? Damien handed over the notebook to Kwen and asked Kwen to choose. Then this guy, Mad Dog Obik, not far from here, just 3 blocks. Then go, leave the notebook and tablet to the police. After determining the next target, Damien threw the notebook into the lockbox. After confirming that the two did not leave any traces, he left the Hellfire Bar and rushed towards the site of the Crazy Dog Obik, 3 blocks away. 3 blocks away, Mad Dog Obik is having a party with his younger brothers, dressed girls, restless music, panting, and white powder scattered on the table, forming a picture of the night. Obik is a black man, and he can understand from his nickname that this guy is a mad dog. Everyone who catches a bite, and the guy in his hand is not weak. Such a guy, if there is no need, no one likes to match him. Therefore, Obik has also become a leader in the northern part of the city, occupying a warehouse as its source of income. However, just a few days ago, his warehouse was taken by the police. Because of Kwen, he was cut off from the capital chain in the past few days. He can only call his own younger brother to drink and have fun all day. Regardless of his business, the younger brother will not ask why his boss is not worried about the future. The people who have asked are already lying in the cellar. Since my boss is not afraid, why do I touch this mold, eat and drink? Just when everyone indulged in the wine, drunkenly dreamed, the lights went out and the music stopped. Before the crowd could react, what happened was that the two spheres flew in from the window, and the thick smoke quickly covered the whole room, and then there were two cracking sounds, and they had not reacted from drugs and alcohol. Was hit by thunder. Kwen and Damien, who broke into the door, were too lazy to even say hello, and immediately started to deal with the gang of dross. Damien, naturally needless to say, he who received the Orthodox Alliance and Batman Orthodox training, for the dark fighting in China is the best. Even if you follow Batman's dogma of not killing people, the training methods passed down to the Assassin Alliance naturally have the kind of tricks that are more painful than death. As Damien's long knife crossed the crowd, every guy who was crossed by Damien's long knife always felt that there was a place on his body that he didn't listen to. And Kwen is even simpler. The auxiliary effect of seeing the color makes him look like a day in the darkness where he can't see, and the wooden knife wrapped in the armed color in his hand is instilled in his own hacking specialization according to the system, toward these gangsters. The most painful part hit. The screams and screams became the music in the dark. Every guy who was entertained by Damien and Kwen was basically scrapped apart, even after healed. It was a crippling, all evil things, they don't have the ability to do it, and they are even afraid that someone will fix them. Ha! I knew you would come. Just as Kwen and Damien attacked this gang of dross in the darkest way, in the dark, a raging laughter came, and Kwen felt a huge the figure flew at himself from the smoke, and a pair of fists with thick hair directly hit his chest. Even with armed color protection, Kwen felt as if he was hit by a car. The whole person could not control the slump and hit the sofa next to him. The smoke was also taken away by the wind pressure waved by these fists and attacked Kwen's figure also used the moonlight to reveal his appearance, a rhinoceros. Oh big! You are a superpower. Looking at this guy who was nearly 3 meters tall, Damien couldn't help but secretly startle. Such a guy, even shrunk in a block, was not in line with common sense. Oh, unexpectedly, you little bird, you're adult. It seems that I can also learn from Gotham's clown, so that the criminal Batman feels painful, ha ha ha. You can try it. Seeing that Obik thought he would be able to secure his victory by exposing his identity as a superpower, Damien couldn't help but prepare for the challenge, but he was the son of Batman. Robin, let me come. Kwen's voice came from the wall. Kwen, who had just been suddenly attacked by Obik, rushed out of the wall wearing G3 armor and rushed straight to Obik. Just a layer of tattered armor, see me dismantle it. Obik saw Kwen's seemingly crude G3 armor, snorted dismissively, and the big casserole fist waved towards Kwen again. And Kwen didn't care anymore, and punched his fists. There was a loud noise between the flesh fist and the iron fist. Ah! Obik took a few steps back while covering his bleeding right hand. In contrast, Kwen, the G3 glove wrapped in the right hand, also broke up at this time. Exposing the fist inside, it seems that the collision just now, Kwen did not take much advantage here. G3 breakage 1.3%, the system in the mind reminded himself. Yes, as the armor, the G3 armor is the worst in the Heisei series. If you simply use G3 armor to collide with Obik, Kwen has no chance of winning, but he has an armed color. Armed color itself is a very magical thing, it can give people the means to deal with elemental abilities, and at the same time can carry out higher strength defense or attack more harmful attacks on their bodies. www.novel.com, kind of like real damage. Just now, Kwen directly attached the armed color to his fist, plus his own Showa transformation of the physique and the G3 armor bonus, successfully destroyed his own glove and also brought Obik went to the real injury. Come again. He glanced at his broken glove and his faintly painful fist. Kwen roared and continued to rush forward to start a melee fight with Obik. G3 breakage 2.6%, G3 breakage 5.8%, G3 breakage 9.8%, G3 breakage 13%. Listening to the damage reported to him by the system in his mind, K-Wen was like crazy, collided with Obik, and Obik, stimulated by the pain to blood, also beaten with K-Wen. At each collision, Obik had to endure the pain of flesh and blood, and the G3 armor on K-Wen's body gradually became a bit tattered during the collision. G3 armor damage exceeded 50%, the time limit for use has expired, the battle function cannot be maintained, and a mandatory recall is required for repair. The estimated time is 24 hours and the consumption points, 20,000 points. K-Wen, who was fighting with Obik, did not notice that his G3 armor had become damaged in the battle and was forcibly recalled by the system. He still hit his fist on Obik, who had already lost his combat power, to transform people. The physique plus armed color is enough to beat Obik into a dead dog. Kamen Rider. K-Wen. Enough is enough, you have to kill him. Damien, who watched Cowan and Obik fight each other, also saw that Cowan's situation was not right at this time. He hurried forward and slammed Cowan's head with a knife. The severe pain caused the demented K-Wen finally reacted a little, looking at his fists, as well as Obik, who was beaten by himself in front of him, and the whole person was bad. Chapter 24, Rise to Fame. Yes, when K-Wen was finally pulled back by Damien, K-Wen was really bad. The fist was full of blood. Don't say, Obik fell in front of himself, and the blood in his mouth was not. Qian's vomiting out, a flesh around his eyes, looking at this guy with only air out and no air intake, K-Wen couldn't help but soften his feet, or if Damien was next to him, he helped himself. K-Wen now he has fallen to the ground. Okay? Feeling uncomfortable in his stomach, K-Wen couldn't care about the blood stains on his hands at this time and ran up to the toilet next to his mouth. This time he was playing a bit ruthless. In that state of mind, Obik's tragic flesh and blood caused K-Wen to resist it all at once and vomited. Do you want to behave so embarrassed? Damien watched K-Wen utterly vomiting in the toilet a little bit. It was you who was the hottest in the brain just now, and you were the worst. It's you who is the most ruthless now. Oh, I beat people like this for the first time, do you have sympathy? Og. K-Wen was completely unable to restrain the discomfort in his stomach, and he continued to fight with the toilet. Damien shook his head silently. Relax, this guy is still alive, thanks to his superpowers. Strong physical qualities did not make him a debt of conscience you bear, but it is not easy to say now. Hey? Why? Well, let me see. Damien crouched in front of Obik and poked Obik's face with a stick. Well, a comminuted jaw fracture, left eyeball fell off, left untreated, left and right arms crushed fracture, 3 ribs broken, and 1 is stuck to the kidney. It is estimated that the kidney will be removed and the knee joint is broken. You successfully beat this guy into a 3rd-level crippling et. Listening to Damien's professional judgment, K-Wen's mouth could not help twitching. This injury basically declared death. Well, Damien also told himself that the result of this is just a 3rd-level disability, amusing me. Come on, your opponent is a superhuman. He is also a superhuman with a type of body mutation. The biggest characteristic of such a superhuman is its strong vitality. The casualties of ordinary people are fatal enough to be discounted in front of superhumans. The most serious injury you have caused him is only the eyeballs and kidneys. Others, now the medical methods are matched with this guy's physique, and full recovery can also be done. Damien put his hands together and said that K-Wen is rare and strange. He didn't know how many times he had dealt with this kind of superhuman man in Gotham and his own father Batman. Thick. Basically every time they deal with it is mainly to make them lose their combat effectiveness, rarely to directly fight people as sandbags, that must be equipped with some equipment, cannot wear armor like K-Wen directly to fight against others. Listening to Damien's explanation, K-Wen's original discomfort of killing slowly disappeared. After washing his face with water, he put on the mask again and walked over. Some eyes looked at Damien in a complicated way. How big are people? I don't feel any discomfort with this picture. I can still comment on myself here. Kwen did not know what attitude he should use to treat the Damien in front of him, especially knowing that Damien still had a killing emotion in his heart. Why look at me like this? Damien Kwen looked a little unhappy in his eyes. It's nothing, just this guy just put it here and don't care. Kwen asked Obik, who was lying half dead on the ground. Relax, he's still alive and well, but it's not good to just blind him like this. I think he should let him remember a lesson. Damien moaned his chin, thought for a while, and picked up long knife, aiming at Obik's lower body and ready to stab it. But he was stopped by Kwen. This is still my life. You are only 15 years old. Don't always think about these dark things, can the sun shine? With some helpless sighs, Kwen took Damien's long knife and endured the discomfort directly at Obik's lower body. Even in the syncope, Obik still issued a miserable sound that was not human. Scream, and then passed out again. After finishing all of this, Kwen consciously ran aside and continued to vomit. Damien walked to the side intimately this time, helping pat the back. Spit it, you will get used to it. Kwen, vomit. Soon, when Kwen and Damien cleaned the scene again, except for the girls who had been called away, the rest of the mad dog Obik's cardinals were all here, and Obik on the mobile phone after the name was deleted, the two of them flashed and disappeared into the night. As for the police who arrived after Kwen and Damien, they also found the criminal evidence in Middle's office. Claire was very interested in backing it up, and then took it out. Then he heard 3 gunfire came from outside the block. When they arrived, they could only see Obik, who had been scrapped, lying there. A knife was still inserted in that part, and the rest were half dead. This time, Claire did not show a disgusted expression to Corvin and Damien what they did. On the contrary, after watching Obik suffered the worst punishment in his life, Claire pretended to kick unintentionally. He was kicked at the wound, and then said slightly disgusted, "Okay, guys, take these guys away. Bob, take 2 guys to lift this guy down, call an ambulance, if you can save, you can't save just give him a happy, save here disgusting people." Yes. Officer. Police Bob took another colleague to deal with Obik, who was like a dead dog. The 2 policemen did not pull the knife at all, and carried Obik casually. Everyone is aware of the list of sins, and naturally knows that Obik is also part of the sin chain. They also hated what Obik did. Who can still have no children? These things are to destroy the hope of a family. At the time, several colleagues were crying. Bob knew that their children were a few years ago. The abducted and sold, the city of Nazino at that time was not as peaceful as it is now, and even the children of the police would be lost. And Bob himself has a daughter, and naturally understands the pain. For Obik, who caused one of these tragedies, Bob will naturally not be too polite, hand in hand with his colleagues, "Hey, one," tossed it. And threw it directly to the side door, and then took out the handcuffs and tortured it. "Bah! Enjoy your second half of your life, dross." Bob spit at Obik, and Bob left angrily. On the other side, Kwen and Damien, who had left, soon separated, returning to their homes and looking for their moms. When Kwen went home, Damien returned to Dick's house and turned around several times. Then Kwen returned to his home and lay weakly on the bed. The scene where he had just violently ran away from Obik, now he looked back a little bit embarrassed. What did he do? There was such a ruthless side, and he just hammered people into sandbags. Kwen, who was lying in bed and still recalling the plot, suddenly thought of something and quickly whispered. "System, what did you just say when I was talking to others?" "Host, your G3 armor is up to 50% damaged, a mandatory recall, automatic deduction of 10,000 points for maintenance, which takes 24 hours. Listening to the prompts repeated by the system again, Kwen couldn't breathe in heartache. www.novel.com had been looking forward to saving points to unlock the main ride for himself, and finally spent 100,000 points saved in a month. 10,000 people went out. Sure enough, once people got into their brains, such things as IQ and things like reason ceased to exist. This is the worst G3 armor of the Heisei series. You asked me for 10,000 points. Are you sure you didn't pit me? Haha. Once again defeated by the system's reply, K-Wen no longer wanted to speak more with the system. He scolded a word and went to wash. Then the whole person directly lay on the bed and slept deeply. This night, mental and physical fatigue, K-Wen did not have any thoughts about moving, just want to sleep. Cowan went to sleep, and Damien returned to Dick's residence. Dick, who was soy sauce as the commander in the whole process, returned to his residence late at night. When he saw Damien sleeping on the sofa, he also smiled helplessly and softly. Stepped forward and pulled the quilt up a bit. For the outside world, the storm of the night did not pass, and the police who got Midler's transaction record and list were also shocked. Unexpectedly, there were so many unknown darkness hidden in the city as law enforcement. There is only one thing they have to do to bring these guys to justice. Although the police were enthusiastic, the police inspector knew that this matter was not trivial. There were too many people involved, so he needed to report to the mayor. For the citizens who saw Corvin and Damien in the hospital on the news broadcast in the middle of the night to cooperate with the crushing of the gangsters, they only knew one thing, and their cities also have their own superheroes, and when Robin, played by Damien, called the Kamen Rider in the air, they also knew what the superhero in his city was called. Kamen Rider? What about his motorcycle? Despite him, the name sounds very handsome, everyone thinks so. Chapter 25, Mission completed. K-Wen, who woke up all night, continued to return to the daily life of 2 points and 1 line. Breakfast, greetings before school, and the scenery on the road have become the things that K-Wen has to do every day. He has begun to get used to it slowly. Life into this strange world. Only today, K-Wen found that everyone's topics have changed, only one is Kamen Rider. Sitting in the classroom, K-Wen listened to the students around him talking about the scene that he was crushing the gangsters with guns as a superhero last night, and praised and exclaimed that K-Wen was still in his youth. The age group feels a little beautiful. Anyway, he can be regarded as a punishment for eliminating evil. If good people do not know, what is the point of doing good? Emil, what do you think it would look like under the mask called Kamen Rider? It's so cool. Just as K-Wen was immersed in the praises of his classmates, Kara's voice made K-Wen directly excited. Woke up from the beauty of immersion. Shit, how did I forget this master? Stimulated by Kara's voice, K-Wen remembered that there was still an undebuted kryptonite. Now he is a ghost at this point. When Supergirl debuted, Nazano City directly upgraded from ordinary smashing to fighting with gods. A lot of cosmic people rushed out of the crowd, and thought of this, K-Wen's original excitement was gone. Anyone who thinks that what he has done is completely worthless to the Kryptonians will have a sense of frustration afterwards, but in order to prepare for the future, he has to do tasks even if he is frustrated. There are no points, and it is more difficult to mix up behind him. 2. Oh, I hope Karabe debuts so early, and give me some time. Glanced at this sunny girl excitedly discussing the appearance of a superhero with her sister, K-Wen reluctantly prayed, his strength is really not enough to see, when he can unlock the empty self, he will be at ease. The ordinary day passed like this, and at night, K-Wen, who stole from the house again, had arrived at Dick's residence. Because the G3 armor is still being repaired, he can only put on a dead bull, assemble a high fake mask, and run with a wooden knife. What about your armor? Dick asked, looking at K-Wen's uniform this time. It's broken. I'm repairing. I'll make up this body first, but I still have activities to do today. K-Wen was a little curious, and the police got the evidence for everything. The next step is simple, just go for it, even if there are some predators you can get rid of your sins by spending money, but what is the estimate of the business also plummeted, and what else needs the so-called superheroes? Dick was a little embarrassed after listening to the question raised by Cowan. The inspector went to see the mayor, and in the morning, there were too many upper-level personnel involved in the incident, and the mayor also gave the order to the inspector. The guys in several major industries in Xinuo City held up high and gently put them down. At most, the decision-making layer shuffled the cards to let them pay more money, and those guys with no background and no power were grabbing casually. Dirty politics. Damien commented uncomfortably, but Kwen didn't feel much. After the head last night, he had calmed down today and he knew that it was almost the end. The names on the notebook are too involved and too broad. Once some are exposed, the credibility of the government representing the city has declined, which has a great impact on the operation of the entire city. Even the mayor may not dare to such a large amount of cleaning. Dick's comment on Damien is uncomfortable. The government has government considerations in this matter. They can't say much. Putting themselves in the government's position does not mean that they can do well. The mayor's thoughts, I can't say how good or how bad, but personally, if these guys who did bad things are just let go, I'm really sorry for our secret identity. So, you are going to find some of the most arrogant ones, and make a good adjustment? Kwen asked rhetorically. Not only that, the police did not know that we had made a backup on our side, so we went to a few buckets on the site of the very outrageous guys and pretended to find their dirty work accidentally. It's public, so the city government should make a statement. Isn't it unexpected? After all, you don't want to see it. Listening to Dick's words, Kwen couldn't help but thought the Cold War. Is this Batman family so black? He said that he understood the position of the city government, and the result was no ambiguity. Don't look at me like this. These are the ones that have done so much. It's really about being let go of that. That's the biggest mistake, and their activities are more than just buying and selling people. Dick looked at Kwen speechlessly. There was no way. Kwen was now 3 meters away from him, making him feel like he was a bad guy. Oh, I believe, so, which one is it tonight? Which one? There are a lot of work tonight, there are only 3, and we can only deal with these 3. If more, it will affect the operation of the city. Dick opened the transcribed notebook and marked on the 3 names. After the circle, and then randomly throw the notebook into the sewer, the rest is unnecessary. After finishing, Dick and Damien shot the guns out. With the pull of the hooks, Dick's gliding wings hidden under his arms spread out, gliding with Damien in the night, and Kwen just glanced a little uncomfortably. I took my own steps and jumped between the buildings. It was okay to transform my body to do this, and I had been training for centuries, fighting, and my body seemed to gradually adapt to this kind of jumping between buildings. The amount of movement. The 3 moved between the cities, and soon reached the warehouse near an enterprise building. The 3 stopped and looked at the warehouse staff who were still working through the night. Dick frowned involuntarily. The firepower configuration of the fully automatic weapons and the patrol of the personnel are also slack, which is a difficult bone to chew. Lex Corporation? They are also involved in this business, shouldn't it? I remember they seem to have basically made a lot of money by relying on the energy industry and the high-tech sector alone. Looking at the name of this company, Kwen was also a bit surprised. Lex Enterprise, DC's most famous technology company, the black technology level is basically comparable to that of the master. And it should not be tied to such non-standard things as population sales. That's right. Subsidiaries, Lex companies can't cover everything. Some things will be outsourced, only the annual income is enough, but this manpower configuration and firepower are a bit difficult. Dick explained enthusiastically. It is also a headache for this intensive security company to start. About this, I think I have some ways, Taka. Kwen shouted, and Taka, who was patrolling in the sky, responded and fell on Kwen's palm. Dick and Damien looked at the falling Taka. They were a little strange, and Kwen still had a hand, which they did not expect. Bring an octopus and a locust, and go and mess with the guys below. Upon receiving K-Wen's order, Taka flew into the air again. In a few moments, the remaining 9 buddies also flew from all over, flying towards the warehouse below. The small size made these patrol officers neglect with their existence. These 10 little guys bypassed the sight of the patrolmen and sneaked into the warehouse. After a while, the brightly lit warehouse became dark. Artificial intelligence, these gadgets you made. I want to have that brain and still need to go to high school. I've been to Harvard for a long time. I'll save myself. The welfare that comes with the armor, okay, work. I said to myself, Kon let Dick them prepare to take advantage of the turmoil that has become turbulent because of the darkness, and quickly knock this group of guys down. When Kon vomited, Dick and Damien also closed their mouths, hooked them across the air with their guns, started smoke bombs, and then the 3 started a crushing battle and lost vision, and met 3 people who are good at night combat. The battle ended in less than 10 minutes. Just pry open a box, and a lot of guns are hidden inside. This alone is enough for them to drink a pot. Yeah, I hid a lot of heavy firearms in private, and when I was really drowsy, I sent pillows. What are you still doing there? K-Wen commented on the Enterprise's method of death, looking at the tossing in front of the computer. Dick asked. I'm invading their terminal system through their computer and bursting out what they did. If not, how could it be an accident? Okay, get it done. Looking at the billing records about population transactions appearing on the computer screen, Dick randomly ordered a send, read books www.uuganshu.com picked up an anonymous cell phone and dialed the alarm number, and then took K-Wen and Damien to the next one. The same operation, the canned little guy with K-Wen helped in the investigation and harassment work. K-Wen they were handy in dealing with these guys with black materials, turn off the lights, start the smoke, sap behind, quality 3, let the next both of them have followed in the front. One night, K-Wen was taken by Dick and Damien to solve 3 more criminal gangs, and K-Wen realized the fun of hitting people without armor. The branch mission was completed. The host assisted Yi to complete the crime crackdown on the population trade in Nazino. The reputation mission has completed 6 crime gangs. There is still 13 days before the time limit. Do you want to continue? No. Listening to the prompt in my head, K-Wen decisively clicked no. According to the prompt of the branch task, Dick has completed the purpose of letting the evil industry chain of population transactions in Nazino City collapse. Will it follow up later? It's hard to talk about K-Wen's partner. K-Wen also feels that it's enough to take advantage of it. Naturally, he doesn't want to fight anymore. Okay, the mission of Rising Reputation, completed. Evaluation B, as a Kamen Rider, even touching fish behind others every time, the host's character has to be changed. In view of the host's sudden flash of justice, this time just barely give you a B mission rewards, side missions, 30,000 points, a non-cut version of the Weirdo training card, no time limit, fame, B-level evaluation, 60,000 points, 3 lucky draw opportunities, a drive ambulance. Hearing the rewards given to him by the system, K-Wen's tears are almost staying. There are 3 lucky draw opportunities, as well as an old driver's prop ambulance, plus 90,000 points, and this wave has made a lot of money. Chapter 26, Separate Moments and Lost Drive. You look excited. Dick and Damien both asked weirdly, seeing that K-Wen was unable to conceal his emotions because of the rewards prompted by the system in his mind, or he was pulling them out continuously. 3 criminal gangs, so excited? Inevitably, the first time you got an kill so much dross, I think I can blow a wave. K-Wen, who almost leaked because of excitement, quickly changed his mouth, and what K-Wen Cow said by mistake. Dick and Damien didn't get too tangled, and looked at the policeman who appeared below, before they planned to leave. By the time I returned to Dick's residence, it was almost 4 o'clock. Although he had the physique of the Showa transformant, Kwen still felt sleepy, and wanted to turn around and walk away, returning to the warm blanket in his home. Nested. It's just not possible now. Since the largest of the population transactions in the city of Nazano are resolved, it also means that Damien's holiday in Nazano should be over, and he must return to Gotham. I booked a train ticket to Gotham at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will take you back to find Alfred. Dick handed Damien a glass of juice and said, "Humph, whatever you want." After receiving the juice from Dick, Damien turned back unhappily, drinking a drink in a muffled voice. Seeing such a childish scene at the guy who reached Mian, Kwen couldn't help but want to laugh. This way Damien was like a child, wrinkling his face all day long and bitter, and the expression was like saying, "It's not me who is wrong. It's the world. Why is it that life is so little, and don't give yourself a happier life? Isn't it because you find yourself uncomfortable? It seems that you have already made arrangements. Then I will withdraw first, Dick, if you don't mind, talk a few words." Seeing nothing about himself, Kwen was also ready to leave, and said hello to Dick before leaving. Dick was also a little curious about Kwen's invitation, but he still followed, and the two walked to the door. Kwen looked at Damien, who was still drinking juice, and then said to Dick, "Although this is your family affair, but I still give some suggestions. If you have time, take Damien out and relax. He is a good child, but he is a little paranoid. I think Batman should not deal with children in this grade. You and I are coming here, talk to him more." "Wow, you care so much about Damien? It's really good news for him," Dick quipped. "Say what? Just care about you. Life is not easy, find something more happy for yourself. Don't always make it so dark, just like this. Go, Gotham's journey is happy." After giving Dick 2 chicken soups, Kwen no longer talked about it, and walked away. On the way back, Kwen also tried his best to recall the DC comics he had seen. After all, the world seems to be more inclined to animated movies, and the combined worldview of comics and TV shows has nothing to do with the movie universe that has not yet expanded. Kwen does not know whether a big event such as the Unjust Alliance will happen, but it is well prepared. At least let Dick and Damian has a good relationship, and if there is really an incident where Robin kills Nightwing, that is the big picture. Yes, Kwen has figured it out. He is very Buddha. If there is no system, even if he knows that he has come to the DC world where the fairy fights, he will not do more to change his fate. To survive, to die, this is life, but since there is a system, and the system is forced to complete various tasks that he seems to be very dangerous, Kwen knew he could not escape. In any case, he will be involved in the vortex of DC's various major events, and even he feels that he may have entered the list of Sky Eye Club and Batman. In this case, try to accumulate points and unlock the night suit. Let yourself be a little more sure of living. Except for Dickie, the upper limit of the old Heisei decade is basically there, but with the new Heisei, remove the unfinished ZIO. Not to mention, the remaining 9 nights, there are too many places to develop, plus his own 3-color domineering practice system. He is not without the ability to fight with Uncle D. Forget it, don't want this anymore. Go back and count the rewards this time. You still have to be tough on iron. Removing the cluttered thoughts in my mind, Kwen, who moved and jumped between the buildings, also returned to his home, and began to count the rewards issued to him by the system. Drive ambulance, this did not have to say, good things. How many times did he save his life while the old driver was about to hang? But Kwen has not yet figured out whether this small prop can be used directly. After all, the old driver can use it because he has Mr. Belt, he has nothing. System, can this ambulance be used directly alone? Inevitably, the host, each speed tank is a self-intelligent program and does not need to be equipped with a drive belt to use. The system's explanation was to let Kwen feel at ease, otherwise he would summon a speed-shifting chariot, and it turned out to be of no use at all. Then he was not embarrassed, and then Kwen was not at all fooling, letting the system use it while he still had some energy. 3 chances to draw. The 3 roulettes with the Dream Vegas pattern in the old driver are spinning in space. It seems that since the first 5 missed draws, K-Wen has been lucky, at least every time. Some pretty good gadgets. Congratulations to the host, I didn't get anything I special at number Yuan. K-Wen now seriously doubts whether the lottery was manipulated by this vicious system. He just felt that his luck was always good. A vicious reminder. Congratulations to the host, get a single lost drive. Can be carried around or placed in the system space to summon. Congratulations to the host, after using 3 lucky draw opportunities. Before K-Wen had time to blame, he was dizzy by 2 excellent and bad news of the system. Lost the driver, good thing, the belt used for transformation in the W world, with its own microphone function. But the problem is there is no memory, and I don't even have the function of calling my. Why is this thing so funny? Lying trough, you are too kind to the system, anyway, give it to a memory. I have nothing to do with your gadgets except to show off. I can't do this, that's how luck draws, but you can buy it. Sai Li talk. I can't use it to shout when I buy it. Looking at the W series memory, with every million points, K-Wen cried out, especially the eternal memory of the theater version of the villain Knight E brother. The body, the mother is also the same points as the big brother Heisei. K-Wen expressed strong condemnation on behalf of the main Writing Protection Association. Swearing www.ltnovel.com. K-Wen still put the lost drive in the space, thought he could get rid of the curse of the G3 armor, but look like this, he still seems to wear more time. Some of them looked at the props they currently own, the 10 cans of the 3 eggs, the old driver's speed tank, the lost drive of W, the rest is better than nothing, and there is an original soldier training card with no time limit. With the idea of no good knight armor and supplementing with 3-color domineering, K-Wen clicked to use. Hey! It was a familiar voice again, so still 15 repair card combat soldiers, only slightly different in clothing, with a bone pattern on the chest, rushed towards himself with a mountain knife, arm wrapped in armed colors. Stopped for a while, and with a scream, K-Wen was cut by the repair card combat soldiers. Damn it! What's this called, a creep? You play me with the system! K-Wen shouted while covering his bleeding arm. Oh, I forgot to tell the host before, that the training card used by the previous host has the lowest fighting strength of the repair card soldiers. As a villain from the Showa era to the Heisei theater version, you think that the repair card soldiers have the combat effectiveness. So one thing? These are the elite level bone combatants, and their combat power is basically 10 to 15 times that of ordinary people. You can be understood as a super soldier, otherwise you think that the title of Showa Old Rogue is false. Host, you have to work hard. Listening to the system's vomiting, K-Wen has no cursing thoughts, and dare to confuse himself for so long, but the result is still at a level where he can only fight super soldiers and will be counter-killed. Not wanting, K-Wen directly summoned the high imitation toy lake, lifted the gravity environment, armed the color package, and rushed towards the 15 original super soldiers and began a painful night of training. Chapter 27, My Name is Wandering. Nazano City Express. Last night the police raided 3 enterprise warehouses suspected of hiding illegal goods in an alarm on an unknown phone. A large number of heavy firearms and a series of data on population transactions were found in it. It is difficult to imagine Nazano there are also such dark scenes in the city. According to witnesses, the warehouses of these 3 companies have been hit by the Nightwing, Robin, and Kamen Rider. For the follow-up report, please look forward to this reporter's follow-up report. In the classroom, K-Wen's Hung, who was abused by the repair card super soldier last night, was lying on the table weakly and watching the news reports on the TV. Last night, the system ruthlessly told himself with a fact that his level, he died. Can only play super soldiers, basically at a slightly higher level in the floor of the DC world's combat power, GG if you meet a big guy. Therefore, Kwen did not have any hint of joy in reporting his heroic action last night on TV. He even wondered if he should be low-key, lest one day be killed by revenge. You can report it energetically, and there will be more news headlines that you cannot get busy in the future. Mumbling, Kwen got up and left the desk, ran outside to let the wind down, looked at the time of the phone. It was 11 o'clock. It was estimated that Dick had taken Damien back to the simple Gotham City. After thinking about it, Kwen still said that his mind was immersed in the system space, and he wanted to ask the system something. System, ask, can the items I have acquired be transferred to others? Except that the night form and transformation items exchanged by the host cannot be converted to others, the remaining auxiliary items can be arbitrarily determined by the host, including tricolor domineering cultivation system. Hearing this, Kwen was excited at once. If tricolor domineering could be given away, he would be afraid of a ghost. He gave it to the master directly and created a large number of superhuman troops. You can touch the fish directly to death. Yes, but I don't recommend the host to do this. The system answered before Kwen asked. It is true that tricolor domineering is most based on the human body in the three power systems. According to the principle, it should be able to be cultivated, but the physical constitution of the DC world is different from that of the pirate world. The pirate world has basically unlocked the human body. The genetic lock is not yet available in the DC world, so if the host wants to increase the dominance of the three colors, it should have no other effect except to cause a large-scale death. The systemic explanation made Kwen dead give the master a tricolor domineering heart. Kwen still wanted to see the scene where the master who learned tricolor domineering knocked out the super dog head. Okay, you don't have to explain it. Give me 10,000 points and help me to exchange the cans and the 3 eggs. The land, sea, and air are one set. How much can I exchange for? Under 10,000 points, Kwen added 50 canned robots of flying eagles, locusts, and octopuses, all stored in the system space. Looking at these gadgets, Kwen thought about finding a normal express delivery to Gotham Go. After all, there is no super high-speed logistics like SF Express, and shipping this thing has also become a problem. Oh, you can't go to Gotham. The water is too deep, and you can drown people by accident. Ah! Helpless murmur, how to send it has become a big problem for Kwen. Gotham? Kwen, do you plan to go to Gotham during the holiday? That's not a good place. A familiar voice rang next to me. Looking at the two sisters who had come together, Kwen couldn't help but have a big head. Why should you come together? Ah, did you see through everything, sir? That's right, it's Kara and Emil who haven't debuted yet. These two sisters don't know why. Recently, they always like to come and talk to Kwen. Kwen can also hide from this, but just immersed in chatting with the system. Did not notice the coming of these two sisters. Well, can you say it again? I don't know when I said that I will go to Gotham during the holidays. How do you two always come to talk to me? I look very busy, honestly. In the class, he was completely asleep. Kwen didn't know what was happening. He asked directly, and asked the two sisters to find themselves completely in a state of coercion. Did they look like an honest man? The summer vacation will be formally next week. Everyone is thinking about how to spend this holiday, whether to go to play together or find an internship with a company. Also, as a boy, you are the best guy we have ever met. Compared with the gang of followers who follow us every day, we think it will be more comfortable to chat with you. Emil directly spread his hand, and Kwen also looked at the gang behind the two sisters and pointed at his classmates from time to time. She shrugged helplessly and said that she was completely uninterested in competing with them. First of all, thank you very much for your attention to my two beauties, but I am really not interested in being pulled by you as a shield, so, see you later. In Kara with a bitter look in Emil's eyes, Kwen flashed people directly, and the boys saw that Kwen was so intriguing, and came close, and surrounded the two sisters. After keeping some distance with Kara, Kwen felt that the feeling of oppression has slowly disappeared. After all, the person around him is a superwoman. For the current self-level floor, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com pressure is still very big. But I didn't expect that being such a well-behaved Sanwoo product could be noticed by Kara, which is really enough. Summer vacation, I almost forgot that I still have this benefit, but after all, the Nightwing gangster took Robin and ran away. Should I continue to fight crime? Kwen is a very lazy guy. As long as the system does not publish tasks for himself, he is basically the kind of person who sees someone committing a crime and joins in the past. As a Buddhist player, Kwen has already seen everything. Perhaps the system in Kwen's mind has seen through Kwen's nature. Before the system is freed from the rare idea of no task, the system awards itself. Task. Task name, Urban Legend Knights Road. Kamen Rider is not a warrior who only guards the peace of a city, but a warrior to protect human freedom. The mission requirement is that the host should go to at least 4 cities and leave his own name to fight crime in each city. The mission time limit, 3 months, the task assessment depends on the host's condition. What's special? After listening to the task requirements and tips given to him by the system, Kwen was completely speechless. He also wanted to say that he was bored during the summer vacation, so he found a gang in Nazano City to knock on the sap. Dead Fat House, did not expect the system to directly give him a task to go to the outside waves. This is not playing with people. What it takes to go out, money. And he can only go out by himself. If his cheap parents don't agree, then he can't be finished. Damn, this year, when a fat mansion is to be targeted, there is no king. Kwen, who was a little bit upset by the task of the system, thought, maybe this is the price. He just slowed down the girl. Chapter 28, Station 1, Central City. Mom, there is something to discuss with you. At home, Kwen, who was having dinner, spoke a little embarrassedly to his cheap mother. Scarlet Chu said. What's the matter, son? You can tell me something directly. Scarlet Chu looked at her son, and she hadn't found her son so shy before. Every chat was straight. How come turning sex? Belated puberty? Kwen didn't know that his cheap mother had noticed that something was wrong with him, but in addition to these, Kwen was okay in other aspects, and Scarlet thought it was a change of personality during adolescence, and didn't think much about it. Well, there is another week before the summer vacation. In preparation for the semester next semester, I want to go out and transfer, so I need some financial support. Of course, you can leave it if you don't give it. Kwen said that he didn't believe it, and looked at his cheap mother with some hope. Scarlet Chu looked at Kwen and was silent for a while. Then she put down her chopsticks and said, I personally disagree with you. This is the United States, not our motherland. In the motherland, I have no idea where you want to go. After all, you are already 18. But here, I disagree, but I don't speak alone. You have to tell your dad that if he agrees, I won't say anything. Hearing Scarlet's words, Kwen felt that his action had been half cold. His identity was an only child. Although his cheap father didn't spoil himself like many one-child families, he let himself go far. He also feels suspended. Does he really want to run away from home alone? This is a bit pitted. While the mother and son were still preparing for discussion, Kwen's cheap father, Jonathan K., also came back, so tired that Kwen didn't know how to speak. What's wrong? What are you two women discussing? Although the tiredness on his face showed a day's exhaustion, Jonathan didn't bring that negative emotion to his home and sat on the sofa to adjust his posture a little. Road. Well, I want to take the summer vacation to go outside, but my mother disagrees and needs your approval. Seeing you are so tired, I don't want to ask your opinion so early. Yes, let's go. Jonathan nodded and agreed directly. There was no time to consider, and the plot reversed too quickly. so that Kwen didn't slow down. Jonathan. Scarlett was also a little speechless about her husband's bluntness. But here is the United States. Are there fewer cases of gun murder every day? Jonathan glanced at his wife and waved her hand to signal her a little restlessness. I know what you are worrying about, dear, but our own country does not have a saying to read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. The danger is definitely there, but let him exercise himself, son. Let's be. What is the agreement? Yes, you say. We don't have any opinions on money, but we need to check your billing records every day. Once I find out where you should go, like Gotham, I will freeze your card immediately, and then you will roll back for me. Don't let me your father, I'll find someone to bring you back. This deal, the deal. Watching Jonathan staring at himself, Kwen felt helpless, and always felt that his cheap dad seemed to see something, but after thinking about it, his parents had passed everything, so credit card freezing? The United States does not play cashless payment. My grandfather, I'm in a big deal. After confirming that this operation was feasible, Kwen nodded much, and nodded directly. The deal, Dad. After confirming his free summer vacation, Kwen knew that this had been halved. As for the task of systematic explanation, he looked at it. Anyway, the hard requirement was to go through the 4 cities. He still had no problem. If you want to fight crime in a city, you have to depend on your luck. The time passed quickly, and there was only 1 week left in Central City High School. Taking advantage of this time, Kwen occasionally went out to stroll for a while, and finding the thief to touch up was a period of quality, searching the body, calling the police, and then he flashed people, or he was abused by the repair card super soldier in the system space. Hey! Wearing a black uniform and a bone pattern on the chest, the repair card super soldier made a classic scream and was flicked out by Kwen with a strengthened wooden knife in his hand. The great strength draws a pop in the air, which directly knocks this repair card super soldier into an irregular twisted form. And Kwen's hand holding the wooden knife was also a little trembling at this time. Each super soldier was basically 10 to 15 times more powerful than ordinary people. In simple terms, he can be regarded as a US team. Of course, only the US team's powerful fighting skills, otherwise Kwen's body, you have to kneel for a minute. Hey! Kwen had a slight headache when looking at the 10 card repair fighters on the field. I didn't really want to be a hero. I ordered fighting specialization, hacking specialization, and the Showa transformation of the physique. In the face of these 15 repair card super soldiers, I didn't complete customs clearance for 3 days. Still stalemate with these 10 creeps here. Damn, this year is really difficult to mix up, there is no self-defense means, even the far door does not dare to come out, there is enough waste. Cursed himself secretly, Kwen closed his eyes, and started to see it, covering his range. The 10 combatants in the group predicted their next move. Then, Kwen moved, and his figure motion was like calculating the landing point in advance. The remaining 10 repair card fighters greeted Kwen. Every blow by Kwen was avoided in advance. At the same time, the wooden knife in his hand was armed towards the deadly parts of these combatants, and the transformation of the physique of the person played a role at this time. Kwen felt that his exhausted body once again poured out a strength, direct against the head of a combatant, he flew it away, and the remaining 9 were also hit and flew one by one in a gap that could not be exposed. After finishing all of this, he only lifted his sword and lifted it. Armed with color blessings, standing there with a knife. Congratulations! The host is finally able to fight against 15 repair card super soldiers. Even in the DC world, the host is also among the mortal heroes who are not on the floor. Listening to the evaluation of the system, which is not an evaluation, Kwen didn't even think about going back. The 15 repair card super soldiers that he had worked so long to cut down, just broke from the floor sequence of mortal heroes in the mouth of the system. www.novel.com are all mortal heroes in the world covered with human skin. System, ask, will it still be the same specification for the next training? 15 supercard repair soldiers. Waving the wooden knife, Kwen asked. Not necessarily, it may be a red card repair combatant, the captain level, it may be Gulangji, it may be undead, random. Okay, I asked, but it's better to keep my luck and call out the repair card super soldiers. Gulangji is still easy to play. Undead is like this. It's just because of the G3 that was hit by the bomb, Ghost know how this system is graded. With a wave of his hand, he touched the spiritual training room, and Kwen returned his consciousness from the system space to his body. Okay, today's class will end here, and then you will have a 3-month vacation time. I hope you can grasp it. So, see you next semester, everyone. In the class, Ms. Brenner announced the end of the last class of the first semester. Everyone cheered, and Kwen yawned with sweat all over his body, ready to pack up and leave. Kwen, are you okay? It looks very tired. Kara, who was sitting next to Kwen, watched Kwen wake up and sweated all over the body, and she was also exhausted, and couldn't help caring. Thank you, I just didn't sleep well. So, on the topic of the last time, wouldn't you plan to travel on vacation? Yeah, I'm planning to go to the metropolis with my sister to find my cousin to play with. When it comes to the metropolis, Kara's eyes shine, and on this earth, the Superman of the metropolis and her it is the only bloodline dearest, so she rarely finds time to take a trip. She doesn't mind bringing more friends. Hee, don't go, I'll go to Midtown, goodbye. Chapter 29, Central City. In mid-June, it was the busiest time in the center city of Missouri, USA. The center city has been among the top cities in the United States for many years, and it is also the center of business, architecture, and art in the United States. It is called Thigmoft Midwest. However, with the continuous development of the economy and the redistribution of resources, the center city has no previous grandeur. However, the center city still has its irreplaceable advantages, such as the Center City University, one of the best universities in the DC world. The City Medical College has added a lot to the Central City, and the STAR Laboratory branch is also in the Central City. More importantly, this city is the guardian city of the fastest man in the world, the Flash. Cool, it really looks different from the TV series. The Flash is really the ambassador of Central City. At the Central City Airport, a young man carried a backpack that was almost as high as a person and wore a pair of visors. Holding a map printed with lightning signs, looking at the outside of the airport, even roads with lightning signs printed on the road signs could not help admiring. It is said that DC has a strong dark style, and Kwen feels that it is really the truth that seeing is believing. At least in the center city where he is now, Zhenglian Conscience serves as the city where the Flash is located. He can't see anything dark at all. On one side, a place where even the city logo is printed with the Flash logo, how can it hate the heroes of this city? In the end, it's the Scum Guide. I have taken the Zhenglian series of movies a bit off. I vomited in my head about the director who made Zhenglian movies into his own style in the world, and Kwen took the airport bus and went to the youth hostel he had ordered. Hello, I booked rooms on the 15th to 28th on your internet. This is my ID. Please check it. Kwen got off in the middle of the city and followed the navigation to the building of a duplex apartment, opened the door, smiled at the pretty lady at the front desk, and handed in her ID. I have to say that the three-color domineering still has its own use. Seeing the color and the armed color allows Kwen to provide a good auxiliary effect when he usually completes the tasks promulgated by the system. Kwen didn't feel much tugging, but in terms of communicating with the opposite sex, the effect was quite remarkable. The young lady sitting at the reception desk is an authentic American girl, slightly older than Kwen, and has some freckles that have not faded, but from the perspective of Kwen's own aesthetics, there is still temperament with the body, which can barely score 75 points. However, the young lady who was pretty good-faced K-Wen smiled to her, and she couldn't help but blushed, and some shyly took K-Wen's ID, confirmed it on the computer, and handed it back. At the time, K-Wen was given a bottle of soda. How much is soda? What does it mean to send water? Want to croak again? Holding the bottle of soda in his hand, K-Wen suddenly missed his thoughts, and it took a while to react. He refused the invitation of the young lady at the front desk to help, directly picked up his big backpack and took the room card. Walk towards the floor where you are. The room is very clean. As a youth hostel in a duplex apartment building, there are 3 floors in total. K-Wen lives in a single room on the 2nd floor. Looking down from the balcony, there is a swimming pool. There is still a small courtyard next to it. Several tables and chairs are arranged to provide venues for smokers, and a barbecue grill is used as a party tool. Compared with those so-called star-rated hotels, K-Wen prefers places like youth hostels. Travelers from the south of the world gather together to talk to each other about their hometown, the people they meet, and the interesting things they see. I'm hungry, I don't like to eat the food delivered by the hotel, I can go to the supermarket to buy my own DIY ingredients, or I can invite others to share it. I don't have to worry about whether this person knows me. Carrying a suitcase and running to the next target. A city full of sunlight, let's sleep first. Enjoying the sun shining on him, K-Wen commented on the weather in the center city, and placed the recliner directly on the balcony, enjoying the sun bathing and sleeping deeply. Go with. When I woke up, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. The public area on the ground floor below was already noisy. It seems that this time in June is also a month that everyone likes to come out. With so many people coming to this hostel, it also shows that the hostel's online ratings are not brushed. After a simple clean-up, K-Wen is ready to go downstairs to find food. Yo, you're still on duty, it looks like business is good. Seeing that the young lady who came to check in at noon was there, K-Wen was also very familiar with greeting. Yeah, just in time for the holiday, many people have come here to travel, have you eaten? Sister saw that K-Wen was so enthusiastic, the whole person was radiant and chatted with K-Wen. Not yet. I'm going to find something to eat. If not, I'll make it myself. By the way, are there any food shops that can be recommended in this neighborhood? This is your first visit to Central City. Yeah, I heard that this is a city of sunshine. Yes, because we have the superhero Flash, he always appears when you are the most dangerous. Like Superman. Yes, just like Superman. K-Wen and the young lady at the front desk chatted with each other about the customs of their city. As the first time to come to the center city, K-Wen learned a lot from the young lady at the front desk that they did not know before. www.novel.com in the center city, once experienced a period of superb human blowout. At that time, the center city was almost comparable to Gotham. It was not until the Flash and Star Labs cooperated with the Center City Police Station that the city has changed back to what it is today, and the Flash has gradually won the recognition of the people in the Center City during this period. The particle accelerator exploded. It seems that this central city is in line with the TV version of the Flash, but it is also specious. Probably compared to the plots I have seen. Except that the origin is similar to the TV series, the other basically deviates from the track. At least he did not hear news about reverse lightning from the young lady at the front desk, even Harrison Wells. It does not appear in the news of Central City, which means that the plot of reverse lightning does not exist at all. This also let K-Wen breathe a sigh of relief. If he knew that there was still reverse lightning, he would leave without saying a word, a speeder whose initial speed reached several times the speed of sound, and a villain who was proficient in all kinds of fast-killing skills. I don't know where people are when I die. I think you are also visiting the Flash Museum, right? Ha! K-Wen, who was meditating, didn't hear the young lady at the front desk, and looked up at her with doubt. The Flash Museum, the most famous building in Center City, is one of the best scenery in the United States, like Center City University. Yet, after all, a museum named after the Flash, I am also very interested. Then you are really lucky, because tomorrow is exactly the first anniversary of the Flash Museum. Maybe you will see the Flash himself appear. Wow, that's really good news. Thank you very much for your popularity. See you later. See you. Chapter 30, The Flash Museum. When Kay Wen turned back from a nearby stall, this youth hostel was already full of people. Basically, backpackers from all over the world had seen Kay Wen, and there were a few compatriots from their own country. Laughing and chatting in Mandarin. Listening to this familiar native language, Kay Wen felt intimate for no reason, carrying the fruit juice and some snacks he bought, and Kay Wen walked straight over. The first time you came to Central City? Try these. As a soul who can speak Mandarin, Kay Wen leaned in front of their compatriots and did not seem so abrupt. Oh, thank you. Man, did you come from the motherland? Seeing that Kay Wen was so enthusiastic about delivering snacks to himself and others, this group of young people who were not much bigger than himself did not exclude Kay Wen from sitting beside them. They knew this kind of thing in other countries, and they thought it was pretty good. Motherland? Oh, no, I settled here. Grandpa's generation lived here. There is no way. The motherland probably went back as a child when he was a kid. Listen to his compatriots, Kay Wen also explained. Then your Mandarin is very standard. The compatriots who came from the motherland to travel and admire Kay Wen, who is fluent in Chinese. After all, a man who lives abroad all year round, it is difficult for you to ask his Mandarin pronunciation to be able to follow life. People in the mainland of the motherland are the same, so before Kay Wen did not say that he was a Chinese American, they would not even think that Kay Wen was settled here. I'm swollen with tribute to the Cantonese dialect. Kay Wen showed his little voice silently when someone cast some admiration. Just kidding, the predecessor of Lao Tzu was the gift of language specialization. The seamless switch between China, Britain, Japan, and Guangdong, and I'm afraid I can't hold back your first wave of waves. Because Kay Wen's own language specialization talent, Kay Wen quickly became a fellow with this group of compatriots from different worlds, and also learned from his mouth the situation of his country in this DC world. There is no way, no matter in their own world or this DC world, these two countries are still in a relatively opposite situation. Their own country still uses network isolation. The people outside do not know what is happening inside, and the people inside can only pass through over the wall to understand the outside world. Rarely knows his experiences in other countries, Kay Wen naturally wants to know more. What? More than 10 million square kilometers. Kay Wen was stunned to hear the country area that his compatriots said. This seemed to be more than 400,000 land area. Yet, isn't this the common sense of geography in elementary school? The compatriots looked at Kay Wen with suspicious eyes, and it seemed that it was a little too strange that Kay Wen didn't know this common sense. But this is not to blame Kay Wen, he did know the specific geographical news of the DC world, but he just read a rough idea, knowing that his world's Earth is not much different from the original Earth, he didn't pay much attention. Now, it is normal for my compatriots to report some shocking figures. No, I remember the big rooster on the map of the world, and I didn't see any hair. Kay Wen thought back carefully to the map of the world he saw. His motherland was still a male standing proudly in the east. Chickens are no different from the world they are in. Did you forget the bug next to you? When you were fighting, the older generation rushed directly to their local land under the leadership of the 10 heroes. Brought back to the domestic trial, and live beheaded in front of the people of the whole country. That scene, I don't know how exciting. If it weren't for raising the eyebrows that year, can we be so strong now? Compatriots popularized a plausible history for Kay Wen, which made Kay Wen ignorant and powerful my country. This history is completely in 2 versions. But it sounds so exciting. However, if you think about it carefully, Kay Wen also feels very reasonable. After all, in his own world, because of political and national strength factors, it may not be possible to do so, but here is DC. Super is just the most famous superhero, it does not mean that there was no superhero before. How can it be a big country with 5,000 years of history? According to such a comparison, Kwen also knows that many historical events cannot be compared according to his own world. After all, there is a group of superhumans who can break the balance of the battlefield, and many events will be rewritten because of superhumans. Speaking of superhuman beings, Kwen also wanted to know the situation of his motherland, and also asked, there should be many superheroes in our country, why haven't we seen any news on the news? Old friend, what is the meaning of the existence of superheroes, is it not to fight crime? But our national people's police and the masses are not vegetarians. In addition, our country prohibits the freedom of guns. There will be a few guns coming out, and a SWAT team can get things done. Superheroes come out to add chaos. If not in our country, superheroes will become legends, and we will not take advantage of the holiday group here in the center city, visit the Flash Museum, and after visiting here, we also want to go to the metropolis to see the Justice Hall stationed on the Earth's Justice Hall. This reason is powerful, leaving Kwen speechless. It seems that it is the reason that the existence of superheroes corresponds to those criminals with superpowers or mastery of black technology, but the problem is that the system of their own country suppresses this situation. Occurs, and naturally superheroes are useless. Thinking of this, Kwen also wanted to cry without tears. Is it still too late for him to change his nationality? At least the system can't find a target that can be assigned to the task. Maybe Kwen can be salty fish for a lifetime. Okay, this reason is really enough. Anyway, welcome to the kingdom of superheroes. In addition, I personally recommend that you go back after reading the Central City. The place in the metropolis, although there are supermen, can be dangerous. Sex is also quite high. Good night. Kwen still reminded him of his obligation to go to the metropolis. After all, the metropolis has the Super League, and the difficulty will change from easy to at any time. The ghost knows whether you will meet the Super League and the villain of the universe just after you go. I really have no place to cry if you cry, or the center city. Relatively safe. After saying goodbye to his fellow countrymen, Kwen then returned to his room to sleep. After the next day, he slept naturally, and then picked up his Nikon camera and adjusted the camera to manual mode. The shutter speed was 1/1000. He wants to see how fast the Flash is, known as the fastest person in the world. Take a copy of the Center City travel guide from the young lady at the front desk and follow the prompts to get on the bus to the Flash Museum. The Flash Museum is located in the center of the Center City, directly opposite the city government. www.novel.com. Through the car window, Kwen saw the appearance of the Flash Museum. A bronze statue of the Flash about 3 meters high stood at the entrance of the museum, and he made a running shape surrounded by lightning. Got off the car, bought a ticket, and Kwen followed the instructions of the street signs to enter the museum. Once inside, Kwen understood why people would say that the Flash Museum is one of the must-see attractions in the entire United States. The first floor of the museum is a large exhibition hall. Each exhibition hall is filled with a variety of strange weapons. There is also a text description of this weapon next to it, marking the year and day, and a record of how the Flash defeated the enemy. When you step forward, the instructor standing next to you will press the button next to the display rack, and a holographic projection will be played from the display rack. The ugly criminal turns into a lamb in a yellow lightning bolt. The Flash in the suit only disappeared after showing a smile to the camera. The video was very short, only a minute before and after. Just like the sentence written in front of the Flash Museum, you can save everyone in a flash, you can save everyone, Ina. Awesome! Looking at the holographic projections on each display rack, Kwen had to say a word of admiration. All the equipment here is from the props developed by Star Labs, DC's top laboratory, including the weapons on the display rack, but also just there is only appearance, but just watching these black technologies that only exist in the movie appear in front of him, Kwen knew that this wave was not lost, and it was worth the fare. Look, uncle, is that what you did before? It's cool. As Kwen was about to take some photos of the Flash Museum, Kwen's keen senses made Kwen hear a conversation that made him almost drop the camera. Chapter 31, Flash. When Kwen heard the content of this sentence behind him, he looked back subconsciously. Just less than 10 meters behind him, a couple of men and women who looked like a couple were carrying a man of about the same age as himself. Guy. Of course, it can't be the couple's children, otherwise they have to get married early. The height of the man is slightly higher than that of Kwen, with short hair and a slightly handsome appearance. The female is also a typical European race, and the guy next to the two, with a short dwarf head and short chestnut hair, pointing at the front shelf is chattering. People will know that this guy is not a sight when he sees it. Lord of Peace. As for Kwen, after confirming that there was no problem with his ears just now, the older young man in front of him should be one of the veterans of the Justice League, the fastest person in the world, the Flash. Barry Allen. The ghost was so miserable that Kwen pressed the shutter in the direction of Allen. Kwen's move also caught the attention of Barry, who was watching his fiancée Eris scold his nephew, and looked over to Kwen. Kwen did not admonish, he walked directly towards the veteran of the Justice League, and generously showed Barry the photos he had taken. Loved 3, your child? Absolutely not, I'm not married yet, this is Eris West, my fiancé, my name is Barry Allen, CCPD, this is my nephew, Wally West. Barry Xiang Kwen introducing myself these two loved ones. Kwen, from the city of Nazino. Take advantage of the summer vacation to visit your favorite city. Nazino City? Oh my god, you come here alone? Wally, I remember you seemed to be 18 after your birthday in June, look at others. When Iris heard that Kwen was traveling alone, he exclaimed directly, and then looked at his undisputed nephew. His fiancée finally took the time to accompany himself. His nephew was so blind. She rushed over and vigorously glowed there. She now only prayed that Kwen, her peer of the same age, could take away her headache nephews so that she could enjoy a moment of the two. I don't know if Kwen heard Air's prayers, and came to join the lively Kwen and said, "Several, this is the first time I came to Central City. I still don't know much about the Flash Museum, can you introduce it to me? Who are the villains defeated by the Flash?" "Oh, with pleasure, Wally, it's time to make friends." "It's up to you, Barry, let's go." Iris heard Corvin's request and agreed to Wally without thinking, and then hurried pulling his fiancée's arm to take him in another direction. Before leaving, Barry also smiled apologetically at Kwen. Looking at this wave of operations by heirs, Kwen also wanted to laugh. It seems that as long as he takes off his armor, these superheroes who are like gods in front of people also have their own wood, oil, and salt, which is also good. At least it looks like heroes and ordinary people. The distance between them is not so far. "I'm sorry, man, I need your help as a tour guide." After looking at Wally, who was upset, Kwen could only say a little embarrassedly, "What? I want to talk more with Uncle Barry." "Hey, are you here to make trouble?" Wally's face was thrown uncomfortably, and he said to Kwen directly, "I can only say that you are out of luck and chose the wrong time to find your uncle." "Why?" "Because you are too bright." After saying something that all single dogs understand, Kwen went to another display stand, and Wally, who was aftertaste, also followed Kwen somewhat blackly. He understood what Kwen said, naturally. There was no way to say Kwen. After all, he did become an oversized light bulb. No wonder his aunt ran so fast. "So, you come from the city of Nazino, I heard that you also have superheroes in Nazino, called Kamen Rider, right? What does he look like?" Facing Kwen, the same age as his own. It seems that it is easier for Wally to find a common topic, and he directly asked the interesting facts about K-Wen's city. Actually, there should be two superheroes in the city of Nazino, one called Nightwing and the other called Kamen Rider, but Kamen Rider, I have never seen him, so I don't know what he looks like. Kind. Okay, but I think the Flash is the most handsome. K-Wen glanced at Wally, labeled him with brain powder, and got a real hammer, so he couldn't wash it. Because he is not very familiar with Wally, K-Wen is not sure whether Wally chatting with himself in front of him has already obtained the same fast power as Barry Allen and became a lightning kid. Opportunities like idols will become inflated, on the contrary, they will only worship idols more. Just as K-Wen still wanted to get some useful information from Wally's mouth, the director of the Flash Museum went to the center booth, tapped the microphone, and the crowd around the Flash Museum exhibition rack attention attracted the past, including Barry and Ayers who were intimate. Okay, Ayers, I should play. Listening to the news on the side of the booth, he was talking with his fiancée Barry, and he was about to leave. Don't be so anxious, is there a minute before George finishes speaking? Let's enjoy the next minute of happiness. Speeder. Iris took Barry's hand and printed his lips on his fiancée's on the lips, the two kissed as if there was no one there. At the booth, Joe West, honorary director of the Flash Museum, watched as more and more people gathered under the stage, and began his own speech. Everyone, I'm very happy to see everyone gathered here. There are citizens from Central City and friends from all over the world. We all experienced the war of aggression 2 years ago. In that war, 7 people the superhero came forward and saved our world, and our center city has such a hero who saved the world. To commemorate his contribution in the center city and the world, we built this museum. This year it's the first anniversary of the establishment of the Flash Museum. Let's cheer with the loudest voice together. Flash. As the curator's last words cheered, the crowd gathered on the floor also shouted the Flash. A yellow lightning flashed across the people's field of vision, and curator Joe West appeared beside the curator on the booth. A superhero. A red metal jumpsuit with a single folded yellow lightning pattern on the chest, a yellow lightning pattern around the elbows, a yellow lightning pattern on the waist butt, yellow boots, and streamlined decorations outside the ears. There are black or golden lines on the body structure line. Just looking at this shape has made people feel handsome and compelling. Hello everybody, everybody. With the audience's voice, Barry, who was separated from Iris by Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, instantly completed a one-touch dressing from his own lightning ring, which appeared on the stage and vibrated. The vocal cords greeted everyone below. The applause was thunderous. Everyone came to see the flash of one of the 7 giants of the Justice League, and Barry's cool appearance made everyone feel worthwhile. K-Wen did not follow everyone cheering together. When the curator started to call my, K-Wen pointed the adjusted shutter at the booth until Barry appeared as a flash, and his own insights have been cover the booth in your own area. But even so, the moment when the shutter speed of 1/1000 changed from Barry to the appearance of the Flash, it was just a thin yellow line passing through the crowd, and the next one was the Flash on the stage. In the photos, the perceptual feedback of Wen to K-Wen is more exaggerated. As far as K-Wen's cognition is concerned, there is no one on the platform the previous second, and the Flash will appear above the next second, which is simply out of nothing. Shit. This speed is totally perverted, this is also a fart. Comparing the photos taken by the camera and his own feedback, K-Wen concluded that the speed of the Flash in front of him is definitely close to the comics. That kind of thing, if one day I got in touch with this gangster, I didn't have to fight, and it's useless to unlock the HP armor. People started with sublight speed, and the speed of light started, they couldn't even touch their shadow. 10,000 steps back, even if you don't face the Flash villain reverse lightning is not a fuel-efficient lamp. It can be the same villain as the Flash's enemy, and I hit it. Next, what the Flash said on the stage, K-Wen didn't even bother to listen. He even regretted why he chose Central City as his first stop. This is not a blow to his self-confidence. Chapter 32, The Origin of the Lightning Boy. The Flash is coming fast and going fast. As a world-renowned superhero, he can come to be the biggest return ticket. It is not difficult for him to sign something. When many little girls hadn't had time to take their own Flash posters to find his signature, the Flash had already completed their signatures for them, and even K-Wen was signed with these letters on his clothes. Fuck. Looking at the words written on his clothes by marker, K-Wen burst out for no reason. What's wrong? Wally, whose poster was signed by the Flash, was screaming excitedly at the Flasher's name. He heard K-Wen burst into a swearing and turned to ask. This is AJ, man. K-Wen pointed to the logo on his clothes, and was so distressed that he couldn't breathe. AJ, a piece of clothing that he had worn for less than half a month, was scratched by the Flash with a marker. Why, you still want to wipe it off? Watching the motion of Wally next to him might be pasting his poster on his face at any time, K-Wen decisively chose counseling, and his brain powder could not afford it. The signing of the Flash will soon be over. There is no way to meet the fastest hero in the world. Many of the originally cumbersome processes have become simplified. Signing, 1 second, taking pictures, others can give in 3 seconds. Everyone in the audience took a group photo, do you dare to believe it? If it weren't for the last anniversary group photo, it is estimated that today's meeting will end in 3 minutes, making it the shortest fan meeting in history. Wally, who got the signed poster and signed doll, was very excited and completely forgot that there was a K-Wen watching next to him, and the whole person was posing in his own style to play selfie. The departure of the Flash also made the originally crowded crowd thinner. Everyone came here to see the Flash. Now the Flash sees it, and the signature is also obtained. Looking at the display racks, it seems dull, or go down. An attraction is better. Wow, there are fewer people, Aunt Iris is there, I have to go and show them off. Listening to Wally's self-talk, K-Wen thought for no reason that he wouldn't get the goods in front of him. The fast-rising Junior 2, even Barry's secret identity is unclear. What does the sentence he said earlier mean? K-Wen couldn't understand it, and he didn't bother to understand it. He didn't care about it. He wouldn't disrupt the plot like other traversers, because he didn't know how the DC world plot went, it was blank. The plot is the same regardless of how you play it. Following Wally, Barry and Ares were kissing there. K-Wen is okay. After all, as a lone wolf for a long time, this kind of thing has been strange, and Wally, the whole person is red-faced, glanced at this guy who has not yet become a lightning kid. Some couldn't help but want to laugh. I told you all, you are too bright, understand this time. K-Wen saw the scene of spreading dog food, and consciously prepared to flash people, saw Wally still there, and pulled him directly. Collar went outside. Look, rest assured, when you feed dog food in the future. Worley, who is still an ordinary person, couldn't resist K-Wen's arm strength, he was dragged away by K-Wen. Barry, who is a speeder, naturally noticed K-Wen's behavior. He also secretly praised K-Wen's approach. His nephew is really too entangled, but he is also a fan of his brain, and he can't say anything. Hey, you can let me go. The uncomfortable Wally pulled by K-Wen waited for the museum to earn K-Wen's big hand. K-Wen did not intend to continue to entangle with Wally, waved his hand and prepared to leave. Where are you going to go? Seeing K-Wen was about to leave, Wally didn't feel bad about the peers who met each other, and he was very convinced that he could run to the center alone. Go shopping, take pictures, catch thieves, have a chance to see you again. Hope that the next time you meet, you can be the person you want to be. Then leave some contact information anyway. I believe you can find me when you become the person you want to be. Waved his hand, and K-Wen left dashingly. There was no dashing image at the beginning. Damn, I still have to do the task. Wouldn't it be noticed by the Flash with you? He scolded, and Kwen looked at the city guide map and walked directly to the most unbalanced area in the development of the center city. Go with. Since the system task requires you to leave your name in the city you walked by, you have to make some achievements. The most unbalanced area in the development of Central City is where Kwen made his name, but Kwen did not plan to release his canned robot here. After all, this is the site of the Flash, and there is a star lab. The ghost knows how many satellites there are. Looking here in the sky, he didn't have the idea of attracting attention. The idea is beautiful, and the reality is cruel. When Kwen stood in front of a shop in the most unbalanced area of Central City and watched these police cars patrolling every 15 minutes, his head started to hurt a little. What is this American police? Is it so efficient? Kwen still couldn't believe the facts in front of him, thinking that he could catch a thief in this most unbalanced urban area, knock on the sap of 2 robbers, and mix the task was completed in the middle of the day, but this high efficiency of making the police turned everything into a fantasy. Kwen watched the 2 policemen who rushed in front of him push down a buddy in front of him at a speed of 100 meters, then handcuffed and sent to the police car. This skillful operation made Kwen have to admire him. It's just that he simply doesn't understand why there are so many police officers crouching in the city where the crime rate should be the highest. Is there a leader to inspect it recently? The first time I came to Central City. The owner of the convenience store was a very talkative black man. He could see what Kwen was thinking when he looked at Kwen's puzzled expression. You know our city is the guardian city of the Flash, right? He is the fastest person in the world. Basically no one will choose to commit crimes in the center city, because it is likely that you have just put your wallet in your pocket. The next second you will find yourself in a shift room in the Central City Police Station. Convenience store owner's words made Kwen do not know what kind of expression should be used to express his own sorrow. Even if you don't have to start running at light speed, supersonic running alone is enough to patrol the city several times, but anyone with a little brain will not do something here to make him suffer. But you also know that if the Flash did everything, the policeman would not be a spare. Later, because of the alien invasion, the Flash has become one of the founders of the Justice League. There is not much time to manage the Central City, so in order not to let the people down, the police in the Central City began to work hard to deal with this most riotous urban area. As you see now, I think, the entire United States metropolis and Central City have the best security, and I really appreciate that alien invasion. The boss's explanation directly caused Kwen to give up the idea of giving his name here. He can't always grab a job with the police. What is this? Yet, what a salty fish for another day. It looks like it's going to rain. Flash first. Looking up at the thick clouds above his head, Kwen mumbled, stopped the taxi and left, and went back to where he lived. Youth Hostel. Center City, 156 First Avenue, Chengdong District. This is the residence of the Flashman Barry Allen and his fiancée. Lightning Boy Wally West, who met Kwen at noon, was in his room on the 2nd floor, wearing a yellow tights uniform, red on his arms and feet, and the mask was not like lightning. Xia is half covered, but his mouth and his long maroon hair are exposed, and there are small red lightnings in his ears. I am the future guardian of the Center City, Lightning Kid. Looking at himself in front of the dressing mirror, Wally could not help but boasted his hips and boasted. Randomly put a few handsome shapes in front of the dressing mirror, and Wally feels handsome. Haha, go find Uncle Barry and scare him. The shape of the suit is good. Wally wants to find someone to share, think about it, and now only Barry, who is still doing criminal evidence analysis, is at home. After thinking, Wally sneaked up the loft quietly, preparing to surprise Barry. At the top of the attic, Barry was doing criminal evidence analysis in his personal laboratory, listening to the thundering thunder above his head. Barry couldn't help but remember it. 2.5 years ago, he was also in this weather because of an accident. Make him a godlike power. Fast power. This fifth natural force, which completely violated the laws of physics, made him the fastest person in the world. However, gaining power comes at a price. The fast speed keeps Barry's thinking, movement speed, and nerve response from being on a channel at all. When he uses the fast speed, the words that ordinary people say in front of him can be extended to 1 hours, or even longer, so when he runs, he is lonely. If he doesn't slow down, he can't even hear the calls of his teammates in his headphones, because the sound can't keep up with his speed. It's a thunderstorm again. Looking at the raindrops on the overhead skylight that converged into a waterline along the window edge, Barry couldn't help but sigh and continued the work on hand. As a criminal forensic investigator, he could have used his swift force to speed up his work, but he did not, because after completion, he would fall into loneliness with nothing to do. The door of the attic opened gently, and Wally, wearing a customized Lightning Kid suit, slipped in quietly. www.novel.com. Seeing Barry working hard at the table, Wally stepped forward and directly just shouted, "Surprise!" However, Barry was unmoved. As a speeder, how could he be frightened by a sudden attack? "Wally, shouldn't you be watching TV in the living room at this time?" Barry said without looking back. "Please, I am already 18 years old, who watched the childish cartoons, Uncle Barry. You still tell me the story of your cooperation with the Flash." For his future uncle, Wally still likes it: kindness, integrity, knowledgeable. More importantly, he has also worked with his idol. Such an uncle is simply great. "Okay, I will tell you this, little Flash fans. Now, wait, what is your dress?" However, Barry of Wally had to turn around. Seeing Wally's tight dress could not help but stunned. "I made it myself, the future guardian of Center City, Lightning Boy. Is it cool?" Wally flaunted his arms. "Cool." For his fiancée's nephew's suit, Barry also had to say good eyes, ready to start talking about his heroic deeds. Bang! Just then a thunder thundered through the night sky. And the yellow lightning directly broke through the skylight above the attic, and fell directly on Wally, 2 meters from Barry. Lightning struck Wally and flew it directly, and behind Wally, the bottles and cans that Barry was experimenting with. As Wally ran into the back cabinet, the bottles and cans placed on top it also spilled on Wally, and a wonderful chemical reaction took place. And then Barry reacted from the joke that nature gave him and shouted, "Wally!" Chapter 33, Jailbroken Orangutan. Center City, Iron Mountain Prison, Superhuman Supervision Area. This is a prison that has been set up since the explosion of the particle accelerator in the Center City because of the blowout of superpower criminals in the Center City. The Star Lab provides technology and equipment specifically for these superpower criminals. It has been held in the center for the past 2 years. The city relies on superpowers, has superior combat skills, high-tech weapons to commit crimes or things. At this time, Tishan Prison, as a detaining super-powerful criminal, is a masterpiece. All the on-duty prison officers have been equipped with high-energy impact guns, electronic force field shields, 3 steps and 1 post, and 5 steps and 1 whistle in Tishan. Patrol in the prison and check the situation in each cell. As the general hub of Tishan Prison, Warden Winchester is looking at his colleague who is constantly operating in front of the control panel, and sees that his colleague's head has been sweating cold and knows that this time is not small. "What's the situation, man?" "Sir, it's a bit bad. Lightning caused a short circuit in the cells in the first and third areas. It can't be restarted through the control terminal. Someone needs to go there for manual operation." Hearing the report of his colleagues, Winchester's face was also sinking. As a warden, he knew what kind of criminals are held in Tishan Prison. Letting people manually restart in the past is not equivalent to sending sheep into the tiger's mouth. "Are there records in the monitoring rooms in the 1st and 3rd districts?" "Sir, the gorilla Grud was taken in the 1st district, and the group of orangutans restored by Grud was put in the 3rd district." "Damn, close all exits, enable brainwave isolation devices, let the person in charge come back, and notify the Flash. Winchester scolded, and directly issued a series of orders, and the operator quickly executed. "Sir, we have lost contact with the maintenance personnel." "Then close the gate directly. Hold on to the Flash." Although distressed colleagues who have lost contact, Winchester is responsible for the living, and issued cold-blooded instructions to close all exits. The operator also understood the mood of his chief, and he couldn't care about anything else, so he pressed the red button on the control panel. In an instant, the alarm bell of Tishan prison, which had become a T-tong, rang loudly, and there were gates falling everywhere. The prison guards who originally planned to patrol each cell also withdrew as soon as possible and returned to their posts. In the 1st and 3rd districts of Tishan prison, where there is no response, a group of 2-meter-high orangutans are surrounded, and human eyes glow in the eyes of the wild. They are looking at their leader. One head is slightly larger than the other. Their white gorilla grabbed a prison guard's neck with one hand, and pressed the other on his forehead, closing his eyes. The captured prison guard's eyes were white and his legs were struggling until he lost his movement. Randomly throw the prison guard to the side as if throwing a rag. The white gorilla opened his eyes, looked at the closed gate at the passage, and pulled out an identity card from a nearby guard on the ground, swiped, "Enter the password, this is the closed gate to open." Roar! The white gorilla roared, looking at the weather outside, and it smelled of freedom. "Take up the weapon, let's go to the Flash revenge. Me, Grud will lead you to victory." The white gorilla, no, it should be said that Grud, with a human language in his mouth, roared. And the gorillas behind it also took their weapons from the prison guards who fell to the ground, armed themselves, followed behind Grud, and rushed towards the far center city. Just like T-tong, the Tishan prison lost its due role in this lightning, and became the cage where the Tishan prison guard trapped himself in a place. Central City, number 156, 1st Avenue, Chengdong District. Barry watched Wally struck by lightning and fell to the cabinet, and he couldn't help but worry. The high temperature and high pressure of lightning are enough to turn a person into a coke, and it is a lucky thing that Wally can still maintain a good body. But this doesn't mean it's all right. Barry in panic has even forgotten that the top priority at this time should be to take Wally to the hospital instead of leaning in front of him and trying to get first aid. Pop! When Barry's fingers had not touched Wally's body, a yellow lightning flashed from Wally, and Barry, who was electrified, also stood up at this time. Just when he touched Wally, he feeling the close connection with himself, the celestial force space came in a new consciousness, and then looking at Wally, who was lying there without injury but just comatose, Barry came out with an association. "You must be joking with me, Iris knows that he must kill me." As Barry, who came over, how could he not guess his nephew when he saw this familiar scene, and seemed to have the same as himself opportunity, he was selected by Shen Suli. Unsurprisingly, he should have become a speeder just like himself. Just thinking about how to enter the space of divine speed and bring out Wally's consciousness, Barry's mobile phone on the table sent a shock, watching the red lightning icon flash on the screen of the mobile phone, and quickly walked over and opened the icon. The voice of his friend Cisco came. "Barry, hurry to Tishan prison, it's Grud, it's jailbroken. Damn, the house leaks in the rain." Hearing the warning from his friend Cisco, Barry couldn't help but think of this oriental motto. His nephew was still lying there, unaware of life and death. "Cisco, hurry up to my house, something is wrong with me." "What?" "It's Wally. He's chosen like me." "Damn, you bring Caitlin to see him, I'll go find Grud." After that, Barry turned on the stairs and took a blanket to cover Vaughn Lee body. "I'm sorry, Wally. Simply apologize." Barry puts on the lightning ring on the table and stretches forward. The flash metal suit with space folding technology flew out of the lightning-shaped ring, and a trace of lightning passed through Barry's eyes. The whole person turned into a ray of light shrouded in these metal suits, and Barry, who was dressed in an instant, turned into a lightning and left his residence, turned into a golden flash in the central city of the night, and went straight to the distant Iron Mountain prison. As soon as Barry left, a creeping hollow appeared suddenly in the attic, and a man and a woman jumped out of the hollow. The man wears a pair of goggles, his hands wear a pair of gloves, and the woman has silver hair, like a sapphire pupil, exuding a temperament that no one should enter. It was just that when they saw Wally fainting on the ground, they couldn't help but scream. "Oh my God, Barry really didn't joke with us, Wally was really chosen by Shen Li. I'm afraid it's true. The test shows that Wally is carrying a lot of magical power. It seems that he is really the Lightning Kid," he said. Caitlin scanned Wally's body with a tablet. On the tablet, the human body model representing Wally contains a lot of yellow light. "What's the matter?" First, Barry was hit by divine speed to become the Flash, and then his nephew Wally was struck by lightning to become the Lightning Kid. Is there something inherited by divine speed? Is the family going to become the Flash family? Cisco is a little crazy. www.novel.com. Although he also has the ability to shock waves under the influence of the particle accelerator, he would rather be struck by lightning than his friend Barry. Who is right in this matter? Maybe Barry was really selected by Shen Li, maybe he will be the home of the Flash in the future. Cisco, your mouth is very spiritual. Looking at Wally, who was comatose, Caitlin and Cisco had no way at all, and being selected by divine force could only wake up the self-consciousness of the selected person. The ordinary people had no way, even Barry, who was comatose at the time. For half a year, who knows how long Wally will lie down. But what they didn't know was that the two of them left Barry and the right Flash, stimulating the unconscious Wally. The closed eyelids jittered faster and faster as Cisco and Caitlin talked. "I think we should take Wally back to the Star Labs first, and wait for Grud, who Barry solves, and find a way to give heirs an explanation." "Yes, I didn't expect that there are people who are afraid of Barry as the Flash." The two joked, and immediately, Cisco leaned over to prepare to pick up the unconscious Wally, opened the portal, and took it back to the Star Lab. At that moment, the unconscious Wally suddenly opened his eyes and prepared to hug his Cisco, scared a stagger. Before he could react, Wally, like Barry, turned into a yellow lightning and disappeared into the two's vision. Cisco and Caitlin looked at the empty attic and looked at each other. After a while, Cisco asked, "Now, what should we do?" "What else can I do?" "Go and find Barry." This reflected Cisco quickly positioned the location of the Iron Mountain prison, opened the portal, and teleported the two of them. Chapter 34, The Fastest Person in the World. Tishan Prison. At this time, because the gorilla Grud cut off the energy supply station of Tishan Prison before fleeing, the entire Tishan Prison was completely closed. The super-powerful criminals who were supposed to be locked by electronic locks and detained in their cells also came out of their cells because of the cessation of energy supply. Although Warden Winchester closed the passage of Iron Mountain Prison, but the people who can be locked in are basically a group of talents who are not used on the right path. For the gates that close them in the cell, they have some way to unlock them. The second district, this is the Tishan Prison, specially jailed those criminals who do not have superpowers, but rely on their superb criminal IQ and high-tech weapons to commit crimes. Their danger level is only lower than those in the first district to the central city. A superpowered criminal who has suffered a major loss. As a group of criminals with high IQ, because of the power outage caused by Grud, they saw a good opportunity to escape from prison. Without the lock of electronic locks, they were detained only by a few spoons and clothes. Their prison door was opened. The gate was closed. One of the Flash's old enemies, Cold Captain Leonard Snatch, holding a dead prison guard pass, crossed the card slot, and stared at the password gate full of numbers. "Come on, Snart, if you can't open the door, your head will be the same as the guy just now, and I'm squeezed." The murderer Steel Wire pressed his fist hard. He was born with strength. The powerful guy, his tyrannical temperament made him murderous, and his strong physique and beast-like combat intelligence made the police exhausted. When the Flash debuted, the Flash suffered a lot. Later, after getting acquainted with his abilities, the Flash quickly knocked him down and put him in a prison in Tishan prison. However, because of this accident, he also killed the prison guards to escape. Relax, steel rope. If you didn't kill the prison guard, we are out now. Someone returned to the steel rope uncomfortably, and Snat racked his brain to guess the password to open the door. Tishan Prison Command, a yellow flash directly passed the obstacles set by Tishan Prison, and easily came to Winchester and others who were waiting anxiously. How bad the situation is, Winchester Warden? Barry asked, shaking his vocal cords. The Flash? Thank goodness. The situation is terrible. Gorilla Gord's left with his helpers, and because of the sudden lightning strike and the hands and feet made by Grud, the prison's energy station completely lost its power. The control terminal that controls each district cannot continue to operate. We can do nothing, but the gate of the last measure is still operating alone. I don't even know how many colleagues I have lost. Speaking of which, Winchester is also full of grief. Although this is an unexpected accident, Tishan Prison also has protection measures for thunderstorms. But who can think of this thunderstorm so fierce, directly bringing the entire iron? The protective system of the mountain prison paralyzed the beating, causing incalculable losses. I will go to restart the supply of energy stations, and the prisoners in the 1st and 2nd districts will be handed over to me. You will organize the manpower, and once I restore power, I will start to recontrol the supervision zone. I know. After confirming the plan, Barry disappeared again in the eyes of Winchester and others, and came to the energy station that provided the operation of the Iron Mountain Prison. The right hand vibrated at high speed, and red and yellow lightning gathered on Barry's hand, aiming at the place to be input. When Barry flicked his hand, a red and yellow lightning struck the energy station, with a huge amount of energy. Lightning has reinvigorated the quiet energy station. The heat dissipation system was restarted, and the rainwater that had originally fallen on the energy station evaporates mist due to high temperature. Just like the Tishan prison in a dead city, the lights became bright again, the barbed wire was energized, and the searchlight was turned on. The dark imprisonment area also restored power, and Winchester, who was in the control center, ordered his colleagues the first time the power was restored. Start the number 1 warning instruction, let these guys go back to where they should be, let go of the gates of the 1st and 2nd zones, and let the Flash teach them a good meal. Yes. In the 2nd area, Snat tried to enter a few numbers, and the gate that was supposed to be closed began to open, and at the same time, the light in the dark prison was released again. Looking at the daytime lighting, Snat suddenly backed away. 1 step back to his cell. Others were overjoyed, armed with the weapons of the killed prison guards, and prepared to rush out of this Iron Mountain prison. Snart, what nerves do you have? Do you want to be a model prisoner? Gordon looked at Snart back to his cell, completely ignorant of his behavior. It's too late, he's here. Who? The Flash. Just as Snart said the magic word, the 2nd area prisoners who were planning to leave found a guy wearing a red metal suit at the exit. The familiar color scheme made people grind their teeth. The culprit of this group of guys sent to prison, the fastest person in the world, the Flash. I saw that the Flash came slowly from the exit towards them. As he progressed, his figure changed from 1 to 2, 4 to 4, and within a few moments, he changed to the same number of prisoners in the 2nd district. Doppelganger, one of the Flash avatars saw Snart, who was staying in his cell, and slowly disappeared. The remaining Flash avatars looked at the criminals who were about to escape. Shen Sheng said, "You only have 3 seconds to consider, put down your weapon and return to where you should be, don't force me to move." The same scene is also staged in the 1st district. The super criminals, shark men, steel beams, tar pits, pipers, weather wizards who were caught by the Flash in Tishan prison in these 2 years, these guys, there is a Flash in front of him. Divine Speed Force Avatar, this is the skill developed by Barry as the Flash in the past 2 years, as long as the speed reaches a certain level. Yu reads www.yukanshu.com. He can create an avatar that is transformed into magical speed force, and the magical speed thinking enhanced by the magical speed force allows him to control these differentiated avatars. Damn, this must be an illusion. There are so many of us here, don't be afraid. Freedom is at your fingertips, but it is stopped by the evil Flash in the nearest place. As a group of unruly guys, how can they be willing to rely on themselves? There are many people, and the Flash avatar in front is just the idea that the Flash is too fast to cause the remnants of the image. They attacked the Flash Barry. And Barry also made them understand that in front of the fastest person in the world, the number of people really has no advantage. Dozens of lightnings passed through the crowd. The criminals who were supposed to charge on the road were temporarily vacant, and then they fell down. Like the key, he returned to the cell where he was. The electronic lock was handcuffed again, and the door was closed tightly, inhibiting the activation of the device of the superpowers, making these guys a bunch of ordinary people again. The Flash avatar, which made all of this, slowly disappeared. Finally, there was only one main body, and the steps were slightly floating, supporting the wall and panting. The fact that divine speed divine is a big consumption for him. In the past, every time he finished this trick, he would add a lot of special high-energy calorie chocolate, but this time he came out in a hurry and forgot to bring it, and the outside still growled. A high-intelligence gorilla with mental control and remote sensing of mind, is messing with his gang of brothers. He has to rush over. At this moment, a portal opened, and Cisco and Caitlin, who messed up the matter, ran out of the portal, and the first sentence to see Barry was, "The Flash? No good, the Flash kid wakes up. Now." What? Barry heard the fact that Cisco had said that his feet were a little soft. He knew that when Ayers came home to see the messy and missing Wally, he was dead. Chapter 35, The Rise of the Orangutan. Cisco and Caitlin brought bad news to themselves when they came over, which made Barry, who had felt too much consumed, not hold up at all. Instead, Cisco's eyes were sharp, and he saw that Barry should be too fast at this time. Opening the portal with one hand, and Caitlin helped Barry back to the Star Lab. Held Barry to the table, Caitlin quickly filled the special high-calorie chocolate into Barry's mouth, and after a while, he only recovered. "Cisco, what the is going on? How could Wally disappear?" As soon as Barry recovered, he asked his friend directly, how could a teenager struck by thunder, disappear under the eyes of two old superheroes? "We think it should be that Wally was stimulated by certain keywords, which led to the acceleration of his process of accepting the power of speed, and he woke up early," Caitlin said awkwardly. "Keywords? Like the Flash, Barry Allen. I think Wally in the coma still subconsciously worships the Flash, so when the two of us tell your secret identity in your attic, Wally wakes up. Sorry." Listening to Caitlin's explanation, Barry didn't know how to express it. The will to dare to love the remnants of the brain could still be so strong. He ran out of the space of supernatural power. He didn't have this welfare, and he was still in the Star Lab lied for half a year. "Well, guys, I think I found where Wally was." Cisco searched Wally's trail on the satellite control terminal of the Star Lab, and then tuned out a channel and put it on the screen. Just at 23:15 p.m., there was a phenomenon of strangeness in the Central City Library. The subject books on the second floor are moving at various weird speeds. So far no reasonable explanation has been found. On the screen, books of various disciplines are stacked in a row and placed on the ground. The yellow light flashes, and the stack of books moves to another location. Looking at the situation on the big screen, Cisco opened the portal consciously and jumped in first, while Barry and Caitlin followed. The portal opened directly on the second floor of the library. When Barry and others came out, they saw various books moving, and there was a yellow flash passing by indistinctly. "Okay, Barry, can you explain the current situation?" Cisco can't understand it anymore. He can't keep up with the speed of the speeder. He can only see the books moving, and the rest is completely blank. It's Wally. He is learning through various disciplines through the thought of strengthening the speed of power. You can't see him because he is moving at high speed. Although he hasn't learned the speed of power, he is fast enough to let he reads all the books at the same time. Barry, who came over, could see Wally's state at a glance and explained to his friends. You mean, Wally had a movement speed close to sublight speed at the beginning? Caitlin couldn't believe it. It's just this moment. Didn't I just wake up at that time and ran to the other side of the earth? Afterwards, I trained for a long time before I reached the speed of my previous wake up. Go, Wally, don't have to worry about anything here. And, we can't help him at all now. He can't even see the existence of a few of us. In his eyes today, we probably still stay at the time when we just walked out of the portal. The speeder has endless loneliness. This is not a joke. When the speeder enters the state of speed, everything in the world is relatively still to the speeder itself. The kind of pain and loneliness that only the world is moving. Not to mention terrible. Now Wally has become a speeder like himself, and Barry does not know whether it is good or bad. The portal opened again, and the three left again, preparing to find Gruad, who had fled, and they left. There was also some blurring in the yellow flashing light in the library, as if an image began to appear slowly. The three people who returned to the Star Lab began to use the satellites of the Star Lab to conduct a global search to find the trace of Gorilla. Barry does not want to directly start the state of rapid speed for global search. First of all, there are too many places where the Earth can hide people. Even if he is running at the speed of light, he cannot search every corner carefully. That is a kind of torture for him. Second, once he uses the fast state to run around the world, he will inevitably start his comrades. Can't you find it? Barry asked Cisco, looking frowning in front of the computer terminal. Grud is an experimental body that has been tested by the military as a super soldier, and his own intelligence has reached the level of Einstein. Not to mention that he also has the ability to control the mind and the remote sensing of the mind, and he has a class of transformations it's too simple for a smart gorilla to shield satellite detection. On the other side, Caitlin, who confirmed the loss of Tishan prison through the tablet, also looked up at her partner. Barry, there is some bad news to tell you that Grud took some things from the exhibit room at Tishan prison before he escaped. What? Freezing gun. Then, Caitlin showed Barry a picture full of technology on the tablet. The freezing gun is the exclusive weapon of Captain Leonard Snat, the Central City criminal, and has a low-temperature attack near absolute zero. It has a great role in dealing with speeders. Barry was here when he debuted as a Flash. It has suffered a lot. By seeing the information displayed by Caitlin, Barry knew that Gorilla Grud should have come to himself after running away, otherwise it would not be necessary to take a weapon against him. It's not too late. I will conduct a citywide search in Central City. Cisco, use your abilities to find something about Grud and see where it is. Okay, I will do it now. Finally, Barry turned into a flash of light and left the Star Lab. At the same time, because of this sudden thunderstorm, Kay-Wen also stopped preparing to fight crime in the center city to publicize his name. He did not have the firm belief of going out to catch thieves on rainy days. Isn't it the best weather to stay at home watching movies, playing games, and eating potato chips on a rainy day? The brain is flooded before going out to find the trouble of the underworld. Because of the rain, the backpackers who originally planned to travel today also chatted in the public area on the first floor. It was also boring to stay in the room. It would be better to go out to eat and chat, bragging and farting. Broke in. As for Kay-Wen, he didn't like to stay together, but he wouldn't stay in the room uncommonly, took a stool, sat outside, watched the pouring rain outside, listened to the song silently by himself, and then drank with Corona beer. This feels cool. The most beautiful is not the rainy day, but the eves that have sheltered from the rain with you. It's true to listen to Dong Zhou's songs on a rainy day. Lucky Joe has Dong Zhou in this world, otherwise, I always feel something is missing. Listening to the songs played on the phone, Kwen feels that this kind of life is also very good, listening to like it the song, just a little beer, watching the rain dripping outside, inexplicably small and fresh. Roar. Just as Kwen enjoyed this rare and fresh atmosphere, several roars of the beast came in the rain, and the loudness directly covered the volume of Kwen's listening songs. Even the donkeys who were chatting inside were stunned by the sudden beast roar. Everyone stopped talking as if they had pressed the mute button. Looking at the hazy rain and mist outside, they were a little frightened. Roar. There was another beast roar, louder than before, and the people who thought they had heard it wrong were not calm at this time, and it was impossible for everyone to experience auditory hallucinations. The only explanation was that in this hazy rainy night, there was really some unknown the famous beast. Everyone started to feel a little restless. www.novel.com. After all, there is an even more unknown beast hidden in the rainy night. Few normal people can calmly accept it. The reason why they don't go upstairs is that they feel embracing. It is more secure in a piece, and it is not faster for a person to return to the room. Outside the door, Kwen also stopped singing. He took off his headphones and put it in his pocket. The bottle he had drunk in his hand was held back. When he saw the widest range, he stood boldly outside the door and waved his hand. Don't be rash, don't be rude, just watch out alone. Soon, Kwen sensed that he suddenly broke into a huge humanoid creature in his sight, and a big hand with animal hair stretched out from the eaves above his head and caught him. Predicted the attack direction in advance, and Kwen flew to hide. The beer bottle in his hand was directly smashed towards the big hand. The glass shattered, and the sharp beer bottle was exposed and then pierced into this big hand. The wine bottle was broken, and the beer bottle attached by Kwen was broken into pieces in this collision. And the owner of this big hand also made a painful howl and shrank back. Before Kwen slowed down, the two small hill figures fell in front of him. The huge body and weight shocked the rain on the ground when they landed. Hello, King Kong. Kwen spit out a look at the inconspicuous silver-backed gorilla with two huge bodies in front of him. Then, the orangutan with some blood on his right hand waved directly to Kwen. It feels that Kwen, who was hit by a car, also smashed the glass door behind him, and hit the wall. Roar. The two gorillas who had done all this, directly issued their own roar to the rest of the terrified people. They followed the orders of their leaders to avenge these humans. Chapter 36, Dawn and Number 039, T. Come over. The roar of the two silverback gorillas at the door made these donkeys who didn't know what happened scream, but they watched the young man who was still at the door just slapped by the gorilla. It was hopeless. 2. As they are ordinary people, they knew what they were going to do next. Screaming and escaping became their first choice. The screams of the crowd, the two orangutans felt very annoyed. According to the instructions given by their chiefs, they were ready to execute the slaughter instructions for all the human beings they saw in front of them. Annoyed, they walked directly into the hostel, and two huge bodies were directly blocked at the door, just like the two mountains, which sealed their escape path. The hopeless crowd could only curl up in a corner, watching the two gorillas walking towards them. At this time, Kwen, who was shot by the orangutan before and smashed a hole in the wall, flew out of the hole. A handsome flying kick, coupled with the already equipped G3 armor, cut through the night sky with lightning under the light. It looks particularly dazzling. Oh! A knight with an armored color kicked, so that the face door was bitten by the kicked gorilla, and he stepped back a few steps. The other gorilla was also in the absence of the companion. The GM01 pistol attached to the G3 armor directly hit all the bullets against the chest. With this close distance, Kwen can hit all of them without gun specialization. The gorillas who directly ate Kwen's bullets were even worse than their previous companions. 30 powerful bullets sent the warhead into its body one by one, causing great damage and howling in its body. Suddenly, a fist-sized blood hole appeared in the chest and fell down. You, Call the police and go back to your room. Because of K-Wen's sudden offensive, the original riots were all quieted down. They were curious about the sacredness of this weird man in blue armor. The two gorillas that brought them great pressure were put down. I'm going, do you guys froze here to watch the live broadcast? These two gadgets are not dead yet. Looking at the froze everyone behind, K-Wen exploded and quickly shouted. Was reminded by K-Wen that the two gorillas were still dead before they remembered what they should do. They hurried upstairs, hid in their room, and took out their mobile phones to call the police. As for K-Wen, he was standing there, watching the gorilla who had passed away from his flying kick, and another guy who stood up covering the bleeding wound. Even the special bullets against Gurnji can't kill you, what physique do you have? He vomited a fierce sentence in his heart. K-Wen put GM01 back, took out his own destruction sword, and attached an armed collar. Bullet filling takes 5 minutes, and K-Wen has no brain damage to use a wooden knife to deal with these two monster gorillas. Destroying the sword is king. Although you know that in the DC world, you never know when the difficulty of your city copy will switch, but K-Wen has already been mentally prepared. If you can't even kill two gorillas, then don't do tasks and wait. The system just kills itself. Come on, bastards! Corse roared, and Cowan took the lead in attacking, with an armed sword of destruction directly striking the gorilla who had been holed by Cowan, and transformed his physique with the G3 armor bonus. The seriously injured gorilla rushed out of the door. And the gorilla next to him hurriedly followed. Strike the sword along the wound caused before, and pull it out of a scarred wound, and the gorilla behind him also waved his fist towards him. Feeling the wind pressure coming from behind, K-Wen did not intend to dodge, but turned the destruction sword on the gorilla under him, and his back was shielded, and he took a punch with the gorilla behind him. The powerful force directly flew K-Wen, but the destructive sword clenched in his hand also used this force to draw a wound close to half his body from the belly up, from the body to the face. Armed with a destructive sword, he directly scratched the gorilla under K-Wen from his belly to his face. This time, the gorilla did not stand up again, and it died. The face that was drawn away could vaguely see the brain plasma and blood flowing all over the place, and was taken away by the rain. And K-Wen, who was punched by the gorilla, also stood up from the ground, clutching the sword of destruction, and dealt with the remaining gorilla. G3 armor broken degree 10%. Listening to the sound of the system in his head, K-Wen had a headache. The gorilla's fist was so fierce that he hit G3 with 10% damage. After a few punches, K-Wen had to fight the orangutan naked. MMP, this is really hard to beat. It was a curse to the gorilla in front of him. K-Wen held the sword and prepared for the attack. When he saw that his companion was made into a tragic gorilla by K-Wen, he also thumped his chest and roared towards K-Wen. Over here! Just as one person and one animal were preparing for a fight, a yellow flash came from a distance, bang! It was just a blow, and the impact made the rain and mist burst out an air ring, and the gorilla that was hit by this blow directly reversed the 720 degrees landing in the air and lost consciousness. K-Wen, who was about to charge, watched standing in front of the gorilla, his body changing from fuzzy to real yellow figure, and asked with uncertain tone, "Lightning Kid? You know me?" That's right, what appeared in front of Cowan was Wally, who had just been struck by lightning not long ago. Because of the word stimulation of Cisco and Caitlin, Wally, who was awakened in advance, was not yet familiar with the flow of speed on his body. Force, so the first time he woke up, he ran to the library and wanted to learn everything about his body from the book. When Barry appeared in the library, Wally was clear, but Wally, who was still in a state of swift power, had not yet separated from it, and Barry could not show up when they left him. It wasn't until he was able to stabilize his situation that Wally, who knew the general message from Barry's conversation, appeared in the center city. He wanted to help his uncle, the Flash, Barry Allen, defeating the gorilla Grud. It was just that he didn't expect that his self-named code hadn't been promoted in the center city yet someone called it. My name is Lightning Boy, full name is. Seeing this character in front of him who should also be a superhero, Wally was ready to report himself. Ah! At this time, don't play the code of taking off the mask to recognize the relatives, the matter has not been resolved yet. Cohen quickly interrupted loudly when he heard Wally preparing to report himself. Neuropathy, self-reported at the first meeting, not blind date. Why? I helped you just now. Wally was disturbed by K-Wen and said. The problem is that I can knock it over without your help. And it wakes up. Pointed to the gorilla behind Wally, shaking his head to stand up, K-Wen reminded. Wally, who was about to turn around and give the guy a supersonic punch, saw his uncle, and the flasher Barry Allen appeared in front of him in an instant, supersonic punching against the gorilla. The orangutan, who was just about to open his mouth and shouted, fell to the ground again, but this time he woke up completely. Uncle! The Flash! Why did you get this? Seeing his uncle's Wally appearing almost leaked, he just responded and yelled. I received the alarm, Lightning Boy, go back now. Barry's mood is a little unhappy. Grud directly let his men make troubles in the center city, a group of gorillas with transformation, and IQ, enough to let Barry to fight fire. These are nothing, but Grud as the leader it is the most troublesome to be missing. Now, my nephew came over to help himself because of the supernatural power. You're going to have an accident, I can't get married yet. Why, I can help you. Look, I'm a lightning kid, and some people know me. Said, Wally pointed to K-Wen who was watching the movie all the way, and the stunned K-Wen was very silly and greeted the Flash. Hello, kid, I don't care how you know the lightning kid, but before that, you better go to the Star Lab and be obedient. Finally, the Flash did not care about Wally and K-Wen, they just walked away and let K-Wen vomit for a while. Hello, take me to the Star Lab anyway. How do I know how to go? However, Barry could not hear www.novel.com. Wally also turned to look at K-Wen at this time, and the unintentional look made K-Wen's heart burst out of nowhere. Hey, look at what I'm doing. It's the Flash, and we have to be obedient. At the sight of Wally, K-Wen knew that this guy was ready to make trouble, and quickly emphasized the Flash's words. About obedient, I think we have different meanings. If we solve these gorillas before the Flash, it is also possible to go to the Star Lab. Are you reversing the order of words? Nothing, let's go, let's get together, meeting is destiny said. Wally came towards K-Wen, ready to take him with him. Hey! How do you know where those gorillas are? Take some brains. At this time, there was a news inserted in the radio station still in operation at the damaged front desk. Note that the city center has been attacked by a large number of gorillas. Please do not go out on the 6th, 7th, and 8th streets, and close the doors and windows. K-Wen wants to cry. What's so special? The mouth is cheap. And Wally showed a simple smile, and said to K-Wen, look, don't you know where it's going? Come, I'll take you. Then he walked towards K-Wen. Hey! What are you doing? Don't come. You don't come. Watching Wally stepping closer to him step by step, K-Wen instantly became a roaring body, ready to flash people. However, where is his speed? The opponent who drove Wally to speed up. As soon as his figure flashed, Wally appeared next to K-Wen. He pressed K-Wen's neck with one hand. Run a flash towards the city center. On the rainy night, only the hostel with the broken gate was still lit, telling what happened here. Chapter 37, I can finally change my belt. The Central City Center is the political hub of the Central City. The city government and the Flash Museum are located here. In the morning, the popular downtown area is now full of riots. A group of large escaped from the Iron Mountain prison orangutans are destroying everywhere, and their powerful strength and tough skin that can withstand bullets make them fear the fire of the police. Arbitrary force lifted the vehicles around them and smashed the police who shot them. Explosions and screams sounded together. Everyone was taking refuge, and these guerrillas relied on their agile skills to climb up. Building, condescending, looking at the people who escaped below. Yellow lightning flashed, and Kay-Wen was forced into the car by Wally, feeling the speeding experience of a speeder, and just stopped. Kay-Wen couldn't hold back his stomach discomfort anymore. He found a place on the rooftop, took off his mask, and immediately vomited. "Hey? Are you the guy in the morning? It turns out that you are the Kamen Rider." Taking advantage of Kay-Wen's unlocking of the mask and vomiting, Wally also saw Kay-Wen's appearance and suddenly exclaimed, "Damn it! Are you deliberate? Why do you have to let me experience this feeling of running fast? I almost vomited in the mask." Kay-Wen also exposed this matter regardless of his identity at this time. Just scolded Wally's face. When watching TV, he felt that the speeders were dragging to an explosion. After waiting for his own experience, Kay-Wen said that he would not envy the speeders in the future. The whole world is still in front of yourself, and then the sense of violation of your actions alone completely made Kay-Wen's senses lose his judgment, and immediately vomited when he stopped. "Sorry, this is also the first time I have brought people into a state of swift power. But I have brought you here, let's deal with these guerrillas together." Wally was completely guilty of Kay-Wen's embarrassment, and instead ridiculed said, "It's me who wants to deal with it, you have to save people." Putting the mask on again, Kay-Wen began to divide the work. "Why? Nonsense, you are a speeder, you take those who took refuge to safety, so that the police can free their hands to deal with these guerrillas. Don't you see that the police are organizing people to take refuge there? Have you ever beaten these guerrillas?" Wally poured cold water mercilessly. "Nonsense, this state must not be beaten. Changing the state should be able to delay for a while until you take the people to safety." "What?" Wally was puzzled by Kay-Wen's words. However, Kay-Wen didn't care what Wally was thinking. When his thoughts moved, his G3 armor returned to the system space. System, Lost Drive. The single lost driver obtained in the last draw appeared in Kay-Wen's hands. When he moved away from the waist, it was automatically buckled. The system in his mind also explained the single lost driver on Kay-Wen. Wearing a single lost drive, features, can fit all ATOS Series T2 memory, but only when the host wears the lost drive. The only binding, unless the host is lifted, it cannot be taken away and destroyed by external forces. This function is not bad. I ridiculed the setting that the system added to my lost drive. Kay-Wen took out the spider memory he had before and has been used by him as a prop for mobile phone props. Without ACE memory, you can only make up with this first. Insert the spider memory into the card slot. Insert the spider memory into the card slot according to the plot you have seen, and then a burst of electrical sparks occurs in the card slot of the belt, and the inserted spider memory is directly ejected. Come out. What? Loading fork failed. I clearly followed the routine in the play. Looking at the spider memory that bounced back in his own hand, Kay-Wen's mind echoed. Host, I really suggest that you need to improve your IQ. The spider memory you use is quasi-memory and can only be used for props. It cannot be transformed directly. The system in my mind is so low for Kay-Wen. She feels helpless because of her move. How could there be such a silly person? That means I still have to use the G3 armor? Brother, it's really dead. At this time, Kay-Wen's entire mind was immersed in the system space of his mind, and he saw Kay-Wen in the outside Wally. After this weird belt bounced something like a USB flash drive back into Kay-Wen's hands, Kay-Wen stood still. What's going on? Little brother. In the system space, Kay-Wen is still talking in the system. Originally thinking that he can use spider memory, Kay-Wen did not expect that he was only a quasi-memory in his hand, and he could not be transformed at all. Now he himself does not know what to do. Wearing the G3 armor went on to fight a bunch of guerrillas, and it was estimated that he could only wear naked in less than 10 minutes. Actually, there are still other ways to sell the host. Sell the G3 armor, and then use the points to transform the spider memory in the host into the T2 version, then the host can be used to transform and use it as a prop. Lying trough. You still have this operation. Profiteers. That troublesome system tycoon quickly change it for me. At this time, Kwen had no idea to worry about why the system was good, and quickly turned into a king. It's tight outside. Okay, the broken 10% G3 armor exchange, 50,000 points, the host itself points 180,000 points, deducted 150,000 points. Spider memory T2 form cost points, 200,000, the transformation begins, the transformation ends, congratulations to the host from the G3 curse. Without mind, after listening to the systematic evaluation, Kwen returned to consciousness, and once again pressed the bottom of the spider's memory according to the plot he was watching. Spider. Where's the sound? Wally, who was curious, was taken aback by the sudden sound effect, and looked around alertly, while Kwen said softly, transformed the spider memory was inserted again card slot, separate. Suddenly, there were countless white spider webs around him, and Kwen was wrapped into a cocoon in an instant. This sudden change made Wally not know what to do. And the white cocoon that wrapped Kwen also changed. A pair of golden handguards pierced the top of the head and yanked it hard. Kwen, who was transformed, showed his new form as Kamen Rider. The same shape as the single ace transformation, except that the arms and feet have become golden, the biological skin on the left chest is printed with a golden S, and the face armor part has a few more golden stripes. Congratulations to the host, developed the Kamen Rider W single transformation series form spider form, hereby reward, 500,000 points. Transformed by the spider memory of the Earth's memory, punching power, 10 tons, kicking power, 20 tons, 100 meters burst speed, 4 seconds, jumping height, 100 meters. Features: it can launch biological spider silk from any direction within a radius of 50 meters. The load capacity of the spider silk is 50 tons. It has a unique catching feature and a time limit of 2 hours. There is no second except for the host's own wool to be released or torn apart by force. Method: unlock the Heisei series night uniform feature, ideal, as long as the heart is undefeated, the theoretical danger level can be increased without limit. With Kwen successfully replacing the G3 artificial night armor, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com used a single lost driver to transform. The system sound and spider morphology data all appeared in the mind, although it seems to be a long time, but it only took a minute in the outside world. Hey, this is like a Kamen Rider. I'll leave it to you to save people. Let me give these gorillas. For the point rewards that the system gives to yourself, put it aside. One of the idealistic characteristics made Kwen laugh out loud, is the night without the idealistic setting still called a night? No, it's just deflated. Patting Wally on the shoulder, the powerful jumping ability brought by the spider form is activated. Kwen jumped directly from the rooftop, crossed several buildings, and landed directly on the square of the city government, and the dazzling Wally, who was caused by Kwen's series of bells and whistles, reacted, watching Kwen landed firmly. He couldn't help but say, "Cool, this guy's transformation is too cool." After that, it turned into a flash of light running from the top of the building to the direction of the city government, helping the police to transfer the masses. Square, the exhausted Central City Police watched this strange man with a belt from the sky, could not help but stop firing. Joe West, the commander-in-chief of the scene, boldly asked, "Who are you?" Kwen, still slowly adapting to his new form, heard Joe's inquiry and turned to look at him. Said, "Am I? My name is Kamen Rider, let me do the next thing, officer," you help the Lightning Kid do the mass transfer. Finally, K-Wen touched the W tentacles above his head, and his right finger pointed to the gorilla entrenched in the building, remembering the classic line when he saw W when he saw it. Next, it's time to count your sins. Chapter 38, this is the correct way to use Kamen Rider. The Central City Government Square, K-Wen, who had obtained a new form, said the most compelling line in W to the gorillas entrenched in the building. And this group of gorillas with close human wisdom also understood the sentence of K-Wen. In the end, they are still beasts. Even with the wisdom of close people, they will still be irritated by this sentence of K-Wen, and they will roar from their own. Breaking stones next to it, threw it towards K-Wen. Spider form ability activated. In the room between hands, a huge white spider web appeared in the middle of the building, connected to the ground, and wrapped all the thrown stones. Viscosity is lifted, elasticity starts. In silence, the cobweb wrapped with these stones deformed like a slingshot under the control of K-Wen, and then the stones flew back to the gorillas once again. Dense stones plus the destructive force of the spider web plus a layer, I didn't expect K-Wen to have this gorilla directly. The impact of blunt objects is more damaging to these thick-skinned creatures. After eating pain, these gorillas will no longer entangle on the building and fall towards the ground. Just waiting for you. Looking at the jumping gorilla, K-Wen again activated his ability. A dozen spider webs emerged in midair and wrapped towards these gorillas. The gorillas in the air, unable to turn by force, were surrounded by this sudden spider web. A sound of heavy objects falling, unguarded gorillas, only a dozen of them escaped Cowan's cobweb formation, and the rest were trapped by the unreasonable cobweb under strong tension, struggling crazy therewith. Roar! Seeing the miserable situation of his companion, these gorillas roared towards K-Wen. Noisy, today I will show the affection. Looking at these gorillas who rushed towards themselves, K-Wen vomited and rushed towards them directly. 30 meters away from K-Wen's battle with the gorilla, Detective Joe West saw that K-Wen's activation ability trapped a dozen orangutans, and was relieved of K-Wen's strength. Everyone, help the Lightning Boy to take refuge in the masses and leave this to Kamen Rider to solve. Captain, who is the Lightning Kid? A policeman asked in confusion. Police officer, are you looking for me? Wally, who came out of nowhere, appeared directly next to Joe, startling Joe. Looking at Wally, a costume that looks like his own son, Flash, Joe was a little ignorant. He knew how to get the fast power of his adopted son, but what happened to this Lightning Kid? It sounded like a child. Are you the Lightning Kid? Yes, the future guardian of the Center City, the Lightning Kid is at your service. Is there anything you need to help, Officer Joe West? Wally made a decent salute and asked towards Joe. I will guide the surrounding citizens to take refuge on 3rd Avenue. I need your help to search for nearby citizens who are trapped. If so, please send them over and let us know if they don't work. Received. Sir. Finished, Wally turned into a flash again and left, perhaps because he had been separated from the space of divine speed force. His speed was not as fast as before, but in Joe's eyes, it was still the spokesperson of divine speed. At the square, K-Wen has been fighting with these gorillas with developed limbs and heads. Because of the addition of the spider form, he was not photographed by others like the G3 armor. Coupled with the transformation of his body shape and knowledge, and the coordination of armed colors, he basically has a relationship with these big men. After seeing the color, he prejudged the direction of the attack, armed with blessings, and punched in the past. There was a gorilla crying in pain, and Joe, who was leading the crowd to take refuge, saw that they and others held bullets and did not cause much damage. The gorilla looked embarrassed under K-Wen's punch. Bang! It was another prejudgment kick, which directly kicked the gorilla who wanted to hug himself from behind. These big guys also seemed to understand that the fighting strength of this black gold monster is too strong than them. More than that, coupled with the fist that hurt the thief, those who rely on animal instincts more than rely on the brain already have the idea of retreat. Seeing that Kwen intends to continue fighting with them, these big guys do not even intend to control their companions trapped in the cobwebs, they are ready to withdraw. Seeing this scene, Kwen also rampantly laughed, which can make you run away. It's said that I'm going to give it away tonight. Pull the memory out of the card slot, insert it into the card reading slot next to it, and hit it suddenly, the sound will sound again. Spider. Maximum drive. I don't know where the voice came from all over the square, even Joe, who was organizing citizens to take refuge, heard them. Where did this voice come from? They had the same question as Wally in their minds. Kwen, who had finished reading the article, clenched his right hand and smashed it the ground. From the center of Kwen, several tough spider silks extended directly around the gorilla who was going to run. Bundle them together. Come here. Kwen, who was blessed by the big move, yanked, and the gorillas that were pulled back by Kwen directly without help, and then Kwen also jumped. The fist with golden light in his hand thumped directly at the gorillas that were tied together. Night fist. Strike. The bundled gorillas were first blown with a punch, and then were pulled to Kwen again due to the strong elasticity and tensile force of the spider silk, hammered again, and beaten by Kwen for 10 times in the air. Later, the cobwebs that bound them disappeared, and Kwen landed steadily, clapping his hands and looking at the gorillas who had completely lost consciousness. Ha, I forgot to have a few of you, let's together. I photographed my card reader slot again, and the familiar sound of the big move sounded again, aiming at the few gorillas that had run away, and the ground underneath had turned as a cobweb. Kwen stepped on the cobweb, jumped directly, and flew out like a sharp arrow. Night kick, combo. Quickly surpassing the gorilla on the run, turning in the air, behind his feet, and the landing point in front is also close to Kwen. The wall also turns into a cobweb, bouncing again, this time changing direction, aiming at a gorilla behind him. The explosive foot directly kicked the gorilla who was still charging forward back to the square, and then Kwen's unabated footing in the front copied the previous operation again, and then turned to kick to the other side. Orangutan. The densely distributed building became Kwen's springboard, and the 50-meter radius area became Kwen's hunting range. He jumped a dozen times between the buildings and kicked the remaining gorillas with a double night-night. He kicked back to the square and glided on the ground for a while, which is the end of his 2 big moves. At this time, Wally, who had just rescued all the other trapped citizens, rushed to the scene. www.novel.com. Seeing the gorilla piled up there, he couldn't help shouting, "How can you solve it all? Not that are you holding them down? No way, who can force me in a new form?" Kwen was also very happy at the moment. Is this the way Kamen Rider uses it? Bring his own big name BGM, and then use his handsome tricks to overcome his opponents. How can I keep myself deflated? Oh damn, I thought I could wait until I solved it. Hey, how about you tell us to solve Gorilla? Wally, who saw the credit for being robbed by Kwen, was unwilling to think about it. Suddenly urged Kwen to fight against Gorilla with himself. As a result, Kwen put a spider web directly on Wally's feet. He didn't expect that Kwen would be directly entangled by Kwen with his own Wally, and could not move. What are you doing? Wally desperately vibrated his feet, and did not break away from Kwen's move, could not help but anger. It's nothing, just to prevent you from taking me to those places that are killing me again with swift force. Gorilla is the enemy of the Flash, how long will you get the ability? Don't go to add chaos to the Flash. I will go first, this cobweb will automatically disappear after 2 hours, see you soon, Lightning Kid. After ridiculing Wally, Kwen stepped lightly and jumped directly. He jumped in the building and lost his trace. Only the gorilla piled up on the square, and the frightened from this sudden attack citizens, they all saw the battle just now. This mysterious hero who called himself Kamen Rider, with his cool moves left an indelible impression in the hearts of these citizens. Compared to the lightning ability of the Flash, the kid missed Kwen a little in impression points. Chapter 39, Star Lab. Last night, the riots that took place in the central square of the municipal government have subsided. The guerrillas who fled from the Iron Mountain prison due to natural accidents have now been redetained in the Iron Mountain prison. Superhero Flash has been tracking Gorilla Grodd after restoring the energy supply to Iron Mountain prison, and the guerrilla riot in the central square is also guarded by our two new superheroes, Lightning Kid with Kamen Rider. We don't know who these two new superheroes are, but we can be sure that they are very young and very brave. Next, let us interview the citizens and police who were at the scene. In the morning of the next day, after a night of heavy rain in the center city, rejuvenated in the early morning sun, Kay-Wen, who pitted Wally, sat on the first floor of the public area of the hostel, basking in the sun, leaning in outside, sitting drinking tea on the sofa, watching the blonde lady on the TV interviewing the citizens of the rest of the life. After being interviewed about her, Kay-Wen couldn't help but drift. So handsome. As a superhero, he still has big moves, and even with sound effects, it is a bit too much to pose. Although he is very handsome, but I still like the Flash Kid, because he rescued me, but in the end I still want to say, Flash Flash Bull. Pooh. Listening to the interviewed citizens on the TV, Kay-Wen almost spit out all the tea. These people are all talents. It was only overnight, and all the fans came up, but at this point, Kay-Wen still felt that the citizens in the center city were very good. Compared with the Marvel house next door, they scolded those who saved them in crisis. For superhero citizens, Kay-Wen still feels that DC's social environment is good. And people's attitude towards these supernatural criminal events is also surprisingly powerful. Take the youth hostel where he lives. He was hit by two gorillas last night. When Kay-Wen woke up this morning, he found that the basic cleaning work had been completed, the signboard was still there, and the computer was still there. And Kay-Wen was the first person to be shot by the gorilla into the wall last night. No one suspected that he was the Kamen Rider, which made him very curious. To this end, he also asked the young lady at the front desk. It's nothing. The global invasion 2 years ago taught us the truth. Tomorrow and accidents, you don't know which one will come first, so we have to look at everything with a normal heart. As for your being photographed in the wall of our house is made of wood. I was hit by a demon 2 years ago, and nothing hurts. At present, Miss Taiwan's face calmly said something that made Kay-Wen feel collapsed. Kay-Wen really wanted to talk about what the invasion of Dockside 2 years ago did to the Earth. Directly exercise the nerves of the people of the Earth so tough. It is not that he has not learned about the invasion of Dockside 2 years ago, but the news around the world has basically been polished, and what he lost is just a string of data. Cowan couldn't understand how people felt when Dockside launched a global invasion. Even the memory in his body did not have much memory about Dockside's invasion, because the body's original consciousness was in the motherland at that time. Hometown, a town that is not densely populated, and Dockside chose to invade, which are basically first-tier cities in various countries around the world. So the original consciousness of this body cannot feel too much Dockside invasion horror. But that's fine, at least, Kay-Wen doesn't have to worry about revealing his secret identity because of last night's event. Although DC's New 52 worldview, it seems that superheroes have become a normal situation since they meet each other, but that's also for superheroes. As much as possible, let the people around you know, so as not to put the people around them in danger. Sitting here at the front desk to bask in the sun, listening to the news, the citizens blow themselves up, and life should be like this. Hello, do you have a passenger named Kay-Wen? In the closed eyes, Kay-Wen heard someone shouting his name in the hall, subconsciously turned his head to look over, and saw Wally in casual clothes leaning on the desk at the front desk, chatting with the young lady at the front desk. Because Kay-Wen turned his head, Wally also turned his head as if he had a sense. The two looked at each other, then Kay-Wen got up at the fastest speed and was ready to go upstairs. But how can his speed be compared with Wally, who opened the acceleration hook? Even if he didn't need to explode his speed, Wally could stop him before Kwen had reached the stairs. "I'm going, are you so vengeful? Isn't it just grabbing your limelight last night? Big deal, I'm going to go to Central City in a few days and leave. You can be as handsome as you like." Looking at Wally's sly smile on himself, Kwen was inexplicably psychologically shadowed. After all, the feeling of being wrapped in the state of fast power to see the world is not so wonderful. The loneliness of you alone in the world is completely, it can drive a person crazy. Kwen also understands why the Flash can obviously solve all problems with sublight speed, but still suppresses his speed within the range of sound speed. Very simple, even at sublight speed, 1 second can become very long. Not only the speed of the user is strengthened by the magic power, but also the user's perception of time is strengthened. When a second becomes an hour, a year, when other people are relatively still to themselves, they are crazy. "Hey, what do you want?" "I just want to invite you to the Star Lab. After all, you are the first to know me after I became a lightning kid. As a friend, I think we should promote our relationship." When Wally said this, he lowered his voice, fearing that others might hear it. "Really? How do I feel like you want to mess with me?" Kwen didn't believe it. "Really? Don't you want to visit the Star Labs, which gathers the world's top technology? Although it is only a branch." Wally's face, "You want to believe me, I will not pit your expression, and vow to say it." Kwen thinks of himself means refusing. This lightning kid will definitely be haunting himself. It is better to obey this guy's intention, so as not to be pitted by him later. "Okay, but go by my way." "Wally, huh?" 30 minutes later, a bus stopped at the Star Lab station in Central City, and the two young men came down. "Slow bus, is this the busway people take?" Wally said disdainfully. "Haha." For the slowness of the Wally Tuko bus, Kwen can only answer with a "Hey, your driving mode is not the bus mode that people should experience." Kwen madly vomited Wally's statement in his heart. He walked behind Wally without any fluctuations, passed the security check, and then took the elevator for another 5 minutes. Finally he came to this Three Blacks in the DC world. Technology Star Lab, Division. As the DC's official black technology laboratory, basically there are companies with faces in the world, and the country has injected capital here to provide talents. Therefore, Star Labs also basically has branches in important cities in various countries around the world. There are some black technologies at the bottom of the box. You don't know what will happen here. As one of the 7 giants creating Zhenglian, the steel bone is also a product from the Star Lab. For Kwen, Star Labs satisfies all sci-fi fans' visions of the future world. Various inventions only seen in movies can be found here. Prototypes can be found here. www.novel.com. It is estimated that the cost of invention is now popular outside. Therefore, what Kwen sees here is basically applied to the first-generation version of the military industry in multinational companies. Don't underestimate the military version and the civilian version. Although the functions are the same, but once it can be applied from the military to the civilian side, this means that this civilization has taken a step forward. Isn't it cool? Although it is only a branch, it also brings together the crystallization of human wisdom. Seeing that the big guy is not, that is the particle accelerator. Although there was an accident, you cannot deny that it has a meaning for human civilization. How big is? Wally was very happy to see Kwen's breathtaking expression, and pointed to a boiler-like thing outside the porthole to popularize Kwen. Then Kwen glanced at it and gave Wally a "Oh. Hey? Will you give me one after watching these?" Wally looked at Kwen's admiration, and then his face, which gradually lost his expression, collapsed. "Here are a bunch of future technologies, you can solve it." "I don't want face. So what adjective do you want me to use? Amazing or 666? My grade in science is B. My understanding of physics is in gravity acceleration and dynamic potential energy. You can only tell me so much when you tell me so. I chose it in high school, it's all history, and most courses like humanities. In simple terms, I'm a liberal arts student, you know. Kwen spread his hand and said that he didn't have a brain of a high-level science student, and he couldn't understand the principle of these things that seem to be pulled. What about your SAT test at the end of the year and you can't pass the university? It doesn't matter, my family has money. For this reason, Wally has no FXXK to say, this wicked rich second generation. Chapter 40, This is the beginning of deflation? The branch of the Star Lab, Wally, who wanted to bring Kwen to open his eyes, was frustrated by Kwen's 3 words. This is the most unlucky thing in life, playing the piano with cattle. Obviously, Wally was the blind man who played the fool for Kwen, and this stupid cow was richer than him, which was very uncomfortable. Wow, Wally, did you bring the guests up? Welcome. The elevator reached the top, and the working men and women saw Kwen, who came out very warmly, especially the slightly short boy, who came up just give Kwen a bear hug, so that Kwen was a little uncomfortable, patted Kwen's good biceps. He said, "Oh, you are very strong, for you in the Central Square last night performance, I can only say that it is awesome." Okay? Hearing that the man said he was in the Central Square, Kwen subconsciously looked at Wally. Although the self-reported door became the tradition of DC heroes, but the big mouth is not, so Corvin directly believes that Wally puts his identity, say something is missing. It's not me. Wally also screamed in a hurry as he understood the reason for Kwen looking sideways at himself. Not Wally said, we saw the process through satellite last night, but I promise that only a few of us know your identity. By the way, my name is Caitlin, this is Cisco, don't mind he was just a little excited, and welcome to the Star Lab. It was on the sidelines that Caitlin saw the meaning of Kwen's turning around, and quickly explained to Kwen, by the way, he brought some frizzy Cisco over to avoid giving Kwen a bad impression. Yes, we didn't tell anyone. My name is Cisco and I'm a superhero. They call me Shockwave. This is Caitlin. She is also a superhero. People call her the Frost Queen because she uses power. It's too much to have a queen fan, and it's nice to meet you. Cisco also understands that his brashness almost caused a bad impression on Kwen. He quickly reported himself to the house and regarded it as a guilt. Kevin K, but just call me Qin. It's easy to remember. Nice to meet you, Shockwave, Frost Queen. After listening to the explanations of Caitlin and Cisco, Kwen naturally knew the front. Who are these? But Kwen couldn't think of it. Caitlin, who changed the 2 personalities because of his ability change in his impression, turned from Frost Killer into Frost Queen directly. But that's fine, at least Kwen doesn't have to worry about this figure and face value. Her elder sister with good character will become a murderous female devil without a word, and she understands what she knows about the plot. It is completely useless. Okay, come with me. Someone is waiting for you. Caitlin greeted Kwen and Wally when she saw the misunderstanding. It didn't matter that Kwen, with Wally, followed Caitlin and Cisco, and walked to their lab. Barry Allen, who disappeared overnight, was standing in the lab with a smile, waiting holding them both. Uncle Barry. As soon as Wally saw Barry and knew that the idol he had always worshipped was beside him, he couldn't control himself, so he threw himself up. Easy, Wally, you're not light. Barry joked easily to avoid Wally's rush, turning around to look at Kwen who was coming, and smiling with a smile, welcome, Kamen Rider Kwen, I didn't expect a teenager who just met in the museum to be a superhero. Well, things are hard to predict. Kwen vomited himself. He also wanted to know what the big flash that disappeared last night did. A gorilla, Grud, would not let him spend a whole night in vain. Last night, I really thank you for your help. Gorilla Gord was answered by someone. I ran all over the earth last night, and I couldn't find it. It was estimated that I was picked up, left the earth, or no longer in this dimension. Barry explained to Kwen why he was not there last night. Although the words were very short, Kwen felt numb. Gorilla Grodd is not terrible, what is terrible is that the people who respond to Grodd are not on the earth, or a means to enter another dimension. There are too many villains in DC that can do it, and it does not necessarily need to rely on ability, and black technology also yes, just because there are too many villains, but Kwen does not know who it is. His prophet is useless in this DC world. Bald Luther, the savage's Wang Daer is still Zywan, should the Master Mirror also come in? Kwen recalled the DC villains he knew in his mind, each of them had suspicions, but each did not match the number. Barry naturally didn't know that Kwen was already insane, and started to hold the hands of Wally and Kwen to introduce the base camp equipment where they were to the two of them. Hey, although it's a bit arrogant to say this, but can you show us your belt? We still want to study it, you know. Cisco came up at this time and asked with some embarrassment. As a scientific researcher, I should not be uninterested in the fact that Kwen has transformed with this belt. A cool armor can be extended from a small belt and a thing similar to a U-disc, and it also comes with various strange abilities and sound effects. This technology is completely incomprehensible to Cisco, and he can't control his desire to research. Well, it doesn't matter to me. Kwen took a move and summoned the single lost driver and spider memory stored in the system space together and handed it to Cisco. He wasn't afraid of anything bad that Cisco did on this. After all, the only binding and indestructibility that the system said was not a joke. As long as Kwen wanted, he could always call the lost drive back to his system space. Of course, if Cisco can really study the reason, then Kwen also admires. Even the belt produced by the system has been thoroughly studied by you. Then Kwen said that he has nothing to say, just kneel. Oh. You just treat your belt so casually. Seeing Kwen so indifferently handed over, Cisco was a little flattered. Such a big-hearted move was really the first time I saw it, but it also showed that Kwen's own trust is even better for Kwen's senses. Come on, let me show you how I usually train. Barry took Wally and Kwen to the front of a huge laboratory. Through the glass, he could see a huge treadmill inside. This is our cosmic treadmill designed based on Barry's superpower in the past 2 years. As long as Barry's superpower can continue to power it, in theory it can do everything. Caitlin proudly introduced Wally and Kwen to this new invention. Come on Wally, I'll show you how the speeder usually kills his life. Photographed Wally's shoulder, Barry flashed, and appeared on the universe treadmill. The whole person turned into a phantom and the treadmill started to run because of Barry's speed, and the lightning flashed from Barry and was absorbed by the universe treadmill. Caitlin was holding the tablet and recording the data. Well, the speed reached 50 times the speed of sound. Wally, go up and try what you can do. Said, Caitlin shouted to Barry who was still running through the microphone. After a minute, Barry stopped his speed and flashed out. Okay, let me go now. Seeing the data from his uncle, Wally screamed in excitement and flashed in to start his own speed test. The physique turned into a phantom, and the energy provided by the super speed force enabled the universe treadmill to operate again. The speed reaches Mach 7 per hour. It seems that Wally's first experience of gaining speed is much better than you, Barry. Caitlin teased Barry next to herself. Kwen felt nothing about it. For him, 7 times the speed of sound and 50 times the speed of sound were not bad at all. They were invisible in his own eyes. Even if he saw it after hearing it, it was the same, even the nerve response was the same. Without speed, how can you defend and avoid? Look. I can run backwards. Ah! I was experiencing my speedy Wally on a cosmic treadmill. When I saw everyone outside the window commenting on the data on the tablet www.novel.com, the boy was dead. Heart attack, run backwards directly on the treadmill. Facts have proved that whether it is an ordinary treadmill or a universal treadmill, it is a treadmill, and running backwards on it is a very stupid act. The treadmill with 7 times the speed of sound directly throws Wally running backwards and throws him directly on the foam wall. The outside Kwen can also clearly see a human figure appear on the wall. He is also considered to be understand why the outer walls of this laboratory are made of so-called polyethylene foam materials. I glanced suspiciously at the big flash. I dare to have a dark history. Cough, let's see what happened to Wally. Barry coughed up his embarrassment, and then went in to check Wally's injury. Fortunately, the super fast speed not only gives super fast speed, enhanced thinking response, but also allows them to have almost abnormal self-healing ability. Wally, who broke his hand, groaned for a while, and the deformed arm had recovered. I'm going, divine speed force is totally omnipotent. Looking at the speed of Wally's self-healing, Kwen couldn't help but praise, because he was protected by armed colors and armor, he didn't suffer much damage, the worst. That is, when Novelstory City and the Mad Dog Obik were mutually reinforcing, they let their fists skin open, but after a night, they also recovered as usual, although they are not as fast as the speeders heal themselves, but it is okay. After testing Wally's initial speed, nerve response, and self-healing ability, the excited Wally looked at Kwen. Hey, let me test how strong your new form is. I can't enjoy this feeling by myself. Watching Wally stare at himself, Kwen burst into his heart. Why am I eating deflated? Are you even good with this? Chapter 41, Countdown. Kwen is a little flustered, and he didn't get the spider form for 24 hours. Why did Wally understand the reason that the knight unlocks the new form so soon that he has only 1 episode of protection period, and he intends to deflate himself so quickly? Wally was a little unhappy to see the scared expression on Kwen's face, and how to say that he also turned a bunch of superheroes who opened the gorilla last night. As for his counsel to his challenge. Hey, what's the matter, you wouldn't be annoyed? Thinking of this, Wally's tone is a little bad. After all, the young man's heart is not deliberately covering up his emotions, and directly shows on his face. In the face of Wally's provocation, Kwen was not easy to say anything. He was 20 years old before he was forced to cross. It was no big deal to Wally. Being so stimulated, naturally he would not say nothing. There was no way to face Supergirl. People's data is already max, but just missed the opportunity to debut. To deal with your lightning kid who has just gained super fast power, if he counsels himself, he will be embarrassed. I can't help it, I just want to know how long I can hold it. Where is the competition? For Wally's challenge, Kwen took it and asked directly where to go. I know a place, come with me. Caitlin smiled, and she was also very interested in the competition of the 2 little guys in front of her, and led the way directly in front. Hey, Kwen, your belt. Cisco, who was studying, quickly brought Kwen's belt over. I don't need it for the time being, it will appear in front of me when I want to use it. Very smartly rejected Cisco's kindness, even if he is deflated, he must be handsome. Catherine followed Catalin in an elevator to the underground fortification area of Star Labs. Here is a huge ring-shaped building covered with equipment that Cowan doesn't understand. Here is the full appearance of the particle accelerator, but because of the accident 2 years ago, we have stopped using it, but it is used to give you 2 comparisons, I think it is just right. Kettering explained the ins and outs of this place, and Wally, who could not wait, had already run around here and ran around, and then was ready to warm up there. Kwen shrugged indifferently, and jumped easily from a height of 10 meters above the ground, landing perfectly. Even Catalin had no time to stop it, but seeing that Kwen was completely okay, he didn't say anything. Wow, you are very strong. Wally also praised the fact that Kwen ignored the height of 10 meters and landed without injury. Inevitably, if I take off the armor, I will be nothing, and I will not dare to go far, will I? Although I have installed a combination of transforming human and overlord color because of the system, I have unlocked the human genetic lock. Even if I don't rely on the knight form, I should be able to survive in the DC world by 3-color domineering in the later period, but this is not yet developed to the late stage, but the Cavaliers series can be applied to whether it is early development or late maturity. Kwen has no reason not to use it, but now, he wants to try his own debut with these DCS without relying on armor. How big is the gap between superheroes? Okay, since that's the case, I'm going to announce the start. Ready? 3.2.1, Start. Caitlin, as the referee, looked at Corvin and Wally respectively and shouted directly. Caitlin's voice just fell. Wally turned into a flash of light and rushed directly towards Kwen, who had already started to see the news as soon as he landed, and he could only perceive in advance that the position where Wally was attacking was his chest, and before being reacted, Wally was violent. Pushed a hand, the powerful dynamic potential energy directly let the special roll over a dozen times on the ground to stabilize the figure. Oh, your reaction ability is good at this time. Wally began to circle outside Kwen. The advantage of speed allowed Kwen to only see a flash of lightning around him, and he could not see Wally at all. Figure. It's okay, but your speed doesn't seem to be at the level of Mach 7, it's a bit slow. Feeling the moment Wally pushed himself, according to the initial speed Caitlin said, Wally of Mach 7, Kwen didn't even have a chance to raise his hand and should be photographed directly on the wall, but now it seems that he just rolled on the ground. Although it is said that both are deflated, it is also a welfare to be handsome. Mach 7 is the highest speed that Wally can currently reach. Now Wally's normal starting speed is between Mach 2 to 3, you have to be careful. Caitlin, who was responsible for the record above, explained that there will be no accidents. There is a big man standing next to the speed of 50 times the speed of the start. You are able to stop each other with a knife. Caitlin said that it is true. Well, listening to Caitlin's explanation above, Kwen is not at all stunned, and continues to be alert. Even at a speed of Mach 2 to 3, he is not so simple to deal with. Under the perception of color, Kwen feels himself the whole body is uncomfortable, and every part is warning. This is the warning that Wally wants to attack himself. It is only because Wally is too fast, so there will be a full range of warnings. At this moment, Wally moved, and his normal speed reached Mach 2 to 3 times. He shot instantly, no need to resort to any moves, martial arts in the world, only fast and unbreakable. A speed far exceeds your opponent, against you at all. What attack style is needed, how comfortable it is. Kwen suddenly felt that he was taken care of by his body all over his body, and the whole person was pushed in the air by Wally, who could appear in several directions at the same time. There is no way to land. Guess how many times I have pushed you now, hundreds or thousands. The ridiculous words echoed in Kwen's ears. But Kwen could not judge Wally's position at all, and Wally was treated like a squash player in the air. Kwen, who flew around, was also ruthless. Push it. I see how hard your palm is. With this in mind, several important parts of Kwen were covered by Kwen with armed colors. Indeed, Kwen was not skilled enough in the development of armed colors. Even in the face of the wise gorillas who were open last night, they were still in knights. Armed colors are the only way to suppress them, but those gorillas are not normal things. The gorilla who can throw the car as a brick is called a gorilla? That is all King Kong. But Wally is not King Kong, he is at best a young man who has just gained the magic power. There is still a long distance before he becomes the Lightning Kid. The use of the magic power still stays at the level of pushing people and beating people on the basis of high speed. Flash to play the level of flowers. Facing the armed colors attached to Kwen in several places, still thinking about continuing the operation, Wally found that he pushed the palm of Kwen's palm like shooting a wall, hitting himself hurt. The effect of force is mutual, only because of the protection of super-fast power. These speeders have not collapsed in supersonic running, but in the current situation of Wally, even if there is superpower protection, it does not mean that he can ignore the feedback damage caused by the slap of the armed color. because the pains of successive times have caused Wally's speed to slow down, and K-Wen can also take advantage of the slowing down of Wally's speed to find opportunities and slap. The fan passed by, and he just happened to give Wally, who was running at speed, to the fan. At the same time, he was also taken out. Both of them rolled to the side and then stood up quickly. "Don't make trouble with you, come back to me." K-Wen, who quickly stood up and worked in the laboratory to study the single lost drive, Cisco found that the belt in front of him flashed and disappeared. "What's the situation?" This sudden change made Cisco yell. At the same time, the single lost driver that disappeared in front of Cisco appeared in K-Wen's hands. Even the spider memory was already inserted in the card slot, and it went straight to the waist, and the single lost driver that automatically extended the waist belt seizing K-Wen's body. K-Wen lightly flicked and shouted, "Make a transformation." Last night's situation reappeared, countless spider webs created out of thin air wrapped around K-Wen, and then dissipated again, revealing the black and gold spider form. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. "Come on, Wally, round 2. K-Wen quipped. "This is what you said." Stood up and saw that K-Wen had transformed, wiped the dirt that did not exist under his mouth, and rushed towards K-Wen at the highest speed he could reach at present. However, K-Wen in spider form has all the abilities that belong to spiders. For example, the powerful nerve response, with his own exceptional nerve response and the addition of spider form neural response, K-Wen can really vaguely see him rushing towards himself. Here comes Wally. This is the case with the so-called bullet time. All things become relatively static in their own eyes, but the things themselves are still in motion. Corwin, who could barely see the trajectory of Wally's actions, relied on the prejudgment to make a sideways escape from Wally's rushing attack, and at the same time, his footsteps moved slightly. After a trip, he lost his balance and was directly taken out by his own speed. And K-Wen, who saw the machine quickly, also launched the cobweb in the direction of Wally flying out. A huge cobweb was generated out of thin air and appeared in front of Wally. Wally, who went out as a gourd, was printed directly on the cobweb, like an insect falling into the cobweb. The test ended, and the spider form after K-Wen's transformation won temporarily. K-Wen also understands how powerful his spider form is. The data may not be comparable to Wally, but the derived ability is still very useful, at least. It's not without one's strength to face the speeder who has just gained the magic power. "Brother, what else do you have to learn?" Looking at Wally, whose body was stuck to the cobweb, and he couldn't break free from the crazy vibration of his body, K-Wen walked slowly to him and rewarded him with a brainstorm. Only then was the shackles of the cobwebs released, allowing Wally to fall to the ground and regain his freedom. Chapter 42, Depart, Next City. Wally rubbed his sore buttocks and glanced at the cobweb that no longer existed behind him. This cobweb was disgusting. Generated out of thin air, and sticky and abnormally excessive, it is simply the nemesis of his speeder. "Hey, K-Wen, if you don't mind, how would you try it for me?" Barry watched K-Wen's use of a cobweb to limit Wally's scene, pondered for a moment, and said directly to the lower K-Wen. "Now." The cobwebs generated out of thin air directly covered Barry standing on the high platform, feeling the strength of the cobwebs wrapped around him. Barry also knew that he could not break free by ordinary means. After thinking about it, the whole body began to vibrate at high speed. Barry, who gradually blurred his body, came directly out of the cobweb that K-Wen bound him. The cobweb without the target naturally lost its support and scattered on the ground. Molecule vibration, a classic skill of speeders, through the high-speed vibration of the body and molecules at the same frequency, allowing speeders to achieve wall penetration, a skill that only exists in myths. In the face of K-Wen's trick, Wally couldn't figure out the matter was easily solved by Barry. Seeing that his move was easily cracked, K-Wen was not surprised. The move was used for cracking. If he could get entangled with this big flash, then he could really go to heaven. Cool. I'm going to learn this trick, teach me, Uncle Barry. Wally, sitting on the ground, saw Barry's understatement coming out of the cobweb, and also shouted when his eyes lit up. You have to master your own speed before you talk about it, and first of all, you have to pass the knowledge of science, otherwise you will die through the wall and half of yourself stuck in the middle, but you will die listening to your nephews, so not if you don't worry. Barry also has a headache, quickly tell him about the danger of this trick. Don't worry about your grades in science, I have memorized all the books in the downtown library. Wally proudly said. Oh, then please memorize what you have read. Barry, who came as a person, came directly and said that he was preparing to show a wave of operations in front of his uncle and Kwen. It was dumb there, because he found that what he wrote down last night in the state of divine power can only remember a very small part, and the rest was completely forgotten. It seems that you know, Wally, that divine speed force is omnipotent, but we are not omnipotent. In the divine speed state, our enhanced thinking can remember everything, but when we exit from the divine speed state, the human brain can't hold so many things at once. Forgetting is an inevitable thing. Don't think that the fast power can let us do everything. This is an illusion. Barry was very satisfied with seeing Wally. As a person who came over, Wally had made all the mistakes he had made. Naturally, he understood what mentality he had when he had the power of the first time. He thought he could do everything. His feeling made him feel like a god. If it were not for more than 2 years, countless battles and frustrations let him go through, and he could not be as skilled as he is now in using the power of God. The competition between Kwen and Wally ended up with a slight victory for Kwen, coupled with the loss of the memory advantage brought by the rapid power that he relied on to strengthen his thinking. Let Wally understand that he now has no advantages except running fast. Encountered a bit of combat experience, he absolutely overturned the boat. In this way, because of the frustration of his peers, it is easier for Wally to recognize the reality. Barry is also very pleased that Kwen has educated Wally by mistake. Okay, the power of divine speed is still obvious to all of you. You didn't get the divine power for less than 24 hours. Don't worry, the time is very long. I will teach you later, but I have to go through the air's pass. Looking at Wally's frustration, Barry couldn't help laughing. In the end, he was still a teenager, and his emotions came and went quickly. He was a little disappointed with himself just now, and his spirits are changing again now, and Kwen is too lazy to care about this life treasure, and his memory is lifted as soon as he pulls away. It seems that the protection period of the new form is still there. It's dangerous. It's a victory over Wally, who hasn't yet developed a fast gameplay, and Kwen is also somewhat lucky. Seeing that there is nothing wrong, he jumps again on the high platform and jumps. Go up. It's not a big deal. Kwen, it's your belt. Hey, why are you here? Cisco, who was startled by the lost driver called by Kwen in the lab, ran all the way, preparing explaining what happened to Bai. He saw that the single lost driver that disappeared in front of him was honestly buckled on Kwen's waist. I said, as long as I want to use it, it will appear in front of me. You talk, I will go first. Silent show. Kwen slowly left the Star Lab. Wally took him. He also saw the technology he watched, and then tested his actual combat experience for Wally. He also saw it and chatted. Kwen also felt that it didn't make sense to stay here. It's better to take advantage of the sunshine. Find a coffee shop and sit there enjoying the hard-won peace. Wally didn't expect Kwen to leave. He didn't have any thoughts of interest, but at this time, he even wanted to know how his uncle used the magic power. There are still many aspects to learn. For Kwen did not think too much about leaving so smartly. Instead, Barry looked at the back of Kwen's dashing away. After a while, he asked Cisco aside, his belt, did you unlock anything? I only know that this belt and the so-called memory must use some advanced technology of space folding and material form conversion, but I can't figure out that there is an unknown force protecting this belt. Even my shockwave didn't sense everything. What's wrong, man, what's wrong? No, just curious, I always feel that this little guy may have more than this belt. Since he has a memory, will there be a second one? The second form? Really very interested. Yes, through Cisco's only words, Barry probably guessed that there is not necessarily only one form that K-Wen can transform into. As a speeder, as long as he enters a state of rapid thinking, many originally did not associate possibilities can be pushed out one by one, and this is the terrible place of Shen Suli. K-Wen didn't care about Barry's ideas. Anyway, as the conscience of the Justice League, he believed that Big Flash wouldn't harm himself. He really did not want to do anything. He was familiar with the fast power of Big Flash to kill now. Simple as like breathing. After leaving the Star Lab, K-Wen walked down 2 streets and came to the most famous cafe in the Center City Guild Cafe. Oh, the drinks of the same name came out so quickly. A Flash Kid, a Kamen Rider, drink it here, thank you. As a guild cafe that can always launch drinks of the same name with its own city guardian after just one night, there were 2 drinks on the electronic menu, Lightning Kid and Kamen Rider, and many people came to buy it. Curious, K-Wen couldn't help lining up, and ordered the hottest drinks in the center city with the young lady who was in charge of the bill. The Flash was okay, just a cup of latte with a lightning pattern. As for the back, there are Kamen Riders in this cup of lightning. The color matching makes K-Wen always feel that he is wronged. Taking a stab at the scalp, it was exceptionally good. This is life. After taking a sip, K-Wen gave a sigh, and then leaned back on the chair, immersing himself in the system space, and began to count the rewards from last night to today. System, please show me the points I currently have. A row of data panels is presented directly in front of K-Wen. Points, 530,000, props held, a single lost drive, Spider T2 dual-use memory, D-class dead bully outfit, pseudo. Virtual mask, a high imitation toy Akko wooden knife. Evaluation, poor ghost. What's special? K-Wen, who was choked by the poison tongue of the system as usual, finally resisted his anger and continued to say, System, please give me some points about the props of the W series. The screen changed again, and directly listed Atos Series T2 memory www.novel.com. The memory used by 2 people and brother K-Wen naturally know. More are some memories that K-Wen does not know at all, not only that, but also about the complete body, the lost drive belt and the transformation series belt end. Props with the life winner Urkai A brother. Wow, the W drive is cheaper. What is this Zoo memory? It actually requires 1 million points, the same American Samoa the Fangs, isn't it? The protagonist series has to be 500,000, and I can only buy 1. K-Wen looked at the single memory dedicated to several protagonists displayed on the system. The drooling flow, from the blast to the trigger, each was at 500,000 points, then the Fangs, the Zoo, then Brother A's. The 3 forms are transformed into memory, followed by Brother E, and finally the ultimate memory. The following look at K-Wen is shining with both eyes. If you can unlock this set, you are basically in Zinnuo City has stabilized. And developed like this series, there are 19 systems. This is simply to force K-Wen to desperately blend in various big events. After reading his current points, K-Wen Qiang withdrew from the system space under the urge to not buy. He was afraid that he would not be able to buy a single form of memory after reading it. In this case, he would have to accumulate points again. Although K-Wen wanted to yell in the system space, the children were divided into good and bad. I'll take everything, but it turns out he can't. It's better to see which city to go to next stop, as long as it's not as pit-like as Central City. Even a thief is a city where the police see it to death. K-Wen, I think I should be able to earn more points than I do now. Because of the stimulation of the system, K-Wen now has only one idea left. After walking through the 4 cities, at least he must unlock all the protagonist series of memory, otherwise, how to akimbo? Chapter 43, Star City, Newcomer. Youth Hostel. Wally looked at Corvin, who had been entangled in an American map for a long time in Cowan's room, and inexplicably felt a headache. Cowan had kept this tangled and contemplative look for half an hour. For him, this speed in terms of people, half an hour is just like a day. What are you in a hurry? Where are you going to be so curious about where I am going? Kay-Wen glanced at Wally. He didn't know Wally's careful thinking. He wanted to follow along. How could Kay-Wen agree? Just let him hang like this until he can't stand the flash before talking. The second reason is that Kay-Wen really doesn't know which city to go to next stop. He has a choice disorder. He hasn't done anything in his own Earth about these things that need to be selected, not to mention that many cities in DC does not exist in the world of his original Earth. No matter, throw the paper ball, where to roll it. Seeing Wally had no intention of flashing people, and Kay-Wen didn't care anymore. He just rolled a paper ball on the map, and the small slap was big. The paper ball rolled on the map and stopped slowly at the Star City not far from the center city. Okay? Seeing this city with the letters of Star City, Kay-Wen froze for a moment, and some of the main characters about the city also came out of his mind. Green Arrow, Red Arrow, Canary, this world time will not come back? Thinking about the plot that I watched in the original world, Kay-Wen is not sure about the story of Star City at this time, but in terms of the current strength of Kay-Wen, Star City is still a good place. It's not as messy as Gotham. Gotham's police is basically a decoration. Star City is not, and the villains, Green Arrow's villains should be better managed. I really have to meet a few in the past. I don't have to worry too much about those who don't talk about it. Reasonable villain. Well, I went to Star City. Comparing the power comparison between Xia Xingcheng and Gotham, Kay-Wen feels that Xingcheng is still a good place. You can sneak into Star City if you are strong enough. Anyway, you're a speeder, and I can't stop you, but if the Flash and your Aunt Alice know that you're secretly running into Star City, I guess it wasn't me who was unlucky. Right. Looking at Wally, who was eager to try, Kay-Wen ridiculed directly, this guy is really a restless master, but every time that smile that looks honest, and honest can always make people think that this is a honest child. In fact, as long as when he had an idea, he couldn't hold him. How come? I am a good boy. Oh, I believe in your evil. I stayed for another 2 days and checked out. I have the opportunity to see you next time. Seeing that Wally seemed to intend to stay away from himself, Kay-Wen was also speechless. Okay, I can't afford it, I can't hide it, I'm leaving. Simply tidy it up and take out with your own camera, too lazy to worry about what Wally will do in his room. But when he saw that Kay-Wen was about to flash people, Wally, who had already been unable to sit, naturally followed him out, and followed Kay-Wen's wandering around Central City. No, have you done everything? Kay-Wen was bored by Wally, who followed him like a fart, without such disgusting people. How did you know? Kay-Wen at number UN%. 2 days later, at the Central City Railway Station, Kay-Wen bought a train ticket to the Star City at the station. The distance between the Central City and the Star City is not far away. There is no special direct flight, just take the train. When Kay-Wen took the train ticket to the car and found his seat, he saw an acquaintance with his own head, Wally West, sitting next to his seat. Come? Have some chocolate. Wally, who was chewing chocolate, saw Kay-Wen come over and passed a chocolate bar very friendly. Looking at this chocolate bar in front of him, Kay-Wen jumped straight. What are you doing here? Your aunt is so relieved to let you run out? So inhumane. No, she didn't agree, but I told Uncle Barry that he agreed. Listening to Wally's words, Kay-Wen felt his head hurt a bit. Is he considered to be pitted by the Flash? Conscience is so silent as to pit people up? I glanced at the ticket seats Wally bought, and it's right next to me. The ghost knows how he sits until he sits. The speeders are unreasonable and disgusting. I can't run away, as long as Wally is not in trouble for Star City, let him be with him, just to exercise his ears. This guy will talk about tuberculosis, and can annoy him. Species. Hey, do you know the Green Arrow of Star City? I heard that he is a mortal hero. I heard that he has 2 assistants, about the same age as us. You said we will see them in the past. You said. Be quiet. Sat in the seat listening to Wallina's questioning like a cannon, and Kwen could only bare his ears and endure the torture for nearly an hour and a half. In the center of the city, in the Bari area of the east side of the city, our flashman Barry Allen is looking at his fiancée, Alice, who is standing in front of him. Alice feels that she has taken a vacation. 2. First of all, my nephew was split into a fiancé like a fiancé, and he had superpowers. Then his fiancé kept his nephew out of the world to meet the world without knowing himself. If something happened, how would he talk to his parents? Confess. Relax, heirs. Oliver is in Star City, you should have confidence in him, and I have sent Wally's shuttle number. Oliver should send someone to pick him up. After all, he is more experienced than me in taking assistance, and the center city is not far from the Star City. There is something I can get there as soon as possible, believe me. Barry looked at his fiancée's expression of anger and a little guilty. Just because of this? You will not bring it yourself, you have been working for the Flash for 2 years. Recently, the Alliance is considering the construction of a watchtower. I can't get away from it. Besides, Wally is here, and we don't have much space. Cut, Virtue. Scolded, and Ayres walked to her room. When she closed the door, she ticked her finger at Barry, and Barry naturally followed him in and closed the door. At Xincheng Railway Station, a man and a woman are looking at the sign that the K777 train is about to enter the station, and there are some who are chatting. Roy, you said why my brother asked us to pick up this Barry Allen's nephew. I don't remember my brother knowing this Barry Allen so well. The girl chewed bubblegum, short hair, red jacket, black jeans, filled with youthful breath, and looks like a little girl. Thea, Barry Allen's familiarity with your brother is much better than you think. It can be said that he is a good friend. As for why he came to pick up, Oliver did not say, just let us pick it up after we went back to the bar. See, the car is coming to the station, and the sign is raised, so that no one knows that someone will come to pick him up. The boy Roy also wore the same red shirt as Xia, and his short hair was matched with the exercised body, so he was also in the train station. It seems to stand out from the crowd. You come here, this looks so stupid. Thea some disgusted the catching slogan, and directly threw the task to Roy. Roy didn't matter. He raised a sign with the words Wally West facing the crowd who got off the train. Soon, Roy, the dominant man, saw a chestnut-haired boy pulling a expressionless guy next to him directly to his side. You must be Roy Haber, I heard my uncle talked about you. I am Wally West. Whoa, who is this beauty? I am so honored to be received by a beauty. When Wally saw Thea next to her, her eyes were shining. Don't look at Thea's dress as a little girl, Yan Yan is there. As a young boy who germinated during adolescence, when he saw the girl Thea, Wally's words made some unbearable, and she immediately wanted to get acquainted with him. She's Thea Quinn, Oliver Quinn's sister, is this? Roy didn't have much thought about Wally's praise for Thea's beauty. People are beautiful and honest, don't give it people like it. It's just that he was more curious about who Kwen was next to Wally. Ah, I don't need to ask for my name. I'm totally forced to follow the guy who talks about this. Since this guy comes to Star City and someone picks it up, then I don't need to be entangled with him. Goodbye. Kwen quickly interrupted Wally to introduce his thoughts. After seeing Wally coming to Star City, someone didn't know how happy he was. The ghost knew how he had survived this long and a half hour www.novel.com. He doesn't care what the two are related to Green Arrow. He came to Star City to fight soy sauce and found a few thieves to find out. It's better not to be related to Green Arrow. Now Wally was also picked up, and he was more comfortable alone. After talking, no matter what Wally had to say, he rushed directly into the crowd, and within a moment, he drowned in the crowd, making Wally uncomfortable. "He is your friend?" Thea also began to be interested at this time. She was the first time she saw a guy who didn't care about others. It should be regarded as a friend. "Then you are not angry like this?" "I'm angry. This guy is a guy who is afraid of trouble. I would rather like to play around by myself, but since I have come to Star City, believe it or not, I can meet him tonight, and then I will introduce him to you again." "Now? Tonight? Reintroduce?" Thea was a little dazed by Wally's words. "It seems that your brother Oliver Quinn did not tell you what kind of relationship between him and my uncle Barry Allen, right? What's wrong, is it important?" Thea also wondered. "Well, how do you say, they are good comrades who know each other and support each other, do you understand? What about you?" When Xiange knows the elegance, and Thea knows that Wally in front of her has another identity under the bold and impulsive face, and asks directly. "Call me Lightning Boy. I am a red arrow, he is a speed arrow." Wow, impressive, simple and easy to understand. Exchanged their secrets with each other, the relationship between these three people has been much closer, and it also provides a basis for them to become teammates in the future. Chapter 44, Green Arrow Squad. After throwing away Wally's Corvin at the train station, he quickly got out of the station among the crowd, stood at the station sign, and looked at this grey city. The first impression he gave was decay. Yes, that is decay. If the central city gives Kwen the impression of being full of sunlight, then the Star City is decayed. Looking around, the people on the road can be divided into two kinds. One is the numbness that has lived like a pool of dead water in front of your eyes, it seems nothing lifeless, it is simply to live to live. The other is strangers who have just arrived in this city. They are full of ambition and motivation. They feel that they can do a great job in this city. Their desire is like that in this rotten city. The small flames were either burned into flames or covered by this decaying city and turned into ashes. "Oh, I always feel right here." Kwen shook his hand and grabbed a guy in the back who was going to draw his own pocket. Without much discipline, he shoved hard, and after throwing his right arm out of dislocation, he no longer cares. The guy who was taught also knew that he had run into an iron plate, and his hand was only dislocated. Recruited a taxi, and Kwen didn't say much after sitting up. He directly gave the driver a $200 knife as a tip, and asked him to take himself to a relatively good apartment hotel in Star City. He is not stupid. He likes to live in a hostel, but it depends on the place. The city of Star City, even if there is a hostel, will not be clean. It is better to live in an apartment hotel and feel more comfortable. With a beautiful knife open, the driver would naturally not engage in any moth. Carrying Kwen came to the best apartment hotel under the Quinn Enterprise. Looking at the signboard of this hotel, Kwen talked a bit. Sure enough, these DCS have money people are terrible, play Monopoly every time. Kwen vomited, and then went inside to check in, but because Star City itself is not a very peaceful city, Kwen did not use the card his parents gave him, but paid directly in cash. "I haven't picked up some cash from the guys who robbed before leaving from Nazino, and it came in handy." After paying the room rate, Kwen came to his room under the guidance of the waitress. The European style, open the window, you can see the high-rise towers. The apartment hotel's location is not bad, at least security looking at these buildings in the CBD area. As a hotel in it, it will naturally not be ignored. Looking at the hotel and the surrounding floor building distribution, Kwen also has a number in his heart, knowing which line will be more convenient to go out, and which road to return from is more hidden. After looking at it for a while, Kwen remembered that he seemed to have some small props that didn't come in handy. He remembered and said, "System, I can store some canned robots in your space. Please give me a few." As soon as the words fell, 6 of the 3 types of flying eagles, locusts, and octopuses came out, and they jumped on the bed and ran in front of Kwen. Having to let Kwen admire the black technology of the world of 3 eggs, these little guys removed the cold shell and made no difference in behavior from ordinary pets. After flicking his own flying eagle, Kwen ordered them, "Okay, as before, find those more dangerous guys, and then come back to report, don't follow too closely." The little guy who heard Kwen's order, flew directly from the window, and went to find their targets. Wally, who was picked up by Roy and Thea, also followed them to the junction of Star City East and West, a bar called Greenwich. Wally, who got off the taxi, watched Roy and Thea take him here with some incomprehension and turned their eyes to them. "Don't you want to see what the so-called superhero base looks like? Just follow me," Thea said slightly too smugly towards Wally, and then walked inside, Roy also patting on the side. Wally said, "Don't be too surprised, man, she has always been like this," said. Roy led Wally to the back alley of the bar. On the wall next to the back door of the bar, he fumbled for a brick, and gently folded it. The brick exposed the core of the electronic tablet and the password. Through the triple unlocking of voiceprint, fingerprint, and password, the wall was opened, and Roy and Thea took the jaw-dropping Wally into their secret base, Quiver. It's pretty awesome. Wally looked at the arrows shining with metallic luster under the surrounding lights, and arrows with various special functions. Wally was blinded by the whole person. "This is different from the Star Lab that my uncle went to, where most of the technology is, and only need to exercise the speed and simulate the opponent's combat, basically can meet all needs. And here, let Wally see the other side of being a superhero. They are mortals. In order to fight crime, they need more training and props. Welcome, Quiver." At this time, Thea turned around and told Wally the name of their base. Going down the stairs, Wally heard a crackling sound. This underground base called the Quiver is very large. It should be 3 floors high on the ground. As for the area, according to his own, it feels that at least the first floor where you are there is 500 to 600 square meters. It can only be said that as the famous billionaire of Star City, Oliver Quinn is really big. On the 3rd floor, Wally also saw the master who heard the sound, a center dedicated to placing various training equipment. A naked and sturdy man was holding a short stick and a black man on the opposite side was facing each other. Practice. The shirtless man is covered with all kinds of scars, knife wounds, bullet holes, arrow wounds, and also has several tattoo designs. Chinese arrows are full of hair, mafia family tattoos. There are several things Wally can understand and not understand. Beside the pair, 3 beautiful ladies of the same size are also doing the same training. One is wearing a white tactical suit, one is black, and the other is wearing pair of glasses. Warrior. Just when Thea came down with Wally, the attention of this beautiful woman wearing glasses was attracted to the past. "Oh. Sarah, can you lightly?" "Sorry, Felicity, the flaws are too obvious. Laurel, we have a little guy." Sarah in a white tactical suit said apologetically, while also moving towards her sister Lori in a black tactical suit. Said that these 2 are the 2 other guardians of Star City, White Canary and Black Canary, and Felicity is the technical support staff of their team. Hacking technology can be ranked in the world. The top 10 are known as oracles. Hearing the call of Sarah, he was playing a simple jujitsu against Oliver who was training, and he put down the partner blower Diggle. "You're slow, Diggle." Oliver reached out and pulled his partner up. "Ah, I haven't practiced like you for 5 years. Look, this little guy is blinded." Diggle, who stood up, pointed to Wally on the stairs and joked. "Wally is not stupid. Star City is super. He has always heard about hero news. Naturally, he knows which famous superheroes are in Star City, and now they are all superheroes belonging to Star City." "Oh, I must be dreaming," Wally murmured. "Hey, this kid is not dreaming. Come, let me take a good look at the difference between a fast guy like Barry." Felicity didn't care about the pain in her nose at all. She ran up with a smile, holding Wally's hands and looking back and forth. As a Wally who didn't even hold hands, he was directly fooled by Felicity's mature breath. He was blushing and red ears, and he finally came over. After sitting there for a long time, Wally only understood the age distribution of the people in the quiver. Roy is about the same age as himself. www.novel.com. Thea is 1 year younger than herself. Sarah is already 21, almost graduating from college. The remaining 4 are all going to maturity. Before you came, Barry called me and told me to train you well, just don't know if you are ready. Oliver asked the towel that Laurel handed over and wiped the sweat on his body. I'm a speeder, I don't need to prepare in advance, perhaps because of the beautiful young lady around me. Wally began to swell and boasted directly. That's good, Roy. Oliver said nothing to his apprentice and assistant directly. Roy, who was standing aside, suddenly flicked his hand at Wally, and a small arrow swept across Wally's face. Quickly launched, the flying arrow became slow in the air. Wally flashed easily, and even had time to look at Roy, who was relatively still, and then he was very dead to pick up the flashing arrow. Crackling! Just when Wally's finger touched the arrow body, the flowing current was released from the arrow body, directly charging Wally with a paw, lying on the ground, and his tongue was thrown out. Well, you are stupid than when I first trained Barry. This is the first rule. When the enemy fires something that you don't know, never try to catch it because you don't know what this thing will do. It won't kill you, okay, Roy, take him to an activity. Tonight you and Xia plus Sarah take him. After being educated by Oliver with simple facts, Wally, who is still in the state of talons, can only be vaguely hummed, and was dragged away by Roy, but Thea hugs her chest and looks like this. Wally couldn't help but laugh for a while. I don't know why, seeing Thea smile in embarrassment at herself, Wally suddenly felt that it was not impossible for him to be charged again. Chapter 45, The city is a bit deep. It's night, when the Chinese lanterns first come on, as a star city with a low crime rate, except for a few rich areas that are still brightly lit and the streets are full of people. The remaining blocks, except for the convenience of 711 outside of the store's overnight business, the rest are basically closed doors and windows. I would rather watch TV at home than dare to go outside. At this time, I can go shopping on the street. There are really few good things. In the apartment hotel in the middle of the city, oh! A high-pitched tweet sounded in this brightly lit steel forest. A small figure cut through the night sky and appeared on a window on the 6th floor of the quaint Queen Hotel. A guy sitting on the sofa watching a movie reached out and took it. This small voice poked his master's finger, and then his eyes projected the picture on the wall. I'm going to a large-scale drug production site. You little guys are so courageous now, and dare to go with this kind of place? 6666, but after all, there is no reason for such a big gang to be left unattended here. Forget it, anyway, this task is to grab the name everywhere, no matter. Kwen tapped the head of the flying eagle, simply packed his things, and went straight downstairs to get out after getting dressed. As for why not jump out of the window, neuropathy, this is the 6th floor. What kind of thing to knock on the sap is low-key? In the ardent eyes of the young lady at the front desk, Kwen left the hotel, walked for a while, and turned into an alley, which brought the pseudo-virtual mask to the wall, and jumped directly to the roof with the help of the wall. Led by the kin, he ran towards the poison factory. Star City, the secret base of the Quiver at Greenwich Bar. Felicity, who hacked into the traffic monitoring system through his superb hacking technology, also discovered anomalies. Guys, there is a situation. The call attracted everyone who was still warming up, and then they saw a picture on Felicity's screen, and a red mechanical bird flashed in front of the camera. However, there is also a mechanical octopus at the same time. Although only a flash, but the ingenious workmanship makes people no doubt their function. Well, two good mechanical little things, what's wrong? Roy on the side still didn't understand what these two mechanical gadgets represented, some doubts. My negligence, let me show you what I observed when I hacked into the military radar. On the other screen, at the same distance, there was no trace on the radar at all. Occasionally, it was not a mechanical signal, but a mechanical signal. Biological signal. Did you see it? Biological camouflage signals, anti-radar detection. If these gadgets are used as bombs for terrorist attacks, they are completely defenseless. Kwen would definitely admire Felicity's brain hole if he was present. He had never thought of using a canned robot to carry a bomb and drop it. As a result, Felicity considered this possibility. Can you trace their trail in Star City? Oliver on the side also realized the seriousness of the matter. Without knowing what these highly artificial machines are used for, he must regard it as the worst threat. Let me check. Yes, Palm area. This is a picture of road traffic monitoring combined with multiple areas of Star City. According to the comparison, they are going to the Palm area. Felicity passed the cross-comparison path. Came to a conclusion. Well, Sarah, you took Roy, Thea, and Wally to a trip. After a long silence, Oliver ordered. Okay, you have the final say, let's go, Lightning Kid. Sarah quipped, watching Wally keep on moving towards Thea. The veteran Sarah knew at a glance that Wally was not saved now. Thea is locked up. The four of them packed their heads, and Wally's uniform had been refitted by Cisco. It was made of metal like Barry, making him look even cooler. The mere appearance of the show made Sia look at him so that Wally could not enjoy it there. Oliver, wouldn't it be too risky for them to bring Sarah with Roy? As Oliver's true girlfriend, Sarah's sister, Laurel was a little worried. She was not worried about Sarah's personal strength, but plus the last few young people who have not officially debuted are different. Although Sarah is not far behind them in age, she has too much experience. I have been paying attention for a long time in the Palm area. They are doing things for others. The degree of danger is not high. It is the people behind them. I want to know who is. They have arranged so many places, but they haven't even seen a little news. This way of doing things makes me feel familiar. Are you going to let Sarah use them as bait? Well, not only Sarah, but this guy with unknown mechanical creations. Sarah may not be able to lead it out, but this guy, who we both don't know, is very likely. Oliver said nothing without concealment. Her plan made her real girlfriend Laurel feel angry for a while, but everyone was gone, she could only ask Felicity to pay attention. Palm area, this is the industrial area of Star City. Basically, all the factories of Star City are located here. Once, this was the most prosperous place in Star City. The opening of the factory led to the emergence of a large number of posts, but with the shift of the industrial center of gravity, the tertiary industry later came to the fore, where there is no longer the prosperity of the past, and the layoffs of a large number of workers have made this place desolate, and closed factories abound, becoming a place for breeding crime. At this time, two guys who seemed to be sneaky on the street vigorously smoked their noses. From time to time, their bodies shivered, and they walked towards a big man who was smoking by the side of the car. What's new? One of the duo asked. Yes, new goods, voila. Dahan is obviously not the first time to do this business. He pulled out a bag of white powder from his pocket and shook it in front of the duo. Don't rush to pay for it, there are instructions for using it. Without immediately accepting the money drawn by the duo, the big man first reminded them that this is his principle of doing business. After all, his wealth is these addicts, and the death of one represents the disappearance of a wealth point. He must ensure that his wealth is not lost. There are instructions for using this thing. The duo was a little impatient. Of course, this new product is called Miraculou, which is more powerful than the previous gadgets, and it can also improve the body's function, but this gadget can't be taken too much at a time. The one in front of me has to be used for a week. It's okay, it's easy to get into trouble soon, okay? You know, let's give it to us. The duo nodded madly. The drug addiction that penetrated into their bones made them not listen too much. They just wanted to hurry up and relax their bodies. Seeing the duo like this, the big guy is not good to say much. He should have said everything. He can't help but give it to him. What is he doing in this industry? With simple one-handed delivery and one-handed delivery, looking at the impatience of these two goods, the big man was ready to drive away, and the two people in the province died and he was in trouble. He was about to start the car. The front cover of the car was suddenly hit with a heavy blow. Before he could see what was in front of him hit him, he was turned around and broke the blood. Is it possible to improve human function? Do drug dealers have to cross-border marketing now? A ridiculous voice came from the front of the car, erasing the blood that shed from the top of the head. Only then did the big man see himself standing in front of the car, one with a strange mask. The guy in a black costume, with a wooden knife in his hand, stopped his car with one hand. The duo who was about to enjoy the fluttering process was also taken aback by the sudden accident, and he was ready to run with the things in his hand. Kwen threw the wooden knife in his hand and fell down. The other is running into the alley. Kwen did not care much, this guy is the focus. He had been squatting in the drug factory, and he didn't go in for the first time to do things. This kind of place with many eyes, he didn't have such a big skill to sweep through the net. It is better to understand the situation first. Walked to the door of the car and pulled it away easily, and pulled the man out of the car. www.novel.com found several packages of what he called miraculous from him and threw them on the ground. Friend, don't you mind telling me what this thing is? It's as powerful as you said. Shouldn't this thing be directly monopolized by the military? I don't know. I'm just responsible for selling the goods. After the group gave me, they only told me how much I sold and I can get a triple of the commission. I don't know the rest. Triple commission? So high? This thing is so profitable? Tell me how many such goods are in that factory. There are about 5 tons of output every day, not only for the supply of Star City, there are channels all over the world. Okay, thanks, good night. Good night? The Han did not understand what Kwen meant, and he was intimately contacted with the body by pressing his head, and he fainted when he turned his eyes. Don't touch this thing, I will help you too, let's ease it for a while. He kicked off and wanted to take advantage of Kwen's addict to Milakuru on the ground during the interrogation. By the way, he rewarded him with a big foot, so as not to let him do anything irrational. These white powders containing sin were thrown directly into the sewer by Kwen. After doing all this, Kwen stood up and looked at the factory that was still not far away, and walked slowly towards it. It was a good practice to burn those goods in such a harmful place. As for the trouble, when the holster was worn, the ghost knew it was him. Okay? Kwen, about to leave, sensed the sharp object suddenly rushing in from his range and evaded sideways. Then, a yellow flash appeared in front of him, and the other 3 figures also fell from the upper floor, surrounding himself. Fuck, why did this happen again? Looking at the yellow figure that appeared in front of him, Kwen had no choice but to say a bad luck. Chapter 46, Mirakuru. On the streets of the Palm area of Star City, Kwen looked at Wally's line and there were several Star City guardians, inexplicably speechless. As long as you go to other cities yourself, once you do something, these superheroes can always appear in front of you for the first time, faster than paparazzi. Hey, man, my name is Lightning Kid. This is Red Arrow, Speed Arrow, and White Canary. We need to talk. Wally didn't consider himself an outsider at all, and reported his own directly in front of Kwen. Identity. You are here to find something for me, Wally. Seeing Wally like this, Corwin was helpless, and directly called Wally's name. If Wally was not there, it was just the Green Arrow team, and Cowan was not worried. These mortal heroes pay more attention to keeping each other's identities secret, but Wally is here, and how he will be punctured is not as clear-cut as he is. Why, Kay-Wen? What's the matter with your dress? Wally saw the lost driver appearing in Kay-Wen's waist and knew that this dress was made by Kay-Wen, but he didn't understand why Kay-Wen can hide his identity by transforming himself. Why use this outfit? I like low-key, have opinions? Hi, hello, I saw you in the morning, my name is, forget it, or use this to be more realistic. Take off your mask to reveal your true face. In Kay-Wen's after seeing it, Roy and Thea's disguise had no effect. After seeing it directly, Kay-Wen chose to transform. After all, his own transformation is more convincing. The cool transformation makes Roy and others understand that the guy who just greeted himself this morning is the Kamen Rider who was famous with Wally not long ago in Central City. As a boy, Roy was just as envious of Kay-Wen's cool transformation and couldn't help but admire him. Look, as I said, I will definitely meet my friend again at night. How? Wally looked at Thea with some complacency. Well, a very handsome transformation, you are a little low-grade compared to. Thea also vomited at this moment, directly let Wally feel down all of a sudden. Sarah, who was in charge of the operation at the side, knew at first sight, and there was no previous hostility. Instead, she asked curiously, so, Kamen Rider, what are you doing here? My little guy found a drug factory here when he was visiting the city. He was bored at night and came out to beat them. Flying Eagle hovered over Kay-Wen's head, and Wally and others understood them. The unknown mechanical creation seen on the monitor is Kay-Wen's handwriting. Don't you say you are a liberal arts student, how did you make this thing? Wally is a little uncomfortable. This little guy has enough technology to hang up a group of scientific scholars. As a result, you told me that you are a liberal arts student? I am a liberal arts student, this thing is not the armor I made, the armor comes with it. But then, you will not come to me to understand the situation at night. Kay-Wen looked around these superheroes. Completely do not understand their routines. Of course not, you are only one reason, another one, our goal is the same as yours, are you interested in being together? Sarah had no idea, invited Kay-Wen. Yes, I have no opinion, but every time I go to a city and want to do something, you guys appear, and it feels just like paying a peer. Kay-Wen doesn't matter at all. There are such a group of people who also complete the task, and the same group of people can complete the task, but they are a bit unhappy about their treatment. Wait for the peer. Wally didn't understand Kay-Wen's words. It is the guardian who sees the city first. Replied, Kay-Wen jumped directly and jumped toward the poisoning factory directed by the Flying Eagle Kin. The jumping power of 100 meters basically made him ignore various terrain obstacles. Wally also embraced Thea very actively this time. Take her to experience a swift force, only Sarah and Roy can only use embarrassment to move forward. In a little while, several people concealed their bodies in front of the drug factory that worked all night, and looking at the armed gunman at the gate, Sarah couldn't help but frown. The guard is not weak. Yeah, I heard that it is a new type of drug, called Mirakuru, and I heard that it also has the effect of improving human body functions. If it will fight later, it may be a bit troublesome. Kay-Wen made what he just knew. The intelligence was shared. Look at me, I'll take all these guys' weapons away. Wally stayed by the side and eagerly tried, as a speeder, doing these things was more handy. Hey, calm down. Is this the place where people are staying? Didn't she watch Sarah's speech? While holding down Wally who was about to get up, Kay-Wen was still very wise to give Sarah the right to speak. Facing Kay-Wen's offer, Sarah also smiled, there's nothing wrong with the Lightning Kid's approach, but before that, Red Arrow and Speed Arrow, you two go to their exit and ambush well, don't let them run now, you can run as fast as the Lightning Kid. Sarah said, taking out her 2 sticks. Sarah just gave the instruction, and according to the unbearable Wally, it turned into a flash directly. In an instant, the whole drug factory was in a panic. The starting speed was Mach 2. Wally faced these ordinary people who were just holding guns. The whole process is crushing. Even if they have guns, they can't even keep up with the speed of the naked eye when facing a speeder. They can't do much except with the fate. It is clear that their fate is not enough. After listening to the movement outside, Kay and Sarah walked in slowly. As expected, these guys were directly by Roy and Thea into dumplings after being knocked down by Wally, and there was no leakage. Sure enough, the existence of the speeder destroys the game experience. Watching Wally pose there, Kay inexplicably groaned in his heart. A group of people prepared no amount of plans, and none of Wally had an acceleration effect. Directly solving all problems at the fastest speed. Ignoring Wally, who was still posing there, Cowan walked to a platform where there were ready-made pieces of new drugs called Miraculous, picked up one of them, and Covent also had some. Curious. This thing feels no different from the white powder on TV. Kay is not an expert and can't see the difference between this thing. Forget it, who of you can help, light the fire and burn it. Your armor does not have the function of ignition. Wally can't believe that such a cool armor can only improve the function of the human body and generate spider webs out of thin air. No time. Kay spread his hand. The ability of the night form itself is not diversified, it is mostly in a single aspect, if you want to be almighty unless you unlock the final form. Roy on the side also took out an explosive arrow from his quiver, and shot directly at these stacked Miraculous. The blazing fire directly burned, and Kay quickly took it out. One piece was thrown to Sarah. This kind of thing must be taken back to be used as a sample test. Naturally, Kay would not know this truth. Hey guys, this guy is a little out of place. While watching these sin-laden drugs turned into ashes, Wally suddenly cried out and pointed to one of the tied guys. Everyone was also attracted by Wally's words, and saw a fierce-looking guy trembling violently under the rope, his eyes widened, his mouth foaming, and the rope wrapped around him was also trembling because of his body, being disconnected one by one. Collapse. The rope wrapped around him broke down under this sudden great force, and he broke free from the and directly attacked Wally nearest him. With a strange cry, Wally evaded the blow, but the machine tool behind him directly smashed into the discus. What's the situation? Seeing this guy suddenly showing great power, Kay was also blinded for a while, punching a machine tool into a discus. This power is not a joke. Let me come. Kay shouted and rushed straight up to greet this crazy man. At the first collision, Kay felt that the situation of the guy in front was completely wrong. In his feedback to him, the guy in front of him was just an ordinary person. In this situation, he was more like taking some kind of medicine, and his potential was exploded. Once the medicine strength passed, what was waiting for him was death. Milakuru. Kay thought of what the drug dealer said before, and could not help saying it. After all, but Kay-Wen's hands are constantly moving, this guy's strength is not small. Although you reading www.yukansha.com's own hardcore data of spider form boxing and kick strength is not outstanding in the DC world, it's not the floor, it's the case, and the fist of this guy also makes me numb. After fighting a few times, I probably figured out the strength of this guy's explosive potential. Kay-Wen no longer entangled, directly formed a cobweb out of the sky to wrap it up, with a 50-ton pulling force, but not a Milakuru drug. People can earn away. Looked at the guy who was struggling frantically on the ground, and then everyone came up. It seems that we underestimated the power of this new type of drug. Sarah's face was heavy, and if this new type of drug was circulated in the Star City, they alone could not suppress it. A drug addict becomes a madman at any time, and the police simply don't use it. Look, he seems to be a little wrong. The sharp-eyed Wally exclaimed. In the eyes of everyone, the vigorously struggling guy gradually became smaller, and a sound of bone fracture came from his body, and then there was no sound. What's going on? Side effects: this may be the cost of greatly improving the human body function. It seems that Star City's troubles are not small. Kwen is also very serious. This kind of look is a high reward point task, and Kwen did not. The plan to look like this, is still within the scope of their own tolerance. It is not possible. You can unlock 2 memories here. What should we do now? Go back to the quiver. This person will also take away, Kamen Rider, together. Sarah invited Kwendeo. At random, to show sincerity, let me carry this guy. Kwen waved his hand and carried this guy on his body. Sarah saw that there was nothing left behind, and greeted everyone, and all the people left this evil drug factory. Chapter 47, Mayor Candidate Slade. In the quiver base under the Greenwich Bar in Star City, Sarah took the newly recruited Corvin, carrying the unlucky ghost who died after taking a lot of Milakuru drugs, and directly threw this corpse that had become a mess at the table. Kwen, who felt a little sulky, patted the soil where the armor did not exist, and directly lifted the transformation. Wow, cool, I should let Lei come to study. Felicity, a half-tech support staff, was a little surprised to see Kwen. Kwen shrugged. He didn't care to put the lost drive on the table. He took a bottle of cocktail from the refrigerator next to him and sat down to drink it. Listening to Sarah telling Oliver what happened tonight. Are you sure, the name of this new drug is Mirakuru? And this guy also took a lot of Mirakuru drug powder to make it look like this. After listening to Sarah's description, Oliver still had questions. Asked to Kwen who was on the sidelines. The name is pronounced like this, but it is not clear that I did not take a lot of Mirakuru drug powder. I just listened to the drug seller. I think, you should be able to understand through autopsy or some professional means. This is not my expertise. He confessed that, facing Oliver's questioning, he directly explained everything he knew, and asked Oliver to decide for himself. After listening to Cowan's account, Oliver also frowned, looking at the corpse that had lost its skeleton support without saying a word. Suddenly, he directly picked up the arrow on the side and pierced towards the corpse. The sharp arrows did not penetrate directly into them as expected, only the arrows partly penetrated into the meat, and the rest were all outside. Looking at himself with all his strength and only digging into the arrow, Oliver sighed helplessly. People taking Mirakuru, even if they die, the body will maintain a certain effect. The body's toughness is still more than ordinary people. It seems that you are right. Everyone has no idea why Oliver would be so familiar with Miraculo's attributes, as if he had dealt with this kind of things before, except for Kwen. After listening to Oliver's words, he also made a chuckle in his heart, and his heart was not good. He came over and showed up as a supervillain. Because the DC universe itself is more inclined to the setting of animation movies, Kwen did not associate too much, but when he looked at Oliver's attitude, he basically determined which supervillain the Green Arrow encountered this time, DC World's Death Knell, a big man who singled out the Justice League. All-round physical strengthening, proficient in various tactical killing skills and strategic planning. And looking at it this way, Green Arrow doesn't seem to be the first time he has dealt with the Death Knell. Oliver, do you know anything? Laurel looked at the bitter expression of his lover and asked with some speculation. Yes, when you went to deal with this drug factory, I also asked Felicity to check the behind-the-scenes boss of this factory. It's a guy named Wade Wilson. I didn't have much association at first, but according to the current situation, the full name of this guy should be called Slade Wilson. More importantly, we also found some more powerful news, Felicity. Under Oliver's indication, Felicity operated on the computer for a while. A suit was straight, the 2 temples had a little white hair, and the figure of a sturdy, attractive man stood on the roof and waved in front of everyone. There is also a line of slogans: Star City's most mysterious candidate for mayor, Slade Wilson. Looking at this picture, Kwen always felt something was wrong. What? Kwen and others who just returned came to the collective circle. What Oliver said, as the behind-the-scenes boss of this drug factory is now a popular fried chicken among the candidates for the mayor of Star City. What is this? The biggest shady in history. Wait, let me think about it. This Slade Wilson has a holiday with you and is still a bad guy, but he is now a candidate for mayor of Star City? Are those intelligence services blind? Wally was a little confused. This kind of thing that was not realized in the center city. He opened his eyes when he came to the Star City, which made him a little uncomfortable. First of all, the behind-the-scenes boss of this drug factory is called Wade Wilson. No one has seen his true face, so there is no fact that Slade is the behind-the-scenes boss, except us. Second, Slade is in Star City. The public identity of the media is a capitalist who has made a great contribution to Star City. This alone has basically caused many people to shut their mouths. Oliver's correction left Wally speechless. In this country, huge capital is enough for you to do anything, even if you run for president. Others were silent, only Oliver was still examining the corpse. Only the people who knew him had the best knowledge of miraculous, so he could better understand the role of this new drug, and he also gave K-Wen them tell how you know Slade's experience. I have been missing for a while, and you all know that it was an island called Purgatory in the Pacific Ocean. I met Slade there. At first, I was a friend with him. He taught me a lot of skills, but because of a change, Slade took a super soldier drug developed during World War II, Miraculous, which is more amazing than what you have seen now. It can fully develop the potential of the human body and strengthen him, but likewise, it will make people paranoid, so in a battle, I fell over with him. He was involved in the sea. Life and death are unknown, and now, he came to me for revenge. Oliver, while groping on the corpse while telling K-Wen and them about the past, opened the hapless mouth and glanced slightly, frowning slightly. Strange, I am not surprised that Slade has extracted miraculous contained in his blood, but this guy only absorbs excessive miraculous powder at a time. Those mixed with Milakuru's drugs. I asked Roy to burn them. K-Wen said weakly, and then he saw Oliver's eyes with care for the mentally retarded. That K-Wen. The best way to deal with drugs is to dump them, or use a solution with solubles to destroy them to prevent further refining. Using fire is the lowest grade method, which will cause these gadgets to evaporate in the air. Wally only made up the knife at this time, telling K-Wen how idiot he was doing at the time. Really? Then why didn't you say that and other people were all right? K-Wen retorted. Actually, each of us has a special air purifying mask to deal with guys who may carry poisonous gas attacks, so you don't care about burning. As for Wally, speeders can accelerate their own body metabolism, no need to worry at all. Sarah next to make up the knife. K-Wen realized that when he asked someone to help burn these things, these people looked at each other to decide the meaning of doing so. I'm sorry, I haven't studied so much, but I am embarrassed to everyone. Could you please stop this topic? Think about how to deal with this guy who is against your Green Arrow team. Face the attack of everyone's eyes. www.mtlnovel.com. K-Wen surrendered directly. Let them quickly skip the topic of their lack of common sense. I will study with Laurel how to neutralize the antidote for this new drug containing miraculous. But it is also limited to neutralizing miraculous. There is no way to eliminate the addiction of drugs. As for other people, you go to rest first. Yes, Kamen Rider, welcome to Star City. I will let you save the cost of your stay in the hotel. Oh, that's really thank you. For the kindness that Oliver released, K-Wen also thanked him and got up and left. Wally also followed behind K-Wen, and others also went to their rooms to rest. Hey, K-Wen, are you planning to blend in this matter? Wally, who followed, was curious. Anyway, I'm checking in here for half a month. If this Slade moves during this half month, then I will help. If not, then I will withdraw and leave it to myself. Come to solve. K-Wen said lazily. You are so irresponsible. Wally was a little uncomfortable. Then he can't do anything for a day, so I'll just stay away one day? Having said that, did you fall in love with the younger sister of Green Arrow, so I'm so enthusiastic to let me stay and help? It's nothing. Wally retorted loudly, blushing. Ha ha! Returned to Wally with a sneer, and Kay-Wen left slowly, walking halfway, and then Kay-Wen suddenly remembered what he felt was wrong. The Slade Wilson he saw had his eyes intact, but the death knell in his memory blinded his right eye. Damn, wouldn't it be so bloody, like the TV plot, Revenge for Love? Kay-Wen scolded secretly, and returned to his hotel slightly uncomfortably. Chapter 48, I and number 039, sorry, I and number 039, a scumbag. In the Palm area of the Star City, the poisoning factory that was destroyed by Kay-Wen and others still smoked smoke. Those new drugs burned by flames were still floating in the factory, turning the factory into a gas chamber. A lengthened Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the factory, the doors opened, and Slade Wilson, who was still talking about Oliver, got off the car, and there was a beauty with him. The two didn't even care about the Mirakuru drugs distributed around the factory at this time, and just walked in without any protective measures, watching the messy scene. Then they followed the men with gas masks to extinguish the fire. Slade didn't care about the movements of his men. He paced up the stairs and went to the computer in the monitoring room. After entering the password, it appeared before Kay when they destroyed the scene of the drug factory. It looks like you're doing well in Star City, Oliver. Look, Nissa, your lover is a white canary too. Slade said to the beauty who was beside him. I don't care how you deal with the people of Green Arrow, but the white canary, and her family, if you dare to start, the transaction between us will be cancelled, and you will also face the assassin's hunt. When Nissa heard Slade mentioning Sarah's nickname, her cold face also showed murderousness, threatening directly. Relax, it's just talking. I didn't intend to provoke myself to such a tough enemy-assassin alliance. But the ugly saying is ahead, if you don't control the white canary, let her enter the battlefield between me and Oliver, what's the result? I can't guarantee you, you know. I naturally know that you don't have to worry about it, but I don't understand, why don't you just use our resources to kill Green Arrow? Nissa snorted, believing Slade's words. What anxious, how did Oliver ruin everything for me? Now I will ruin everything for him. He loves this city, I will turn this city into hell. He loves his friends, family, then I will kill them one by one in front of him. After I appreciate his desperate appearance, I will give him death. This is the meaning of the death knell. Good speech, what should I do next? Nissa asked. The next step? The next step is to meet my old friend, how to say that I have had a lot of trouble together. With polite words in his mouth, Slade's hand on the screen, with great power, directly turned the device in front of himself into a pile of scrap iron, leaving only the flickering lights on his head. Flashes. The next day, Kay-Wen yawned at the Greenwich bar and sat on the bar counter to take a nap. As a person who likes to sleep and wake up naturally, he is very disgusted to be dragged out of the bed in the morning. However, the person who dragged him out was still a speeder, and Kay-Wen had no room for resistance. From the quilt to the opening of his eyes at the Greenwich bar, Wally, the bastard, even did his best to brush his teeth and wash his face. Help him take off his pants to the toilet. With a disgruntled glance at Wally who was chatting with Thea, Kay-Wen continued to doze on the bar and returned to the hotel at 3 o'clock last night, although his strong physique has long made him no longer need such a long time. Sleep, but the psychological effect is strange, and I always feel that I don't sleep enough. As a bartender at the bar, Roy looked at Kay-Wen like this, and also observed silence for him. Poured a glass of soda and handed it to Kay-Wen. Add ice, drink it. Looking up at Roy, Kay-Wen sighed in relief, and then said a bit sadly, don't you have nothing to do in the morning, you must drag me over and sleep, I don't even feel it. Man, you are wrong. We are superheroes. It is our duty to protect people, so we have to ensure the best condition every day. Wally West, a late teenager with secondary illness, joined Cowan in front of him. Kwen was brainwashed with his secondary 2 theory. As a comrade who has played guerrillas in the center city, Wally has listed Kwen as his most worthy friend. Always bring Kwen together when you have something to do. The question is, which silly hat will go out and rob at 7 o'clock in the morning? Could you hurry up to graduate, okay? Do you use a honest face to adjust my conscience every time? Will your conscience hurt? Do you have no summer vacation homework? Kwen doesn't understand why Wally can maintain a state of vitality every day. Can love really make a speeder become a husky? Summer vacation homework? What's that? I've received the advance admission notice from Central City University. Where else is there any homework? Wally froze for a moment, and told Kwen in a very strange tone. The cruel fact was that Kwen froze at the moment, because he felt what kind of blow to Wally was going to say to him. Xia, she has finished the university courses in advance, and it is estimated that she will go to the university to announce the graduation in advance. Don't look at Roy, his mechanics is full, and Sister Sarah, she is currently pursuing a PhD, let alone Green Arrow, they already have 3 PhDs, and Laurel is already a lawyer. A series of statements from Wally spit out, so that Kwen finally understood the fact, why each of these young superheroes is as full of the world as every day. It turns out that they have already learned what they should learn, and they have nothing to do. And he himself is a proper scum. What's wrong? Corvin's face is not right. After all, how did you think of burning this method at that time? You haven't dealt with such a thing before. Wally seemed to think of Corvin's stupid decision last night. Curious, asked. After treatment, just pour it into the toilet. Kwen replied dumbly. Then why did you think of burning with fire last night? Because there is no toilet nearby. For this reason, the perfect one was impeccable. Wally was defeated by Kwen once again. Shut up. And honestly went to Thea to exchange feelings. Back to Wally's sentence, Kwen continued to sit and prepare to recharge. Having just prepared to lie down, Kwen has been trained to become an automatic early warning, and Kwen was agitated, glancing at the door behind him, and Kwen hurriedly got up and walked to the toilet. As soon as Kwen entered the toilet, the door of the bar was pushed open, and a repressed breath rushed across the face, letting everyone who was busy doing what he had on hand stopped and looked at the visitor. Slade Wilson, the behind-the-scenes hand that Oliver talked about last night, appeared so grandly in front of everyone, but just standing there, everyone felt as if they were pointed at with a sword. Slide. The back door opened, and Oliver, who saw the person coming from the monitor, hurriedly came from the underground base, watching the Slade alertly. Oh, Oliver, I haven't seen you in 5 years. You haven't changed at all. Look at me, it's a bit vicissitudes. Slade looked at Oliver, who hadn't seen him in 5 years, and touched his pale white temples. Sitting on the bar counter in such a stately manner, he said to Roy, who wiped the glass, "Boy, give me a martini." Roy did not respond. The wine glass in his hand was slowly rotating, and it could become a weapon of murder at any time. Slade completely ignored Roy's hand and looked at Oliver. "This is your assistant? It seems that the patience is not very sufficient. The 2 little guys next to me are quite good by comparison." Slade pointed to Wally and Thea sitting beside him. Oliver also frowned, walked to the bar by himself, and took Roy's wine glass. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com took out gin and gin from the wine rack and made a glass for Slade and handed it over. Slade didn't worry about what Oliver would do, he just swallowed it. "Well, the craftsmanship has not changed." "Of course, you taught, I did not forget." "Then you should remember how you killed Shatuo." Slade suddenly roared. "Choose one of 2, I have no choice." "So you let Sando die." "But I saved you." "Slade. You are my life-saving benefactor, my best friend. Without you, I have no chance to survive on Purgatory Island. But Sanduo loves you. You let a girl who loves you die. The two opponents who should have drawn their swords as soon as they saw each other, but at this time, like two injured lions, they opened their happy scars to each other and roared. The entanglement among them can be felt by the two people beside them. Sorrow surging from time to time. Cut, it seems that neither of us has forgotten. You saved my life. I remember. You killed Shatuo. I also remember. In this case, I will return your life first. Then how can I count Sand Duo's account? Let your mother and sister leave, and I promise not to kill them, but I will not let anyone else go, and that is the end, so consider it yourself. Slade put a note on the table, and the wine glass was turned upside down before turning around and leaving. As for whether someone will start behind him, Slade is not worried. He knows that Oliver is not such a person. As Oliver said, the two of them are close friends and they know each other. This is why he dares to come alone. Reason. When the door of the bar closed, Oliver put the paper money that Slade placed on the table into the cash box and sighed helplessly. Looked at her sister and the lover who came out later, and she had a decision in her heart. Chapter 49, Mentality Changed. No, Oliver, don't even think about it. Seeing the eyes cast by her lover/brother, Thea and Laurel said to Oliver, they have been together for so long, they can see every action of Oliver without words. The meaning brought to him naturally understood that because of Slade's words, he began to shake. I haven't said anything yet. Oliver was a little embarrassed, but he also knew that his plans had been seen through by them, and it was useless to say anything. Kay-Wen, who was hiding in the toilet, only emerged from the inside at that moment, watching the atmosphere of some crossbows, silently relieved, and at once he destroyed the serious atmosphere. Man, you are in a timely manner in the toilet. Wally said a little speechlessly. He hadn't seen such a famous scene just now, and he didn't know how Kay-Wen did it. No way, do I have to make people notice me? Everyone has come to the door. It is estimated that our situation has also been touched, or leave some unknown factors to him. Is it not a good solution? You knew Slade was coming from the beginning? Oliver asked suddenly. It wasn't the beginning, it was when he got to the door that I sensed it. I don't want to be recognized by him as a Kamen Rider. I'm alone and very dangerous. Kay-Wen spread his hand. Although he is right to say that he is a scumbag, he is quite talented in this respect. From seeing that Slade came to the door, Cowan knew that what he and others had done last night were exposed. There was no reason why he had just smashed his forefoot, and the other people came to the door so cleverly. What must be the problem? For safety's sake, Kay-Wen hid in the toilet. But watching the crowd cast a slightly scornful look on him, Kay-Wen summoned his little flying eagle. Will I help you to monitor you? My little guy should be able to help. No, where did you get this thing from? Wally once again vomited Kay-Wen that there was no way out. You care about me, do you want it? Kay-Wen said helplessly. Trouble you, Cowan. Oliver also understands the use of Cowan's gadgets. Since his lover and sister did not plan to leave, they can only fight against their best friend. Knowing each other is essential. Please directly. Kay-Wen didn't say much. With a wave of his hand, the flying eagle can fly out of the window like a sharp arrow, and at this time, Kay-Wen also pulled out a locust robot and placed it on the table, transmitting the flying eagle synchronously. The sight of the kin. Wally's face flashed madly behind Kay-Wen, wondering how Kay-Wen pulled it out, which was too contrary to science. Taking off Wally's paws, he turned his attention back to the video projected by the locust robot. In the video, the flying eagle robot followed the Slade's car from the top, watching it drive on the streets of Star City. When Ryder's car turned into an alley, the camera was shaking for a while, and the whole picture began to flip. When it became clear again, it had become a 90-degree side picture. The sound of footsteps came from far to near. Leather shoes appeared in front of the camera. Then the lens was straightened, and Slade's face appeared. "Don't worry, take your time." Then Slade drew a gun at the screen. With a bang, the screen fell into darkness, and Kwen didn't expect himself his own unprecedented canned flying eagle was discovered by Slade in high altitude and was shot down by others. Fuck, he's hitting at such a high level. For his loss, Kwen didn't have any pains. There are still a lot in his system space, but seeing how we know, Slade's 100-step shot of wearing Yang is enough for Kwen to drink a pot. Yes. And Slade's words through the picture also made everyone feel a little bit heavy, especially the Green Arrow Squad. This time they can fight the criminals in the past. This is an opponent who really needs to deal with it with care. Danger to life. Well, at least we are not getting nothing. I will let Felicity analyze based on the picture provided by Kwen. In addition, Wally, Kwen, you follow me. Others, do your own business. Seeing that everyone was slightly depressed, Oliver also knew that it was not time to discuss how to deal with Slade. He greeted everyone to rest and called out Kwen and Wally. Some unexplained Wally followed Corvin behind Oliver to the warehouse behind. Listen to Wally, I have to tell you honestly, I don't have any certainty about Slade's declaration of war. You don't need to tell me about your uncle. If you come alone, there will be one more danger. Slade, not a speeder can handle it, so this matter has nothing to do with you. If you really want to help me, take Thea and Laurel away when necessary, and I will not ask you for the rest what to do. Kwen, you too, I'm glad you came to Star City, but obviously it's not the time you came. You are still young, there is no need to blend in, so listen to me, leave Star City. Slade has not yet written. It's embarrassing for you two to be fledgling. Wally was about to justify and was interrupted by Oliver. Don't force me to call Barry, he will only understand my approach. Wally, who was robbed by Oliver, didn't even have a chance to justify. Oliver left directly, leaving nothing to do with Kwen and anxious Wally. Now, the host has spoken, I'll go first. Patted Wally's shoulder, and Kwen was ready to leave. Where are you going? Clean up luggage, next city. In the evening, Kwen was packing up his things in the room. He didn't care to take care of this trip. Listening to Slade's tone, he was going to turn the entire Star City upside down, and he couldn't afford to play in this form. Although he knew that it was completed, the system estimated that he would not treat him badly in terms of points, but he did not dare to gamble, and he only had one life. The system would not play any life-saving protocol for himself. It would be better to leave before Slade did nothing. This accident happened frequently. As he packed his luggage and prepared to check out, the open window swayed and a gust of wind blew in. Kwen was sighing and turned his head. Listen, if you are here to tell me to go with that so-called Slade to settle accounts www.novel.com, I advise you not to. His power is not even able to deal with the Flash. I said it's the Flash now. That's right, it was Wally wearing a uniform that appeared behind Kwen. Although he knew that Wally was not a safe guy, but when he came to his hotel at such a big night, Kwen was really convinced. So I didn't tell Uncle Barry, even Oliver. He would only see my signal on the train going to Central City. That is, I now know that I'm going to trouble Slade. There is nothing but you people, and if I really have an accident, only you will know. Are you going to dump the pot for me? No, why do you want to do this? You were just a student before wearing this uniform, just like me. You are not the same, but also went to my city to save others. I have a reason, okay? Me too, just like that, bye. The first time I saw Wally so plain, there was no tuberculosis, and there was no bunch of non-nutritive words. Just came to inform Kwen, and it turned into a lightning disappeared in Kwen's room, and Kwen continued to turn around to pack his luggage. But in fact, Kwen did not have much luggage, a few pieces of laundry, and a camera, but Kwen did not bother to pour these things out and stuff them back in. Is slower than once, and finally the irritable Kwen threw all his clothes directly on the bed, and the lost driver appeared around his waist. "MMP, I'm so cheap. Do you guys know where Slade is?" scolded himself, and scolded Wally, who had disappeared, jumped out of the window, and completed the transformation of the diploma in the air. Create a cobweb, jump between the buildings with the help of the cobweb's elasticity, and summon flying cans to find Wally's trail. Chapter 50, Rolling. Star City, Palm District. It was the same drug factory, and the overnight cleaning made the interior of the factory that had burned buildings everywhere look new. Dozens of armed men with live ammunition patrolled inside. Even Oliver did not expect that Slade would continue to nest in this factory that had been destroyed by them once. Even if he had a strong strategic awareness, he could not escape the theory of being under the light. At this time, Slade did not wear a formal suit as in the morning, but a yellow and black tactical uniform, which was covered with various weapons and equipment, and had 2 long knives on his back. And he was sitting in the office in charge of management. In front of him was a drawing board. With the hands he slaughtered countless lives. He held a paintbrush and drew a portrait of a girl with a stroke, and next to the other chair was placed half black and yellow mask. Slade's movements in painting are very light. "I am afraid that if I use too much force, I will hurt the girl printed in the painting. Xiaodong, soon, I will let Oliver go down and apologize to you." Slade at this time is not like a murderous supervillain, and his eyes are soft enough to sink the girl who is not deep in the world, Mila. The strengthening effect of Kuru is not only reflected in human functions, but also the development of the brain to a certain extent. Slade draws on the girl she loves all on the paper with the smile of Mila Kuru. On. At this moment, a fast flash of light rushed into the factory, and those trained mercenaries had not been able to see the flash of the flash before they were rolled into the air, fell down again, and lost their fighting power. Slade listened to the cry of his men below, put down the sketch pen without hesitation, put on the hood on the chair. The man with soft eyes and water disappeared. Now he is to let his opponent the death knell for fear of the wind. "I'm still thinking, who will come here tonight and trouble me first?" It turned out to be a kid. "I remember, you seem to be called Lightning Kid, right? The other one, with you, the famous guy in the center city." The death knell opened the door and walked down the stairs step by step. The dual-handed sand eagle in his hand had already been insured. He looked at Wally, who had solved his men below. "He doesn't have anything to do, but I think I can solve you alone." Wally's body flashed, and he could enter a state of rapid speed at any time. Although he was impulsive to do things, he was not stupid enough to deal with a company. Green Arrow feels that tough opponents do not keep their state at any time. "Oh, is that correct? You chose the wrong answer, boy." After the words, the death knell raised his hands like lightning, and the horror recoil of the dual-held sand eagle disappeared in his hand. The magazine, with a maximum capacity of 9 rounds, 18 rounds of bullets almost burst into sound while firing at Wally below. At the moment when the death knell raised his hand, Wally had already turned on the speed, and for the first time avoided the bullet that the lightning started shooting at himself. The specially modified bullet instantly knocked out the potholes where Wally was, and the death knell also completed the position shift at the moment of the shooting. A flash of light passed and Wally was empty. "You missed it, boy." The death knell, who had finished changing bombs in the air, ridiculed him and continued shooting at his original position before landing. Just after an empty Wally hadn't had time to stand still, he had to meet the death knell. Second wave of attacks flashed again to avoid, and the death knell to find a good foothold stood at the commanding height, like an unexpected prophet, and shot at less than 1 meter in front of him. Wally, who was striking the death knell, had to change direction halfway again, and was forced out 10 meters away. To be honest, the death knell is a professional mercenary who has been engaged in military life for many years. Pistols such as the Desert Eagle are not the best choice as a mercenary. Has a large recoil and low fault tolerance, and is not suitable for complex combat environments. But that was before the death knell did not receive Milakuru injection. Now he prefers this kind of lethal pistol. The recoil becomes a decoration in front of him. The powerful lethality is enough to kill the target with one shot. Watermelon, the bullet's initial speed can also reach 400 meters per second. For him, who has strengthened his nerve responsibility, it is better to deal with the fledgling speeder like Wally. Just like now, even if Wally has a speed, he can't get close to the death knell, because the death knell through his strengthened brain, more than 10 years of combat experience, he can accurately predict Wally's route, he can always hit the bullet at the most critical point. He forced Wally to change direction, and then slowly stepped on the trap he had arranged. Boy, you are too young. I am so young that I can know the direction you want to attack based on my experience. And here is the factory. It is my territory. You shouldn't do it with me in my territory, like this. The death knell stood on the high platform, and the two guns fired crosswise, constantly forcing Wally to change direction in the factory, and taunting him by the way, watching the yellow flash representing Wally move in the factory as the range became smaller and smaller. Slammed a button next to him with the buttstock. The route was constantly blocked by the death knell, and Wally, who was forced to a corner of the factory, finally entered the trap arranged for him by the death knell, and a huge sound wave burst from the surroundings of Wally. Ah! Wally, who was still able to maintain the speed, screamed, forcibly retreated from the speed, and screamed while covering his ears. And the death knell is like a hunter watching his prey stepping into his trap. He walked slowly, and his mask had already been specially treated so that he could move freely in this high-frequency environment. From the moment I saw you in the surveillance, I set a trap for each of you. If you leave the Star City, you won't need it, but it's a pity, kid. You made the wrong choice and you have to pay now cost. Said that the death knell began to bleed toward the 7 tips in high-frequency sound waves, and Wally, unable to move, lifted his muzzle. Even if he was a speed recovery speeder, he would die if he was shot. Bang! In Wally's eyes, the bullet that popped out of the death knell's muzzle was so slow, but he lost the opportunity to avoid the bullet, and he could only let this bullet, which seemed so slow in motion, move a little toward the my for it is flying. A dozen of blue octopus robots appeared in front of Wally at this momentous attack, and turned into a net in front of Wally to block the fatal blow, and a dozen short whispers sounded. Then a cobweb appeared out of thin air, pulling Wally trapped in high-frequency sound waves and pulling it onto the high platform. Hey, it's 1,000 shots, hello, Lightning Kid, are you okay? It was the Corvin who came to make this timely rescue. Under the guidance of the Flying Eagle Can, Corvin found the trail of Wally. Not yet as we approached, we saw that the death knell had raised his gun and aimed at Wally. In a hurry, K-Wen summoned the canned robot directly in the system space, forming a wall in front of Wally, blocking the fatal blow. Ha, there is another child who made the wrong choice. Seeing K-Wen appeared, the death knell didn't have too many accidents. Since they were given a chance, they didn't blame him for being cruel. Sorry, I have no intention to fight you, I just came to save my friend, so bye. K-Wen didn't have the mind to fight the death knell. After saving Wally, he was ready to leave. However, it was too late. The death knell pressed the microcomputer attached to his arm. A sound of electric current swayed in the factory. The octopus robot, which was about to emit smoke and confused its sight, instantly lost power, became a pile of scrap iron, and fell to the ground. EMP shock, a trap prepared by Death Bell for K-Wen, in his opinion, since wearing armor, then EMP shock is the most effective for this type of opponent, but he does not seem to understand the particularity of the K-Wen Knight system, except for EMP. In addition to being effective, it had no effect on K-Wen, but it also directly plunged the entire factory into darkness. The sudden darkness made K-Wen stunned, and the cold light flashed in the darkness. K-Wen, who was a warning sign in his heart, quickly wrapped his arm in an armored collar, went forward, and pushed Wally to the side. Dang! Jin Tai's clash sounded, and Kei Wen felt that his armor-wrapped arm had some pain under the blow of the death knell, but he also used the blow to pull away from the death knell in the darkness. You are better than the lightning kid. The death knell did not expect that his EMP attack did not affect Kei Wen's armor, and the dark environment that suddenly fell did not let Kei Wen fall into a panic and made the most correct response. However, this was nothing. He was a death knell, and Kei Wen's response was also his expectation. While Kei Wen distanced him, he had already waved his sword at him. Rely. With the help of knowledge, Kei Wen can naturally feel the attack from the death knell, and he can only head up after swearing. Using the combat expertise and the death knell that the system instilled in himself, the blade jumped out of sparks when fighting with Kei Wen's armor, illuminating each other's vision. Boy, it seems that you haven't killed anyone, and your tricks are not dangerous. This is a fight between you and me. Kei Wen still can't compare with the death knell that has more than 10 years of combat experience, even if he has a system-inculcated fighting expertise and fighting experience with the Shaka super soldier in the spirit training room. But his actual combat experience is too little. In the face of the endless killings of the death knell, there is not much advantage, and the death knell that Milakuru has held is physically comparable to the spider form of Kei Wen. If not, his armor is strong enough to resist the attack. He has been chopped to death by the death knell. www.novel.com. Rao is so. Kei Wen is also dangerous, because from the beginning to the present, he has been beaten, not at all when he met the death knell. With his own defensive mistakes, the death knell caught the flaw and hit a hard blow on Kei Wen's chest. Even with armed defense and armor this time, Kei Wen could still feel his chest was cut like a knife, and was directly slashed away. He even heard the sound of bone cracking in his chest. Hadn't waited for him to stand up, the death knell had rushed up, and a face came to him against his belly. A dull thunderous voice rang in the factory, and Kei Wen was kicked and flew again, knocking down an iron frame, and the scattered steel beams pressed against him. It's interesting. Although it is armor, it feels like kicking on a person. I have to study your armor well. Feeling the feeling of the foot just now, the death knell's interest in Kei Wen also began to increase. Such armor is not so much armor as skin, which is quite strange. Has been hit twice by the death knell in a row, and Kei Wen feels dizzy and may faint at any time. Listening to the footsteps of the death knell walking towards him step by step, Kei Wen Qiang endured the discomfort and inserted his own memory into the card reading slot, slamming. The familiar big chant reading appeared, letting the death knell froze for a while, and Kei Wen took advantage of the death knell. The knight's fist launched, and hit the ground directly. After Jian Feng slashed the dust, only a broken door and Kei Wen had disappeared. Oh, it's a clever ghost. Looking at Kei Wen and Wally who had fled. The death knell played a knife and took it back. Electricity was restored. Returned to his management room and continued his unfinished paintings. Chapter 51, Star City Destruction Day. On the Star City street, a yellow flash passed by and went directly to the 6th floor of the Quinn Hotel, without any alarm to the waiter. After the flash stopped, the two figures were lying on the floor without any image, gasping for gasps. Gruff. Ha, ha, you almost killed both of us, gasping for breath. Kei Wen Qiang endured the pain and relieved his transformation, looked at a red battle mark on his chest, looked at it painfully, and continued to lie on the ground. Waiting for his body to repair him automatically. Sorry, I didn't expect this Slade to be so terrible. Wally, who has the power to restore speed, has recovered. The high-frequency sound wave only injured him, and did not cause a lot of internal bleeding. Unlike Cowan, he was almost lifted by Slade. You should call him the death knell, this guy is not something we have to deal with like a young man at all. Kei Wen corrected the sentence and lay there weakly. Although he knew that there was a big gap between him and this supervillain, he did not expect such a big gap. Only one strategy was developed for each of them through one monitoring. Wally's high-frequency sound waves dealt with his own EMP. If his own night system was not affected by EMP, he would have been cold by the move just now. High KG3 was sold early before K-Wen closed his eyes. The only thing he was thankful for was that he sold the G3 early, otherwise the urinary nature of the artificial night armor, such as G3, would have to kneel after a wave of EMP. As for the canned robots paralyzed by the death knell with EMP, K-Wen also let the system recover early, and after confirming that he had nothing left in the drug factory, K-Wen slept, and the injury that the death knell caused him. It was no longer possible for him to continue to chat with Wally with a strong spirit. In the poison factory, Slade still painted his unfinished paintings there, and those who were knocked down by Wally have also recovered to continue their guard work, but they have learned well this time. Know how to set up a minefield first near the factory. Although it is still to be discussed whether it is effective against speeders, it is at least not as passive as before, and there is no chance of reaction when attacked. Nisa, who was in a tactical combat uniform, also came over at this time and saw Slade still painting in the management room. She was a little unhappy and said, "I heard that you have been found by two superheroes." "It's just two kids, far from the word superhero," Slade said without looking back. "But here they almost made a mess. You have to ask your men, a group of killers trained in the world's top assassin alliance. Even a fledgling speedster can't deal with it, but I have to go out in person." "Are you really an assassin alliance?" Slade made no secret of his mockery of these men provided by Nissa. A group of well-trained killers was turned around by a child. If it were not a child, now only Slade is left. Silly ridiculed by Slade's sarcasm, Nisha also knew that she was also embarrassed on this side. No longer continue this topic. The two fell into a strange silence. "Those new drugs mixed with miraculous, have you arranged it?" After a long silence, Slade first broke the atmosphere and asked. "I have let people put 10 tons of new drugs in the 4 directions of the Star City. Once all of them have evaporated, I think the Star City will be in chaos." "Are you sure? I heard that you did the same in Gotham 3 years ago, and the Master Ninja went out personally, and was defeated by the Dark Knight. Batman itself is the best player in the Assassin League. Even me is not as good." He is frustrated by him and has nothing to say. "My father hasn't given up the idea of letting him succeed Ninja Master, but you are different, Slade. Strictly speaking, you are no longer human. You are a superpower. Even so, I don't think you can win Batman. Fortunately, your opponent is not Batman." Nissa also sneered at this time, but she has seen Batman's training in the Assassin League. That strong willpower is the toughest she has ever seen in her life. It is not like the will of the individual class. The opponent is also challenged. Basically a group of superpowers. However, each challenge was a victory for Batman. From this point of view, Slade was far away, so when Slade compared their previous black history, Nissa was also very upset. "Hey!" The sketch pen instantly scratched Nissa's cheek, leaving a blood mark on her face and taking away a few strands of long hair. "Do your own good, daughter of the devil, otherwise this failure, I will personally settle accounts with you. As for the Dark Knights esteemed by your Assassin Alliance, I will go and meet him if I don't die this time. Then you better pray that you are dead this time, otherwise you will suffer the biggest failure in your life." Wiping away the blood stains on her face, Nissa replied coldly before taking someone away, and Slade took a new sketch pen from the pen case and continued to draw. "Okay?" K-Wen was awakened by the noisy vocals. After being slapped by Slade and having a heavy blow, he had to recover from his injury through a deep sleep. "It's just that I didn't wake up in the wrong place, not the familiar hotel ceiling, but the cold metal bed. Go back to Central City, which word can you understand? Lightning Boy, if you really want me to call Barry, congratulations, you succeeded. Why? I just want to help. Thank you for your help, you almost killed your friend. Well, about this, I think I'm still alive. As soon as he woke up, Cowan heard Wally and Oliver arguing there, and the others didn't help each other. Some helpless Cowan had to make a sound to avoid this. Make a big noise. Wow, man, how do you feel when you wake up? Seeing Cowan woke up, Wally also shut his mouth this time and asked with concern, after all, Cowan was so injured to save him. Can breathe, how long have I slept? Thanks to Wally's kindness, Corvin got out of bed. Slade had no pain for him because of the trauma he had caused, but Corvin felt that his belly was hollow and a little bit uncomfortable. Full 24 hours. Oh, no wonder I feel hungry. That Roy, can you bring me something to eat? Roy nodded and went out to bring some food to Cowan, and the recovered Cowan also looked at the two who had just quarreled, especially Oliver. Although it's a bit wrong to say that, Mr. Oliver, it's not about Wally's business, the choice we made ourselves. In addition, I don't think you can reach the Flash. If you watch the news, you will find the recent justice. The Alliance is in charge of the Watchtower project. Unless you have a Justice League calling channel, the Flash from far away should not be able to come over. Oliver is dumb. Cowan blocked his intention to call Barry in one sentence. So, since you can't call the Flash, then Wally and I don't plan to leave anymore. At least we must destroy this Slade's evil plan. After all, one more person and one more power. Man, when did you become so courageous? Wally looked at Cowan with a dreadful expression on his face. Why did he wake up after sleeping, and Cowan became so brave when he was in trouble? Slade played another game. Please, I was hacked by him. www.novel.com. If you don't return, you will lose money, but if you say that, I still think we need to make a plan, and the guy has a strategy for each of us. It's really not a single show. Wally and I are examples. Said, Cowan also outlined how he and Wally ate in Slade's hands, including the drug factory. In general, Slade is not afraid of us going to find them, his position is there, but the problem is that he said that everything is going to destroy you, including the city. Then the question is coming, what is he going to do? Who are his allies? I think I found a way to do it. Watch the news. Felicity, who was in charge of intelligence gathering, came in a hurry and swiped on the tablet, and an instant news appeared on the big screen. It's a title about Star City. The mysterious mayor candidate Slade Wilson used large funds to purchase a large cloud spray device for Star City, and used the power of technology to change the constant sky of Star City. Fearing that everyone does not understand the principle of this device, Felicity, while activating the production instructions of this device, explained to everyone, this is a civilian technology from Wayne Technology that can cover the spraying range of a city. It can carry out various functions such as drug spraying and artificial rainfall in the city. If he spreads those new drugs in Star City, then Star City will become a city of drug addicts. Miraculo will make people crazy, destroy the city, and finally make this city a dead city. Oliver took what Felicity did not say, and everyone fell silent because of what Oliver said. Slade, the guy, told everyone so plainly that he was planning to destroy your city. Stop him. Chapter 52, 0 million points task. Trigger side mission, Star City Destruction Day, task requirement, disintegrate the evil plan of the Death Knell to destroy Star City, task reward, 1 million points task requirement, none. Just when everyone understood what Slade was going to do, the system that had no movement had suddenly released the task in Cowan's mind. The reward of the task was so large that Cowan was ignorant. The task of 1 million points, it seems to be my first contact with it. Although there are no additional rewards, for Cowan, this is enough for him to play with Slade once again. Felicity, did the news say when Slade intends to start this device? Perhaps because of the system's rich reward stimulation, Cowan felt that his brain was turning fast, and asked a key question directly. Problem. I checked, yes, 3 days later, in the Star City Center, he said that he would invite celebrities from all walks of life to watch this epoch-making scene. That is to say, we still have 3 days to go, it's not that tight, Kay-Wen quipped, and it was also a mediation atmosphere. And Oliver understood that this matter was no longer his personal grievance with Slade. Since Slade was going to destroy his city, it was impossible for him to watch him accomplish his purpose. Okay, guys. I will continue to study with Diggle how to crack miraculous antidote. Others, in these 3 days, I need you to investigate every corner of the Star City. I believe Slade there is definitely not only this device, this may just be a bait. Kay-Wen, do you have any robots? How much do you want? Kay-Wen, like a magic, made 50 flying eagles, locusts and canned octopus robots out of thin air. With 500,000 points, he was not afraid of how many demands Oliver could make. Instead, he let Wally aside. Watching Kay-Wen's hand was almost crazy. Enough is enough. Others, free teaming, act now. Everyone should go down and prepare their own uniforms and equipment. After holding a locust robot, they selected the urban area to be investigated and set off. The same is true for Kay-Wen. After waking up, he has recovered his spirits. After he turned into a city directly, he set off. What surprised him was that Wally also followed. Yohi, I thought you would follow Thea. Looking at the following Wally, Kay-Wen quipped. It's boring to joke at this time. Thea has been working with Roy for so long, and it's more convenient to detect. I'm familiar with you here, not with whom you are. Although it is interesting to others, Wally also understands this. It's not time to talk about love, and naturally choose the best partner. Well, Kay-Wen didn't expect Wally to be so enlightened this time, shrugging his shoulders, and the two crossed over the building. How to say that he is also a burst of 100 meters in 5 seconds, Wally slowed down a little bit, he still can keep up. Besides, investigating the city is a small job, not solved by speed. Oliver at the base watched the light spots representing everyone on the screen separate in Star City, and then he was relieved to start studying Murakuru's antidote with Diggle. Why do you want to do this, Oliver? There is obviously a better way. While studying, a friend of the side, Diggle, suddenly asked. What? I remember Gotham's Batman sent you an invitation to join the Justice League. You can completely seek Batman's help. Diggle is puzzled. As the first person to join the Oliver team, he knows better some secrets about Oliver. Star City is my city, Diggle. Like Batman, he will not let other superheroes involve his Gotham. This is my bottom line. Seeing Oliver insisting so much, Diggle also knew that there was no need to continue, and he continued to start his antidote, and the first day passed. The Green Arrow teams and Kay-Wen, who scattered the various urban areas, did not all the districts under my responsibility were investigated once, but there was no way to do it. Without knowing how many secret hands Slade had hidden, he could only use the most stupid way to screen. Okay, everybody, it's hard work, at least we have confirmed that half of the city is no problem. Miraculous antidote is also in the final stage, and the night is late, it's time to take a rest. Hurry up, your robot. Can it work 24/7? Naturally, there is no problem. I will let these little guys do their best. First, see you tomorrow. Greeted Oliver, and Kay-Wen left, and Wally also followed up, but Kay-Wen had no objection to this. After all, after listening to Wally's words, he got used to it. The departure of Kay-Wen and Wally made other people feel sleepy. Today, they spent almost no rest in the entire Star City. They are just a group of ordinary people with special skills, and naturally need to rest. Then I am here to accompany you, Oliver. Sarah, do you want to go back, or go to the room to rest? Sarah. Laurel lying on Oliver's shoulder and asking her sister, but at this time Sarah was so fascinated that Laurel cried several times before reacting. Oh, let me go back tonight, or Dad should trouble us. She smiled and answered her sister, and Sarah left in a hurry. Upstairs, he was pulling Corvin, who was obsessed with Thea, about to leave, and saw Sarah leaving the bar in a hurry. Knowing some of the plot, he always felt that something was wrong, regardless of Wally's struggle. As Wally left the bar, he took out a can of Flying Eagle from his pocket. "Go ahead, little one, and follow behind Sarah who just left." The Flying Eagle nodded at Kwen and flew away. Wally's face was puzzled. "Where did you get this stuff from, and why are you following Sarah?" "Don't ask, don't bother to explain to you, if you are interested, keep up." Kwen didn't answer, but just turned directly, followed the feedback of the locust robot, and walked quickly towards another path. Wally had to change into his uniform and follow him. Sarah, who left the bar, did not go home. Her home was in the east of Star City, but she was walking in the west part of Star City, where it should be regarded as the most chaotic area in Star City. The homeless and the poor areas are all there. By the way, it's not a good place for girls who go home at night. Sarah walked very fast, she was alert to avoid all the monitoring on the road, and walked alleys, and Corvin and Wally hanging behind Sarah could only be led by locust robots, taking them with them. Strange route. Soon, Sarah came to a bridge hole in the west of the city, with cars passing by from time to time, and the area under her feet was where the homeless people often concentrated, living and resting. Here, just tonight, there is no one here, only Sarah has a few iron barrels still burning, which means that the homeless people who were originally here were brought by some kind of force before Sarah arrived. "Gone. Now, you can show up," Sarah said aloud, standing beside a few iron buckets. The fire was swaying. Under the light of the fire, the people who had been hiding in the dark came out, headed by Nissa, and around Sarah were a group of killers with masks and carrying various weapons. "It's time to go home, Sarah," Nisha said to Sarah when she removed her mask and showed her true face. "Call me White Canary, Nissa. So you are the people behind Slade, right? It is not Slade's idea to destroy Star City, it is yours, Master Ninja's idea, right?" "Yes, Slade just wanted to take revenge on Green Arrow, just in time." Nissa didn't deny this fact, and then said, "Leave me, Sarah. I can be the master and let your family leave together Star City. Star City is not saved, just like Gotham, it should be destroyed. You want to ruin my hometown, and then only let my family leave, let them, including me, become a group of homeless people, and then you tell me that this is your kindness. Why not make a second choice in this way? What?" Sarah laughed, laughing at the stupidity of Nissa. Nissa also knew that Sarah would not agree, so I said this just to make the last attempt. Reading www.uuganshu. Although Com got the expected answer, Nissa was still very sad. "Unlock the long sword behind him, hold it in his hand, and the other assassins are ready to fight." So, Sarah rose. "In the name of the Devil's Daughter, I order you to return to the Alliance, don't let me say it again. I haven't planned to go back since I left the League. I'm here to make a break. You have to ruin my city. Be careful not to repeat the mistakes in Gotham. Understand this matter, Sarah has already been prepared, don't take out the double sticks in the back, Sarah has made plans to face the sword of her former comrade here." At this moment, a sudden change occurred, and a 10-meter-long cobweb appeared abruptly on top of the heads of several assassins, directly caught them, and hung them upside down. The individual was directly tied into a dumpling by his clothes. Two figures appeared beside Sarah, it was Corvin and Wally who were all along. The sudden change made the group of trained assassins gather towards Nissa for the first time, and avoided the sneak attacks of Kwen and Wally. "You guys are perverted enough to play the routine of ruining the city, can't you change something new?" Kwen, who fell, ridiculed. "Sister Sarah, don't blame me for this matter, this guy Kwen brought me," Wally explained to Sarah. Nissa didn't expect her secret meeting with Sarah to be discovered, and it was still two young adults, and her beautiful face twisted in a flash. Where are you, holy Kamen Rider? Don't you know all about it? A passing Kamen Rider, oh, there is also a lightning kid, I've finished introducing myself. Sprinkle, next, count your sins. Chapter 53, Virus-Assisted Memory. Inexplicable. When do you still plan to hang on it? Nissa didn't quite understand why Kwen had to say this strange thing. Under normal circumstances, don't just be hands-on and don't quarrel. But thanks to Kwen's kung fu of talking about this nonsense, the assassins who were still entangled by Kwen and Wally also took advantage of this gap to release the shackles, and directly took out their crossbows and shot at the 3 people below. Unexpectedly, his 50-ton cobweb with a tensile force was so cut off by a group of people that Kwen saw off the crossbow arrow flying to him, throwing his hand, and directly attacked several assassins who rushed to him. Wally also relied on his own swiftness to give several other assassins to Baiyuan, and the two were very tacit to remove the unfavorable factors around Sarah and Nissa, leaving them room to fight. Faced with the 6 assassins that surrounded him, Kwen was completely true. He directly fought against them and had no way to deal with the death knell, but against a few assassins who were just ordinary people, Kwen said that he could fight 10. The armor that wraps itself doesn't even need to be attached to the armor color. It directly carries these assassins and cuts their long swords with their right hands, punching them with their right hands. It's just that although these assassins are just ordinary people, they can be selected by Nissa to execute the plan to destroy the Star City. They are also considered as elites in the Assassin League. When they understand that the weapons they rely on can't produce the effect, they decisively choose to fight. They have a lot of assassination experience and they have been back and forth with Kwen for a while. Jumping around, are you grasshoppers? In the face of such opponents who didn't keep their hands, Kwen was also anxious. He couldn't beat the death knell, and his physique could be as rigid as his own, but it's a little embarrassing to deal with a few ordinary people's assassins who can't do a spike. The ability to activate the spider's memory again. Several spider webs appeared out of nowhere and flew directly towards these jumping assassins. However, this time the spider web that Kwen placed high hopes on did not achieve the previous effect. The 2 assassins took out their crossbows and fired directly towards the connection of their cobwebs. The powerful kinetic energy flew back to Kwen with the cobwebs. Instead, Kwen was caught by his cobwebs and caught. The other 4 assassins who lived in the fighter plane directly took out the fragment grenades from their bodies, held them in their palms for 3 seconds, and then threw them at Kwen. Fragmentation grenades with accurate detonation time exploded in front of Kwen. Debris with kinetic energy of impact directly hit Kwen's armor, splashing sparks, and Kwen was also hit by these fragments and flew to the side pier. Fortunately, the cobwebs wrapped in his body also played a certain buffering role, and Kwen was not a big deal except for some places that were black. Withdrawing the spider's web from his body, Kwen put away the contempt and looked at the 6 assassins surrounding him. It's really a dangerous world, even an assassin is so brainy, it seems that it really hastened its pace. Kwen Huan looked at the assassin who was slowly enveloping himself. It was not difficult to solve these 6, one big move. But the problem was that he could still use the big move to deal with a bunch of ordinary people. Sooner or later he would have to eat deflated. The spider memory can no longer keep up with him. While Kwen was still thinking about how to crack the webs of these assassins against himself, the 6 assassins moved. After knowing that the large firearms can still cause damage to Kwen, they gave up close combat and cooperated in pairs. The automatic rifle released from the back opened fire on Kwen. Kwen, who has excellent reaction ability, jumped directly into the bridge pier, and these assassins formed a circle to prevent Kwen from attacking from the dead end. Damn, system, I want to exchange memory. Received, after deducting the canned robot exchanged in front of the host, currently the host has 450,000 points remaining. The memory that can be exchanged is as follows. It is recommended that the basic data of these memories is lower than the spider memory. Enhancement. Then it depends on how I use it, exchange it for virus memory. Received, virus memory, points, 300,000, characteristics, plus toxin damage, according to the different effects of the object, smart choice. The system also commends Kwen, and then a purple memory appears in Kwen's hand. Insert it into the card reading slot, and Kwen appears at a height, and falls directly in the direction of the 6 assassins. Seeing Kwen show up, 6 assassins also showed their combat qualities. 4 automatic rifles opened fire on Kwen, while the other 2 continued to use the routines just now, and fragmented grenade waited. But this time there was no effect and the cobweb was open, but this time the cobweb was damaged by a virus carried by Kwen. The white cobweb glowed with fluorescence and emitted a layer of green gas. The fragmented grenade thrown out before these gas contacts, and then in their horrified eyes, the grenades that should have exploded were just corroded, including the warheads they shot. Kwen, who was completely free of any impact, landed easily. The spider web with poison damage covered them, and only 2 escaped. The remaining 4 people gradually lost consciousness in the spider web with poison damage. In the past. Clapping his hands, Kwen rushed directly to the other 2 assassins who escaped the disaster, without the help of his companions. The 2 ordinary people's assassins are as good as fighting literacy, and they can't be tough with Kwen. Turn directly. Looking at Wally, who was still in a circle with several other assassins, Kwen was a little speechless, thinking that Wally, who could end the battle as soon as possible, was still playing. Wally, have you played enough? Immediately responded to Kwen's sentence, and was still speeding up with several assassins. Wally in an instant, rewarded everyone with a punch in 1 second, and ended the battle instantly. Kwen also cooperated with the cobweb and tied the 2 assassins who had fallen down together, and then looked at the scene where Sarah and Nissa were fighting. These 2 sisters are not like Kwen. Wally here is so simple and rude. The move is to attack the fatal part, although both of them can be regarded as beautiful, but this style of play, whoever wins gives something. You said, how are we going to help Sister Sarah now? Wally suggested, looking shocked. Well, if you don't want to be targeted by Sarah for the next time, you can try it. What do you mean? This is a duel between the 2 of you, you just hurriedly passed, and helped Sarah won't be remembered by her. Then I can't watch them fight for their lives. I can't stop this close fight. Wally looked at the 2 beautiful women in front of the Shura field with some scalp tingling. Just the 2 of them talked, the beauty is already painted. Don't worry, I just said that we can't go directly to help, didn't say we can't use other means. The problem is that it makes no difference if you use a cobweb. Who told you I want to use a cobweb? So what do you use? Look at it. Without revealing his own method, Kwen, who is equipped with a virus memory, directly uses the virus ability, and an invisible gas slowly drifts to the 2 beautiful women who are fighting. Nisha in the battle suddenly feels that her mind is a little heavy, the weapon in his hand also lost its quasi-head. And Sarah, who grasped the fighter, was at the moment when Nissa exposed the flaw, and the short stick directly shot Nissa's weapon and kicked it. At this time, Kwen and Wally were ready to start. A spider silk flew out of Kwen's hand, and Wally took the spider silk directly to bring Nissa to the ground and bound him in all directions, and he was taken care of everywhere except the head. And Sarah looked at Kwen suspiciously. Wally glanced. After all, this kind of hitting half of the sudden loss of standard didn't make sense. It happened to me by coincidence, but she couldn't say anything without evidence. Ha, let's take her back and let her tell the location where Slade hid those devices, and this matter was resolved. Looking at the strapped Nissa, Wally was somewhat gleeful. Useless, each of the Assassin Alliance's killers has received strict torture training, this method is useless at all, or do you plan to severely punish the confession? Understanding how the Assassins League trained Sarah directly rejected Wally's proposal, and Nissa, who was used by Kervin to use the virus's ability to act on her body, was also dazed at this time. www.novel.com said nothing. So, let's do the same as useless work. Wally didn't understand it, and finally caught up with an enemy leader, but after listening to Sarah's meaning that he wanted to put it back, why did he beat him to death? Wally, listen to Sarah, she has the final say. Kay-Wen stopped Wally's questioning and squatted in front of Nissa. You're in luck, when you meet some of us good people, go back and tell Slade, he will cut it back with me. After speaking, patting Nissa on the shoulder, the was released and Nissa left. Feeling a little sullen for it, Nissa snorted and left staggeringly. As for her men, Nissa also knew that Kay-Wen would not let them go. This kind of thing that increased the enemy's vitality, they had not yet do it so stupidly. Just let her go. Wally was still a little unwilling. Relax, I promise you, absolutely no loss, but we have work to do before that. After selling a pass, Kay-Wen walked to the group of Tide Killers, and had some headaches and didn't know what to do. I'll call my father, he is the inspector of the Star City Police Department, just give them to him. Saw Kay-Wen scratching her head, Sarah said quickly. That would be better, hurry up, Wally, you wouldn't plan to let the girls do the rough work. You talk too much. Uncomfortable, Wally scolded a few words, but still carried these Tide Killers with Kay-Wen in the past. The bonus of super speed is not only reflected in the speed, but also has a certain bonus for the physical quality of the speeder, but it is not so obvious. For the sake of carrying a few adults, Wally still has no problem. Chapter 54, Found It. At the Star City Police Station, Detective Quinton hurried out after receiving a call from her daughter. As a capable police detective, Quinton's family envied many colleagues in the police station. There are two flowers-like daughters, and the eldest daughter is also in love with the most famous wealthy son in Star City. Seeing this situation properly is the rhythm of marrying into the rich. The youngest daughter is not bad. She studied law at Metropolitan University. At the age of 20, she is already pursuing a doctorate. It is said that at Metropolitan University, a lot of high-quality sons lined up to find her to date. With these two daughters alone, Quinton is ready to retire. However, Quinton, who is in her 40s, is still fighting on the front line, and she is able to bring criminals to justice with her own experience. There are rumors in the bureau. According to this momentum, Quinton can be used before the age of 50. Chief of the Star City Police Department. Two good quality daughters, coupled with Quinton's own efforts, although marriage fails, does not prevent others from becoming winners in life. However, Quinton felt bitter and knew that her two daughters were masked heroes of Star City, fighting the evil of Star City every night, and Quinton had to watch the safety messages sent by her daughter every night to fall asleep. He was afraid that if he did not receive a text message from his daughter one day, he would get a bad news that he could not accept, but the good news is that every night, Quinton could receive text messages from his two daughters. Oh, what the hell? Baby, are you okay? Quinton, who received a call from her little daughter, climbed up the clock tower and saw a group of masked people tied there and Sarah with colorful clothes on her. With his daughter injured, he hurried forward and asked with concern, directly ignoring Cowan and Wally standing on the other side. I'm fine, Dad, this is just a minor injury, but these guys need your help to solve it. By the way, this is the Lightning Kid, Kamen Rider, two of my friends, they helped me. After embracing her father, Sarah introduced Kay-Wen and Wally standing next to each other. Politely greeted the two guys who were not good things at first sight, Quinton continued to turn her attention back looking at the scars on her daughter's tactical clothes. Quinton felt her heart was broken. Baby, I don't object to you doing this business, but you have to learn to protect yourself anyway. Oh, let me see. At this time, Quinton did not look like a detective at all. He was an old father who loved his daughter. Dad, shall we go home and discuss this matter again? By the way, my sister should tell you, so you must ensure that you have sufficient police force these days. Quinton nodded, I've prepared my people for preparation, but seriously baby, you really plan to go to the trouble called Slade? Although I don't know what he did, but at present, all walks of life in Star City the celebrities' view of him is that if there is no real evidence, you will really be defeated if you do so. The problem is that we didn't have to choose Dad. Well, I promise, unless you have absolute certainty, you won't do those things that worry you. Seeing his father also planned to persuade, Sarah quickly blocked his words. The head assured. Looking at the two of them, he showed his father and daughter's affectionate Kwen, feeling uncomfortable, and said, "We will not be here with you, Lightning Boy, we will withdraw." Said, regardless of Wally, I jumped off the building first. After a few jumps, I disappeared. Wally had to shrug at Sarah, flashing the light, and left. Man, can you tell me why did you let go of that Nissa? You always feel like you changed yourself after being cut by Slade. Back at the hotel, Wally after the shower was puzzled. Looking at Kwen who had crawled into the bed, he asked what he was most puzzled about. It wasn't a change of person, but it was very unpleasant to be chopped by others and left in a hurry. As for why I let Nissa leave, there should be an answer tomorrow, and now I sleep. After that, Kwen directly turned off the light. Seeing that Kwen is so simple, Wally is not good to continue to ask, simply clean up and prepare to climb into the bed, and then kicked off by Kwen. Sofa. The next day, Kwen, who was full of sleep, came to the quiver base with Wally. When everyone saw him, Oliver was ready to let everyone continue the unfinished task last night. As for Murakuru's antidote, Oliver, it has been made, and now it's almost time to put Slade in the back of Star City to turn this step out. Everyone, regarding the task of searching Slade, I don't think it's too anxious, I already have a clue here. As everyone was preparing to go, Kwen, who had been closing his eyes and raising his mind, suddenly said, "Zi," attracted everyone's attention. What do you mean? Wally was puzzled. Since last night, Kwen has been playing a dumb puzzle, and now it's time to unravel. Last night I put a little gadget on her when I was letting Nissa go, and now it has given me feedback on Nissa's route from last night to the present. Kwen said mysteriously, and then a locust robot jumped on Kwen's shoulder, and the eye radiation screen directly projected a red line on the wall, on the Star City map. When did you do it? Wally and Sarah, who were present last night, looked at Kwen in confusion. They were on the scene all the time. They couldn't see what Kwen did, even the canned robot did not see Kwen released. Moreover, Sarah believes that Nissa's level is impossible without knowing that someone behind her is following her. A small means, I know it is difficult to follow her by machinery, so when I patted her shoulder, I released a daughter virus. It is harmless, but it will keep in touch with my mother. Through the daughter viral feedback, Nissa's route last night has been under my control. Child virus? Does your memory still have this effect? Isn't it used to transform? As Wally, who came with Kwen from the center city, he had long understood that Kwen's transformation and the belt, the thing called memory, is inseparable, but he never thought that these memories have other functions. Who said that the memory is used to transform? Some memory plays a much better role than the transformation. Shaking the purple virus memory in his hand, Kwen explained it to everyone. Virus memory, virus, can use a variety of biological viruses and computer viruses. The specific effects vary from person to person. The more interesting thing is that it can carry out virus reproduction and division. So, are you planning to set off immediately, or do you want to sit for a while? Kwen flaunts the virus memory in his hand. This gadget is more inclined to assist than transforming. According to the system, the hardcore data of the virus memory is not as good as the spider, but it is disgusting than the spider, and has the speed of virus infection that destroys a city at once, provided that the virus has not been cracked. In his opinion, it is not as good. It can be used directly as an auxiliary memory, blessing your own attack with toxin damage. If it wasn't for Nissa last night, Kay-Wen couldn't imagine that using a viral memory would have this effect. Oliver saw that the most troublesome problem was solved by Kay-Wen using a small memory, and it was a bit too happy to be happy, but since the most troublesome problem was solved, the next thing was easy to deal with. Glancing at Diggle, the two took 10 bottles of blue medicine from the laboratory. This is the Milakuru antidote that Digger and I rushed out overnight. There are only 10 bottles. Its function is very simple. Put it in the device introduced by Slade in advance and spray it into the air. The meeting is under the cloud reaction. The mist-like gas is scattered in the Star City, and the people of the Star City implanted Mirakuru's antibodies in advance to neutralize the impact of Mirakuru. Therefore, our task needs to be changed. The first priority is that Slade must be. You only need one device to get the device, and the rest is to destroy other devices. Well, it sounds very simple. Do you want to go now? Kay-Wen asked. Yes, set off now. You searched these areas according to the route provided by Kay-Wen, and I went to see Slade. Oliver said, and began to change into his uniform. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com Classic Robin Hood. Are you crazy, Oliver? Are you going to find Slade yourself? Laurel saw the movements of her lover and wanted to stop him in the past. Laurel, obedient. Saving Star City is your task, and dealing with Slade is my task. This is my duty. Be good, go with Sarah to solve the others. Everyone, prepare for 10 minutes, you have to save the city. Has determined that Oliver, who wants to deal with Slade himself, cannot be persuaded, not even Laurel. After seeing Oliver so persistent, Laurel can only give his lover an affectionate kiss before preparing his equipment. And Kay-Wen also transformed in advance, ready to go at any time. Last night, Nissa's mistake was made by you. Just when Kay-Wen was doing nothing, Sarah said suddenly beside Kay-Wen. Yeah. Why? It's a pleasure to watch girls fight, but it's a torture to watch girls fight, although I know that your opponent is also a killer with countless lives. But to be honest, I can't do it yet. At the point where the two people hacked each other and then remained indifferent, even if she was going to die, it should not be yours. You are a superhero, not a female killer of the Assassin League, or you just go about doing business and go. Didn't continue to talk to Sarato, and Kay-Wen greeted Wally, who had changed his uniform, and the two left the Quiver base and headed to a stronghold in the western part of the city, where Nissa first stayed. As for Sarah, she hasn't been relieved from what Kay-Wen said. Looking at Kay-Wen disappearing in the building, Sarah also knows that she is no longer the cold-hearted female killer in the Assassin League. She is a white canary, superhero of Star City. Chapter 55, Chaos. In Star City, the Green Arrow team, with the help of Kay-Wen, based on the feedback of the virus that Kay-Wen left on Nissa, quickly found the secret strongholds arranged in several urban areas of Star City, all of which are unknown. The factory is just located in a crowded area. Once Slade starts to use the device, it will instantly turn into a crazy hell. Assassin's League did this homework really well. I didn't have any choice in this position. Looking at the feedback from the Flying Eagle that Locust released through Kay-Wen, he could clearly see how many manpower were placed in these small factories. You still have some thoughts to say cool words here, shouldn't we just go inside and have a big pass? Wally leaning on the railing was bored. The place was found, but Oliver didn't give instructions here, nor did he so rush in and do it yourself. Since the last time was taught by the death knell, Wally had already put away the invincible thoughts of the speedrunner. The ghost knew that there were other traps besides people in this small factory. I'm in a hurry, you have to give other people some time to prepare. We are here to solve the battle quickly. Listening to Wally's complaint, Kay-Wen was not impatient. Viral memory fights won't work, but it's really not difficult to deal with the killer team of these ordinary people. While Kay-Wen and Wally were still chatting on the roof, a sound of electric current came from the contacting Locust robot. Area A is in place, B area is in place. Find Slade in the other 2 suburbs to arrange the secret hands, Laurel and Roy. They also arrived at the designated location, plus Kay Wen's side, Nissa went. The 3 locations have already been staffed, waiting for the Commander Oliver to order. Okay, we are in Zone C, and wait for Green Arrow to speak. Can anyone contact Green Arrow? At this time, Green Arrow, Oliver Quinn had infiltrated the factory in the Palm area, and Slade's men still maintained a 24-hour patrol. Just in front of Oliver, it seemed a bit unsightly. Standing 1 kilometer away from the factory, Oliver pulled the bow full of arms. The bowstring made of special materials allows him to shoot his sharp arrows farther. When the arrow hits the line, Oliver doesn't even see if the arrow will hit the target and starts moving. The sharp arrows fired traveled extremely fast in the air. It is difficult to imagine that an arrow fired by a bowstring can achieve a range that can be hit by a sniper rifle. The arrow shoots a perfect parabola in the air under the action of gravity and falls on the periphery of the security that is performing patrol. Before it was too late to understand how this arrow would appear here, the arrow pierced in the soil suddenly split, and the 6 arrows scattered from the arrow shaft, shot at the nearest enemy, and the security personnel were directly pierced. Face blossoming. Enemy. Before the time to shout out the word enemy attack, he was pierced by an arrow to his shoulder. The current radiated around this unlucky ghost and directly stunned several guys. The figure of Oliver rushed out of the dark place. 2 special arrows solved the surrounding security personnel. Oliver sneaked into the factory as if he had entered the unmanned area. Before going in, he shot an arrow at the power generation equipment of the factory, and then climbed to the 2nd floor of the factory in 2 longitudinal jumps. Beep, remotely controlled this special arrow that was launched, making a soft sound at night, and the brightly lit factory turned into darkness again. The personnel patrolling inside were a little panicked by the sudden darkness, and before they could put on the night vision, Oliver started. As an archer, listening to position recognition is his most basic course. The dark environment made Oliver like a fish. Every arrow shot out, there will be a guy fell to the ground. At the beginning, there was still the light of the muzzle flame in the darkness, but after a while, there was no trace in the dark factory. The sound was surprisingly quiet. Crack. The electricity was restored again, leaving only Oliver standing on the platform in the factory looking directly at the fully armed Slade on the high platform. I taught you 5 years, you will only learn to use bows and arrows to make your weapon. Looking at Oliver, who was also a teacher and friend, Slade ridiculed. Bows and arrows are the best props. In my opinion, it allows me to avoid hands as much as possible. Really? The first year you came back to Star City, the blood on your hands was not less than mine. So I never admit that I am a superhero, I am just a masked policeman, what they say is their business, and now I come here, just as you said, make a conclusion. Very good, then come. Slade roared, and the dual-held Sand Eagle fired at Oliver. Oliver, who had already prepared in advance, flashed aside and hit aside. Zhang bowed his arrow and fought back against Slade. The speeding arrow flew towards Slade, but was blocked by Slade with a knife. The flicking arrow detonated in the air. The familiar split arrow attacked again, but as a reinforcement, these split arrows did not start to any effect. Waved a knife to block several arrows directed at him, and Slade also flashed to a dead end. Splitting arrows, you have so many gadgets, but you forgot, I am not 5 years ago now. Sliding back against the dead end, Slade kicked fiercely against the iron frame in front of him, strengthening his physique let him kick the iron frame directly, just like the dominoes, one by one in the direction of Oliver. Felt Oliver rolling forward from behind, avoiding a catastrophe, and taking advantage of the dodging space, Slade had rushed up. Oliver, who had no time to take the arrow, held his tactical bow directly and slapped with Slade. But as an Oliver who can only be regarded as the limit of ordinary people, facing Slade's strength and physical fitness and superb combat skills, he can't please at all, but after a few strokes, Oliver began to decline. With 2 heavy punches, Slade directly interrupted Oliver's tactical bow and hit him, hitting Oliver directly. Oliver hit the wall and fell down, feeling his injury, just that at least one punch caused him to break 2 ribs. It's really impulsive performance for you to come alone, Oliver. Looking at Oliver, who was struggling to get up, Slade did not directly die. As promised before, he would personally destroy everything of Oliver before he was allowed to die. A sleeve arrow came out of Oliver's arm, but Slade flashed it sideways. Why, you can't bear the pain anymore, you lose your accuracy. Slade, who had easily escaped Oliver's sudden attack, stood in front of Oliver, looked at Oliver, who was panting, and grabbed him by the collar to lift him up, said mercilessly. I'll never miss it, Slade. Oliver, who was grabbed by Slade's collar, showed a mysterious smile. Slade turned back suddenly and found that the arrow that had not been shot just now was stuck on the oil drum of the factory, and it was glowing red there. Bang! The gunpowder bound to the arrow exploded, detonating the barrel of oil that he hit. The powerful shock wave with the iron sheet scattered around the factory, and Slade, who was holding Oliver, became Oliver's natural flesh shield. Hard to eat this wave of shock, and several pieces of iron skin flying over. The explosion led the 2 of them to break the wall and rolled onto the sand outside the factory. Oliver, struggling from the ground, looked at the seriously injured Slade. Only a few moments later, the winner and loser reversed their positions. You haven't been so arrogant before, Slade. Miraculo made you lose your due guard. Now, I won and defeated you. Your secret hand has been solved 1 by 1 on our side. Everything is over, Slade. Slade was a little embarrassed at this time, and ate a shock wave and a few pieces of iron on his back. If it was not Murakuru's bonus, he is now dead, but at this time, he has temporarily lost his ability to act. Taking off the mask, he looked at Oliver, who was walking towards himself, covering his belly. Slade's face was not angry, but instead a smile. You really opened my eyes, Oliver. It seems that you haven't been in vain in Star City these years, but do you think you really won? Give up, Slade. My friend should destroy your dark hand in Star City at this time, and your plan has been completed. Listening to Slade, Oliver's thoughts rose. Yeah, I know, but why do you think those devices that I have arranged in other parts of Star City are my secret hands? Who gave you the illusion? And, you don't think you haven't received it from the beginning to the present? Did you reach your friend's newsletter? After listening to Slade's words, Oliver's uneasiness suddenly magnified. Star City, the west part of the city, the urban area where Corvin and Wally are located. When Corvin did not receive Oliver's instructions, seeing that the sky was getting late, he directly ventilated with Sarah and Roy, and agreed on a time to launch an attack together. With the help of the virus memory, Kwen and Wally put down the killer hidden in the small factory without any violent action, and smoothly put Murakuru's antidote into this jet. Inside the device. We're done here, what about the others? Is there anything you can say? Kwen communicated with other people through the locust robot, but only heard bursts of screams and blunt objects on the human body. On the sound. Well, it seems that people are very busy there. Wally, why haven't you launched this thing into the sky yet? With a shrug, Kwen asked Wally, who was still playing in front of the installation. I'm trying, but this thing doesn't seem to obey me. Hey? Let me see. Kwen, who stepped forward, saw that the control panel of the device still flashed the countdown launch page, and there was no change. On the contrary, because of Wally's operation, the control panel page began to change into red. Well, I can't understand it, www.novel.com, but I think we have to flash these guys quickly. Why? Which control panel have you seen flashing red there? This is a time bomb. Everyone leaves your place, this is a trap. Corvin roared at Wally. A spider web was generated in his hand, and all these killers that were turned into a piece were wrapped up. They were taken directly to the outside of the door. They had not forgotten to warn other Sarah and Roy who were still making breakthroughs through the locust robot. I just ran out of the factory with the unlucky guys less than 10 meters, and the flame enveloped the small factory. The huge explosion rushed to the sky with the sky's fire, and the shock wave directly blown Kwen and Wally. He hadn't gotten up from the ground yet, and there was a skylight in 2 other places. In the palm factory, Oliver stood on the open ground and watched the 3 flames rising in the distance, and was shocked. I have never said that those things are my secret hands. My whole cards have always been on the bright side, that is, the one put on the city government, but now, Nissa has already started her mission. As soon as Slade lying on the ground had finished speaking, a green fluorescence rose from the city government of Star City, flying straight to the clouds in the sky, exploding, the glowing green light shining in the clouds, and the green crystalline object began floating down from the sky, covering the entire Star City. Slade, who had been injured quite a while ago, also took the opportunity to get up at this time. Mylakuru's strengthening has restored him to basic combat capabilities. I told you, Oliver, this is going to ruin everything for you, and this is just the beginning. Slade, who was relieved, put on his mask again, and had no plans to continue fighting Oliver, and threw one towards the ground. The smoke bomb left. Oliver was left at a loss as he watched the miraculous crystals that began to drift in the Star City. Chapter 56, Night of Destruction. Damn, he was put together. Hey, everyone else is okay. Who will come back to me? Kwen and Wally, who had eased from the explosion, looked at the small factory that had become a fire field in front of them, and were passing the locust robot confirmed with Sarah and Roy scattered in other urban areas. Only the sound of electric current came from the locust robot. How could this be? We shouldn't have broken up Slade's plan. How could this be? Wally stared blankly at the fire in front of him. Some could not believe the facts in front of him. If it wasn't for Cowan's early warning, even he dare not guarantee that he has nothing. It is conceivable that Thea, who is still a normal physique, can respond to such a sudden explosion. Hey! Hey! Calm down, Wally. The situation is not that bad. You have to believe Xia in them. Looking at Wally with some hysteria, Kwen Qiang endured the dizziness caused by the explosion and said to Wally loudly, "He do not want to see this guy nervous." Yes. You're right, Thea must be okay. What should I do now? Wally didn't know what to think at this time. In the end, he was still a young man who had just gained tremendous power. At a loss. But the problem is that Kwen is not older than Wally, and this is the first time he has encountered such a big battle in his entire life, and he was asked by Wally for a while, "I don't know how to answer it." Fortunately, at this time, Xia and others who should have broken the communication also connected to the channel from the locust robot. "We are all right, Wally, how are you doing?" "Thank goodness, it's great that you are all right, Xia." Wally hugged the locust robot, just like holding his own life, but Kwen was a little fooled by Wally's attitude. It hasn't been more than 10 days since Star City was full, and Wally's feelings with Thea warmed up a bit. "Hey, is anyone on the channel?" Just when Wally was going to chat with Thea, Oliver, who was offline for a long time, also connected to the channel at this time. "Everyone is there, Green Arrow, what's the situation?" Kwen grabbed the locust robot and communicated with Oliver. "Played by Slade, these are smoke bombs, only the city government is genuine, now Slade has launched." "What about then?" "I will go to the city government to find Slade. The others will come quickly." Although only one was launched, it still radiates the Star City. According to this trend, the city government should be the most serious area and then decrease according to the distance effect. Each of you there should be an antidote, take it quickly, and the city government gathers. Before Kwen continued to ask, Oliver went offline unilaterally, and everyone who heard Oliver's speech also found his own antidote and took it in advance, except for Kwen. Knight armor directly avoids the problem that Kwen will absorb toxic gases. I'll leave it to you here. I'll go to Thea, Wally explained to Kay-Wen, and then turned into a flash of light to run to Wally's location, leaving Kay-Wen alone and a group of killers falling to the ground. Damn, single dogs really have no human rights. Sneered a word that Wally had opposite and no humanity, and Kay-Wen had to jump on the building with his 2 legs and set off in the direction of the city government. At the Quiver base, Felicity, who was in charge of technical support throughout the journey, was a little flustered. Since Oliver and Slade faced each other, she lost contact with all the players who were out on the field, and felt that there was only herself left in the world. Guys, can anyone answer me? What happened? I showed that the device Slade put on the city government has been activated. Who can tell me what happened outside? Guys. Felicity, who did not get a response at all, has seen through the pavement monitoring system that he has seen chaos in the 1st, 3rd, and 5th blocks of the city government. A lot of crazy guys have appeared on the streets to start destroying the road, attacking pedestrians, destroying all the visible facilities, making Felicity frightened. Felicity. Are you there? Just as Felicity was afraid of everything that happened in Star City, Oliver's voice passed through the microphone. Yes, I am. What the is happening, Oliver? How could it be like this? Slide launched the device ahead of time. I'm driving towards the city government now. Can you control that jet device remotely? I can't do it, Oliver, this device is set with a pupil lock. If there is no pupil master to unlock, it can't be controlled remotely at all. Then I know, I will rush to the city government now. I still have a miraculo antidote on me. I believe Slade should still be there waiting for me. How is the situation now, Felicity? The situation is already terrible. Felicity didn't know how to describe what he saw, and could only answer in such a vague way. In the end there is, well, I think I know, stay in the base Felicity, wait for my order. Okay, good luck, Oliver. Closed the communication, and Oliver, who had rushed to the city government, had seen an unimaginable scene. The shops on the street are on fire, innocent pedestrians are screaming, and the crazy people are attacking everything in their field of vision. Although they are not as powerful as Slade, they become more difficult. Slide. You're a bastard! Gave a roar, and Oliver rushed directly towards the city government. At the same time, he took a bow and arrow to solve all the enemies standing in front of him and evacuated the masses. Hurry, run to the subway. Damn, where are the rest of you? The arrows in the quiver are limited. Even with the special arrows, Oliver can't solve the waves of attackers, let alone them. It was still a group of innocent citizens, and he himself, who had not been well wounded by Slade, had to bear the pain and fight these people. Frustrated, Oliver had to expect his squad to get to the scene quickly so he could go to Slade to settle the bill. A yellow flash flew in front of Oliver, tying several citizens who rushed to Oliver to a side street lamp stand. 2 flying arrows crossed the head, the powerful anesthetic spray contained in the arrow was released, and the other side was solved citizens. The first time I arrived was Wally holding Thea, and the 2 emptied the citizens around Oliver. Then, Kay-Wen arrived, a dozen spider webs created out of nothing covered the mad citizens on the road, and the spider webs that could withstand 50 tons of tension could not deal with these irrational citizens. They only knew how to use brute force. I can't break the web. You're slow, man, Wally teased. Please, not everyone has the same acceleration as you. Just as Corvin and Wally teased each other, Sarah and they also arrived, only in Slade's way, and got a little embarrassed. So, what's the next step? Kay-Wen first asked. The front is the city government. Slade will surely have enough staff waiting for us. What's worse is that the device uses a Slade iris lock. www.novel.com. We can only beat Slade. Virtue can prevent the continuation of this disaster, but now we have a bunch of crazy citizens in front of us. Oliver pointed to the city government with lights on in the distance to explain the current situation. While talking, he also took an arrow to solve a mad citizen who rushed towards them. Well, it's easy to handle, you go to deal with Slade and his men, here to me. Kwen directly took over the most difficult task. Seeing the crowd's eyes on him, Kwen was also speechless. Don't look at me like this, it seems that only my ability can control these citizens without harming them, and Wally can send you to the city government at his speed. Said that Kwen once again created several large nets out of thin air to cover all the road in front, preventing the destruction of the mad citizens. So, if you want to make me feel less stressed, I'll trouble you to hurry up now. I feel that there are more and more mad citizens around me, and Maracru's influence is expanding. I know, please, Wally. Seeing Kwen easily control the surrounding citizens, Oliver also knew that it was not hypocritical. He asked Wally on the side. Wally also simply turned into a flash and sent Oliver and others to the city government. Man, this is the first time when I look like a superhero for the first time. With the last of Thea left, Wally said to Corvin in his arms and left as a flash, leaving only Corvin alone. Still on the street. Nonsense, if you are all here, how can I accomplish this task with peace of mind? Replied to the disappeared Wally, and Kwen turned to face the Star City citizens who had all been affected by Milakuru, palms opened slightly, and began his task. Chapter 57, Life-Saving Fist. On the streets of the Star City government, as the closest to Slade to emit Mirakuru gas, except for the citizens who were previously evacuated to the subway station by Oliver and others, all who are active on the streets are now affected by Mirakuru, influential, irrational, and extremely aggressive. Except for Kwen, who stayed there alone, basically no one was there. What's so special is Star City Destruction Day? It's a lifelong crisis. Looking at the dense crowds on the street, Kwen couldn't stop the vomiting, except that he wouldn't bite people. Now these guys are no different from zombies. When you see a person, you attack, and when you see something, you smash it. What a normal person! Even if Kwen used the spider web, it didn't have the same effect as before. A spider web that can withstand 50 tons of pulling force can't stand hundreds of people working together to destroy it. When the front foot just throws the spider web out, the back foot is huge. The people directly tore it, and the interception effect played back and forth was less than 5 seconds. And these mad citizens seem to have identified Kwen's goal, all rushing towards Kwen alone. Facing the huge population, Kwen would not be silly to entangle with them on the ground. He jumped gently and fell to a high place. Looking at the citizens who began to destroy because they lost their goals, Kwen could only it was solved layer by layer, but his strength was limited, and Miraculous influence began to spread to other urban areas. Damn, this is not going to work. System, can the virus memory be used for drug analysis? Kwen, who was busy fighting fire, looked at the crowd who began to divert, and he couldn't help but worry that he could only pin his hopes on his new acquisition. On the virus memory, he thought that since the virus memory can make a virus, on the contrary, it should be able to unlock the virus. The miraculous gas that causes people to go crazy in front of them should belong to a virus or a neuropharmaceutical. Class hierarchy. Theoretically, the virus memory can analyze and copy all the toxic substances it contacts, but how to use it still requires the host to explore it by itself. Gave an ambiguous answer. Kwen couldn't help but have a headache, but looking at the crowd that was about to become a zombie siege, he chose to use it. After all, he hadn't tried the big trick of using viral memory. Put the summoned virus memory into the card reading slot, virus maximum drive. The familiar sound of a big reading echoed in the air, pulling the mad crowd back to Kwen again. And Kwen also felt through his virus memory that he was flushed by a huge data stream in his mind. Capture unknown virus, analysis is complete. An electronic sound sounded in Kwen's mind, and Kwen also knew that the virus memory does have the effect that the system said, and parse all viruses. Purple light clusters condensed on Kwen's fist. Watching the crowd swarming towards him, Kwen roared directly, jumped from the platform, and punched. The purple light mass condensed on the fist was thrown out, and it became larger with the naked eye. It directly hit the center of the crowd. There was no shock wave. When the light mass hit the crowd, it directly turned into a purple mist and enveloped them. When Kwen fell, the crowd covered by the fog, the crowd fell to the ground and comatose. After neutralizing the miraculous toxins in their bodies, the overdraft's physical strength was fed back to themselves, and the body protection mechanism directly forced them into a coma, and occasionally a few sober were lying and moaning. Fuck, I didn't expect that the use of viral memory is so great, saving lives and helping Fist. Kwen couldn't help but feel the magical use of viral memory when he watched the people falling around. It does not have good data and attributes like several main ride series memories, but it can play a wonderful role. Just like now, relying on spider memory alone, Kwen may not be useful during the day. There will also be deaths and injuries over time. But now it seems that the magical effect of the virus memory is better than the antidote that Oliver had worked over time. The crowd wandering in the distance saw a large area vacant here, howling and rushing towards this side, and then Kwen reapplied with the old tricks, and gave a remedy to the rushing crowd to save his feet. Thick berry, yuck, energy mist enveloped these people, turning them into the same fainted people next to them. After 2 big moves, Kwen's street was emptied, and Kwen, who was about to leave, suddenly heard the sound of a gun not far away. Without thinking, he left in the direction of the gun's sound. Go with. Detective Quentin is very lucky. Because of his daughter's warning, Quentin has always been vigilant to this mysterious mayoral candidate Slade, and his men are ready for everything. After Slade released the miraculotoxin, Quentin, who had been preparing for it, was equipped with a gas mask and immediately isolated his contact with Miraculo, but he did not expect that Miraculo's toxin is so horrible, it can even make a lunatic madman, and 1/3 of his colleagues in the police station have been recruited. The heavily armed Quentin Malaw had thought that Miraculous was something similar to nerve gas, but unexpectedly the effect was to make people irrational and to attack others desperately. More importantly, these attacks on the police station were all his former friends. The citizens who had met him, he could not aim the gun at these people. Quentin and others who were loaded with live ammunition had to choose a small amount of anesthesia in the bureau. The guns rely on favorable terrain for defense and are losing ground. AI when? How long will the National Guard stay here? Quentin, who fired a shot at an old colleague while filling himself with bullets, said to his buddies. I don't know. There is a problem with our communication here, and the communication with the outside is intermittent, and the chief of the National Guard told me that this situation also happened on their side. The policeman called Yvonne responding strenuously, they are now standing at the gate to prevent too many people from hitting the police station and causing a series of sabotages. Damn! What's going on with them, Green Arrow? Why hasn't it happened at this time? After listening to his buddy's report, Quentin was helpless. In this situation, he has no choice but to wait for support. However, when Quentin will arrive, Quentin can't guarantee it. At this moment, AI Wen, who was struggling to press the gate, felt that the crowd outside the gate was moving quietly, just like there was no one outside. In addition to a rhythmic knock on the door, hello, is there anyone in there? Open the door to send warmth. What the is it when you open the door and send warmth? AI Wen was stunned by this abrupt sentence, and then he reacted again, no matter what he meant by it, at least for now, there must be no danger outside, or no one will knock on the door. Talking, but he experienced how crazy these poisoned colleagues. Opened the door happily, and I Wen saw the colleagues and civilians who had been striking the gate lying on the ground at this time, and in front of him was a weird man wrapped in black and gold armor. Scared, he quickly raised his gun and aimed. Hey, man, relax, I'm here to help you. Your colleagues are all right, just fainted because of the effort. Who is your highest chief? Looking at AI Wen's nervous move, Wen hurriedly holding your hands up indicates that you have no malice. It's me, Quentin Rose. Are you, Kamen Rider? Quentin opened the crowd and walked out, seeing the familiar dress of Kay-Wen through the lights and exclaimed. I'm glad you remember my name, Detective Quentin. These people outside are fine, but I need your help to gather them together. Leaned over and surveyed his colleague's breath. Quentin nodded to the other colleagues, and the surviving policemen started to gather the cities they fainted. Quentin also asked Kay-Wen about this situation. Is my daughter okay? I don't know, they should be fighting in the city government now, but at the moment it should be safe, probably. Kay-Wen also said uncertainly. I'm going to find them. Quentin listened to Kay-Wen's uncertain answer, and planned to rush out, but was stopped by Kay-Wen. Calm down, Detective Quentin, you can't help you in the past, I can do it in the past, but before that, you have to tell me where is the tallest building in Star City. What do you ask about this? Quentin was puzzled. There are many people outside who are influenced by Miraculoid. www.novel.com. Do you plan to leave them alone? If you don't solve them, we can't get through the city government. 2 blocks away, Star City TV Tower, the tallest building. No matter what you want to do, it is best to hurry up. I don't want my daughters to be hurt. It's enough to have you read my signal, and then lead other trapped citizens out of the danger zone. Waiting for you to believe. Quentin hadn't understood the meaning of Kay-Wen's words. Kay-Wen had left the police station and ran towards the Star City TV Tower 2 blocks away. It only took a minute for Kay-Wen to see the building of the Star City TV Tower. Oh, it is said that the virus memory has the ability to destroy a city, and in turn it has the ability to save a city. I want to see if it is true or false. Kay-Wen in the running ridiculed himself, and the continuous shot was inserted. The virus memory in the card slot is adjusted to full power. With a larger purple light cluster than ever before, Kay-Wen jumped to the height of 2/3 of the TV tower with the bonus brought to him by the spider memory, and made a second jump with the iron frame. Kay-Wen jumped directly over the height of the TV tower itself, and still a lot higher. With a fierce wave of his fist, the purple light mass formed a huge ball of light in the air and flew to the sky. After reaching a certain height, the light mass exploded, and the purple mist began to spread towards the city center around the TV tower, and Kay-Wen also began to fall after losing power. The sideline mission Star City Destroy Day is completed, 1 million points reward is successfully obtained, evaluation, B. Listening to the pleasant system reminder in his mind, Kay-Wen fired a spider web toward the iron frame next to him, stopping his falling momentum. Relying on the iron frame, looking at the city government not far away, muttered to himself, Now, I'm here to find you, Death Knell. Chapter 58, Trigger Form. On the TV tower, Kay-Wen looked at the purple mist surrounding the city and the reward of the system space in his mind, so he hurried to the city government without worrying. I know my own level. The melee is definitely the kind of fight that is hung by the death knell. Now it is better to consider using the extra points on hand to exchange a real memory point that can just die the death knell. I don't feel like I have to switch to Fang's memory. This death knell is invincible. Immersed in my heart, carefully searched the memory in the system space that can be turned over. This time the system did not give a lottery reward, and Kay-Wen couldn't draw any good things from the system by his own luck. The other night belts to deal with the death knell are not bought by Kay-Wen's current 1 million points, or they can only find a breakthrough in the W series belts. Ignoring other hardcore data is not as good as his current spider-shaped memory. Kay-Wen has a headache. Although the single lost drive can be equipped with other memories for use, it is not like the double drive that can use 2 kinds of memory at the same time. Ability, the face of the death knell is still not enough to see. Kay-Wen does not think his virus memory can have a magical effect on the death knell. Murakuru's blessing allows the death knell to ignore all the lethal viruses on Earth. Even if Kay-Wen has now resolved the antidote to neutralize Mirakuru, the problem is that this is to deal with Myra, who makes the infected people crazy. Kuru toxin, the ghost knows whether it has any effect on the provider's death knell. This is directly passed by Kay-Wen. After deleting the option of melee combat with the death knell, K-Wen can only choose to use the memory of the ability system or the memory with long-range attack ability. After thinking for a long time, K-Wen decided his own option. System, exchange me for trigger memory and shoot memory. Received, trigger memory, 1 of the W main writing series memory, single form data, 8 tons of punching force, 10 tons of kicking force, 300 meters/second nerve reaction force, 30 meters of jumping force, 100 meters of 100 meters speed/6 seconds, feature, flaw attack, 10% effect of disregarding defense, shoot memory, feature, automatic aiming, precise shooting. Sure enough, after hearing the system reported the data of these two memories, K-Wen knew that he had chosen the right one. Since close combat is not enough, don't close combat, fly a kite and let you die. What can you do if you are proficient in all kinds of firearms? I open my sights, unlimited ammunition plus 10% chance of real injury, if you can jump to me, I call your father. The blue and off-white memory appeared in his hand, and it was placed on the left side of the belt to store the spare memory, and K-Wen jumped in the direction of the city government. In the police station, Quentin looked at the purple mist spreading out from the sky, and he also understood what K-Wen's waiting for my signal meant. Despite fears of confronting Slade's daughter over the city government, Quentin's responsibilities told him that he must ensure the safety of the people. Okay, guys, move up and move the citizens to a safe zone. Police officers who heard Quentin's order also started to leave, walked out of the police station, looked at the people lying on the street, and saved them from fire and water. The Kamen Rider also has a good impression. The hall of the municipal government, K-Wen, who rushed to the municipal government, stood at the entrance of the hall, looked at the dim light corridor inside, and walked forward slowly. It stands to reason that if Oliver had arrived here, it would be impossible to be so quiet. There was no trace of fighting around, as if there were no people at all, but K-Wen did not relax his vigilance, because he saw and heard the spider's form of perception is within range. The rows of marble columns in the hallway are lurking the killers of the Assassin Union, but they don't know that their skills to think of themselves into darkness have disappeared in K-Wen's knowledge. Bang! Just as K-Wen pretended not to walk forward, there was an explosion on the top floor of the city government building, and K-Wen knew that Oliver should fight the death knell on the top, and this explosion, for the killer lurking in the dark, is like a signal, and countless bullets fire directly from the dark corner towards the center of K-Wen. K-Wen, who predicted the direction of the attack in advance, relied on his strong nerve responsibility to avoid the first wave of ambush by the killers in the first time. These killers lurking in the dark were also not effective when the first wave of attacks did not work. He directly shifted his position, and at the same time dropped a smoke bomb towards the hall. The thick black mist enveloped the city hall. They planned to solve K-Wen in their most familiar environment. However, they forgot that night warfare is also an area where K-Wen is good at. Compared to these killers who need to rely on equipment, K-Wen faces the dark environment as if it were during the day. Alright, just take you to try my new form. The Lost Drive merges, removes its own spider memory, presses the trigger memory that has just been redeemed, and inserts it into the card slot. Trigger. The role name that came with the belt directly exposed K-Wen's position. At the moment when he heard the sound, the killer who waited for the opportunity in the dark directly rushed in the direction of K-Wen, but they had not waited for them to rush to K-Wen. At the location, dozens of blue light flares flew out of the dark mist, hitting precisely on these killers who rushed towards themselves. The blue light bomb with strong kinetic energy directly blows these killers who rushed over. K-Wen, who can adjust the energy output by his own will, did not kill these guys. The impact of the light bomb only caused certain damage to their bodies. The internal injury disappeared, the battle ended quickly, and it took only 3 seconds to complete the form conversion from K-Wen to the killer. The nerve reaction speed of 300 meters per second is not a joke. K-Wen can do a shot. The state of 9 rounds. And these killers are invisible in front of K-Wen, they don't need to use shoot memory. K1 can also use the system to instill their own gun skills to name them one by one, so that the bullets are not missed. The black smoke dissipated under the impact of K1's light flare. Through the night, K1 also revealed his new form, the trigger form. The whole body is azure blue, and the blue mechanical gun is held in both hands, which is full of science and technology. Sure enough, the new form is awesome. After playing a handsome gun flower, he looked at the killers who had fallen on the ground with unconscious personnel, and then walked toward the dynamic floor that came from the top of the building. For safety, K1 it is also very strong to insert the shoot memory into the card reader slot. The time went back to when Cowan used the virus memory to run to the Star City TV tower. The rooftop of the city government building, Oliver and others who arrived early were in a fierce battle with the Slade, Death Bell, waiting for them. The Death Knell didn't care about Oliver's advantage in their numbers. One person pressed Oliver, Wally, and Laurel. As for the others, Roy and Thea cooperated with these elite killers from the Assassin League, while Sarah was. It was not fair to continue the battle with Nissa. Oliver, look around you, the city you love is falling into flames, the citizens you are protecting are killing each other, and you have not defeated me until now. You have lost Oliver, I will let you see. Let your city turn into a ruin, and then I will send you to hand in hand to indemnify Xiaodong. Relying on the physical advantage brought by Miraculous, the Death Knell has been suppressing Oliver and Laurel. If there is still Wally doing interference, now Oliver and Laurel are already bruised, but even so, Oliver they have only the strength to fight. The Death Knell came directly to fight them close, and Oliver, who was completely unable to take advantage of the archer, could only face the crazy attack of the Death Knell with Laurel. However, the Death Knell relied on Miraculous, regardless of the injuries that Oliver and Laurel played, and directly took a life and death play with Oliver, but ordinary people Oliver and Laurel couldn't afford it. The Death Knell was sneered and still silent. Oliver, who was still injured himself, was intensified by the crazy attack of the Death Knell, and the pain of broken ribs invaded his nerves all the time. You're slow, Oliver. Seeing Oliver's flaws due to the increased injury, the Death Knell directly bullied him, ignoring Laurel and Wally's attack on him, and kicked Oliver's left arm with a snap. The sound of broken bones was so pleasant in the ears of the Death Knell, and the Death Knell was also used by Wally to take advantage of this neutral gear and directly hit him with his body for more than 10 meters, and also broke a pillar in the middle. But the Death Knell still climbed up like a good man, patted the dirt on his body, and watched Laurel and Wally guarding Oliver. You even kicked your bow's hand off. Why do you fight me? Stay there honestly and enjoy the kindness I give you, Oliver. And at this time, the Death Knell saw a purple light cluster flying high into the sky and exploded. The purple mist began to spread over the Star City, and the crystals of the bright green miraculous toxin were neutralized in the air. Also ready to continue to enjoy the Death Knell that tortured Oliver's joy as if he was choked, staring at this scene froze. Damn, how could this happen? Why did this happen? The Death Knell shouted angrily, without the demeanor of raising his hands and throwing Oliver in applause. It seems that your plan is not so perfect, Slade. Didn't Milakuru's fortified head count that? Feeling the effect of these purple mists in the air on Mirakuru toxin, just Oliver, who was relieved, also mocked the Death Knell on the ground. Ha, I knew that Kamen Rider would have a way, and then it's up to you, you psychopath. Looking at these purple mists, Wally subconsciously thought it was K-Wen's masterpiece, a little excited. Wally looked at the Death Knell that shouted without grace, and the flash of electricity flashed directly towards him. However, although the Death Knell was caught flat-footed by this sudden incident, it does not mean that he lost his mind. When he saw Wally rushing towards him, the Death Knell didn't even move, but he stretched out his hand and moved forward to predict in advance. After judging Wally's position, he directly used his arm to make a close contact with the running Wally's forehead. Wally, who did not dodge in time, was directly interrupted by the Death Knell's blow. The whole person rolled a dozen times on the ground, and the Death Knell took advantage of this opportunity to rush forward, before Wally had yet to get up. Just stepped Wally's right foot. Ah! The death knell stepped directly on Wally's right foot into a fracture. The pain caused Wally to call out loudly, and Laurel, who was going to help, was beaten by the death knell and beat directly. Fly back! The other teammates who were fighting were distracted when they heard Wally's scream, and were suppressed by the opportunity of the Assassin League killer and Nissa. www.ltnovel.com. Watching Woe immobilized by himself and unable to move Lee, the death knell pulled out the sand eagle indifferently, aiming at Wally's knee bone. Boy, you shouldn't provoke me at this time. I'd love to know if you, the speeders, can grow back. If your legs break. Finally, pull the trigger. The bullet bursts out and shoots towards Wally's kneecap. However, a light bomb flew at a very fast speed, directly hitting the bullet that was about to hit Wally's knee bone, and the bullet was shot. Before the death knell was relieved from this situation, his heart was a warning, and several flares had flew towards his door. Relying on his extraordinary response speed, the death knell waved his sword to block, but the same was also struck by the impact of these luminous bullets, leaving Wally. Remove your stinky feet from my friend, you psychopath. Kwen, who arrived in time, saved Wally from his flare and saved him from the end of the death knell. It's you? New armor? Did you just make that purple light mass? The death knell, which blocked the light flare, then looked in the direction of shooting himself, and he saw the changed shape of Kwen holding a blue gun. Accurate yourself, and the death knell also feels locked up. Yeah, I did it, I can't think of it. It was quite unexpected. I didn't expect that my miraculous would be cracked by a child. The death knell held a long sword in both hands, protecting his chest position. Years of combat experience told him that he had changed to a new form. Kwen, very dangerous. There are more things you can't think of, but then it's my turn to count your sins, death knell. Humph. Are you still counting now? Backed Kwen, and the death knell rushed towards Kwen with his long sword. Chapter 59, Mutual Damage. On the rooftop, Kwen fired 2 shots, facing the death knell that rushed towards him. Shooting the memory bonus, Kwen faced the death knell that rushed towards him. He was completely unhurried, and every shot was perfect in the death knell. The root rushed over directly interrupted the momentum of the death knell that rushed over. The death knell did not expect that Kwen, who had changed to a new form, was so difficult. To say the advantage, the death knell promised that as long as he was close to Kwen within 2 meters, he promised to blow Kwen. But the suffocating thing is here, the death knell can't even rush in front of Kwen. Milakuru's bonus didn't let him succeed, and every shot of Kwen hit the trajectory accurately, even Kwen saw through which leg he was about to take. The powerful follow-up level directly let the death knell hold back the brazen words just now, and even people can't enter the 3-meter range, talking about what hit. Yes, Miraculo did give him a strong physical fitness and reaction speed, and also allowed him to avoid bullets, but it does not mean that he has the speed of bullets, but the nerve reaction is only superb. It's just that the death knell's powerful nerve reaction ability is not enough to look at in front of Kwen, who has turned into a trigger form. Shooting memory is used as an auxiliary, giving him automatic aiming. The trigger form provides a nerve reaction force comparable to the speed of sound, enough for Kwen to do every shot followed the pace of the death knell, even faster. Coupled with the lethal power provided by the trigger form, the death knell can only go back to the bunker without being exposed for less than 3 meters, and Laurel also took advantage of this gap to take the injured Wally pull around. Looking at Wally's broken bone, hold on, Wally. Just reminded Wally that Laurel directly reconnected the broken bone to his original position, cut open his own tactical suit, and used local materials to steel bars fix it. There is no way, the recovery ability of the speeder is too fast. Just for a few minutes, Laurel sees the skin at the broken bone beginning to heal. If so, the right foot after the healing is also deformed. When the time comes, I have to re-interrupt and try again. It might as well be now, taking advantage of the fact that it has not been fully recovered, and brute force cracking. Fortunately, the pain was numb just now, and Wally was not frightened by Laurel's violent tactics. The death knell suppressed by Kay-Wen's use of firepower and self-sight is to watch his enemy, Oliver, slowly stand up with the help of Laurel. Nisha, her ally, is still playing the game of killing each other with Sarah. Other Assassin Alliance killers are also counter-pressured by Roy and Thea. They even use their firepower to suppress their own Corvin and have time to help Thea. Shoot 2 cold guns and take away some unlucky ghosts. What's wrong, Death Knell? Didn't you just say that I can't count your sins? Then you stand up, and I will show you my countless count. Kay-Wen kept the death knell hidden in the bunker at 20 ms safe distance. I dare not step forward. Who knows what this old goods hidden in the bunker is waiting for? If he rushes up, he will only lose money, not as good as that. Used his long-distance advantage to suppress the death knell, and by the way, helped them clear the scene. When the dust on Sarah and Nissa settled, and he relied on the advantage of the number of people on this side, he would not believe it. The death knell also understands his current predicament very well, and the superiority board was disturbed by Kay-Wen, a kid who did not know where to kill. Milacruz toxin was neutralized, losing an advantage, and he was suppressed by him. They dare not show up in the bunker, and the other party does not have the problem of ammunition replenishment. If he didn't care about what he might have started, now Kay-Wen can completely destroy the bunker he relies on. The death knell believes that Kay-Wen's weapons can do it, but he only cares about each other. Watching Oliver slowly retreat from the battlefield with Laurel's help, Slade was also furious. This was no way to be suppressed by Kay-Wen, which did not mean that he was right to take these seriously wounded. Thinking of this, the death knell took out the Sand Eagle and directly aimed at Oliver, who was evacuating. Even if he could not kill him, Oliver would have to pay the price. Bang! As soon as the bullet was released, he was directly hit by Kay-Wen, looking at Oliver, who had evacuated in horror. Honestly buried in a bunker, the death knell, we'd better stay in this position, and don't think about the killer below. I just turned them all the way up. You are here to watch. Your so-called evil plan is enough. Kay-Wen still stood at a favorable perspective, speaking to the death knell in the bunker. The death knell was also angered by Kay-Wen's whispering words. He decided that even if he did not kill Oliver, he would kill this Kay-Wen who overthrew his overall plan, even if he was now suppressed. Boy, you're dead! The death knell shouted, taking out a mass of plastic bombs placed in the tactical suit and throwing them directly in the direction of Kay-Wen. After listening to the gunshots for so long, he also knew Kay-Wen where you are. When Kay-Wen didn't understand how the death knell suddenly threw an unknown object to his side, his body responded and raised his hand. The high-powered light bomb directly hit this unknown object flying at high speed. Bang! The sky-blasting air waves and flames exploded in the air, and the power of the plastic bomb was not comparable to those of high-explosive grenades. Blow all the people who are still fighting, including Kay-Wen. The trigger form gave him a powerful rate of fire and fire suppression, but the data was reduced. When he realized that he was trapped by the death knell, he only had time to insert the trigger memory into his firearm and was blown by the air. And the death knell also used this skylight as a cover, rushed out of the bunker, gave up Oliver, holding a long sword in both hands, blazing with flames, and rushed directly to some embarrassed Kay-Wen. He knew that as long as Kay-Wen was killed, everything here would be reversed, Oliver would still die, and Star City would also be destroyed. Dead! Roared, the death knell on the whole body was like an evil spirit, with a strong impulse rushed to Kay-Wen. Okay? Kay-Wen, who was blown away by the air waves, did not have time to stand still. He saw that the death knell had rushed within 2 meters of his own. He raised the gun with his left hand and was ready to shoot. With a long sword, he poked directly at the heart position of his left chest. Armed color. Knowing that avoiding inevitable, Kay-Wen only had time to attach a black armed color to his chest, and the long sword of the death knell was already close to his body. Ding! The tip of the sword and the armor-colored armor made a clear soft sound. www.novel.com did not pierce, but Kwen, who was not as powerful as the death knell, was also lifted by this sword. The death knell roared, thrusting Kwen forward with a long sword, and rushing forward, poof! Ah! Kwen, who had no resistance, was struck by the death knell against the wall behind him. With the momentum of the charge, the long sword of the death knell finally broke through, pierced Kwen's armor, and nailed him directly to the wall. The severe pain made Kwen scream, and his head was tilted, and he lost consciousness. "You lost, kid." Finally put the long sword through the death knell of Kwen's defense. Watching Kwen can only scream there, and some could not help but feel smug. However, Kwen, who should have died in his fatal injury with his sword, suddenly raised his hand. The left hand held down the hand holding the sword in the death knell. The gun with the right hand inserted into the shooting memory was raised and aimed directly at himself. "The death knell at your doorstep. You lost too, death knell trigger." Maximum Drive famous vocals rang in the ears of the death knell. For him, it was like the hook song of hell. The scorching light bomb condensed from the lengthened muzzle and emitted to the death knell less than half a meter away roar. The huge explosion centered on the two men with Kwen's guns. Before they could recover from the wave of plastic bombs just before the death knell, everyone experienced another shock. Only this time, there was not as much power as before. Except for the air waves blowing on them, there was not too much flame. The scope of the explosion was only near Kwen and the death knell, and the smoke enveloped their location. The people who were still fighting invariably stopped their movements and looked at the explosion center. They all want to know, in the end, the two people who fought for their lives, who died or lived. Chapter 60, Waste Eye. On the rooftop, everyone looked at the explosion center shrouded in smoke and dust, waiting for an answer. A gust of wind blew away, blowing away all the smoke and dust covering the rooftop, and also exposed the two people in the explosion center. The long sword was still piercing Kwen's chest. The red blood was flowing down the sword body. The handle held by the death knell had disappeared, apparently being destroyed by the explosion just now. Looked at Kwen, who still had a low head, and there was a death knell standing in front of Kwen with his back to everyone. Kwen lost. Oliver and others saw this idea, and their thoughts came to mind, and the Assassin League on Nissa's side was cheering. After all, the death knell is a weight that affects the balance for them. Now, this weight code is on their side. Tick, tick. Just as the assassin's killer was about to continue, the sound of blood dripping appeared particularly harsh on the rooftop. It was not the blood that Kwen ran down along the broken sword. The direction of the sound came from always facing away. Their death knell. The death knell turned away from them, and my body was shaking. Ah! My eyes! A scream yelled from the mouth of the death knell turned back to them. Going, because he turned his back to the crowd, he didn't pay attention to the death knell that was tripped, and his front was also exposed to the crowd. The broken hilt is partly broken into pieces on the death knell. There are fragments on the face and upper body. One of the larger pieces is stuck on the right eye of the death knell. Blood flow like note. Looking at this depth, everyone knew that the right eye of the death knell was not saved. Just when everyone thought it was a dead and wounded outcome, Kwen, who was nailed to the wall with a broken sword, moved. The trigger gun still held in his right hand moved, and more than a dozen luminous bullets were ejected. The Assassin's League killer who reacted to it was knocked down on the ground, and he still maintained the trigger form. He dealt with these ordinary killers, even if he was injured. Unexpectedly, the man on Nissa's side was halved by Kwen at once. Oliver and others who reversed their advantage suddenly took advantage of this opportunity to fight back, just a few minutes before and after, and the killers on Nissa's side he was subdued by Oliver. Even Oliver, whose left hand was temporarily unable to move, fell down several times with his own skill, and the situation reversed instantly. Kwen, who was nailed to the wall, looked at the death knell covering his eyes and wailed on the ground, resisting the pain of the broken sword nailed to his chest, and tremblingly inserted the spider memory into the card reader slot of the trigger gun with his left hand. The loud reading sounded again. While the death knell had not recovered from the injury just now, a white cannonball loaded with spider memory hit the death knell on the ground, and the thick white spider web directly wrapped the death knell into a cocoon for the same object, only the death knell's head is exposed, and the spider silk extending around will wrap around the rooftop. Even if the death knell recovered from his injury and he was wrapped in so many cocoons with so many tensile strengths of 50 tons, he didn't want to play anything. On the other side, because of the downsizing caused by K-Wen's sudden attack, the Assassin Alliance was finally defeated. Even Nissa was killed by Sarah, and she used a long stick to press her throat. "You win, let's do it, Sarah." Looking at the long metal rod against her throat, Nissa gave up the resistance and let Sarah do it. It's just that Sarah waved a long stick, disarmed Nissa, and then withdrew her long stick. "Leave Star City, Nissa, you should be thankful that this riot did not cause death, otherwise you will be locked in the Federation. In the prison, as a former partner, I allow you to leave, but you still have a death knell, and you will only stay here waiting for trial. Are you giving me mercy, Sarah?" "No, I just do what a superhero should do. In addition, I don't believe you have any backers." Sarah understands Nissa, or understands the Assassin League, and they can't have no backup plan. "It's the person I like, Sarah, you're right, they should come at this time." Listening to Sarah's words, Nissa also showed a smile, and a Wazee appeared in the city government building across the night sky. Over the roof, the machine guns also aimed at Oliver and others below. Before the driver shouted through the horn, a flare flew past the glass. "Put down the rope ladder and take your princess off. You dare to press the button, and I will shoot you down." K-Wen, still nailed to the wall, pointed his gun at Wazee in the air, shouting weakly, though still embarrassed, but no one dared to underestimate this young superhero. He used his ability to prove himself. The death knell, now trapped on the ground and unable to move, is an example. "Let the rope ladder, this action is our failure, I will go back and explain to Master Ninja clearly." Nissa on the ground also said to the driver on Wazee. "Yu reading books www.yuyugonshu.com." After hearing Nissa's order, Nissa looked straight at the rope ladder vertically in the air. After seeing Sarah, Nissa no longer fell in love, stepped on the rope ladder, made a gesture towards the driver, and Wazee also began to turn around. "Leave Star City. Boy, I remember you, and posed me twice, and I will clean you up later." Passing K-Wen's position, Nissa suddenly put a cruel word on K-Wen and walked away, causing K-Wen to grin. And as soon as Nissa left, the Assassin Alliance killers who remained on the rooftop also gave up resistance, and they were tied in the bundle. "Man, how are you?" Wally, who had been violently lauded by Laurel, had already recovered at this time, and limped toward K-Wen. "I was almost poked in the heart. Can any of you help me pull it out, and I'm running out of energy." Seeing Wally coming, K-Wen no longer stubbornly supported, the gun he was lifting was loosened, and he began to try pulling off the broken sword poked in her body. Sarah came up and touched K-Wen's chest, probably feeling the depth of the broken sword insertion, and then said to Wally and Oliver, "You two supported him, hold back." As soon as Sarah finished talking, Sarah pulled out the broken sword that had been nailed into the wall through K-Wen. The action was done in one go, and K-Wen ended before he could call out. Holding K-Wen against the wall, the biological skin on the chest began to heal itself, and the blood stopped flowing. Leaning on the wall, Corvin looked at Oliver weakly. "So, is it all over?" "Yes, it's all over." Oliver clutched his left arm and looked away. On the highway of Star City, the lights of the police car were shining, and Star City, which had recovered from the chaos, began to recover from the angry, thick clouds. It spread out, revealing the twinkling stars, and the Star City at this time was as beautiful as her name.